Title: My Journey with the Village Beauty on a Deserted Island. Synopsis: Wang Xiaofang's husband is a neighbor of Lu Fan, a man of simple character and diligent work ethic. Due to the demands of long-distance trucking, he is often away from home. Wang Xiaofang is not only beautiful, but also hard-working and kind-hearted, managing the family's several acres of fertile land with great care. Chapter 1: My Journey with the Village Beauty on a Deserted Island. As the sun rose over the beach, Wang Xiaofang, who had been unconscious, awoke to find Lu Fan holding her in his arms. Instantly, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she exclaimed, "Wake up, Lu Fan! Hurry up!" Still groggy, Lu Fan slowly roused to her mildly angry call. "What's wrong? And Xiaofang? You? How can you say that? Look at what you've done," she stammered, pointing at his private area. Realizing the situation, Lu Fan quickly sat up, turning his back to her. At that moment, Wang Xiaofang spoke with an authoritative tone. "Lu Fan, remember I am your aunt. You must never harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me. Do you understand? Otherwise, I won't let you off easily." With that, she playfully nudged him with her foot. "Okay, understood," Lu Fan murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, his head nearly buried in the sand. Lu Fan, originally a young man from the countryside who had come to the city for work, found himself in a difficult situation. It was summer, and while working at a construction site, he felt parched and decided to step outside to buy some water. Unfortunately, this action was witnessed by his unscrupulous boss, who mistook it for laziness. The boss, furious, unleashed a torrent of insults upon Lu Fan. However, the hot-blooded young man could not tolerate such humiliation and retaliated with harsh words. The outcome was inevitable. Lu Fan was dismissed on the spot. After settling for a meager amount of wages, nearly half of which had been deducted, he left the site burdened with heavy luggage. At that moment, Lu Fan felt an overwhelming sense of despair as he wandered aimlessly among the crowd, his thoughts racing. He had hoped to earn extra money this year to have a matchmaker introduce him to a suitable partner in the village, but now those plans lay in ruins. Returning home did not seem like a favorable option, especially since he had only been working for half a year. If he were to return so soon, the villagers would certainly think he was not diligent in his pursuits. But if he did not go home, where could he possibly go? Just as he was caught in this dilemma, his attention was drawn to a poster advertising a 7-day cruise for just 599 yuan, featuring stunning women in bikinis. The sight of their fair skin and alluring figures made Lu Fan blush and swallow hard, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" He had never seen women so scantily clad up close. The last time he had admired a woman was when he had secretly watched Widow Wang bathing back in the village, a memory that had captivated him. The thought of being able to openly gaze upon such beauty aboard a cruise ship ignited a longing within him. He contemplated, "It's time to treat myself to a vacation and explore the world. Perhaps I might even stumble upon unexpected treasures." With that thought, he promptly took out his phone and called the travel agency. The staff on the other end of the line were evidently well-trained, and soon Lu Fan was greeted with a warm, enthusiastic voice. After a brief conversation, he completed the payment process and received a detailed itinerary. The following morning, filled with anticipation, Lu Fan finally laid eyes on the luxurious cruise ship said to offer 7 days of romantic encounters. Standing at the dock, he gazed up in awe at the massive vessel, which resembled a floating castle, breathtaking in its grandeur. The ship measured nearly 200 meters in length and towered several stories high. Upon stepping onto the deck, Lu Fan was completely entranced by the opulence surrounding him. For someone who had grown up in the countryside, the lavish decor exceeded his wildest dreams. The interior of the ship was resplendent, showcasing exquisite details that epitomized luxury. As he strolled along the corridors, it felt as though he had entered a fantastical realm. The ship boasted a spacious outdoor pool, vibrant bars, and lively nightclubs, each more captivating than the last. Curiosity piqued, Lu Fan took in the unique allure of this floating palace. However, what astonished him most were the stunning women surrounding him. Dressed in revealing outfits, they exuded confidence and charm, a stark contrast to the modest environment of his rural upbringing, causing him to blush and feel bashful. As he delved deeper, he discovered that this so-called travel group was, in fact, a gambling operation disguised as a cruise. It became clear to him why the prices were so attractively low. Yet, he found some solace in the fact that the ship offered luxurious hotel suites for rest and a diverse buffet available for free, ensuring he would not suffer too much in terms of material comfort during this journey. Just as Lu Fan was feeling a sense of relief, a flamboyantly dressed woman with impeccable makeup appeared beside him like a specter. Her presence was magnetic, instantly capturing his attention. "Hey, handsome, care for a game or two?" Her sultry voice reached his ears, laced with temptation. "Who knows, you might strike it rich overnight." Gazing at her alluring figure, Lu Fan felt a stir of excitement within him. He instinctively swallowed hard, tempted to draw closer. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and shook his head, rejecting her offer. "No thanks, I'm not interested in gambling." However, the woman was not easily deterred. She persisted. "Come on, don't be so stingy. If you lose, it's no problem. You can owe us and pay when you get back to shore." Nearby, a cunning female tour guide joined in, swaying her enticing figure as she chimed in, "Exactly. A man should embrace a bit of risk. Why be timid? Besides, you have such a stunning beauty beside you." Lu Fan felt a flicker of uncertainty at their words. Reflecting on his current financial struggles, he realized he could indeed use some extra income to alleviate his burdens. And gambling, at times, could lead to unforeseen windfalls. The woman continued to tempt him with her alluring demeanor, but after contemplating the situation, reason ultimately prevailed over impulse. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan firmly responded to the two women, "I'm sorry, but I really want to participate." "Thank you." With that, he turned and walked toward the dining area, leaving the woman and the cunning tour guide behind, their faces twisted in disdain as they watched him depart. A.S. Lu Fan departed, a woman's scornful voice echoed behind him. "What a miser!" Lu Fan's pace faltered momentarily, and after a brief hesitation, he quickened his steps, eager to escape this realm laden with temptation and mockery. Upon entering the dining area, he was immediately captivated by the dazzling array of delectable dishes, steaks, hairy crabs, and fine wines galore. "Wow, this is truly a remarkable deal," Lu Fan exclaimed, momentarily disregarding any semblance of gentlemanly decorum, and he settled into a corner to indulge himself. However, just as he was relishing his meal, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. A middle-aged woman, adorned in a floral long dress and white high-heeled sandals, entered the restaurant. It was evident that she had made a deliberate effort to present herself with heavy makeup, thick foundation, and striking red lipstick. Yet, her choice of flesh-toned stockings with sandals betrayed her rustic origins, rendering her somewhat out of place amidst the crowd of beautiful faces aboard the cruise. With keen observation, Lu Fan swiftly recognized the woman. His mouth agape, his eyes wide with astonishment, he stared at her, nearly dropping his food. Wang Xiufang, what is she doing here?" It turned out that this middle-aged woman was Wang Xiufang, a neighbor from Lu Fan's village. According to the village hierarchy, he would still have to address her as Aunt. Chapter 2. A chance encounter with neighbor Aunt Wang Xiufang. Wang Xiufang's husband, Chen Weidong, was a neighbor in Lu Fan's village, known for his honest and diligent demeanor. He worked tirelessly, driving large trucks for freight transport. Though arduous, his efforts yielded substantial income, making their family quite prosperous by village standards. Consequently, Chen Weidong was able to marry the village beauty, Wang Xiufang. Not only was she beautiful, but also industrious, managing several acres of farmland with utmost care. After their marriage, Chen Weidong worked even harder to provide her with a better life, while Wang Xiufang took charge of household duties, and their lives flourished. In the early 2000s, they were the first in their village to acquire a small care and impressive achievement in rural settings. However, due to the nature of Chen Weidong's work, the couple often lived apart, spending little time together. Perhaps owing to other reasons, they remained childless to this day. At that moment, Lu Fan excitedly called out to Wang Xiufang, "Aunt. Xiufang, Aunt, over here." The sudden shout startled Wang Xiufang. In this unfamiliar land, how could someone be calling her name? She was taken aback and turned to scan her surroundings, trying to identify the source of the voice. When her gaze landed on Lu Fan, seated in the corner, her expression transformed into one of disbelief. To encounter an acquaintance, especially someone from her village, in such a strange place filled her with immense joy. She hurried toward Lu Fan, seemingly oblivious to everything around her. "Lu Fan, you little rascal, how on earth are you here?" Caught off guard by her question, Lu Fan's cheeks flushed slightly as he stammered. I have been less busy at the construction site lately, so I came out for a stroll to clear my mind. However, he refrained from mentioning his dismissal from work, as it was hardly a matter of pride. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Xiaofang aunt, what brings you here? Oh, it's just that the crops in the fields aren't demanding attention right now. With time on my hands, Uncle Weidong signed me up for a tour group. He wanted me to experience the outside world. Wang Xiaofang replied excitedly, her face radiating with a contented smile. I was just worried about not having a companion, and now I've bumped into a familiar face. Ha. That's wonderful. Xiaofang aunt, come, sit, and enjoy some food. All these delicious offerings are complimentary, Lu Fan said, shoving a large piece of steak into his mouth. Wang Xiaofang couldn't help but burst into laughter at Lu Fan's childlike innocence. The two of them sat together, savoring the exquisite buffet aboard the cruise while sharing laughter and discussing amusing happenings in their village. As time passed, dusk fell, and the vibrant cruise ship came alive with the allure of nightlife. Lu Fan and Wang Xiaofang made their way to the grand outdoor swimming pool at the front of the ship, intending to swim. When Wang Xiaofang appeared before Lu Fan clad in a bikini, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth fell open, as if he could fit an egg inside. That moment, he gazed at her with unabashed admiration. Though her once delicate and beautiful face bore marks from toil under the sun, the pink bikini accentuated her fair, voluptuous figure, making her resemble a model stepping out of a painting. The contrast between her sun-kissed complexion and her porcelain skin was striking. Rather than appearing incongruous, this unique skin tone added to her allure and sensuality. Lu Fan thought to himself, Wang Xiaofang, truly deserving of the title of village beauty. She is stunning. For a moment, his gaze seemed enchanted, fixated on Wang Xiaofang's delicate form, unable to divert his attention. He felt as though his throat was constricted, swallowing repeatedly, as if he were gazing upon the most delectable feast in the world. Under Lu Fan's unabashed stare, Wang Xiaofang, already self-conscious about her revealing attire, felt her cheeks flush crimson, resembling a ripe apple. The rosy hue of her cheeks against her fair skin rendered her even more endearing. That moment, Wang Xiaofang wished to retreat, but found no place to hide. Embarrassed, she gently covered her body with her hands, attempting to obscure the hint of her figure. How dare you, you little rascal? What are you staring at? I'm your aunt. Wang Xiaofang chided, her voice tinged with playful annoyance and shyness. I wasn't looking at anything, aunt. You truly are beautiful, Lu Fan stammered, suddenly realizing his indiscretion. In an instant, his face turned as red as if it had been scorched, and he quickly averted his gaze, daring not to look at Wang Xiaofang again, though his heart raced uncontrollably. When Wang Xiaofang noticed Lu Fan's muscular physique, she understood. This little rascal was no longer the snot-nosed child he once was. As her gaze traveled downward, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. It turned out that Lu Fan had come on a whim and had not prepared swimwear in advance. The expensive swim trunks aboard the cruise were far beyond his means. That moment, he was still wearing the blue underwear he had purchased for his work trip, which featured a theft-proof zipper pocket in the front, appearing loose and ill-fitting. Such attire stood out starkly in this enticing environment, attracting the mocking gazes of those around him. Lu Fan was acutely aware of the discrimination surrounding him. Standing momentarily in a state of bewilderment, Wang Xiaofang, noticing Lu Fan's awkwardness, generously decided to purchase a pair of men's swimming trunks for him, thinking to herself that it was worth it for this young man to call her aunt. Here you go, hurry up and change, Wang Xiaofang said in a calm tone, careful not to hurt his tender pride. No need, Lu Fan stammered, initially intending to decline, but was abruptly interrupted by Wang Xiaofang. Enough of that, you little rascal. Why are you being so polite with me? Moreover, with your swimming speed, do you think those shorts with a wallet can keep up with you? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan suddenly realized the implications. If his trunks were to fall off while swimming, it would be quite the embarrassment. Thus, he timidly accepted the swimming trunks from Wang Xiaofang and hurriedly dashed towards the changing room. With a resounding bang, Lu Fan collided head-on with a burly man who was just about to exit the changing room. The man had a fierce expression and a protruding belly, giving off an untrustworthy aura at first glance. Damn it, can't you watch where you're going? The overweight man shouted in a fit of rage. Chapter 3. The obese man seizes the opportunity to tease his aunt. "Forgive me, brother, it was not my intention." Lu Fan quickly apologized, fully aware of his fault. The overweight man gazed at Lu Fan, who was clad in theft-proof underwear, his eyes brimming with disdain as he hurled a barrage of insults. Seeing Lu Fan show no inclination to retort, he departed with an air of triumph. Lu Fan, understanding his own shortcomings, paid no heed, continuously expressing his remorse. He then proceeded to the changing room to don the swim trunks purchased for him by Wang Xiufang. Wealthy individuals certainly know how to indulge. The cruise ship boasted a vast swimming pool, its waters crystal clear, filled with an array of bikini-clad beauties. This undeniably provided Lu Fan, in the throes of adolescence, with a feast for the eyes, far more exhilarating than swimming in the village creek. Although Wang Xiufang, too, hailed from a picturesque rural area, as a woman, she had seldom ventured into the water. At that moment, she could only don a life preserver and frolic in the pool. Notably, despite her usually modest attire, Wang Xiufang appeared somewhat out of place amidst the throng of stunning women on the cruise ship. Yet, once disrobed, her fair and voluptuous figure and sparkling clear eyes made her shine like a lotus emerging from the water, capturing the attention of many admirers who approached her under the pretense of teaching her to swim. However, with Lu Fan acting as her steadfast protector, they had no choice but to retreat in defeat. The previously encountered overweight man had taken note of this scene. Filled with jealousy, he muttered curses, questioning how such a bumpkin could possibly be worthy of such a beautiful woman. The more he pondered, the angrier he grew. Emboldened by his wealth and the flunkies at his side, he resolved to teach Lu Fan a lesson, believing that only by doing so could he have a chance to be alone with Wang Xiufang. With a belly protruding like a bear, he swam over to Lu Fan and purposefully bumped into him. Before Lu Fan could express his anger, the overweight man had the audacity to retaliate, provocatively shouting, "Hey kid, are you blind?" Lu Fan's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze turning cold and sharp as he fixed his eyes on the man, unfalteringly responding, "You deliberately bumped into me, didn't you?" In response, the overweight man not only exhibited no remorse, but also stood in the pool with arms crossed, a derisive smile on his face as he taunted, "What's the matter, you country bumpkin? Do you intend to fight me? Let me tell you, on this cruise ship, dealing with you would be as easy as crushing an ant." As he finished speaking, his sycophants quickly gathered around him, one of them asking, "Long Go, what is going on?" Upon witnessing this, Wang Xiufang's heart sank, and she hurriedly swam over to shield Lu Fan. Fearlessly, she shouted at the overweight man, "What do you want? You were the one who bumped into him, and now you wish to bully him?" At this moment, Lu Fan felt deeply moved by Wang Xiufang's actions, thinking that this village beauty regarded him as a child to protect. Long Go, seeing Wang Xiufang defend Lu Fan so fiercely, felt his jealousy ignite even further. With a derisive sneer, he said, "Oh, this little lady is quite protective of him. Fine. If I don't get an explanation today, neither of you will leave here unscathed." At that moment, a crowd began to gather, murmuring and whispering, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding conflict. Wang Xiufang, wishing to avoid escalating the situation, gently urged Lu Fan, "Xiao Fan, let us not engage with him. Let us go." With that, she took Lu Fan's hand and turned to exit the pool. However, Long Go was not about to let them off so easily. He immediately pursued them, blocking their path while shouting, "Want to leave? Not so fast." Seeing this, Lu Fan halted, wanting to spare Wang Xiufang any distress, positioning her behind him. With a frosty gaze, he confronted the overweight man, inquiring, "What exactly do you want?" Long Go, hands on hips, arrogantly declared, "You kneel and apologize in front of everyone, and we'll let this matter slide." The onlookers cast peculiar glances, and some with a sense of justice began to point fingers at Long Go and his associates. However, most adopted a nonchalant attitude, merely awaiting the spectacle. "What does this concern you?" Long Go barked at the crowd, his tone haughty and contemptuous. Having grown up in a martial arts stronghold, Lu Fan had accompanied his father to train and hunt from a young age. Now engaged in daily strenuous labor, he was unafraid of such idle ruffians. Thus, stepping forward, he calmly retorted, "And what if I refuse to kneel?" Long Go chuckled, "Not kneeling is fine. Then perhaps this lovely lady behind you can spend some time with me. Who knows, I might just let this go." "How shameless!" Wang Xiufang exclaimed in disgust. At this point, Lu Fan could hardly contain his fury. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched his fists and entered a fighting stance. Gritting his teeth as he addressed the overweight man, "With a face like yours, one might mistake you for a pig standing upright." Infuriated, Long Go snapped, "You're courting death." Turning to his lackeys, he shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Get him!" The lackeys, howling, charged toward Lu Fan. He deftly sidestepped one's punch, then tripped him, sending the fool plunging into the pool. Following that, he delivered a kick to another thug's midsection, eliciting a pained scream as the thug crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach. Another lackey attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Lu Fan seemed to have anticipated it. He swiftly seized the assailant's arm and flung him into the nearby pool, where he floundered helplessly. Seeing his minions so easily dispatched, Long Gu's expression darkened severely. Enraged and humiliated, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and lunged at Lu Fan. Remaining composed, Lu Fan seized the opportunity, executing a sweeping kick that sent Long Gu crashing to the ground, dazed and disoriented. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, many applauding the unexpected turn of events. Struggling to rise, Long Gu looked at Lu Fan with terror in his eyes, but he feigned bravado, shouting, "Do you dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" Lu Fan scoffed, "I don't care who you are. If you bully others, you must pay the price." Realizing he was no match for Lu Fan, Long Gu quickly scrambled to his feet and fled. "Get lost." With Lu Fan's furious shout, Long Gu and his lackeys hastily retreated. Wang Xiufang had long been aware of Lu Fan's martial prowess, yet she had not anticipated his remarkable skill. With admiration in her eyes, she remarked, "Xiao Fan, you're incredible." Lu Fan, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course, Auntie, rest assured. I shall protect you from now on." However, as fate would have it, just then, the previously tranquil sea began to stir with a chilling wind. Wang Xiufang, clad in light garments, felt a shiver and instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. Lu Fan, showing great concern, gently draped a towel over Wang Xiufang's shoulders, suggesting that they should return indoors as the wind had picked up, warning her to be cautious of catching a cold. Wang Xiufang nodded in agreement. However, as soon as they stepped back into their cabin, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, and a fierce wind began to whip the sea into tumultuous waves. Even the massive cruise ship started to sway violently in the gale. At that moment, the captain's urgent voice crackled over the intercom. "Attention, passengers. We are encountering an unprecedented storm. The situation is critical. Please return to your cabins immediately, secure your doors and windows, and follow instructions." Inside the cabin, faced with the howling wind and torrential rain, Wang Xiufang appeared visibly frightened. After a brief wash-up, she made her way to Lu Fan's room, gripping his arm tightly as she asked how such a strong wind could arise and whether the ship would be all right. Lu Fan reassured her by patting the sturdy walls of the cabin, saying, "Aunt, do not fear. This cruise ship is very solid. We will be fine." Yet, scarcely had he spoken when a sudden, violent shake of the ship caught them off guard. The wind intensified, and the ship began to sway more violently, causing various objects to tumble about the room. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Fan noticed the once composed and dignified village flower, now filled with terror as she gazed at the swaying cabin. Prepared for the worst, he stepped outside, retrieved a life jacket, and placed it around the non-swimmer Wang Xiufang, reassuring her, "With this, you should be safe." However, no sooner had he spoken than there was a tremendous crash, as if the ship had been struck by something colossal, causing the entire room to shake violently. Wang Xiufang gasped, nearly losing her balance, but Lu Fan swiftly caught her. At that moment, the cabin door burst open, and a crew member rushed in, shouting, "Run! The ship is about to sink." Wang Xiufang, her voice trembling, exclaimed, "What can we do, Lu Fan? How can such a large cruise ship possibly sink?" Chapter 4. The ship capsizes in the tempest. Lu Fan, equally bewildered by the unfolding chaos, quickly regained his senses and urged Wang Xiufang to leave the cabin, supporting each other as they hurried towards the deck. The corridors outside were already crowded with panicked passengers, cries for help echoing like a scene from a hellish nightmare. As they ran, Lu Fan said to Wang Xiufang, "It seems the ship is about to capsize. Remember, when the ship tilts, we must run in the opposite direction." After a moment of struggle amidst the crowd, they finally reached the deck. But the sight before them chilled their hearts. Towering waves crashed against the ship's hull, causing it to lean dangerously. Suddenly, a massive wave crashed against them, sweeping many unsteady passengers into the sea. Lu Fan clutched Wang Xiufang tightly, trying to steady himself. He noticed crew members nearby, frantically launching lifeboats and beckoning the crowd to board. Yet, their path to the lifeboats was obstructed by a fallen mast. Determined, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and said to Wang Xiufang, "Stay here and do not move. I will clear the mast." With that, he dashed towards the obstruction. In that moment, Lu Fan resembled a deity, exerting every ounce of strength to shift the enormous mast. His face flushed and muscles taut. He finally managed to move it slightly. Without wasting a moment, he rushed back to Wang Xiufang, taking her hand as they sprinted toward the lifeboats. Just as they boarded the lifeboat, the already tilting cruise ship emitted a deafening roar. They turned to see those who had not yet boarded being engulfed by the sinking vessel. On the surface of the sea remained only a handful of lifeboats and terrified passengers, drifting like leaves awaiting rescue, while the waves tossed their fragile vessels about. Lu Fan comforted Wang Xiufang. "Do not be afraid. Remember to keep your life jacket on. We will be fine." Yet, facing the monstrous waves that had even overturned the grand cruise ship, how could this small lifeboat endure? Suddenly, a towering wave surged towards them, lifting the lifeboat high into the air before crashing down with a violent force. Humanity felt painfully insignificant against nature's might, and in an instant, their lifeboat was capsized. Lu Fan struggled in the frigid waters, swimming desperately towards Wang Xiufang, who clung to her life jacket, fighting to stay afloat. Panic surged within her as she cried out, "Lu Fan, where are you?" Hearing her, Lu Fan shouted back to reassure her, "Do not fear. I am here." As Wang Xiufang caught sight of Lu Fan swimming towards her, her heart, once filled with despair, found a flicker of hope. His willingness to risk his safety to protect her filled her with profound gratitude. Thus, she clung to her life jacket, while Lu Fan grasped it with both hands. Treading water in the icy sea, enduring the relentless waves, they drifted in the pitch-black ocean for what felt like an eternity until Lu Fan, exhausted, succumbed to unconsciousness. Wang Xiufang held onto his hands tightly, refusing to let him sink, crying out his name in desperation, "Lu Fan, wake up." Initially, Lu Fan's presence had brought her a sense of safety amidst her despair, but with his collapse, darkness and fear enveloped her once more. Time passed, and Wang Xiufang eventually came to her senses, awakening to find herself on a sandy beach of a deserted island. The sun shone brightly, and the sea was calm, as if nothing had ever transpired. Overwhelmed with relief, she quickly rose to search for Lu Fan, calling out his name repeatedly. Alone on the desolate island, a wave of inexplicable fear washed over her. Yet, she persevered, resolutely continuing along the shore in search of him. Suddenly, she spotted Lu Fan's figure not far off on the beach and hurriedly ran towards him. She shook him vigorously, calling out his name, but to no avail. As despair set in, she whispered to herself, could Lu Fan be gone? Panic gripped her as she paled. Unable to stand, she scooted backward on the sand. Yet, there lay Lu Fan, his body pale from the sea's embrace, lying motionless on the beach. She could not believe that this lively and robust young man had met his end. Gathering her courage, she crawled closer, pressing her ear to his chest. When she heard the faint rhythm of his heartbeat, tears of joy streamed down her face. Without hesitation, she began administering artificial respiration. Through her relentless efforts, and after expelling a few mouthfuls of seawater, Lu Fan finally opened his eyes. Weakly, he smiled at the tear-streaked face of Wang Xiufang, murmuring, "Aunt Xiufang, I am all right." Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Xiufang was both astonished and overjoyed, hastily embracing him tightly. "You have finally awakened. You frightened me to death. What would I do if you had passed away, left all alone here?" With her support, Lu Fan sat up and began to survey his surroundings. The two found themselves on a deserted island's sandy beach, with the vast, endless sea stretching before them and a lush forest behind. "Xiufang, we must devise a plan to survive and await rescue," Lu Fan said weakly. Hearing this, Wang Xiufang nodded and steeled herself. Noticing Lu Fan's frailty, she resolved to gather some edible items to restore his strength. She scoured the beach and ultimately discovered some sparse wild fruits on the trees by the jungle's edge. After sampling a few, which tasted pleasantly sweet and sour, she felt reassured and collected a handful. After they had replenished themselves with the wild fruits, Wang Xiufang dragged the weakened Lu Fan into the shade of a large tree, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Fan still needed ample rest to regain his strength. While daylight lingered, Wang Xiufang gathered some dry grass to lay beneath them. Observing Lu Fan resting on the grass, a smile graced her face. She felt satisfied with her handiwork. However, as night fell, the island's temperature began to drop, and the two, clad in scanty attire, shivered from the cold. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from a distance. Being a woman, Wang Xiufang was overwhelmed with fear and clutched Lu Fan tightly. Though he too felt a tremor of fear, he feigned calmness and reassured her, "Do not be afraid, Aunt. I am here." At that moment, coldness and dread enveloped Wang Xiufang's delicate heart. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's spirits soared. He never imagined he would have the opportunity to be so close to the village beauty. Even embracing her, unable to contain himself, he chuckled softly. Seeing this, Wang Xiufang, puzzled, asked, "What are you laughing at, you silly boy?" "I'm not laughing. It's nothing. Let us just sleep," Lu Fan replied, naturally withholding his thoughts from her. The notion of a deserted island with a beautiful woman was indeed every man's dream, thrilling to contemplate. The next day, as a ray of sunlight illuminated the beach, Wang Xiufang awoke to find Lu Fan still holding her, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Wake up, Lu Fan, quickly." Lu Fan stirred from his slumber, responding, "What's wrong, Aunt? Why are you awake so early?" "How can you ask that? Look at what you've done," Wang Xiufang stammered, gesturing towards him. Realizing the situation, Lu Fan quickly sat up, turning his back to her. In a commanding tone, Wang Xiufang admonished him, "Remember, I am your aunt. You must never entertain any inappropriate thoughts about me, otherwise I shall not spare you." With that, she playfully nudged him with her foot. "I understand," Lu Fan replied, his voice barely above a whisper, his head bowed as if he wished to bury it in the sand. He appeared much like a child who had misbehaved, continuously nodding, seemingly hoping to placate her. Wang Xiufang found his demeanor both amusing and exasperating. Though she had intended to scold him further, her resolve softened upon seeing his pitiful expression. "Little Fan, how are you feeling today? Are you any better?" "Oh, I'm fine now, feeling much improved," Lu Fan hastily replied, anxious that she might bring up the incident again. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet, demonstrating a vitality that belied his earlier weakness. Wang Xiufang was astonished by his rapid recovery, exclaiming, "Ah, young people indeed have robust health. You've recovered so quickly." Yet as she marveled, a troubling thought crossed her mind, igniting a wave of fear. Being stranded on this desolate island with only the two of them, coupled with the intimacy of their previous night's shared warmth, raised concerns about what might transpire in such isolation. The sight of the tall, muscular young man before her filled her with trepidation. If he were to harbor any ill intentions, she would be utterly defenseless. Recalling Lu Fan's gaze when he had seen her in a bikini on the cruise ship sent chills down her spine. She felt her skin prickle with unease. Noticing her distress, Lu Fan gently inquired, "Aunt, what is troubling you?" Returning to her senses, Wang Xiufang brushed it off. "It's nothing. I'm fine." However, her tone betrayed a hint of anxiety. "Oh, Aunt, do you remember the wild animals' roar last night? This island is not safe. We must find a shelter at once," Lu Fan said earnestly, concern lacing his voice. "Yes," Wang Xiufang replied, recalling the terrifying sounds from the forest that had left her shaken. They were fortunate that the beasts had not discovered their presence. Otherwise, their fate could have been dire. Lu Fan then gathered some oysters and crabs from the shore to replenish their strength. Lacking a source of fire, they were left with no choice but to consume the food raw. Wang Xiufang, faced with the unappetizing fare, expressed her distaste. Yet Lu Fan savored the seafood as though it were a delightful banquet. Understanding the necessity of sustenance in their predicament, she reluctantly sampled a few bites. As Lu Fan relished his meal, he scanned the deserted island. The island appeared to stretch several kilometers, with their current location being a vast beach. Facing the ocean, a dense forest loomed behind them, and atop the highest point stood a prominent mountain, majestic like a stabilizing pillar amidst the boundless sea. "Aunt, we should explore that mountain. Only then can we survey the island and seek shelter," Lu Fan suggested. Wang Xiufang, somewhat understanding, nodded in agreement. With Lu Fan's protection, her once frightened heart found slight solace in this desolate place. However, they faced not only the challenges of food and shelter, but also the pressing issue of fresh water. Surrounded by salt water, the lack of fresh water could lead to dehydration, a dire predicament. Observing the once vibrant lips of the village beauty now cracked from thirst, Lu Fan felt a pang of concern for her deteriorating condition. Perhaps it was the recent consumption of seafood that rendered Lu Fan parched. At that moment, even the act of swallowing saliva caused a sharp pain in his throat, akin to being scraped by a blade. Just then, Wang Xiufang suddenly exclaimed, "Lu Fan, look over there." Responding to her call, Lu Fan immediately followed the direction of her pointed finger and beheld a coconut tree standing beside the mountain. Although both of them resided in a remote village, they were well aware that coconuts from the seaside could quench their thirst. Thus, they hurriedly made their way towards the coconut tree, one following closely behind the other. However, upon reaching the towering coconut tree, which stood at least 10 meters high, they found themselves in a predicament. Observing their dilemma, Lu Fan quickly devised a plan and began to unfasten his belt. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xiufang, who was trailing behind him, halted in her tracks and instinctively took a step back. She thought to herself, could it be that Lu Fan is unable to restrain his desires and intends to do something inappropriate? If that were the case, what could she possibly do? After all, as a frail woman, she was no match for him. "Lu Fan, what are you doing? I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, I will not spare you." Despite her assertive words, Her actions betrayed her anxiety as she continued to retreat. Lu Fan felt utterly speechless at her response. "Aunt Xiaofang, what are you thinking?" Without further explanation, he stepped onto his belt and began to climb. At this moment, Wang Xiaofang realized she had misinterpreted his intentions, and with her face flushed, she awkwardly remarked, "Be careful, it's dangerous." At that instant, her concern for Lu Fan's safety was palpable. After all, only if he remained unscathed would she feel secure and devoid of despair. Moments later, when Lu Fan presented her with a refreshing coconut, Wang Xiaofang, who had been suffering from thirst, immediately disregarded the earlier awkwardness and gulped down the coconut with great enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, the two resolutely ventured deeper into the woods. This forest was vast and uninhabited, with dense vegetation resembling an emerald sea. The intertwining vines acted as layers of green curtains, effectively obscuring the path. Navigating through such a forest was no small feat. They had to maneuver through the convoluted vines while remaining vigilant against sudden attacks from hidden snakes, insects, and wild beasts. However, for Lu Fan, this posed little challenge. Having accompanied his father on hunting trips since childhood, traversing the forest was second nature to him. He moved with remarkable agility, akin to a monkey, weaving through the dense foliage with ease. In contrast, Wang Xiaofang, following behind, struggled to keep pace. Despite her efforts to match Lu Fan's speed, the distance between them gradually widened unbeknownst to her. "Lu Fan, wait for me," Wang Xiaofang gasped, her voice tinged with frustration and helplessness. "Oh," Lu Fan replied absent-mindedly, feeling a sense of incredulity towards her struggle. At her current pace, it seemed they would not reach their destination before nightfall. Chapter 6. I did not mean it. Seeing Wang Xiaofang laboring through the jungle, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for her. Just as he was about to approach and assist her, his gaze was suddenly captivated by the sight of her form swaying due to the uneven terrain. The thin, semi-transparent fabric of her clothing resembled a delicate veil, subtly revealing her alluring figure. Lu Fan found himself irresistibly drawn to her, completely forgetting his initial intention to help. He became an unwitting spectator, fixated on her. Wang Xiaofang seemed to sense his gaze. She abruptly lifted her head and locked eyes with Lu Fan's gaze, which was filled with desire. In an instant, her anger ignited. "You little brat. You dare to take advantage of me when I'm struggling on this treacherous path? Just wait. I'll make you pay." As she berated him, she quickened her pace to catch up. Upon reaching Lu Fan, she unhesitatingly raised her right foot and aimed a swift kick at his backside. Lu Fan, realizing her intent, quickly sidestepped to evade her attack. However, Wang Xiaofang's foot met only air, and she instantly lost her balance. With a startled cry, her left foot slipped, causing her to lurch forward. In that critical moment, Lu Fan reacted swiftly, rushing forward to intercept her and prevent her fall. In an instant, Wang Xiaofang felt a force propelling her back, halting her forward momentum. Looking down, she discovered Lu Fan half reclined on the grass, supporting her weight with his arms, preventing her from collapsing. Yet, to her embarrassment, the area he was supporting was rather sensitive. Instantly, her face flushed crimson as she silently chastised him for being so reckless. "Let go, you scoundrel. Where do you think your hands are wandering?" Wang Xiaofang shouted, her voice ringing out. Startled by her sudden reprimand, Lu Fan instinctively released his grip without considering the consequences. Due to inertia, as soon as he let go, Wang Xiaofang's entire body lurched forward and fell directly onto Lu Fan. Time seemed to freeze as the scene turned profoundly awkward. Their lips met, and their bodies pressed tightly together. Lu Fan, lying beneath her, was paralyzed with shock, fearing that any slight movement would further provoke the proud village beauty. In that shared gaze, he could clearly see the confusion and bewilderment in her eyes, causing his breath to quicken. The warmth of Wang Xiaofang's breath, mingled with the unique fragrance of a woman, wafted into Lu Fan's nostrils like a refreshing spring. It was the first time he had ever been so close to a woman, particularly one as beautiful as Wang Xiaofang. This unfamiliar yet exhilarating sensation sent his heart racing uncontrollably. To his embarrassment, he realized his body was responding to this intimate encounter, causing his cheeks to flush. At that very moment, Wang Xiaofang too sensed something unusual in Lu Fan's demeanor. In the throes of newfound boldness, Lu Fan impulsively leaned in and gently kissed Wang Xiaofang. The instant their lips met, a jolt of electricity coursed through his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Wang Xiaofang experienced a similar sensation, her body erupting in goosebumps. Abruptly, a sharp crack resonated as Wang Xiaofang's hand shot out like lightning, delivering a resounding slap across Lu Fan's face. "What on earth were you thinking?" Wang Xiaofang's face flushed with anger, her voice trembling slightly. Lu Fan, taken aback by the sudden slap, covered his face and looked at her with an innocent expression, asking, "What have I done, Aunt? Why did you hit me? How can you still ask that? Why did you kiss me? And look at yourself." Wang Xiufang stammered, clearly still reeling from the shock of the moment. Following her gaze, Lu Fan then realized the reaction of his own body. "Oh, I understand now. I will be more careful next time," he said, a teasing glimmer in his eyes, seemingly pleased with the earlier incident. Wang Xiufang knew that his earlier contact with her chest was unintentional, but the tongue flick was undoubtedly deliberate. She could only hope to leave this dreadful place soon, otherwise, this insufferable brat might eventually take advantage of her. Concerned that she might fall again, Lu Fan found a sturdy branch and handed it to her. "Aunt, use this as a walking stick. It will provide more stability," he said with genuine care. As Wang Xiufang accepted the branch, her anger gradually dissipated. Steadying herself, she expressed, "This is much better, thank you, Xiao Fan." Hearing this, Lu Fan smiled faintly and walked ahead, clearing the path for her. Whenever they encountered difficult terrain, he would pause, turn back, and assist her. Wang Xiufang followed closely behind Lu Fan, navigating carefully. "Xiao Fan, I'm sorry. I was just too anxious earlier. Please don't hold it against me," she said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Upon hearing her words, Lu Fan quickly shook his head and replied with a smile. "I'm fine, Aunt. After all, as a younger person, receiving your lesson in this desolate place is a kind of fortune, haha." Wang Xiufang felt a stir within her heart at his words, thinking to herself, "This brat has quite a sweet tongue." Observing Lu Fan's considerate and understanding demeanor, her lips involuntarily curled into a slight, appreciative smile. After traversing the tangled forest, the trees on the mountain became relatively sparse. Although the underbrush remained thick, it was far easier to navigate than the densely intertwined forest below. As they walked, they arrived at a darker spot beneath a large tree. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from the bushes ahead. Though subtle, the noise felt jarringly out of place in the tranquil surroundings. Upon hearing it, Lu Fan's nerves instantly tensed, and he halted, standing alertly while scanning the area. In stark contrast to Lu Fan's vigilance, Wang Xiufang seemed entirely oblivious to the lurking danger, continuing to stride forward and even surpassing him. She secretly delighted in the thought. It seems Lu Fan isn't as strong as he looks. If I can overtake him so easily. Just as Wang Xiufang reveled in her triumph, Lu Fan suddenly shouted in terror, "Aunt, don't move. There's a snake." His shout startled her considerably, and she instinctively tried to step back. However, as she retreated a single step, she caught sight of what lay before her, a green venomous snake. Over a meter long, coiled less than half a meter away, flicking its tongue and poised to strike. The sight of the snake sent Wang Xiufang, already fearful of cold-blooded creatures, into a panic. Her hair stood on end, her legs felt weak, and for a moment, she was paralyzed with fear, trembling in place. Lu Fan cautiously approached her, his steps light and slow to avoid alarming the snake. His eyes fixated on the branch in her hand, the tool he intended to use against the serpent. As he snatched the branch from her grasp, a startled Wang Xiufang noticed him. With a cry of alarm, she leaped up like a frightened rabbit, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around Lu Fan as if he were her last lifeline. Her legs quickly lifted and clamped around his waist, fearing the snake would strike. This action resembled a monkey clinging to a tree trunk. However, Wang Xiufang's embrace obscured Lu Fan's view, preventing him from seeing the snake's movements. Reluctantly, Lu Fan had to step back, attempting to escape the snake's strike range. Unbeknownst to them, their frantic movements only served to startle the snake further. The green venomous serpent bared its fangs, occasionally flicking its tongue, and lunged threateningly toward them. With Wang Xiufang's arms tightly around his neck, Lu Fan could not fully observe the snake. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. In such close proximity, Lu Fan's lips inadvertently brushed against the area between Wang Xiufang's ear and cheek. Whether this was intentional or accidental was known only to him. Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang was consumed with fear, her mind too occupied to notice such trivial details. Her entire focus was on the menacing green snake, terrified it might suddenly attack. The speed of the snake exceeded Lu Fan's expectations. He pondered anxiously. "I can't retreat with Anne in my arms as quickly as the snake can strike. If it catches up to us, we would be at its mercy." At this critical juncture, Lu Fan's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the snake, searching for a weakness. Suddenly, he identified an excellent opportunity, and without hesitation, he lunged forward, swiftly stepping on the snake's head. Simultaneously, his other foot followed suit, landing on its tail. This 1-2 maneuver deprived the snake of any space to move, forcing it to writhe helplessly in place, struggling to break free. However, the serpent's strength was formidable. Despite Lu Fan exerting all his force to pin it down, he could still feel its powerful writhing beneath his feet. Fortunately, he was firmly holding Wang Xiufang, and their combined weight allowed him to maintain pressure on the snake's head. Had Lu Fan been alone, his own weight would have been insufficient to counter the snake's tremendous force. Should the snake manage to escape, given their proximity, both he and Wang Xiufang would undoubtedly be bitten. The consequences would be dire. Amidst his anxiety, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Fan. He quickly leaned to the left, concentrating their combined weight onto his left foot, which was pressing down on the snake's head. Not only that, but he also began to shift his heel back and forth, similar to extinguishing a cigarette, using their weight to relentlessly crush the snake's head in an attempt to eliminate it entirely. Feeling the lethal pressure, the snake writhed desperately, trying to escape the terrifying grip. Yet, no matter how it struggled, the weight of several hundred pounds bore down on it like a mountain, leaving it gasping for breath. Lu Fan's left foot mercilessly trampled the venomous snake, each forceful step inflicting excruciating pain upon the creature. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air, the unmistakable sound of the snake's bones fracturing. In an instant, Lu Fan's foot crushed the serpent's head, causing blood to splatter, staining his shoes and the cuffs of his trousers with vivid crimson. As he surveyed the snake, its body gradually ceased its writhing. The previously menacing head now twisted and contorted, lying still and devoid of any sign of life. Witnessing the snake's stillness, a significant weight lifted from Lu Fan's heart, and he exhaled a long, relieved breath. However, Wang Xiufang remained visibly shaken, her body trembling slightly as she clung tightly to Lu Fan, as if fearing that loosening her grip would invite calamity. Observing Wang Xiufang's terror-stricken expression, Lu Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. He smiled gently and murmured, "It's all right now, you can let go." Yet, at that moment, Wang Xiufang seemed oblivious to his words, her arms still firmly encircling him like iron clamps. In response, Lu Fan extended his arms and embraced her from behind, their bodies swaying side to side like the snake had. This movement caused a vivid friction between Wang Xiufang's ample bosom and Lu Fan's robust chest, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. As a woman with experience, Wang Xiufang immediately grasped Lu Fan's intentions. Embarrassed and indignant, she playfully punched his broad, strong chest, exclaiming, "What are you doing? It's not the time for your antics." Lu Fan, unfazed, feigned innocence, saying, "Aunt, don't get it twisted. It's you who is holding on to me." However, internally, he reveled in delight. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xiufang realized with embarrassment that she was still straddling him, her face flushing a deep red, akin to a ripe apple. In a fluster, she hastily jumped down from him. Once steady on her feet, her emotions settled slightly, yet lingering anger remained as she glared at Lu Fan, demanding, "What was that friction all about?" As she spoke, she quickly adjusted her disheveled clothing, as if to mask her awkwardness. Lu Fan looked at her with feigned innocence and quickly clarified, "Friction? Not at all. I was merely imitating the snake's movements," while pointing at the now motionless serpent beneath them. Chapter 8. Discovery of the cave. Wang Xiufang followed Lu Fan's finger and glanced down, only to be horrified to find her foot precariously perched upon the mangled remains of the snake's head. The gruesome sight sent shivers down her spine. "Ah!" She shrieked in terror, stumbling backward as if shocked, instinctively maintaining a safe distance from the serpent. Her heart raced, pounding violently against her ribcage. After regaining her composure, anger surged within her once more, and she pointed an accusing finger at Lu Fan, though she intended to scold him. Words eluded her as she searched for a suitable reason. Ultimately, she resignedly dropped her hand, muttering under her breath, and shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Let us move." Lu Fan responded, "Oh, let us go." With that, the pair continued onward, with Wang Xiufang, having learned from her earlier fright, dutifully trailing behind Lu Fan, unwilling to risk another terrifying encounter. After a lengthy and arduous trek, they finally reached a plateau halfway up the mountain. Standing there, the view opened up dramatically, revealing the entirety of the island. Gazing into the distance, the deserted isle appeared vast and boundless, resembling a massive emerald set against the azure sea. Towering trees surrounded them, their lush branches and intertwining vines forming a natural verdant barrier, akin to a green fence encircling the island. In the center of the island, mist swirled, creating an ethereal and tranquil ambience. Above, flocks of seabirds soared, adding a touch of life and vitality to the serene landscape. The peak where they stood overlooked the island, allowing them to clearly see the beach and ocean they had traversed. Below lay a flat area of approximately 100 square meters, with steep mountain slopes rising ahead, forming a natural shelter. Lu Fan turned to Wang Xiufang, smiling as he suggested, "Let us build a shelter here. The view is unobstructed, allowing us to monitor passing ships. Should a rescue vessel arrive, we will be sure to notice." After surveying the surroundings, Wang Xiufang concurred. Exhausted from their uphill journey, she plopped down on a nearby rock to rest, feeling parched and famished. As the sun began to descend, the urgency of their situation intensified. They needed to construct a shelter before darkness fell, or they would be left shivering in the cold of the night. Lu Fan decisively chose a spot near the mountain to establish their shelter. This location would not only shield them from the fierce winds, but also utilize the mountain's advantages for a more expedient construction. Without hesitation, he began to clear the surrounding underbrush with his bare hands, despite the lack of tools. As the dense vegetation receded, a dark opening emerged before him. However, as he approached the cave's entrance, a faint dripping sound reached his ears. Though subtle, the noise heightened Lu Fan's alertness, prompting him to step back. "What's wrong?" Wang Xiufang inquired with concern upon witnessing his reaction. Lu Fan turned to her, signaling for silence. This caused her previously relaxed demeanor to tense once more. At that moment, Lu Fan's emotions were a tumultuous mix of fear and hope. He was apprehensive that the cave might conceal some formidable beast or other dangers. Yet, if it proved habitable, it would be an ideal refuge. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for excessive contemplation. He quickly secured a thorny branch to use as a makeshift barrier, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Taking a deep breath, he stepped over the remaining undergrowth and resolutely approached the dark cavern. However, as soon as he entered, he nearly collided with a bat swooping toward him. As his eyes adjusted to the dimness, Lu Fan finally discerned the full extent of the cave. It was not particularly large, approximately 3 meters wide and 10 meters deep. Deep within, a corner concealed the source of the peculiar sound he had heard. He focused intently on the shadowy corner, feeling a palpable tension emanating from that area. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Fan summoned his courage and steadily advanced toward the corner. His steps felt heavy, as if he were treading on cotton, sending a wave of trepidation coursing through him. As he approached the corner, the peculiar sound grew increasingly distinct. Suddenly, he halted, pondering to himself, "Wait, why does that sound resemble dripping water? Could there be some enormous avian beast lurking, drooling in this place?" Yet, no traces of large animals were apparent on the cave floor. With this thought, Lu Fan's heart raced uncontrollably, and he gripped the thorny branch in his hand more tightly, as if fearing it might be snatched away at any moment. However, upon turning the corner, he was taken aback by the sight before him. There were no ferocious beasts at all, only a small cave, just large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 individuals standing side by side. Water dripped from above, forming a basin-sized puddle on the ground over time, perhaps illustrating the age-old adage of dripping water penetrates stone. After confirming that there were no other concealed openings nearby, Lu Fan eagerly approached and cupped the cool, clear spring water in his hands, drinking deeply. While Lu Fan indulged in the refreshing water, Wang Xiufang, waiting outside, grew increasingly anxious as he remained silent and did not emerge. Summoning her courage, she called into the cave, Xiao Fan, are you all right? Please say something." Hearing his aunt's voice, Lu Fan suddenly realized he had forgotten about her presence outside. Just as he was about to turn and beckon her to drink, a mischievous idea struck him. He decided to play a little trick on her to see if this beautiful aunt would come to his aid in a moment of danger. Standing by the puddle, he shouted toward Wang Xiufang, Aunt, come save me," and then covered his mouth, stifling laughter. "What is wrong with you? Don't scare me." Wang Xiufang, after a moment of contemplation, resolved to check on him. After all, being alone on this desolate island would leave her with little chance of survival. "Hurry, Aunt." Lu Fan's voice echoed again from within the cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Wang Xiufang did not rush in, but first cleared the overgrown weeds at the entrance, thinking this would facilitate her escape should any danger arise. One must admit, she was far more prudent than Lu Fan, considering the situation comprehensively. As she stepped into the cave, she found no sign of Lu Fan. The clearing of the weeds had made the cave considerably brighter, and she soon noticed a figure moving slightly around the corner. "Xiao Fan, is that you?" At this moment, Lu Fan stifled his laughter, trying his best to remain quiet. Although he received no reply, Wang Xiufang approached with an anxious heart. When she reached the corner, she saw Lu Fan, sporting a playful grin, standing by the puddle with open arms, seemingly ready to embrace her as he had done in a previous encounter. Wang Xiufang's expression darkened instantly, her eyes widened, glaring at him as if ready to unleash her fury. "Oh, just wait," she exclaimed. Without another word, she pushed Lu Fan away. Observing her reaction, Lu Fan wasted no time and swiftly exited the cave. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Xiufang's anger flared even more. She gritted her teeth in frustration, then crouched beside the puddle like a thirsty beast, drinking deeply. Meanwhile, Lu Fan scrutinized the cave, noting the chaotic floor littered with twigs, dried grass, and dark animal droppings. After Wang Xiufang quenched her thirst, she stormed toward Lu Fan, seething with anger. Seeing her approach, Lu Fan hurriedly greeted her with a conciliatory smile. However, Wang Xiufang was clearly unimpressed. Her glare was fierce as she prepared to reprimand him, but Lu Fan interrupted. "Aunt, please don't be angry. How about this? You tidy up here while I gather some dry grass outside to make our sleeping area more comfortable tonight," he proposed earnestly. Before Wang Xiufang could respond, he dashed out of the cave, not wanting to be on the receiving end of her fiery wrath. "Hey you." Wang Xiufang watched him leave, stomping her foot in exasperation. "This kid is truly clever," she muttered to herself, shaking her head, though a hint of a reluctant smile tugged at her lips. Finding dry grass amidst the forest was no arduous task, and soon Lu Fan had gathered several large bundles. After multiple trips, he returned all the grass to the cave. For added safety, he also collected a sufficient amount of vines, flexible yet sturdy enough to weave a makeshift door to repel any beasts. Lastly, he brought back a round, black stone, about the size of a watermelon. Wang Xiufang proved to be an industrious woman, having swiftly cleaned the cave floor. Although the bed made of dry grass was humble, her meticulous arrangement rendered it as soft as a mattress, radiating warmth. "Wait a minute, Aunt. Why have you laid out 2 patches of grass? Why not place them together?" Lu Fan inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Wang Xiufang shot him an exasperated glare, internally berating him for his apparent lack of common sense. Still, she maintained her composure and replied, "Why do you think? Remember, you'll sleep on the outside, and I'll take the inner patch." Realizing that she was still upset over his previous misstep, Lu Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment and smiled awkwardly. "Oh, I see. I thought we were going to," but was abruptly cut off by Wang Xiufang's stern command. "Stop. Remember not to come over, otherwise, I will truly be angry." Her tone left no room for negotiation. Understanding her point, Lu Fan nodded in resignation, acknowledging her directive. As the sun gradually set, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lu Fan mused that there would be no time to weave the door today, so he decided to postpone that task until tomorrow. He stacked the collected vines at the cave entrance and arranged some thorns around the perimeter, creating a simple barrier for protection. Satisfied with his handiwork, he clapped his hands and smiled contentedly, contemplating that they should be safe now and could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Due to the time constraints, Lu Fan had not procured any food that day. After quenching his thirst with the cool spring water, they each retreated to their respective sleeping areas to rest. Although his stomach grumbled in protest, Lu Fan reassured her, "Aunt Xiufang, please bear with it for tonight. I will definitely find something to eat tomorrow morning." Wang Xiufang responded softly, a hint of resignation in her voice. "All right, you should get some rest too. We have much to accomplish tomorrow." As night deepened and silence blanketed the surroundings, they enjoyed a peaceful night devoid of disturbances. The first rays of dawn filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting light into the cave. Lu Fan awoke early, moving lightly toward the beach. Unrestrained by his aunt's presence, he felt like an agile monkey, navigating through the dense jungle with ease. His steps were sprightly and nimble, as if the forest were his playground. Within the hour, he successfully reached the shore. Standing upon the sandy shore, Lu Fan inhaled deeply the fresh sea breeze, his spirits soaring. He reminisced about the wilderness survival programs he had once watched on television and began to meticulously search the beach for usable materials washed ashore by the waves. His eyes widened as he scanned every nook and cranny, hoping to find bottles, old clothes, or ropes. Yet, after a prolonged search, he had only managed to collect an antiquated military helmet from the last century and a tattered fishing net. At that moment, Lu Fan muttered to himself, expressing his frustration about the deceptive nature of television. However, he remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation, even feeling a sense of delight at the prospect of living alone on a deserted island with the beautiful village flower, Aunt Wang. Little did he know that the island they were on was situated deep within the vast ocean, 1,000 miles away from the nearest land. Furthermore, this island did not lie along busy shipping routes, making it unlikely for any vessels to pass by. Fishing boats would certainly not venture this far for a catch. Under such circumstances, the only hope lay in the occurrence of a miracle. After all, surviving in such a desolate environment was no easy feat, and receiving aid from the outside world was akin to reaching for the stars. The area was rich in marine life, and for Lu Fan, who had experience catching fish, it was effortless to capture several unfamiliar large fish, crabs, and oysters, simply picking them up from the beach. Food was abundant, especially seafood, and fresh water was available in nearby caves. Once he figured out how to start a fire, everything would be perfect, with Aunt Wong by his side. He would be content even if he never returned home. Lu Fan strung together the fish and seafood using slender vines, slinging them over his shoulder while whistling cheerfully as he made his way toward the cave, completely devoid of any anxiety about being stranded on an island. Chapter 10. Friction Fire. As Lu Fan returned to the cave, carrying his bounty of seafood, Wang Xiaofang had already awakened from her slumber. Aunt Xiaofang, look at the treasures I have brought back, Lu Fan exclaimed excitedly, his voice echoing throughout the cave. Wang Xiaofang's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the enormous fish. Lu Fan smiled with pride, placing the fish and seafood on the ground. Aunt Xiaofang, please prepare these marine delights while I figure out how to start a fire. Soon we shall feast on roasted fish. His words carried an air of confidence and satisfaction, as if he had just accomplished a formidable task and was now relishing in the joy of victory. However, Wang Xiaofang's expression turned to one of concern as she gazed at the multitude of seafood before her. But how can I prepare these? We have no cooking utensils. Indeed, within the confines of this rudimentary cave, there were no pots, bowls, or knives, making the preparation of seafood a daunting challenge. Although Wang Xiaofang was an experienced housewife, she felt helpless in the face of this predicament. That is indeed a problem, but fear not, for I have a solution. Lu Fan seemed to have anticipated this, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. He turned and walked to a corner of the cave, lifting the dark stone he had found the previous day. Wang Xiaofang looked at him skeptically, unsure of what he was planning. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I use this large stone to smash the fish? She asked incredulously. Aunt, do not underestimate this dark stone. It is not an ordinary rock, but obsidian, Lu Fan declared, excitement brimming in his voice as he picked up another stone and gently struck the obsidian. A crisp sound echoed as a shard of obsidian broke off. Seeing this, Lu Fan quickly seized the fallen fragment and continued to strike it, his movements skilled and swift, as if he had crafted tools many times before. Gradually, the shard took on the shape of a dagger. At last, Lu Fan paused, satisfied, and carefully wrapped the handle with slender twigs before presenting the finished dagger to Wang Xiaofang. Here you go, Aunt, try this out. Wang Xiaofang hesitated, taking the dagger with uncertainty, wondering if it would truly be effective. Yet, seeing Lu Fan's confident demeanor, she decided to give it a try. Approaching the large fish, she positioned the dagger against its body and made a gentle slice. In an instant, the fish split cleanly in two, the cut smooth and devoid of any residue. Wang Xiaofang's eyes widened in disbelief as she marveled at the dagger and the perfectly cut fish. She had never imagined that a knife fashioned from stone could be so sharp. At this moment, Lu Fan, observing Wang Xiaofang's astonished expression, felt a swell of pride. So, what do you think, Aunt? Is this dagger not impressive? This is obsidian. A knife made from obsidian is dozens of times sharper than an ordinary kitchen knife. Now, please prepare the fish while I find a way to start a fire. Starting a fire, really? Is this lad truly planning to create fire by friction? Wang Xiaofang gazed at him, puzzled. Lu Fan procured a dry branch and scraped off some shavings with the obsidian shard. Next, he carved a small notch into the branch and placed the shavings inside. He then selected a sturdier branch, pointed one end, and placed it in the notch, rapidly rubbing the two branches together. As this was his first attempt at friction fire, he lacked experience and spent a grueling half-hour, his hands blistering, before smoke began to rise. Wang Xiaofang watched intently, holding her breath in anticipation. As Lu Fan continued to rub, the smoke intensified. Suddenly, he ceased his motion and blew gently into the notch. Moments later, a faint flame flickered to life among the shavings. I did it, Lu Fan exclaimed, carefully transferring the burning shavings to the dry grass he had prepared. Blowing gently, the grass ignited, flames roaring higher. Wang Xiaofang beamed with surprise and admiration. Xiaofan, you are truly remarkable. You can do anything. At that moment, Wang Xiaofang felt immensely grateful to have such a capable man by her side on this desolate island. Her heart filled with reassurance. Seeing the look of admiration in Aunt Wang's eyes, Lu Fan humbly remarked, it was nothing, just a trivial task. Yet, he completely overlooked the red blood seeping from his blistered hands. While Aunt Wang prepared the fish, Lu Fan busied himself with weaving a door to fend off wild beasts. After all, securing proper protection was essential for a peaceful night's sleep. He had no desire to be dragged away by a beast in the dead of night. Wang Xiaofang threaded the prepared fish onto branches and carefully positioned them beside the fire to roast. Simultaneously, she tossed the oysters and crabs directly into the flames, allowing them to cook in the roaring fire. Despite the absence of seasonings, the aroma of the roasting fish began to permeate the cave as the flames grew higher. The enchanting aroma captivated Wang Xiufang, who fixated on the sizzling roasted fish before her, her heart brimming with anticipation. She envisioned the exquisite flavors she would soon experience while savoring the seafood feast and could not help but swallow hard. Just then, the ravenous Lu Fan, unable to suppress his cravings, dashed over like a famished wolf. He swiftly tore off a large piece of fish, heedless of decorum, and thrust it into his mouth. As he bit down, the inherent salty freshness of the fish erupted in his mouth, enveloping his eager taste buds in a rich flavor. The tender, juicy flesh danced on his tongue, providing an unparalleled gastronomic delight. However, in his haste, Lu Fan failed to notice the fish was still sizzling, and hot oil splattered onto his lips, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet he remained unwilling to relinquish the delectable morsel. Observing Lu Fan's comical antics, Wang Xiufang could not help but burst into laughter, teasing him. "Look at you, little glutton. Can't you wait just a moment to eat?" Yet, Lu Fan was utterly immersed in the world of culinary delights, responding without lifting his gaze. "It's cooked and ready to eat." He then seized an oyster from the fire, consuming it whole, shell and all. For Lu Fan, this was not a test of survival in the wilderness. It felt more akin to a delightful island getaway. Chapter 11. Setting traps. Just as the two were relishing their meal, an unusual sound suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Lu Fan, alert, rose to his feet. Grasping his makeshift dagger and cautiously approached the cave entrance, followed closely by a tense Wang Xiufang. Upon peering outside, they spotted a wild boar, tusks gleaming, rummaging nearby in search of food. Lu Fan furrowed his brow. Though the boar was not large, it appeared formidable, and should it enter the cave, they would be in grave danger. This boar must have been lured by the aroma of our roasted fish. "Aunt Xiufang, please stay inside and secure the door while I drive it away." Hearing Lu Fan's intention to confront the wild boar, Wang Xiufang worriedly interjected, "Perhaps we should reconsider. That is a wild boar after all. If we block the entrance, it likely won't come in." Lu Fan assured her that the protective door he had crafted from resilient vines and thorny branches would be effective. The cave's entrance, small on the inside and large on the outside, was easily defensible. "Aunt, think this through. If there is a small wild boar, there must certainly be a larger one nearby. If we do not chase this one away now, we could be in trouble when the larger one arrives." After hearing Lu Fan's reasoning, Wang Xiufang, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement, recognizing his hunting expertise. Lu Fan swiftly set to work, finding a sturdy branch to which he securely tied his dagger, fashioning a rudimentary spear. Though simple in appearance, it seemed exceptionally sharp and lethal in Lu Fan's capable hands. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he suddenly dashed out, aiming for the juvenile wild boar. The beast, caught off guard by Lu Fan's sudden intrusion, became enraged, charging at him with bared tusks, eager to defend its territory. Yet, Lu Fan remained undaunted by the boar's ferocity, nimbly evading its charge. The boar, propelled by its own momentum, collided with a nearby boulder, producing a dull thud. Seizing the moment while the boar was disoriented and in pain, Lu Fan lunged forward, his spear striking true into the beast's leg. The wild boar let out a piercing wail, its injury preventing it from continuing its assault, and it hastily retreated from this formidable foe. Wang Xiufang, who had been watching intently, finally exhaled in relief. She admired Lu Fan's bravery and ingenuity, exclaiming, "Xiao Fan, you truly are courageous." Upon hearing her praise, Lu Fan beamed with pride, responding, "It was nothing, really. Let us continue our meal." Although the wild boar had been successfully driven away, Lu Fan was acutely aware that it might return, and other, more dangerous beasts could be lurking nearby. After careful consideration, he resolved to set hunting traps around the cave. This strategy would not only deter wild animal attacks, but might also inadvertently capture some game, enhancing their diet. After all, consuming seafood daily would eventually become monotonous. He turned to Wang Xiufang, saying, "Aunt Xiufang, I plan to set traps around here so that even when I am not home, you can remain safe. However, please do not wander about while I am away." Wang Xiufang understood Lu Fan's good intentions and smiled, nodding in agreement. She then asked, "Do you need my help with that?" Lu Fan quickly waved his hands, chuckling, "No need, Aunt. Such laborious tasks should not fall upon you. I cannot bear to see you toil so." With a playful wink, he added a hint of jest. Wang Xiufang, amused, chided him, "Oh, you little rascal. Have you become quite the smooth talker?" Yet, her tone bore no reproach, only affection. Encouraged by her response, Lu Fan pressed on, "Aunt, seeing how considerate I am, shouldn't I receive a reward?" He playfully stuck out his tongue and made a silly face. Wang Xiufang could not help but burst into laughter, feigning annoyance. You cheeky boy, I knew you had ulterior motives. Raising her hand as if to swat him, Lu Fan, quick as a rabbit, grabbed the dagger beside him and darted away, calling back, "Aunt, I'm off to set the traps now. Do stay put." Setting traps is a vital skill for any hunter, and Lu Fan was no exception. With spear in hand, he meticulously scoured the underbrush surrounding the cave, each step taken with utmost care to avoid any oversight. Lu Fan was acutely aware that this thicket could conceal various dangers, as venomous snakes and insects might lie in wait. The previous encounter with the green-patterned snake served as a stark reminder. After a thorough search, Lu Fan finally confirmed that no venomous creatures lurked in the grass. He sighed in relief, but remained vigilant. Next, he collected dried mugwort ash and evenly spread it around the cave, forming a protective barrier. Though seemingly simple, this barrier effectively deterred snakes, providing Aunt Xiufang a secure area to enjoy the sea view. After all, one cannot remain cooped up in a cave indefinitely. With this barrier in place, she could move about with peace of mind. After completing the construction of the protective wall, Lu Fan did not cease his endeavors. He continued to bustle about the perimeter, skillfully binding resilient vines to the elastic trees and the snares concealed within the underbrush. These traps were cleverly hidden among the grass, and once a beast inadvertently stepped upon them, they would trigger a mechanism, causing branches to spring forth with great force, hoisting the creature high into the air. Furthermore, Lu Fan demonstrated his ingenuity by bending a small tree to create a crossbow triggering device. Whenever a beast crossed the hidden vine snares, this contraption would be instantly activated, unleashing a barrage of crossbow bolts upon the unsuspecting creature, piercing it with a multitude of arrows. In Chapter 12, I did it intentionally. Lu Fan meticulously arranged various traps within a 2-kilometer radius, adhering to his previous methods. Upon completing this task, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself that not only the recently encountered wild boar, but even a tiger would be left bewildered by his traps. However, at that moment, Lu Fan was exhausted and panting, his throat parched as if set ablaze. He resolved to return to the cave to replenish his fluids, intending to refine the traps further the following day. Despite his physical fatigue, the thought of the beautiful village aunt, Wang Xiufang, awaiting him in the cave invigorated his spirit. He dashed back with renewed energy. Upon reaching the cave, Lu Fan found no sign of Wang Xiufang, only clothes drying by the fire. He called out, "Aunt, I'm back. Where are you?" As he shouted, he made his way towards the small pool at the cave's corner, certain that Wang Xiufang would be there. However, just as he was about to turn the corner, he suddenly heard her voice. "Don't come over. You go out first." Yet Lu Fan's steps did not falter. He quickened his pace, arriving at the corner before her words had fully dissipated. When Lu Fan's gaze fell upon Wang Xiufang, he was momentarily frozen. As if struck by a spell, there stood the village beauty, holding a half-coconut shell, completely naked, her hair dripping wet. It turned out that since arriving on the deserted island, Wang Xiufang had gone without a bath for several days, feeling sticky and emitting an unpleasant odor. Seeing that Lu Fan had not returned for a long time, she decided to wash in the spring water, only to find him returning at the most inopportune moment. As she noticed Lu Fan staring at her, her face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated his return at such a moment, nor his unabashed gaze. Flustered, she grabbed the coconut shell, unsure of how to cover herself. After a moment of struggle, she reluctantly turned her back to him. Her heart racing with a mix of embarrassment and anger, she shouted, "Why aren't you leaving? Hurry up." Hearing Wang Xiufang's furious outburst, Lu Fan realized he had indeed misstepped and quickly apologized. "Aunt, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't know you were bathing." His expression conveyed lingering curiosity, which only served to infuriate Wang Xiufang further. Reluctantly, Lu Fan exited. Squatting at the entrance, Lu Fan could hear the sound of rushing water within, and an insatiable itch crept over him. He pondered whether he should enter now, fearing that he might miss the opportunity to embrace the beauty. Yet, if he rushed in now, he would be no different from a rogue. He decided against it, reasoning that forcing the issue would yield no sweetness. After all, she would not escape him eventually. When Wang Xiufang emerged, she did not mention the earlier incident. Although still angry, she presumed Lu Fan's actions were unintentional and shifted the topic, asking how the trap arrangements were coming along. Being a person of experience, she understood that men could be easily provoked by desire. It was not the time to confront him about the earlier incident, lest the consequences be dire. If he were to recall the moment and become agitated, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Initially bracing for reprimand, Lu Fan felt a weight lifted upon hearing her inquiry. He beamed with joy, responding cheerfully, "It's mostly done. "Aunt, did you know? I even created a safe zone within a few dozen meters around here. Not only snakes and beasts, but even ants won't be able to intrude." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, eager that she grasped his meaning. His tone brimmed with flattery and eagerness, anxious that this village beauty might hold a grudge over the earlier event. Wang Xiufang gazed intently at the man before her, appreciating not only his courage and cleverness, but also his attentiveness. In this desolate wilderness, he managed to uphold moral boundaries, stirring an indescribable feeling within her. In truth, she had considered that if Lu Fan were to make a move at that moment, she might not be entirely surprised or resistant. After all, everyone has physiological needs, and she was no exception. Yet, despite this, deep down, she clung to a sliver of hope for a return home. She firmly believed that as long as they were alive, it would not be long before a rescue team found them. At that time, they could return safely to the village and continue their separate lives. However, the burgeoning intimacy between them filled her with conflict and confusion. After all, their relationship was one of aunt and nephew within the village, a unique identity that left her uncertain of how to face Lu Fan. If he were to develop other feelings for her, how should she respond? These questions lingered in her mind, and as she gazed towards the sea, her heart grew heavier. Suddenly, a dark spot appeared on the distant sea, capturing her attention. Wang Xiufang's eyes widened, and she pointed excitedly, exclaiming, "Lu Fan, look, what is that?" Following her finger, Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a rescue boat? Wang Xiufang, filled with excitement, pulled Lu Fan, eager to rush towards the shore. However, Lu Fan exhibited a hint of concern. If a rescue boat truly approached, their idyllic seclusion might be shattered. Wang Xiufang sensed Lu Fan's unease and questioned, "Why do you look so unhappy? Do you wish to remain on this isolated island forever?" Lu Fan would have loved to stay with her indefinitely. Yet seeing her yearning for home and her family made him realize his selfishness. Reluctantly, he replied, "No, I'm just a bit surprised." With that, they both made their way towards the shore. Yet as the dark spot drew nearer, their hearts sank little by little. What appeared to be a rescue ship was merely a lifeboat adrift upon the ocean's surface. Halfway through their journey, Lu Fan remained unhurried, gripping the excited Wang Xiufang's arm, urging her not to rush out. "Aunt, let's assess the situation before we proceed. What if they are villains?" Chapter 13, Saving Lives. Yet, the eager Wang Xiufang believed Lu Fan was deliberately stalling. She had sensed his possessiveness towards her. In that moment, her feelings of discontent and anger ignited, and she cried out in exasperation, "I knew you didn't want to leave. Let go of me. If you want to go, I will." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Xiufang summoned all her strength, forcefully breaking free from Lu Fan's grasp. Her movements were swift and resolute, as if she intended to erase Lu Fan from her life entirely. Without looking back, she hurriedly continued towards the beach, as if it held the longed-for path home. Lu Fan watched Wang Xiufang's retreating figure, feeling a wave of helplessness swell within him. He understood that no words would sway Wang Xiufang at this moment. As the saying goes, gentle words cannot persuade a defiant spirit. Thus, he refrained from chasing after her. After all, he had elderly parents waiting for his return. He could not remain on this desolate island forever, especially with Wang Xiufang yearning for home. Nevertheless, Lu Fan chose not to depart immediately. Instead, he decided to conceal himself in the forest and observe the situation before making a decision. This way, should any danger arise, they would not be plunged into dire straits. From his elevated vantage point, Lu Fan gazed far into the distance, his eyes fixating on the lifeboat, stirring a familiar sensation within him. This lifeboat bore an uncanny resemblance to the one they had boarded when the cruise ship had met with misfortune. However, now it drifted aimlessly, having lost its propulsion due to depleted fuel, akin to a solitary leaf floating in the vast ocean. On the lifeboat were 6 individuals, their figures appearing diminutive against the expansive sea. A couple in their 60s, Aunt Li and her husband, clung closely together, their faces etched with concern for their uncertain fate. Among them was Lin Schwer, a striking woman in her 30s, the owner of a publicly listed company, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Yet, after days without adequate fresh water and facing an unknown destiny, her once radiant complexion had dulled, and the haughty demeanor of the so had faded. Also present were Long Gu and his 2 subordinates, with whom Lu Fan had previously clashed on the cruise. Long Gu, once brimming with vitality, now appeared significantly emaciated. His 2 subordinates, famished and desperate, paddled the lifeboat with frantic urgency toward the island ahead, their movements clumsy yet driven by a primal instinct for survival. To Lu Fan's surprise, Long Gu had somehow managed to survive. However, he was puzzled to see only 2 of Long Ji's 3 subordinates remaining. Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang, hastily traversing the forest, remained oblivious to the occupants of the lifeboat. She ran desperately, seeking to escape the unfamiliar and treacherous wilderness. Without Lu Fan's assistance, navigating through the tangled vines became exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, a vine ensnared her, causing her to tumble heavily to the ground. She cried out in pain, scraping her knee and palm. If it weren't for that scoundrel Lu Fan, I would have reached the beach by now. Struggling to rise, the sharp pain compelled her to weep. At that instant, Long Gu and his companions had just reached the beach, where they frantically dashed toward the coconut trees. Behind them, Lin Shuer and Aunt Li supported Aunt Li's husband, who appeared extremely weak, lacking even the strength to walk. However, to Long Ji's dismay, the coconuts had already been harvested by Lu Fan, leaving only a few unripe green coconuts. Unfazed by the risks of consuming raw coconuts, the group devoured them ravenously, disregarding the plight of Lin Shuer and her companions. Could you leave us just a little? Lin Shuer implored, her cracked lips resembling a parched riverbed. As the saying goes, when basic needs are met, desires emerge. Having temporarily quenched their thirst, Long Gu turned to the eagerly waiting Lin Shuer. He had harbored ulterior motives towards her while adrift at sea, but the dire circumstances had left him too weakened to pursue such desires. This was also why the inherently selfish Long Gu had kept her close. The elderly couple had played a crucial role in their survival. As retired experts from a major hospital, they had employed their medical knowledge to administer hydration treatments, preventing the group from succumbing to dehydration during their arduous days at sea. Without their assistance, Long Gu and his men might have already met their demise. Long Gu, stroking his chin with a lewd grin, surveyed Lin Shuer, feigning surprise as he inquired, "You wish to drink?" The beauty nodded eagerly, her gaze fixed on the coconut in his hand. "If you desire a drink, you must barter with your body." Before Lin Shuer could respond, he began to make inappropriate advances toward her. The once aloof Lin Shuer had no choice but to retreat helplessly, attempting to flee while shouting, "Let go of me. I would rather die of thirst than succumb to your vile intentions, you beast." Long Gu, with a menacing glare, retorted, "This is not up to you." Seeing this, his two subordinates edged closer, eager to join in. "Boss, after you're done, let us have our turn." Long Gu assured them, "Don't worry. Once I've had my fill, I'll let you enjoy as well." The two subordinates perked up, rushing to pin the terrified woman to the beach, tearing at her clothing. In a state of panic, Lin Shuer struggled desperately. Witnessing this appalling scene, Aunt Li cried out, "Stop! You are committing a crime. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" One of the subordinates shot back, "Shut up, you old hag. If not for your medical skills, we would have tossed you both to the sea to feed the fish long ago." At this moment, Aunt Li and her husband understood that on this deserted island, Long Gu and his men could easily kill them without a soul knowing. Moreover, being utterly defenseless, they realized they were no match for them, leaving them to helplessly watch this abhorrent display. As Lin Shuer lay pinned to the beach, she sobbed uncontrollably, pleading for mercy, attempting to awaken the men's conscience. Yet, the savagery of Long Gu and his companions showed no signs of abating. Just as their heinous intentions were about to be realized, Wang Xiufang, unaware of the gravity of the situation, shouted, "Stop, you beasts." From his concealed position in the forest, Lu Fan beheld this alarming scene, his heart sinking. "Aunt, you are in danger." Without a moment to ponder, he dashed down the mountainside with urgency. Oblivious to the peril, Wang Xiufang naively believed these ruffians would regard her feelings as Lu Fan had in this wild land, unaware that this decision would lead to her profound regret. Chapter 14. The sudden appearance of Wang Xiufang left Long Gu and his companions utterly astonished. Her immaculate attire and the delicate, supple texture of her skin surprised them, making her appear even more radiant than she had on the cruise. One would hardly suspect that she had been forced to survive on this desolate island. If one were unaware, they might think she had come here for a vacation. Long Gu gazed at Wang Xiufang in disbelief, exclaiming, "What is she doing here?" "Well, this is splendid. You fellows need not wait any longer. We can enjoy her together." With a laugh, he gestured to a nearby lackey, who, along with another, rushed towards Wang Xiufang. Seeing Wang Xiufang approaching unperturbed, the kind-hearted couple, Aunt Li and her husband, could not bear to witness another person suffer and shouted, "Miss, don't come over. Run. These men are beasts." Enraged, Long Gu picked up a coconut shell from the beach and hurled it at the couple. As Aunt Li's husband, unable to bear the thought of his wife being harmed, summoned every last ounce of his waning strength to shield her, the shell struck him, and he collapsed in a pool of blood. "Ah, you scoundrels, you will face divine retribution," Aunt Li wailed, cradling her blood-soaked husband in despair. Lin Shuer, who had been pinned to the beach, was horrified by the brutality she witnessed and screamed in terror, exerting all her strength to break free from her captor and flee towards Wang Xiufang's direction. Huang Mao, seeing this, pursued her relentlessly. At this moment, Wang Xiufang, finally awakening to the gravity of the situation, turned to run back, but it was too late. She had barely taken a few steps when Long Gu and his accomplice tackled her to the ground. Long Gu pressed down on the struggling Wang Xiufang, menacingly stating, "Last time, I didn't succeed, but now you've come to me willingly. Today, I shall have my way." With that, he lunged at her like a ravenous wolf, tearing at her clothing. Wang Xiufang's eyes filled with terror. She could hardly fathom that these two men would brazenly commit such acts. Meanwhile, the lackey beside Long Gu urged, "Boss, you go first, I'll take my turn later." Long Gu, noticing his eagerness, mockingly replied, "If you can't wait, there's another over there," nodding towards the grieving Aunt Li. "No need, boss, I can wait a bit." Who would choose an older woman over a younger? Wang Xiufang, horrified at the thought of being violated by these repugnant men, felt a sense of despair wash over her, struggling desperately against them. However, as a frail woman alone, she was no match for the two ruffians. Long Gu slapped her twice, commanding, "Behave, or I'll kill you." In a moment of desperation, Wang Xiufang cried out, "Lu Fan, come save me." Upon hearing her call, Long Gu trembled and quickly drew his weapon, becoming alert. Hidden in the jungle, Lu Fan witnessed the entire scene unfold but refrained from rushing in, knowing that the assailants wielded daggers and machetes. Acting recklessly could endanger Aunt Li. Long Gu scanned the surroundings, shouting, "Brat, where are you? Show yourself if you dare." Silence enveloped the area, save for the sound of crashing waves. Regaining his composure, Long Gu sneered, "Playing tricks, are we? I'll deal with you first." With that, he lunged at Wang Xiufang once more. Just then, as Lin Shuer was on the verge of being caught by Huang Mao, an arrow shot forth from the trees, striking Huang Mao in the back, causing him to collapse with a shriek. Long Gu, alarmed by the commotion, bent down to investigate, fearing an ambush. Suddenly, a figure darted from the woods like a flash of lightning. Lu Fan had arrived. His expression was cold, exuding an aura of intimidation. Lu Fan swiftly positioned himself in front of Wang Xiufang, delivering a powerful kick to Long Gu, who fell back like a kite with its string cut, crashing onto the sand. Seeing this, Long Gu's remaining lackey swung his machete at Lu Fan, who deftly sidestepped and seized the lackey's wrist, twisting it until a sickening crack echoed, causing the thug to drop the weapon and cry out in agony. Lu Fan then kicked him to the ground. Long Gu, struggling to rise, was filled with terror and rage. He picked up a dagger, brandishing it menacingly and shouted, "You think you can do anything? I'll fight you." Lu Fan chuckled coldly. Oh, how fortuitous. In a flash, he appeared before Long Gu, snatched the dagger from his hand, and pressed it against his throat, saying icily, "You wanted to fight, did you? This dagger has been waiting for you." Long Gu, now pale and trembling, pleaded for mercy, transformed from a fearsome figure into a pitiful wretch. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer, witnessing this turn of events, rushed forward, seething, "You scoundrel. No more bullying, Lin Shuer." She seized the dagger from Lu Fan and plunged it into Long Ji's groin, resulting in a scream that echoed across the island. Lin Shuer's fierce blow would surely incapacitate Long Gu, who writhed on the ground, blood staining the sand. Lu Fan was taken aback by Lin Shuer's ferocity. He had not anticipated such bravery from the beautiful woman. He thought to himself that this scoundrel would no longer dare to torment women and resolved to keep his distance from her in the future. At that moment, Wang Xiufang, sobbing, rose from the ground and threw herself into Lu Fan's arms, crying, "Xiao Fan, thank goodness you came. Otherwise, I fear what might have happened." The once composed Wang Xiufang now resembled a distressed little girl, her eyes reflecting the horror of her near escape. Lu Fan gently comforted her, "It's all right, Andy. It's all over now." Lin Shuer, observing Lu Fan's affectionate address towards Wang Xiufang, regarded them with curiosity. Noticing her gaze, Lu Fan politely nodded. Deeply impressed by Aunt Li and her husband's kindness, he approached them with concern, asking, "Auntie, how is Uncle's injury?" Aunt Li shook her head in despair. Pointing to a small boat anchored nearby, "The medical kit is in the box. Hurry." Upon reaching the lifeboat, Lu Fan discovered it filled with empty bottles, a medical kit, a larger suitcase, and several travel backpacks. After hauling all the supplies onto the beach and handing the medical kit to Aunt Li, he strode towards Long Gu and his companions, his eyes filled with fury. Chapter 15. Back to the cave at this moment. Long Gu and his cohorts were utterly terrified of Lu Fan, resembling mice before a cat, too fearful to even lift their heads. "Scram, never let me see you again, or I will certainly kill you," Lu Fan declared coldly, his face devoid of expression. The threat shocked them. In this lawless land, They knew that even if he killed them, no one would be the wiser. Huang Mao, wounded in the leg, incredulously asked, "What? You really will let us go? I will count to 3. If you do not leave by then, I will change my mind." Without waiting for a response, Lu Fan began his count. The 3 injured individuals tumbled onto the small boat, paddling into the depths of the ocean. Lin Shuer, filled with rage, gazed at the retreating figures of Long Guo and his companions. Perplexed, she questioned Mr. Lu, "Are you truly allowing them to escape so easily? What other choice do I have?" Lu Fan replied, "Shall we treat human lives as mere trifles like they do?" Lin Shuer found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Lu Fan's retort. However, before she could continue, Lu Fan interrupted her. "Rest assured, my dear lady, in this ocean devoid of fresh water, whether they can survive is still an enigma. Remember, evil begets its own reckoning." At this moment, Lu Fan had yet to stain his hands with blood. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not readily condemn another to death, for this was his moral baseline. "Wang Xiufeng, what shall we do now?" she inquired, resembling a docile kitten awaiting her master's command. As twilight descended, Lu Fan suggested they return to the cave to rest, otherwise, they might encounter perilous beasts after nightfall. Thus, under Lu Fan's guidance, the group set forth toward the cave. Wang Xiufeng, still shaken, followed closely behind Lu Fan, her mind replaying the recent events, haunted by fear. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Xiao Fan, did you know there was danger lurking? Which is why you didn't come out earlier?" Upon hearing her question, Lu Fan paused, glancing back at her. Wang Xiufeng's disheveled hair and tattered clothing painted a picture of distress. Seeing her in such a state, Lu Fan swallowed his reprimand, merely replying, "I wasn't aware. I only acted out of concern for safety." However, the village beauty seemed unconvinced, challenging him. "Then why didn't you stop me back then?" Lu Fan found her accusation both amusing and exasperating. He shook his head in disbelief, saying, "My dear aunt, let's not twist the truth. When I tried to stop you, you thought I had ulterior motives. How could I possibly restrain you? And now you turn the blame on me." Wang Xiufeng was about to retort, but perhaps realizing her earlier impulsiveness, she trailed off mid-sentence. "What could I have done? Should I have clung to you to prevent you from leaving? Then you would accuse me of taking advantage of you, wouldn't you?" A smirk crept onto Lu Fan's lips, his gaze filled with playful mockery. Suddenly, as if struck by a humorous thought, he added with a mischievous grin, "So you were hoping I would embrace you back then? If you wish, I could oblige now." Haha. His teasing words wafted into her ears like a playful breeze, laced with jest. Wang Xiufeng, visibly annoyed, furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "You little rascal. Are you deliberately trying to make a fool of me? Just wait until I tear your mouth apart." As she spoke, she unceremoniously pinched Lu Fan's ear. "Ouch, that hurts. Let go. Aunt, I was wrong, all right? I won't embrace you anymore." Lu Fan cried out in mock agony, attempting to wriggle free from her grip. The scene unfolded like a comedic skit, eliciting laughter from the others trailing behind. Lin Shuer, witnessing this unexpected side of the seemingly stoic Lu Fan, felt a surge of curiosity towards him, intrigued by the stark contrast. Having gone several days without sustenance, Lin Shuer and her companions were in a dire state, weak and on the verge of dehydration. After struggling for some time, their strength waned, and the distance between them and Lu Fan and Wang Xiufeng widened. Observing this, Wang Xiufeng promptly called out to Lu Fan, signaling him to assist. Although reluctant, Lu Fan complied with her request and turned to help Lin Shuer. Upon reaching her, he politely nodded and offered, "Beautiful lady, allow me to support you." However, Wang Xiufeng, noticing this, expressed her dissatisfaction, reproaching Lu Fan, "Humph. They say no good comes from helping others. Look at you. She doesn't need your assistance. You should help Aunt Li with that uncle instead." Lu Fan felt exasperated by Wang Xiufeng's remarks, muttering inwardly, "Is this really my fault? I'm merely trying to help." Yet, faced with her accusations, he chose silence and walked over to Aunt Li and her husband. Whether Wang Xiufeng genuinely wished for Lu Fan to assist Aunt Li or simply disliked seeing him interact with other women was a question she could not even clarify for herself. After all, her anger towards Lu Fan was palpable whenever he seemed to have ulterior motives. Yet when he approached another woman, she felt an inexplicable discomfort. Thus, Lu Fan carried the injured Uncle Li, while Wang Xiufeng and the remaining 2 supported each other, trudging along the rugged mountain path. The journey felt both long and arduous. Ultimately, they successfully returned to the cave before nightfall. Exhausted, Lu Fan sank to the ground, sweat cascading from his forehead like raindrops, panting heavily. Wang Xiufeng, witnessing his fatigue, felt a surge of compassion. She hurried to his side, gently wiping the sweat from his brow, and inquired with concern, "Are you all right? Do you need to rest?" Lu Fan lifted his gaze to meet Wang Xiufang's, inhaling her familiar scent, and was instantly filled with a sense of contentment. He shook his head, unable to suppress a smile that blossomed like flowers in spring. Wang Xiufang, puzzled by his sudden joy, asked, "What are you grinning about?" Lu Fan quickly composed himself, responding casually, "Oh, nothing, just admiring the beautiful weather today." "What? The weather?" Wang Xiufang glanced outside the cave, agreeing, "Indeed. The weather is quite lovely, hee." They exchanged knowing smiles, their silence speaking volumes. Suddenly, Wang Xiufang seemed to remember something important. "Oh dear, I almost forgot, there's water inside. Pure, natural spring water." She pointed towards a small pool around the corner. Lin Shuer, on the brink of dehydration, rushed to the pool, cupping her hands to drink eagerly, completely shedding her previous aloof demeanor. Wang Xiufang urged her, "Slow down, take your time. There's plenty of water here." But Lin Shuer, seemingly oblivious, continued to drink deeply. After quenching her thirst, she gazed at the water in her hands, tears of sorrow streaming down her cheeks. She recalled how close she had come to being harmed for a mere sip of water. Meanwhile, Aunt Li took a sip before using a coconut shell to scoop some water, offering it to her husband. "Old Li, please drink some water. This is spring water." Uncle Li, gravely injured, had just endured a bumpy journey to the cave, and his condition was perilously critical. With Aunt Li's assistance, Uncle Li managed to sit up with great difficulty. Having gone days without sustenance, he was exceedingly weak, and his emotions began to spiral, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Aunt Li hurriedly offered him the spring water, which he drank eagerly, as though it were the very essence of life. Witnessing this, a glimmer of relief crossed Aunt Li's face. She knew her husband had finally received some much-needed nourishment. However, just as everyone believed the situation had improved, Uncle Li suddenly erupted into a severe coughing fit. With a wrenching cough, a mouthful of blood gushed forth. This unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned, and Uncle Li's body stiffened before collapsing backward, as if bereft of support. The onlookers quickly gathered to assess the situation. Lu Fan anxiously inquired, "Aunt, what has happened to Uncle Li?" Aunt Li's face turned as pale as a sheet. Her trembling hands checked her husband's pupils, and upon noticing their dilation, she could no longer contain her grief, bursting into tears. Realizing Aunt Li's distress, the others gathered around her, offering comfort in hopes of alleviating her sorrow. After all, once a life is lost, it cannot be restored, especially in such an isolated place. Upon receiving Aunt Li's consent, Lu Fan quietly carried Uncle Li's body to a nearby hillside. He dug a small grave, gently laid Uncle Li to rest, and covered him with earth. After completing this somber task, Lu Fan stood quietly before the grave, paying silent tribute filled with mourning and respect for Uncle Li. When Lu Fan returned to the cave, he immediately spotted Wang Xiufang anxiously waiting at the entrance. At that moment, she had cleaned herself up, not only washing away the grime, but also donning a brand new outfit. This attire was not her original clothing, but rather something she had unearthed from the cryptic chest on the small boat. The garments within the chest were evidently new, carrying a subtle fragrance, as if specially prepared for her. Clad in her new attire, Wang Xiufang radiated a fresh allure. Her striking features, characterized by thick brows and large eyes, now appeared even more enchanting. Her long hair was neatly tied back into a braid, swaying gently with her movements, adding an element of grace. Her skin was smooth and delicate, and her figure was perfectly proportioned, embodying the ideal of a virtuous wife and mother. Every smile and frown of hers exuded warmth and kindness, inviting others to draw near and depend on her. Seeing this scene, a warm current surged through Lu Fan's heart as he approached her, expressing concern. "Aunt, why are you waiting for me here? Has something happened?" Wang Xiufang's worries eased slightly upon seeing Lu Fan return, though her brow remained furrowed. "Xiao Fan, you are finally back. I was almost beside myself with worry." Lu Fan quickly reassured her, "Do not fret, I am perfectly fine." Wang Xiufang felt a bit relieved, but continued to gaze at him, as if she had something more to say. After a moment, she finally asked, "Xiao Fan, do you think we might never return?" Lu Fan was taken aback by her question, responding with confusion, "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Wang Xiufang sighed, explaining, "I was chatting with Aunt Li and the others, and learned they had drifted at sea for several days without sighting a fishing boat. I began to wonder if we might be trapped here forever." Her voice grew somber, revealing a hint of despair and helplessness. Although Lu Fan longed to return to his original world, at that moment, he found himself more inclined to remain in this place alongside the captivating village flower, spending the rest of his days together. At least, in that instant, he was steadfast in that belief. Suddenly, an ingenious thought struck Lu Fan, prompting him to gauge Aunt's sentiments. He cautiously inquired, "Aunt, if we truly cannot return, what do you plan to do?" Wang Xiufang contemplated briefly before responding. "First, we should build a wooden house, then surround it with various beautiful flowers." As she envisioned this, she inadvertently caught sight of the sly smile on Lu Fan's face. Her heart raced, as if sensing his intentions, and she shot him a sharp glare. However, Lu Fan was undeterred by her gaze, boldly declaring, "Aunt Xiufang, I like you. If we cannot go back, I am willing to dedicate my life to caring for you." This unexpected confession left Wang Xiufang momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated Lu Fan to be so forthright with his feelings. While she understood that on this deserted island, the proximity of a man and a woman might lead to developments of a romantic nature, she was not yet psychologically prepared for such a transformation in their relationship. Especially with Lin Shuer and Aunt Li present, aware of their aunt-nephew dynamic, complicating matters further. Wang Xiufang's cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned away, chiding, "You mischievous boy. What nonsense are you spouting? This is hardly the time for such talk." Yet, there lingered an unmistakable hint of shyness and joy in her eyes. At that moment, Lin Shuer emerged from the cave, her brow raised at the palpable tension between the two. "Oh, it seems even on this deserted island, romance is blossoming." Wang Xiufang blushed deeper, hastily explaining herself. Lin Shuer waved her hand. "I haven't said anything inappropriate. After all, we must support each other to survive here." Just then, Lin Shuer, like a fresh and elegant lily, emerged from the grime, adorned in a snow-white dress. Her dark, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, complementing her striking beauty and exuding an irresistible charm. Lu Fan was captivated by Lin Shuer, his eyes sparkling as if he had witnessed a celestial being descend. However, Wang Xiufang observed this interaction, and her heart, once warmed by Lu Fan's earlier gesture, felt as if doused in icy water, plunging into despair. In a fit of anger, Wang Xiufang did not hesitate to lift her foot and deliver a forceful kick to Lu Fan's foot. "Ouch!" he yelped, his body jolting as he collapsed to the ground. Wincing in pain, he rubbed his injured leg, exclaiming, "Why did you kick me? Are you out of your mind? That hurts." After venting her frustrations, Wang Xiufang stormed back into the cave, leaving Lu Fan groaning in pain. Lin Shuer, seeing this, hurriedly approached him, her voice melodious and gentle. "Are you all right?" Lu Fan lifted his gaze to behold the ethereal Lin Shuer, who stood so close that he could detect the faint fragrance emanating from her. His eyes were irresistibly drawn to her, and he found himself swallowing nervously, completely oblivious to his own pain. However, in his excitement, Lu Fan failed to notice the path beneath his feet. Suddenly, his balance faltered, and he toppled forward, landing heavily on the ground. This comical scene elicited a fit of laughter from Lin Shuer, her melodious laughter echoing through the valley like a gentle spring breeze, warm and soothing. Upon returning to the cave, the group emptied the contents of the suitcases and backpacks they had salvaged. The items inside were clearly meticulously prepared for travel. As Lu Fan opened the suitcase, he was greeted by a dazzling array of items, including several high-end designer clothes that boasted exquisite styles and materials. Moreover, the suitcase contained numerous cosmetics from renowned brands, leading to the conclusion that its owner was likely someone of considerable significance. The other bags revealed a similar story, devoid of any men's clothing or belongings, solely filled with women's items. Disappointment washed over Lu Fan as he pondered whether the men aboard the cruise had departed without any luggage. According to Lin Shuer, they had discovered these bags and suitcases while hastily boarding the lifeboat during the cruise's sinking, desperately hoping to find some edible provisions. Unfortunately, upon opening the bags, they found nothing that could satiate their hunger. The first aid kit in Aunt Li's possession was merely a standard emergency kit found on every rescue boat, containing only basic supplies for treating wounds such as bandages, antiseptic cotton balls, and adhesive bandages. After a brief replenishment of some food, the group settled into a hasty slumber. Aunt Li and Lin Shuer rested on the dry hay within the cave, while Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang occupied the space that had originally belonged to Lu Fan alone. However, the village beauty seemed to harbor lingering resentment regarding Lu Fan and Lin Shuer's situation. She allocated only a third of the space to Lu Fan, arrogantly warning him to remain behind a certain boundary. As night enveloped the cave in darkness, obscuring all visibility, Lu Fan lay restless, unwilling to surrender to sleep. He repeatedly attempted to feign slumber, subtly inching toward Wang Xiufang, but each time, his small maneuvers failed to escape her watchful eyes. The village beauty would mercilessly kick him away, thwarting Lu Fan's plans, until he resigned himself to curling up in a corner, succumbing to deep sleep. The unexpected addition of 2 individuals had significantly increased the demand for the scant food supply. Observing the dwindling provisions, Lu Fan felt a sense of helplessness. However, he reasoned that they could not allow everyone to go hungry, so he resolved to traverse the forest once more and fish by the sea. With haste, Lu Fan gathered his gear, strapping on his self-fashioned bow and arrow, slipping a sharp dagger into his belt, and firmly grasping the machete he had confiscated from long ago. Once prepared, he turned to Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, who stood nearby. Wang Xiufang, her face etched with concern, urged him to be cautious, saying, "Xiao Fan, be careful on your journey and return promptly." Her voice was filled with genuine worry. Lin Shuer echoed her sentiments, urging him to prioritize safety. Meanwhile, Aunt Li, still immersed in grief from the recent loss of her husband, remained silent. Lu Fan, sensing their concern, smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I am quite familiar with this path and will encounter no issues." With that, he stepped out of the cave without hesitation, heading towards the forest. The thought of 2 beautiful women waiting for him ignited a fervor within him, and he began to run with increasing speed, as if propelled by the very winds beneath his feet, eager to reach the seaside and catch enough fish to delight the 2 ladies. Upon arriving at the beach, Lu Fan stood upon the sandy shore, the sea breeze brushing against his face, bringing a refreshing chill. Armed with a spear, he fixed his intense gaze upon the water, skillfully plunging the spear into the depths before swiftly lifting it, ensnaring a lively fish upon its tip. He continued this process, soon amassing a collection of various fish on the ground. Joy surged within him as he surveyed his catch, pondering that these fish would surely suffice for their meals for 2 days. Although lacking seasoning, it would still be a hearty feast. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and his eyes brightened. He quickly gathered several larger coconut shells nearby, filling them with seawater. Lu Fan intended to extract salt from the seawater, enhancing the flavor of the grilled fish. With preparations complete, Lu Fan hung the coconut shells filled with seawater at his waist and hoisted the fish and some crabs over his shoulder, hastening back. The 3 anxious figures waiting in the cave spotted Lu Fan from afar, and upon seeing the bounty of seafood he had brought back, they eagerly rushed towards him. "Wow, Xiao Fan, you are incredible," Wang Xiufang exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration. "So much. We can have grilled fish again. It's just a pity we don't have any seasoning. Otherwise, it would be perfect." Lin Shuer chimed in, her excitement tinged with a hint of disappointment. Without hesitation, Lu Fan responded, "Who says we have no salt? Ani, you all start preparing the fish, and I will go fetch the salt." Upon hearing the words "fetch salt," both Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer gasped in astonishment. "Fetch salt? No way," they exclaimed in unison. Yet, Lu Fan remained confident, a slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Aunt Li, observing the seawater in the coconut shells, seemed to grasp the meaning behind Lu Fan's intent to fetch salt. She smiled and explained to Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, "Xiao Fan plans to extract edible salt from the seawater." Although the 2 young women still found the concept somewhat unclear, they nodded in understanding. With determination, Lu Fan began preparing to extract the sea salt. He sought out several flat stones nearby, skillfully arranging them to construct a makeshift stove. Then, he carefully poured the filtered seawater into an old steel helmet he had found on the beach, positioning it securely atop the stove. Once everything was in place, Lu Fan ignited a fire, allowing the flames to gently lap at the base of the helmet as he commenced the slow process of boiling the seawater. Meanwhile, as Wang Xiufang worked on the fish, she could not help but be intrigued by Lu Fan's actions. She frequently paused to glance in his direction, her curiosity prompting a barrage of questions. "Xiao Fan, can that seawater really yield salt?" she inquired. "My dear Ani, have I ever deceived you? Do you still doubt me?" Lu Fan replied confidently, winking playfully at Wang Xiufang. "You mischievous rascal, look at how capable you've become." As the seafood was being prepared, and the salt was yet to be boiled, Aunt Li turned to Lin Shuer and said, "Shuer, when we arrived, I noticed plenty of Ji Lu Zi in the woods. Let us gather some to use as seasoning." Ge Lu Zi possesses a subtle fragrance, remarkably akin to that of cumin and Qian Li Xiang. Therefore, it serves as an excellent ingredient for eliminating fishy odors, enhancing aroma, adjusting flavors, and prolonging aftertastes. While Lu Fan was oblivious to this, Aunt Li, who had long been acquainted with medicinal herbs, was quite familiar with it. As the moisture gradually evaporated and the seawater reached a salinity of 13, charcoal was added, known for its ability to absorb impurities. After a moment, the charcoal, now laden with impurities, was discarded. The seawater was then filtered through gauze and boiled down to a salinity of 13 for sedimentation. After half an hour, the sedimented seawater was poured into a pot for further boiling. When reduced to 1/3, it transformed into brine, which was then dried to yield coarse salt of a pale yellow hue, slightly bitter and not yet fully edible. The remaining moisture was evaporated, and once cooled, fresh water was added to dissolve it before being boiled again. Once dried, it became edible fine salt. Success! Lu Fan exclaimed joyfully. At this moment, Aunt Li and Lin Shuer had gathered a considerable amount of Ji Lu Zi, and Aunt Li instructed Lin Shuer to crush the Ji Lu Zi into powder using stones. With salt and seasoning ready, Lu Fan skewered the prepared seafood with branches, coated it with salt, and grilled it over the fire, sprinkling some Ji Lu Zi seasoning in between. Soon, the enticing aroma of the seafood wafted through the air. They gathered together, indulging in a true barbecue feast. As they savored the delicious seafood, praises for Lu Fan's culinary skills echoed around him. Observing the satisfied smiles of his companions warmed Lu Fan's heart. He understood that with these provisions, their lives on this deserted island would continue to improve. Just as everyone was relishing their meal, a low, rumbling roar suddenly echoed from afar, its volume chilling to the bone. Lin Shuer and Aunt Li, newly arrived on this island, were initially immersed in the joy of feasting. However, the sudden sound made their nerves tense instantly as they gazed fearfully toward the cave entrance, attempting to ascertain the source of the noise. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, already accustomed to such terrifying roars, remained remarkably composed, seemingly undisturbed by the sudden interruption, continuing to enjoy his meal with tranquility. Lin Shuer, in a state of urgency, anxiously inquired of Lu Fan, "What is that sound? Could there be wild beasts around here?" Her voice betrayed her evident unease, and her eyes were filled with fear and concern. Aunt Li chimed in. "Yes, Xiao Fan. Could that beast find its way to this cave? That would be dangerous for us." Worry was also etched upon her face. Observing their anxiety, Lu Fan set down his food, reassuring them, "Indeed, there are wild boars and other beasts roaming this island. Not long ago, not far from the cave, Aunt Xiaofang and I encountered a wild boar." Upon hearing his words, Lin Shuer grew even more alarmed. Recalling her recent escape from the clutches of Long Gu and his gang, was she now to face a wild beast attack? It felt as if she had narrowly escaped the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's maw. Lu Fan continued, "But fear not, for I am here. I have set traps in a perimeter 2 kilometers around. Not even a tiger could breach it. Within a 50-meter radius, there won't even be a snake. You can roam freely without worry." Chapter 19. The wild boar that walked into a trap. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lin Shuer and Aunt Li felt a slight sense of relief. However, the distant roar grew not quieter but louder, occasionally accompanied by the sharp sound of snapping branches, echoing through the once peaceful forest, jarring and distinct. Lu Fan's brow furrowed as he concentrated intently on the distant sounds. As they intensified, a smile of delight suddenly graced his face, and he excitedly called out to Wang Xiaofang and the others, "Listen to that commotion. It seems a wild beast has triggered one of our traps." Before he finished speaking, Lu Fan darted forward like an arrow, swiftly grabbing the spear and bow nearby, racing away like the wind. Wang Xiaofang and Lin Shuer were momentarily bewildered by the sudden turn of events, yet their curiosity propelled them to cautiously follow. During the run, Lu Fan noticed the two trailing behind, so he halted and turned to face Wang Xiaofang and Lin Shuer, a look of suspicion crossing his face. "Why are you two following me? Are you not afraid?" Wang Xiaofang quickly explained, "We were worried about you." Lin Shuer nodded vigorously in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Fan felt a warm surge of affection, but still handed his machete to Wang Xiaofang. He then drew an obsidian dagger from his waist and passed it to Lin Shuer, advising her, "Take this dagger for self-defense. If any danger arises, it will serve as a means of protection." Lin Shuer, wide-eyed in disbelief, gazed at the nearly half-meter-long, glimmering machete in Wang Xiaofang's hands, then looked down at her own inconspicuous obsidian dagger, a wave of strong dissatisfaction washing over her. Pouting, she shot Lu Fan an exaggerated eye roll and sulked. How unfair. Lu Fan, seemingly oblivious to Lin Shuer's discontent, feigned concern and said, "Oh, Lin Shuer, despite your tall stature, you are quite delicate. That machete is far too heavy for you to wield." As he spoke, he stepped closer to Lin Shuer, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "But fret not. I'm here to protect you. Besides, she is my aunt. If we were to find love and marry on this deserted island, it would be splendid to have an elder witness our union." Lin Shuer's face turned a deep shade of red upon hearing Lu Fan's words, her eyes widening as she fixed an intense glare on his teasing expression, igniting her indignation. Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted her right leg and, with all her might, delivered a forceful kick to Lu Fan's groin. A pained yelp escaped his lips as he jumped up like a startled rabbit, clutching his vital parts. His face contorted in agony. Seeing this, Lin Schwetter's ire cooled slightly, but she still pointed at Lu Fan, declaring, "If you dare speak nonsense again, this will be your fate." Lu Fan hopped around like a kangaroo, his face paling, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, clearly suffering greatly. How ruthless! He cursed inwardly, recognizing her targeted attack on a man's most vulnerable area. Was she out to destroy him? While he continued to bounce about, desperately hoping to alleviate the pain, Wang Xiaofang, witnessing the scene, shook her head in resignation and sighed. "You brought this upon yourself. Even now, you still think to take advantage of women." Her tone was laced with reproach and dissatisfaction. Lu Fan, hearing Wang Xiaofang's comment, was about to retort. "No, I," abruptly interrupted. "Stop the banter and let's move." Her voice was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing this, Lu Fan had no choice but to swallow the words that hovered on his lips, his face contorted in a grimace more unpleasant than tears. He took a few deep breaths to alleviate the pain, then, resigned, led Wang Xiaofang and Lin Schwer toward the source of the noise they had heard earlier. As they approached the cacophony, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. A massive wild boar was ensnared by vines, suspended upside down from a robust tree. The creature's size was staggering, easily weighing several hundred pounds, resembling a small elephant and exuding an aura of dread. Its eyes, the size of bronze bells, glared menacingly at Lu Fan and his companions, while its enormous, sharp tusks resembled lethal daggers. With a gaping maw, it emitted a deep, ferocious roar, reverberating through the serene forest like thunder, as if issuing a dire warning. It then began to thrash wildly, its immense strength causing the sturdy tree to sway violently, showering the ground with a cascade of leaves akin to a rainstorm. Feeling the peril of the situation, Lu Fan's heart raced as he realized the catastrophic consequences if the boar broke free. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Everyone, step back." Simultaneously, he fixed his gaze on the boar, seizing a fleeting opportunity to thrust his spear towards it with the swiftness of lightning. The spear struck the boar, inflicting pain and inciting it to thrash even more violently. It writhed in fury, its angry roars echoing through the woods, a sound that pierced the air and rattled the eardrums. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, gripping the spear tightly, his feet firmly planted on the ground, locked in a stalemate with the frenzied beast. Veins bulged in his arms, beads of sweat the size of peas dotted his forehead. Yet he showed no sign of retreat. Sweat cascaded down his brow, soaking his clothes, but his gaze remained unwavering. Wang Xiaofang, witnessing the tense scene, felt a surge of anxiety. She quickly grabbed a machete, her eyes reflecting determination, attempting to strike at the boar. However, due to the boar's inverted position, the distance proved awkward, and despite her efforts, her blows failed to connect. Frustration etched her brow with perspiration, leaving her feeling helpless as she watched on in desperation. Lin Schwer clutched a small dagger tightly, its blade glinting faintly in the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Her eyes fixated on the wildly thrashing boar, her petite frame trembling. Yet she resolutely aimed her weapon at the creature, poised for an attack. However, confronted by such a massive and enraged beast, her role was more one of defense, ever alert to the possibility of the boar breaking free and charging at them. Meanwhile, Lu Fan dared not relent. He tightly clutched the spear, yanking it from the boar's body, splattering warm blood into the air. He then targeted the creature's vital spots, thrusting repeatedly with all his might, each strike accompanied by a roar, as if to expel all his fear and tension through the assault. The boar's cries echoed through the mountains, its wounds multiplying, blood gushing and pooling on the ground. Eventually, under Lu Fan's relentless assault, the boar began to weaken. Its once thrashing limbs grew feeble, and its struggles diminished. Finally, with a faint groan, the boar ceased its resistance, its massive head drooping in defeat, its once fierce eyes now dull and lifeless. Blood continued to seep from its wounds, staining the earth beneath. As the boar lay still, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Lu Fan turned to the visibly tense Wang Xiaofang and Lin Schwer, a smile of reassurance gracing his features as he remarked, "The meat of this boar is edible. It seems we shall have roasted boar tonight." His voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet it was laced with the joy of surviving a near calamity. The two women relaxed, their taut nerves unwinding, smiles of relief illuminating their faces. Wang Xiaofang exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. "We finally subdued this creature. I was genuinely terrified just moments ago." Lin Schwer sheathed her dagger, patting her chest, still shaken. "Indeed, that was too perilous, but thankfully we had Lu Fan with us." As Lu Fan basked in Lin Shuer's praise, his spirits lifted as if bathed in sunlight, the fatigue momentarily forgotten. Yet, recalling the moment Lin Shuer nearly undermined his masculinity ignited a spark of indignation within him. Oh, really? Lu Fan's voice instinctively rose an octave, tinged with clear discontent and reproach. But I can't help but feel that some individuals hardly require my assistance. His words dripped with sarcasm and challenge. Lin Shuer instantly grasped the tone of his remark, her cheeks flushing a bright red, resembling a ripe apple, exuding a blend of shyness and embarrassment. I was merely anxious, she retorted, her voice barely above a whisper. And who was it that was only thinking of taking advantage of us? She added pointedly, raising her voice for Wang Xiufang to hear. Hey, Miss Lin, you are wronging an innocent man. Lu Fan quickly defended, glancing at Wang Xiufang, as if seeking her endorsement. Wang Xiufang watched the playful banter between Lu Fan and Lin Shuer, a smile of amusement gracing her lips. All right, no more squabbling, you two. She chuckled. Is it really worth bickering over such trivial matters? She was well aware of Lu Fan's penchant for mischief, accustomed to his antics. See, it's my dear Aunt Xiufang who understands me. Unlike you, who only wrongs the innocent, Lu Fan said with a wide grin, swiftly moving closer to Wang Xiufang, leaning in with flattery. However, at that moment, Lin Shuer was thoroughly incensed by Lu Fan's words. Trembling with rage, she pointed at him, exclaiming to Wang Xiufang, Sister Xiufang, don't let him deceive you. I witnessed him peeking at you while you were bathing yesterday. Before Lin Shuer could finish, Lu Fan leapt up as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, rushing over in a panic to cover her mouth, fearing she might utter something even more incriminating. Wang Xiufang's expression morphed into one of disbelief upon hearing Lin Shuer's accusation. Her eyes widened, radiating fury akin to a lion prepared to pounce, as though she wished to consume Lu Fan whole. Let me go? Lin Shuer protested, muffled by Lu Fan's hand. She furiously raised her right foot, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan was evidently prepared for her assault. He swiftly extended his legs and clamped them around Lin Shuer's deadly kick like an iron vice. With a smug expression, he looked at Lin Shuer and taunted. You still resort to this trick? Luckily, I was ready. Otherwise, you would have succeeded again. At that moment, Wang Xiufang's voice echoed from behind. How dare you, Lu Fan? Sneak a peek at me. Just watch. Hearing the anger in Wang Xiufang's tone, Lu Fan realized he was in trouble. He immediately released Lin Shuer as if shocked, spun around to face Wang Xiufang, and anxiously explained, Auntie, please don't misunderstand. I truly did not. He implored. Do not listen to her nonsense. However, Wang Xiufang, having spent considerable time with Lu Fan, could discern the truth in Lin Shuer's words. Her anger ignited instantly as her right hand rose high, propelled by a fierce gust, and struck Lu Fan with great force. Simultaneously, Lin Shuer, having regained her balance after being released, raised her right hand without hesitation and delivered a sharp slap from behind. The sound of two crisp slaps resonated, as if Lu Fan's face had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him dazed and reeling, his vision filled with stars, and his head buzzing as if the world were spinning. His face burned painfully, akin to being scorched by flames, with two prominent handprints glaringly visible, reddening and swelling as if seared by a branding iron. In agony, Lu Fan clutched his swollen cheeks with both hands, desperately rubbing them in hopes of alleviating the piercing pain, his expression a portrait of grievance and innocence. He glanced at Wang Xiufang, then turned to Lin Shuer, his pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy from onlookers. Chapter 21. If you don't apologize, you can handle it yourselves. However, when Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer beheld his woeful countenance, they both stifled laughter in unison. The pent-up frustration within them dissipated significantly as they found Lu Fan's plight quite gratifying. You still dare to smile. You two are attempting to murder your husband. If I get harmed, you shall both live as widows. Lu Fan mumbled, his voice barely audible, yet still heard by the two women beside him. Lin Shuer glared at Lu Fan, her brows furrowed, and playfully scolded, Do you dare to speak nonsense? Lu Fan, ever adaptable, quickly put on a smile upon seeing Lin Shuer's expression and said, All right, my dear ladies, I am terrified of you. Is that satisfactory? Wang Xiufang, recognizing that this was not the time for playful banter, promptly interjected, All right, enough of this. We should focus on the task at hand. Lu Fan eagerly concurred, Yes, Auntie Xiufang is right. With that, he grasped the machete, swiftly severing the vines binding the wild boar, which fell heavily to the ground. Subsequently, Lu Fan quickly procured two thicker wooden poles and, with remarkable efficiency, constructed a makeshift frame. Then the three of them exerted considerable effort to hoist the wild boar onto it. You two take the wild boar back first. I will reset the trap, Lu Fan instructed Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang. However, as their gazes fell upon the boar, each weighing several hundred pounds, they were momentarily stunned. Lu Fan, are you joking? How could the two of us possibly carry such a large wild boar? Lin Shuer exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Fan feigned surprise, saying, oh, just a moment ago, you both were quite strong when you struck me. How is it now that you cannot even lift a wild boar? After saying this, he disregarded the still chattering Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang, engrossing himself in preparing the trap. His movements were deft and swift, as if he were already well-versed in such tasks. This little rascal, he is undoubtedly doing this on purpose to embarrass us. Wang Xiufang fumed to Lin Shuer, her face reflecting her irritation. Lin Shuer, equally irate, glared at Lu Fan's back, gritting her teeth and saying, Sister Xiufang, what should we do now? Are we to allow him to bully us like this? Should we teach him a lesson? Wang Xiufang furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before shaking her head, saying resignedly, that might not be wise. This little rascal is tough-skinned and resilient. He is merely humoring us. If he were to retaliate, we might not come out on top. Perhaps we should appease him instead. After all, we will need to count on him in the future. Although Wang Xiufang's tone conveyed some reluctance, she recognized that engaging in a verbal sparring match with Lu Fan was not the smartest course of action given their current predicament. Once Lu Fan finished setting the trap, he stood up, dusted off his hands, and turned around, chuckling upon seeing the two women still rooted in place like statues. What are you two waiting for? Are you hoping I will come and take advantage of you? He asked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. His words ignited Lin Shuer's fury like a spark to tinder. Her face flushed crimson, and just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Wang Xiufang swiftly intervened. Shuer, did you forget what I just told you? Wang Xiufang urgently reminded her in a hushed tone, signaling her to remain composed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shuer suppressed her anger, forcing a smile as she said, Lu Fan, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold this against us. You see how heavy this wild boar is. We truly cannot manage it. Would you kindly lend us a hand? Suddenly, Lu Fan caught a glimpse of a dark shadow darting through the forest out of the corner of his eye. Alarmed, he rubbed his eyes and focused intently. But the shadow seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving him puzzled. Did you two just see a shadow flash by? Lu Fan inquired, pointing towards the woods surrounding the trap, his face filled with suspicion. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer followed his gesture. But they only spotted the grass swaying gently in the breeze, without any sign of anything unusual. Shadow? What shadow? I didn't see anything, Lin Shuer confidently replied, shaking her head. As Lu Fan witnessed their responses, he felt increasingly perplexed, scratching his head and murmuring, is that so? Did I truly see it wrong? That shouldn't be the case. Wang Xiufang, observing this, assumed Lu Fan was deliberately trying to change the subject to avoid helping with the wild boar. She quickly chimed in, there is no shadow, Lu Fan. You are capable enough to handle this wild boar with ease. Just consider it a favor for us. Seeing that both women had not noticed anything, Lu Fan genuinely believed he had made a mistake. He crossed his arms and teasingly challenged, why should I help you? You both just hit me so hard. He rubbed his still-burning cheek as he spoke. Lin Shuer's face turned crimson with rage, her petite feet stamping the ground repeatedly as if trying to create a hole in the floor. Yet, she restrained her anger and playfully scolded, oh, I was just joking with you. Why take it so seriously? As she spoke, her voice took on a sweet tone, and she gently tugged at Lu Fan's sleeve, seemingly attempting to appear vulnerable. However, Lu Fan remained unmoved, a hint of a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he haughtily retorted, really? My dear sister, is this what you call a jest? Is there truly such a way to jest? His tone dripped with disdain and dissatisfaction. Sensing the tension, Wang Xiufang quickly intervened, saying, all right, we acknowledge our mistake. Will an apology suffice? Her voice was soft, laced with a touch of contrition. Hearing their admission of fault, Lu Fan's anger began to dissipate, and his tense body relaxed considerably. In truth, Lu Fan had no intention of instigating a quarrel. He merely sought to tease them and gauge their reactions. Observing their sincere apologies, the discontent in his heart gradually faded away. Finally, with magnanimity, Lu Fan declared, fine. In light of your earnestness, I shall assist you this once. With that, he stepped forward, slinging the vine from the wooden frame over his shoulder, and, like a cart driver, he marched ahead, dragging the frame laden with wild boar. Chapter 22. Zhu Niaopao. Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang exchanged glances and, as if on cue, smiled. They approached the sides of the wooden frame, gripping it firmly with both hands, working together to push it forward in support of Lu Fan. Deep within, both acknowledged that although Lu Fan often delighted in teasing others, leaving them exasperated at critical moments, a little coaxing would reveal his reliability. Thus, the trio ambled toward the cave, engaging in light-hearted banter. Unbeknownst to them, however, a pair of hostile, fierce eyes lurked not far behind, watching them with malicious intent. Inside the cave, Aunt Lee observed the seconds ticking by, growing increasingly anxious as Lu Fan and the others had been gone for quite some time without a sign of their return. What if they had encountered danger? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she became, prompting her to hasten to the cave entrance, anxiously scanning the surroundings, yearning for the sight of their return. Moments later, Aunt Lee finally spotted the figures of Lu Fan and his companions in the distance. A weight lifted from her heart, and a joyful smile illuminated her face as she rushed forward to greet them, reminiscent of a parent welcoming home a long-absent child. However, as she drew closer, the first sight of Lu Fan's swollen and somewhat distorted face froze her smile, replaced by shock and concern. "Ah, Xiao Fan, what happened to you? How did your face end up like this?" Aunt Lee exclaimed in alarm. "Nothing much. Just encountered a tiger," Lu Fan replied, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. His brows slightly furrowed, as though still brooding over the earlier incident. "What? A tiger?" Aunt Lee's face paled in an instant, her voice quivering with fear. "Are you hurt? Let me see." She hurried forward, frantically checking Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer's conditions. Upon confirming they were fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she turned to Lu Fan, she noticed he bore no signs of fear. Instead, he appeared somewhat impatient. Aunt Lee, puzzled, could not help but inquire, "Xiao Fan, are you truly unharmed?" "Aunt Lee, don't worry. I am perfectly fine. I merely had an unfortunate encounter with two heartless female tigers while hunting," Lu Fan said, a wry smile creeping onto his lips, his tone imbued with a touch of exasperation. With that, he disregarded Aunt Lee and resumed dragging the wild boar toward the cave. His steps were heavy, as if the two female tigers had weighed him down. Aunt Lee watched Lu Fan's receding figure, a look of bewilderment on her face. Turning to Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang, she found them laughing uproariously, nearly gasping for air. "What on earth is wrong with you two?" Aunt Lee asked, perplexed by their laughter. After finally composing herself, Lin Shuer wiped the tears from her eyes and gasped, "Aunt Lee, don't worry. Lu Fan was just joking. There are no tigers. The two female tigers he mentioned are actually me and Sister Xiufang." "Oh, I see," Aunt Lee exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her, and she too began to chuckle. "You little rascals are quite the pranksters. But you were too harsh, weren't you? Lu Fan is such a good kid. Please don't tease him anymore." Lin Shuer shrugged dismissively. "He brought it upon himself, always trying to take advantage of us." All right, enough of that. Let's not create more mischief," Aunt Lee chuckled, waving her hand. "Come on, let's help out. We need to process the wild boar. Soon, we shall feast on some delicious pork." Upon hearing the promise of delectable wild boar meat, Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang perked up, eagerly following Aunt Lee into the cave. Lu Fan placed the wild boar on a stone slab outside the cave, then wielded an obsidian dagger with practiced precision, swiftly slicing open the boar's abdomen, and blood gushed forth in a gruesome display. Witnessing this scene, Wang Xiufang and the others were taken aback, turning away in horror, unable to bear the brutal spectacle. Yet, Lu Fan remained unfazed, calmly picking up the boar's bladder and approaching Wang Xiufang with a smile, saying, "Auntie, this is a valuable item. Please clean it with ash from the plants." Wang Xiufang eyed the bladder with skepticism, pinching her nose and asking, "What is this? Why does it smell so strong?" Lu Fan, noticing her reaction, quickly explained, "Oh, this is the pig's bladder, also known as Zhu Niao Pao. Once cleaned with plant ash, it won't have any odor, though still somewhat doubtful." Wang Xiufang prepared to take the pig's bladder for cleaning. Just then, Lin Shuer, curious, leaned in to observe the pig's bladder and asked, "Isn't the pig's bladder just a container for urine? What's the use of this?" Lu Fan nodded, smiling as he answered, "Indeed, you are correct. However, the pig's bladder serves purposes beyond merely holding urine." Lin Shuer's curiosity deepened, prompting her to ask, "What other uses does it have?" Before Lu Fan could respond, Aunt Lee interjected, "Yes, Xiao Fan, with so much pork, what do we need the pig's bladder for?" "Ah, this is where you may be mistaken," Lu Fan said with a slight grin of pride, proceeding to explain, "Once this pig's bladder is cleaned, it can be inflated like a balloon, growing as large as a basin. Then, puncture a few small holes at the bottom, fill it with water, and voila, you have a makeshift shower." The group listened, their eyes lighting up with astonishment, as if they had discovered a new world. Oh, is that so? Wang Xiufeng marveled, and the others echoed their admiration for Lu Fan's ingenuity, feeling a deep respect for his creativity. Without delay, they sprang into action, each with a clear role. Wang Xiufeng volunteered to clean the pig's bladder, carefully massaging it with plant ash to ensure every part was thoroughly cleaned. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer was responsible for transporting the pork that Lu Fan had meticulously divided into the cave. Despite her delicate physique, she possessed considerable strength, swiftly completing the task. Auntie Li then took the pork brought by Lin Shuer and carefully rubbed salt on it. This way, if they could not consume it all, the meat would be preserved for an extended period, remaining unspoiled. After completing these preparations, the group gathered around the fire and began the delightful process of grilling the meat. Lu Fan, in a stroke of creativity, constructed a rudimentary tripod over the fire using branches and suspended a steel helmet from it, filling it with water to simmer a pot of fragrant rib soup. As time passed, the enticing aroma of the grilled meat merged with the savory scent of the rib soup, wafting through the cave and causing everyone's stomachs to rumble in anticipation. Seated around the fire, they eagerly awaited the completion of their feast, the meat skewered on twigs sizzling and dripping with oil. Reminiscent of a group of jubilant children on a trampoline, the rib soup bubbled and frothed, steam enveloping the air with its mouth-watering fragrance. At that moment, everyone felt an involuntary urge to swallow hard. Auntie Li, after sprinkling a handful of spices, was the first to tear off a piece of the grilled pork and take a bite. Her eyes instantly sparkled with delight. This is truly delicious. The wild boar meat is tender and juicy. Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufeng quickly joined in, relishing the feast. Lin Shuer, with her mouth full of meat, mumbled, "Had I known outdoor grilling was this extraordinary, I would have enrolled in a wilderness cooking class." Wang Xiufeng, her mouth smeared with grease, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "If we sold this meat, the city inspectors would line up to buy it." Lu Fan, using a coconut shell as a bowl for the soup, blew on the steaming rib soup for a while before taking a sip. He then feigned an exaggerated expression of ecstasy, declaring, "This soup, it's as if divine beings sprinkled a potion of enchantment into my mouth. I proclaim that anyone who dares to say I'm only worthy of grilled meat shall face my wrath with this soup." Seeing Lu Fan extol the virtues of the rib soup, Lin Shuer quickly filled her coconut shell with a bowl of it, teasing, "Now I suspect you've secretly added a drug to this soup, waiting for us to drink it. Be careful then. What if I truly daze you with my charms?" Lu Fan jested, licking his lips with a mischievous grin. "Hey, Auntie Li, look at him. He was just like this outside. How annoying." Auntie Li chuckled, opting not to engage in their playful banter. The group slurped from their coconut bowls, their satisfied exclamations echoing through the cave, nearly enticing the seabirds flying outside to swoop down. Once they had feasted, Lu Fan, content, rubbed his round belly, preparing to lie down and rest as usual. However, just as he was about to settle in, Wang Xiufeng suddenly dashed over like lightning, blocking his path. "Wait, don't sleep yet." Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Lu Fan, taken aback, watched as Wang Xiufeng swiftly gathered a pile of hay and made her way to the sleeping area where Lin Shuer and Auntie Li rested. She meticulously laid the hay beside them, leaving Lu Fan with a meager patch barely a meter wide. Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, "Aunt Xiufeng, what are you doing? You've given them all the hay. How will you sleep tonight?" Wang Xiufeng, without looking back, continued arranging the hay and replied curtly, "You don't need to worry about me. Just sleep." Growing increasingly perplexed, Lu Fan pressed, "If you intend to sleep here too, I suppose we'll have to squeeze together." His tone carried a teasing lilt. At his words, Wang Xiufeng immediately halted her actions and spun around, glaring at him fiercely. "Dream on. I certainly want to sleep with you. I wouldn't dare. Sleep by yourself tonight. I'll be with Shuer inside, to avoid you taking advantage of me." With that, she hurriedly gathered the remaining hay, as if fearful of further entanglement with Lu Fan. Lu Fan chuckled softly at her retreating figure, understanding her motivations. He knew she was simply wary of his intentions during the night. However, he also recognized that while Wang Xiufeng might appear resolute, she was somewhat apprehensive about him making a move. After all, in such close quarters, an unexpected advance in their sleep could catch her completely off guard. Reflecting on this, he felt a tinge of regret that he had not made any untoward advances earlier. At that moment, Lu Fan was lost in his thoughts, muttering to himself, "Let it be. We can't go back anyway. You and Lin Shuer will eventually become mine, so there's no rush." A faint smile crept onto his lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. The warm glow of the fire cast a gentle light in the otherwise dark cave. Wang Xiufeng, Lin Shuer, and Auntie Li lay on the hay inside, laughing and sharing amusing stories from their day of hunting wild boars. Meanwhile, Lu Fan rested alone on the hay near the entrance, feeling somewhat solitary, and soon drifted off to sleep. Sis Xiaofeng, do you think we can ever go back home? Lin Shuer asked with a hint of sorrow, her eyes reflecting longing for home and fear of the uncertain future. Wang Xiaofeng sighed softly, her tone filled with resignation. I don't know. Of course, I wish to return home too. Her voice was slightly muted, as if she too shared in the worry of their current predicament. Lin Shuer felt a chill as Wang Xiaofeng's response plunged her into despair, her brows furrowing deeply. What will we do then? Are we truly destined to spend the rest of our lives on this desolate island? Her voice conveyed profound hopelessness, as if all hope had vanished. In that moment, she was a far cry from the once proud and commanding figure of Lin Zong, the imperious CEO, once brimming with confidence and pride. It seemed as though the world lay at her feet. Yet now, she appeared fragile and helpless, engulfed in fear and uncertainty about the future. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm Lin Shuer, Auntie Li, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, "What else can we do? Never venture out recklessly. Last time, those villains led by Long Gu were a stark lesson." Her tone bore a hint of sternness, warning Lin Shuer and Wang Xiaofeng against taking unnecessary risks to escape the island. Upon hearing Auntie Li's words, Wang Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand. I won't act recklessly again. I trust Lu Fan. In this desolate place, being with him is my only source of security." Her words expressed a deep reliance on Lu Fan, as if he were her sole anchor on this island. At that moment, Auntie Li's curiosity seemed to be piqued, and she gazed at Wang Xiaofeng and Lin Shuer with interest, teasingly asking, "If we truly cannot return, what do you both plan to do?" Wang Xiaofeng naturally comprehended the underlying significance of Ai Li's words, yet she remained silent, seemingly disinclined to respond to the inquiry. In contrast, Lin Shuer exhibited a far more forthright reaction. With an air of indifference and even a hint of a faint smile, she casually replied, "What else can we do? We might as well continue living like this. Eating grilled meat and drinking spring water is quite satisfactory." Upon hearing this, Ai Li's lips curled into a knowing smile. She then turned her gaze towards Wang Xiaofeng and pressed further. "But why does Xiao Fan choose to protect you? And why does he continually seek out food for us? In my view, if we truly cannot return, you two are still young. It is only a matter of time before you end up with Xiao Fan." At that moment, both women fell silent, merely listening intently. Each day, Lu Fan meticulously inspected the traps he had diligently set, leaving no detail overlooked. Moreover, he had fortified the perimeter of the traps with a dense thicket of thorns, rendering the area surrounding the cave impervious for 2 kilometers. On this particular morning, Lu Fan was preparing, as usual, to reinforce the mechanisms of the traps to ensure their efficacy and safety. Just then, Lin Shuer and Wang Xiaofeng approached, expressing their desire to accompany him and, in the process, forage for some wild vegetables to supplement their vitamin intake. "Are you truly certain you wish to join me?" Lu Fan inquired, a hint of doubt in his voice. "Absolutely," Lin Shuer responded without hesitation. "We've only been eating meat these past few days, and we haven't had any vegetables. This cannot continue. A prolonged deficiency of vitamins will lead to health issues," she explained earnestly. "Indeed, Shuer is right," Wang Xiaofeng concurred. "We must consume some vegetables." After pondering for a moment, Lu Fan acknowledged the validity of their reasoning and nodded in agreement to their request. However, he still harbored some reservations, so he cautioned, "Very well, you may accompany me. But remember, you must remain within the confines of the traps and under no circumstances wander outside. It is perilous beyond." "We understand," Lin Shuer and Wang Xiaofeng replied in unison, exchanging knowing glances and sharing a conspiratorial smile. They were fully aware that the outside world was fraught with unknown dangers and would heed Lu Fan's admonitions to refrain from straying. Thus, the trio embarked on their journey into the forest. The woods were resplendent with towering trees and lush undergrowth, teeming with numerous unidentified wild plants. However, uncertain of their edibility, they dared not recklessly pluck them, ultimately gathering only those wild vegetables they recognized, such as common purslane and gray grass. The variety of wild vegetables that Lin Shuer was familiar with paled in comparison to Wang Xiaofeng's knowledge. Despite her diligent efforts, Lin Shuer only managed to collect a handful of gray grass and pigweed. Upon seeing Lin Shuer's nearly empty backpack, Lu Fan could not help but smirk and jest. "Sister Shuer, are you foraging for vegetables? It appears more akin to weeding." Lin Shuer, taken aback by Lu Fan's playful taunt, retorted defiantly, "Humph. If you're so capable, why don't you try it yourself?" Conversely, for Wang Xiaofeng, who had grown up in the remote mountains, gathering wild vegetables was a trivial task. She not only harvested a bountiful amount of common shepherd's purse and purslane, but also discovered some wild onions. Furthermore, she collected an assortment of mushrooms, filling her entire backpack to the brim. "Look at me, Sister Schwer," Wang Xiufang teased. "This is what true foraging looks like." "Alas, it seems I will have to take care of you." Lu Fan shook his head in bemusement. This remark thoroughly irked Lin Schwer, who shot back. "You, Lu Fan, are intentionally provoking me." "I assure you, I am not," Lu Fan replied innocently. Seeing the exchange, Wang Xiufang interjected, "Come on, Lu Fan. You ought to refrain from irritating Schwer." At that moment, Lin Schwer's attention was captured by a nearby pear tree. Though not exceptionally tall, it stood over 3 meters high, laden with pears, and appearing quite robust. An idea sparked in her mind. While she might struggle with foraging for vegetables, perhaps she could redeem herself by picking some wild fruit. With newfound determination, she hastened to the pear tree, intent on climbing it to gather pears. However, having grown up in the city, she had no experience in tree climbing. Standing at the base, she gazed up at the tall trunk, feeling somewhat daunted. Nevertheless, she did not waver but bravely rolled up her sleeves, ready to take on the challenge. Taking a deep breath, Lin Schwer wrapped her arms around the trunk, attempting to ascend. Yet, her feet found no purchase, and she kept sliding down. After numerous attempts, frustration began to set in. Just as she was feeling disheartened, Wang Xiufang approached, chuckling, "Allow me to assist you." With Wang Xiufang's help, Lin Schwer finally managed to grasp a branch above. However, that branch was not as accommodating as it appeared. It was riddled with tiny thorns that pricked her hand painfully as soon as she touched it. Unable to suppress a cry, she lost her grip and slid down as if on a slide. Fearful, Lin Schwer's complexion paled as she clung tightly to the trunk with both hands and wrapped her legs around it, terrified of falling. Lu Fan, observing the scene from the side, shook his head in exasperation. Concerned that Lin Schwer might suddenly tumble from the tree, he rushed over without hesitation. He swiftly extended his hands, firmly supporting Lin Schwer as he exerted upward force to prevent her from falling. However, as he focused intently on lifting her, he heard Lin Schwer shout in anger from above, "Lu Fan, you scoundrel! Let go of me. Where are you pushing?" Lin Schwer glared down at him, her expression one of fury, clearly displeased with his actions. Startled by her abrupt outburst, Lu Fan quickly responded, "But I am trying to save you. If I don't push here, you will fall." Wang Xiufang, realizing Lin Schwer had misunderstood Lu Fan, relaxed slightly, but still muttered her discontent. "But you can't push her backside." Lu Fan looked at Wang Xiufang with an innocent expression, thinking, "I had no choice. If I don't support her from below, how else can I lift her? You two are just looking for trouble." As the debate continued between Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang, Lin Schwer began her tirade from the tree. "Lu Fan, you're just trying to take advantage of me." Lu Fan, exasperated by Lin Schwer's accusations, felt utterly bemused and retorted, "Lin Schwer, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I am genuinely trying to save you." With that, he intentionally grasped her backside. "What are you doing?" Lin Schwer, no longer interested in Lu Fan's explanations, became even more incensed, hurling accusations. "You are nothing but a lecher." At this moment, Wang Xiufang could no longer bear to watch. She called out to Lin Schwer, who was hanging from the tree branch, "Schwer, stop arguing with him and hurry up and climb. Otherwise, you might truly slip down." Upon hearing Wang Xiufang's words, Lin Schwer finally realized the perilousness of her situation and quickly reached for the tree trunk, attempting to ascend. However, in her frantic state, one foot landed on Lu Fan's shoulder while the other inadvertently stepped on his face. Chapter 25. Seizing the opportunity while picking wild fruits. "Oh dear. Miss Lin, is this your way of taking revenge?" Lu Fan exclaimed in pain, unable to suppress his cry as Lin Schwer unexpectedly trod upon him. Meanwhile, Lin Schwer was struggling to climb the towering tree, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her hands trembling slightly from exertion. After a strenuous effort, she finally reached a branch of the tree. Standing on the branch, she glanced down and was immediately struck by fear. The ground was far beneath her. Her legs began to tremble uncontrollably, as if she might lose her balance at any moment. However, when Lin Schwer noticed Lu Fan below, wearing a mocking expression, waiting to see her embarrassment, her spirit was ignited with determination. She silently vowed to pick more fruits to prove to him that she was not merely a pretty face. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Lin Schwer cautiously extended one hand to grasp a nearby branch, while the other trembled as she reached for a fruit within her grasp. Just as she managed to pluck a few li, pear, fruits, and was about to place them into her backpack, disaster struck. With both hands suspended in the air and her legs still shaking, She lost her balance and slipped from the branch more than 2 meters high. "Swear, be careful." Wang Xiufang, standing nearby, gasped in shock at the sudden turn of events. At the same moment, Lu Fan also recognized the dangerous situation. Without a moment's thought, he dashed forward like an arrow, arms outstretched, attempting to catch Lin Shuer as she fell. With a loud thud, Lin Shuer landed heavily against Lu Fan, and they both toppled to the ground. "Ah, goodness, Miss Lin, you certainly know how to make a scene. Are you trying to harm me? Do you realize how close I came to being crushed? How will I rely on my looks to make a living now?" Lu Fan grimaced in pain, his expression a mix of agony and humor. "You, with your aspirations of relying on looks, should think again," Wang Xiufang teased mockingly. Still shaken, Lin Shuer attempted to push herself off Lu Fan only to freeze in shock. She realized that Lu Fan's hands had somehow found their way to her chest, resembling two curious rabbits that had strayed into forbidden territory. "Ah," she squealed, jumping back as if scorched, her ears turning crimson. "You, let go of your hands." "Oh, let go." Lin Shuer's face flushed as she sprang up, akin to a startled rabbit. Standing awkwardly, she had initially intended to berate Lu Fan, but recognized that he had acted to save her. "Did you not think to avoid such situations while saving me?" she stammered, unable to continue. Lu Fan, with a playful glint in his eye, responded, "Avoid what? Go on, say it." He exaggeratedly raised his hands, his eyes squinting with mirth, declaring, "You were the one who threw yourself into my arms. My hands were merely in self-defense." He even struck a defensive pose for emphasis. Seeing Lin Shuer blush and fall silent, Wang Xiufang, understanding her embarrassment, kindly suggested, "All right, Shuer, don't be disheartened. We can go over there and pick some berries." In the dense thicket, an array of wild fruits awaited, including small black lungkue, nightshade, and shime, raspberry, berries. While these berries may be small in size, their flavor was exceptionally sweet, and they were rich in nutritional value. Lu Fan stood nearby, quietly observing the graceful figures of Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer. At that moment, they were bent over, their curvaceous forms accentuated as they diligently harvested berries. Lu Fan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to them, a surge of primal energy coursing through him. In an impulsive moment, he stealthily approached from behind and, without warning, playfully slapped each of their backsides. "Ah!" accompanied by 2 startled shrieks. Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer shot up like electric shocks, glaring at Lu Fan with fury. Initially, Wang Xiufang had assumed Lu Fan's prior contact with Lin Shuer was accidental. But now, her anger was fully ignited. "Well, Lu Fan, you have some audacity," she fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Before she could finish her sentence, both women lunged at Lu Fan with the ferocity of hungry tigers, ready to unleash their wrath upon him. Unfazed by their fury, Lu Fan swiftly took flight, a playful grin on his face. "I merely saw mosquitoes on your backsides. I was helping you swat them away," he called out as he dashed away. The 2 women watched in disbelief as he sprinted off, quickly widening the distance between them. Yet, Lu Fan had no intention of escaping unscathed. He glanced back with a mischievous smile, seemingly challenging them. Lin Shuer, witnessing this, felt her anger flare once more. Naturally impulsive, she turned to Wang Xiufang and declared, "Sister Xiufang, wait here. Watch me catch that scoundrel." With that, she angrily set off in pursuit of Lu Fan. Observing Lin Shuer, whose ample curves contrasted with her clumsy movements, Lu Fan slowed his pace, as if luring her closer. Indeed, as Lin Shuer noticed Lu Fan's deceleration, her heart lifted. Believing she was on the verge of catching him, she quickened her steps, charging forward. Just as she was about to seize him, Lu Fan deftly sidestepped, evading her grasp. Due to her momentum, Lin Shuer could not halt in time and stumbled forward. In a moment of quick reflexes, Lu Fan reached out and caught her. With a firm pull, Lin Shuer lost her balance and fell into his embrace. Lu Fan took the opportunity to hold her tightly, a smug smile adorning his face as he jested, "Sister Shuer, this was entirely your doing. You cannot blame me. But I must say, your figure is quite soft. Holding you feels delightful." Startled by Lu Fan's sudden action, Lin Shuer's face flushed a deep red, reaching her ears. Embarrassed and infuriated, she struggled to break free, exclaiming, "Pervert." Yet, Lu Fan showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, he leaned closer, inhaling deeply near her ear, exclaiming, "Wow, Sister Shuer, you smell wonderful." Chapter 26. The encounter with the hungry panther. Lin Shuer was both furious and anxious, her anger erupting like a volcano. Her eyes widened, her face contorted with rage, as she fixed a fierce glare upon Lu Fan, as if she wished to devour him whole. In that moment, Lin Shuer suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard on Lu Fan's shoulder. The bite was fierce and unexpected, causing Lu Fan to cry out in pain and hastily release his grip. However, the instant Lu Fan let go, Lin Shuer lost her support and plummeted to the ground with a thud. The fall was no trivial matter. She felt a sharp pain in her backside, nearly crying out from the discomfort. As Lu Fan rubbed his bitten shoulder, he quipped, "Sister Shuer, are you part dog? Why are you biting people?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer was even more incensed. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Lu Fan, scolding, "Lu Fan, your audacity grows by the day. Do you think me easy to bully?" With that, she raised her hand, poised to strike him. However, just as her hand hovered in the air, it came to a sudden halt. Through their days of interaction, Lin Shuer had come to understand Lu Fan somewhat. She knew that while he sometimes enjoyed jesting, even excessively so, he harbored no ill intentions. Moreover, he had always been ready to assist her in critical moments. Just moments ago, he had once again saved her. Had he not caught her in time, she would have surely fallen and hurt herself badly. Reflecting on this, Lin Shuer's hand gradually lowered. Nonetheless, she remained somewhat irate and snapped at Lu Fan, "You insufferable Lu Fan, why are you still standing there? Hurry and help me up." Realizing her request, Lu Fan quickly extended his hand with a smile, saying, "I told you, women truly cannot manage without the help of men. Come on, Miss Lin, let me assist you." With that, and under Lin Shuer's fiery gaze, he exerted a bit of effort and pulled her up. After being lifted, Lin Shuer brushed off the dust from her clothes but continued to maintain her bravado, retorting, "I could have gotten up on my own without your help." Yet her tone lacked the previous intensity of anger. At that moment, a sudden rustling of foliage echoed through the jungle, causing both Lu Fan and Lin Shuer to turn alertly. Emerging from the underbrush was a sleek black panther. Its massive form exuded a primal aura, and its ebony fur shimmered brilliantly under the sun. The sharp claws gently scraped the ground, producing a soft rustling sound, while its hungry eyes fixated on them. Brimming with aggression, Lin Shuer's face drained of color. She let out a shriek and instinctively darted behind Lu Fan, clutching his shirt tightly. Lu Fan, equally startled, felt a wave of panic wash over him, as if a chill had surged up his spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Despite his inner turmoil, Lu Fan instinctively shielded Lin Shuer with his body, fearing for her safety. Just then, a voice called out from a distance. It was Wang Xiufang, who had heard the commotion and hurried towards them. As she approached the thorny trap Lu Fan had set, her eyes finally landed on Lu Fan and Lin Shuer standing outside the protective circle. "Why are you both outside? Have you had enough fun?" Wang Xiufang shouted, her voice laced with concern and irritation. Yet, just as she was about to step out of the protective barrier, the fearsome Black Panther came into view, sending her into a state of sheer terror. At this moment, still partially within the protective circle, Wang Xiufang felt as though she had lost control of her body. Instinctively retreating, the panther, having noticed her presence, locked its gaze upon her while also taking note of the dagger Lu Fan wielded. The cunning creature seemed to perceive the threat from Lu Fan and, finding the delicate Wang Xiufang the more enticing target, shifted its focus towards her. Seeing the panther prepare to pounce on Wang Xiufang, Lu Fan's heart raced with urgency. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "And Xiufang, don't step out. Quickly block the gap with the thorns." Hearing Lu Fan's urgent call, Wang Xiufang snapped back to reality. She frantically retreated while scrambling to grasp the nearby thorns, using them to seal the breach in the protective circle. As Lu Fan observed the panther prowling at the gap, a sense of dread enveloped him. He realized there was no way back to safety. However, this also presented them with a chance to escape. Without hesitation, Lu Fan turned and seized Lin Shuer's hand, sprinting away like an arrow released from a bow. His speed rivaled that of an Olympic champion. Yet, Lin Shuer, accustomed to a pampered life, struggled to keep pace with him. After only a short distance, she stumbled over an unseen object and fell to the ground, feeling her strength waning. Lin Shuer gasped for breath, calling out to Lu Fan, "Lu Fan, wait. I can't run anymore. What if we just climb a tree?" Lu Fan, astonished by her suggestion, scolded, "Sister Shuer, have you lost your mind? Don't you know that leopards are expert climbers? If we climb a tree, we would be walking right into a trap." At that moment, Lu Fan glanced back and noticed that the panther had not yet given chase. Yet he was acutely aware that once the panther realized their escape, they might not have any chance left. In a state of urgency, Lu Fan swiftly scooped Lin Shuer into his arms, hoisting her onto his shoulder as he continued to sprint with all his might. Inside the thorns, Wang Xiufang was clearly an alluring target for the famished panther, which repeatedly attempted to breach the thorny barrier. Yet each time it approached, the sharp thorns acted as an impenetrable shield, mercilessly repelling it. The panther bore numerous scratches from the thorns, but its hunger seemed to fuel its relentless determination. Meanwhile, inside the thorns. A panicked Wang Xiufang hurled thorns at the panther as it sought to invade, further enraging the beast. Ultimately, the panther was pushed to the brink of fury. It rose on its hind legs, claws gripping the thorny wall, exposing its razor-sharp fangs as it bared its massive maw at Wang Xiufang. Chapter 27. Jumping into the river to escape with keen eyes, Wang Xiufang noted this terrifying scene, her fear intensifying. In a moment of desperation, she recklessly hurled the thorns in her hands at the panther's head. Under her frenzied assault, the slender spikes rained down upon the panther. One particularly sharp thorn struck true, piercing one of the panther's eyes. Blood seeped from the wound, and the agonizing pain elicited a bone-chilling roar from the creature. Yet, rather than retreating, the panther's rage escalated further. Before the thorny wall of traps, it paced back and forth, its sharp claws striking the ground like steel nails, producing a crisp metallic clatter, as if to challenge Wang Xiufang. When the black panther reached a section where the thorns were relatively sparse, it abruptly halted, as though scrutinizing this seemingly potential breach. Its gaze was keen and vigilant, meticulously observing the surrounding environment, seemingly in search of any latent dangers or opportunities. After a series of cautious explorations, the black panther finally resolved to enter this unknown realm through the opening. It advanced gingerly, each step laden with caution, as if the ground beneath might collapse at any moment. However, just as the black panther took 2 steps, it suddenly felt something ensnare its foot. Before it could react, a flurry of branches tipped with obsidian arrows erupted from the thicket, raining down upon it like a torrential downpour. Despite the panther's agility, it could not entirely evade these lethal assaults in such an unexpected moment. One of the arrow-tipped branches struck deep into its abdomen, eliciting a fierce roar from the panther in response to the excruciating pain. Realizing it had suffered grievously in this sudden ambush, the panther understood that remaining would only plunge it into greater peril. Thus, it unhesitatingly abandoned the prey before it, its hunger gnawing at it as it caught the scent lingering in the air, and turned to pursue the fleeing Lu Fan and Lin Shuer. Its speed was blinding, akin to a bolt of black lightning streaking through the jungle. Lu Fan and Lin Shuer raced like the wind, their hearts pounding like drums, rapid and forceful. Sweat soaked their garments, yet their steps dared not falter. Just as they were fleeing for their lives, a tumultuous river surged ahead, its waters roaring like an insurmountable chasm. Upon seeing this, Lu Fan immediately halted, gently placing Lin Shuer, who was still in shock, down from his shoulder. At that moment, Lin Shuer, pale as a ghost and trembling, felt her legs weaken. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from behind them, a furious bellow from the black panther. Startled by the sudden sound, Lin Shuer shuddered, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. In the nick of time, Lu Fan swiftly reached out to steady her, reassuringly saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." However, their predicament had not yet been alleviated. The one-eyed black panther, like a shadowy bolt, charged forth from the underbrush. Its abdomen still bore the obsidian arrow from the earlier trap, blood flowing profusely from the wound and staining its fur. The panther fixed its remaining eye upon Lu Fan and Lin Shuer, the murderous glint radiating from it sending chills down their spines. It approached them slowly, like a bow drawn taut, poised to unleash a lethal strike. Each of its steps was fraught with menace, clearly brewing a deadly assault. Lu Fan, recognizing the imminent threat, instinctively shielded Lin Shuer behind him, gripping the obsidian dagger tightly, adopting a defensive stance. His gaze remained locked on the panther, refusing to let his guard down for a moment. At that critical juncture, the black panther lunged forward with explosive speed. Lu Fan inhaled deeply, seizing the moment. He leaped high, thrusting the dagger towards the panther's neck. The panther reacted with remarkable swiftness, tilting its head to evade the blade, which grazed its fur. Yet, this diversion allowed Lu Fan to deliver a powerful kick to the panther's injured abdomen. The panther howled in agony, its body staggering as the arrow still lodged in its belly hindered its movements. Otherwise, Lu Fan and Lin Shuer might have met a dire fate. As the massive black panther became thoroughly enraged, a wave of profound fear surged within Lu Fan. He knew he was no match for this ferocious beast, and the consequences of an attack would be unfathomable. In that critical moment, various strategies flashed through Lu Fan's mind, yet none seemed viable within the limited time. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He swiftly sheathed the dagger at his waist, then hastily removed his shirt, clutching it tightly in his hands. This act left Lin Shuer utterly bewildered. She gazed at Lu Fan in shock, anxiously asking, "Lu Fan, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Lin Shuer thought to herself, could this individual truly be so frightened that he has gone mad? Removing his clothing only invites the panther to seize him. Nevertheless, Lu Fan, standing before her, did not respond to her queries. He was wholly focused on the furious panther, gripping the fabric tightly, tearing it apart to create a pocket-like shape, confronting the beast. Lin Shuer, witnessing this, grew increasingly perplexed, continuing to question Lu Fan's intentions. Lu Fan, are you truly insane? At that moment, the enraged black panther opened its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, emitting a chilling roar before launching itself at Lu Fan and Lin Shuer like a cannonball. Lin Shuer screamed in terror at the sight. In an instant, Lu Fan, quick as lightning, dashed forward and swiftly draped the shirt over the panther's head, plunging it into darkness. The panther stumbled and fell to the ground, and in that fleeting moment, Lu Fan's senses ignited as if struck by lightning, his body tensing instinctively. He quickly mounted the panther, his right hand darting to his waist to retrieve the gleaming dagger. With unwavering focus, Lu Fan aimed the dagger at the panther, each thrust imbued with the full force of his being, his movements rapid and dazzling. However, the panther was no mere adversary. Its claws, as sharp as blades, flailed wildly in the air, clashing with Lu Fan's dagger, igniting sparks in their wake. Each strike from the panther was infused with immense power, threatening to rend Lu Fan apart. In this heart-stopping struggle, Lu Fan soon bore a multitude of wounds, his chest, arms, back, and even face marked by deep gashes from the panther's claws, blood gushing from the injuries and staining his body. Yet, Lu Fan did not waver. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, determined to vanquish the ferocious panther and protect both himself and Lin Shuer. However, the panther's strength was overwhelming. Just as Lu Fan prepared to plunge the dagger into the panther's head once more, the beast let out a furious roar, swinging its powerful forelimbs and instantly knocking the dagger from Lu Fan's grasp. The dagger arced through the air, landing a short distance away. Without hesitation, Lu Fan sprang towards the fallen dagger. Meanwhile, the panther struggled to rise, its body swaying, clearly suffering significant injuries. It relentlessly clawed at the fabric covering its eyes, desperate to free itself from the entrapment. LFN was in a state of sheer urgency. He understood that if HIBO tore away the garment covering its head, its vision would be restored, placing both him and LN Sewer in imminent peril. Seizing the opportunity while HIBO was momentarily incapacitated, LFN, recognizing his own inadequacy in confrontation, swiftly grasped the frozen LN Sewer, who was paralyzed by fear, and leapt into the tumultuous river like an arrow loosed from its bow. The icy water was piercing, and the waves surged like a pack of ferocious beasts, clawing and lunging towards them. LFN and LN Sewer struggled desperately in the water, their bodies tossed about by the current, as if they could be swept into a whirlpool at any moment. Despite the overwhelming odds, LFN did not relent. He gripped LN Sewer's hand tightly, exerting every ounce of strength to swim towards the opposite bank. However, the river's might was formidable, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. And in the blink of an eye, they were swept further away by the raging waters. HIBO, after considerable exertion, finally succeeded in tearing off the garment that had been tightly wrapped around its head. Panting heavily, it surveyed its surroundings, only to find that the figures of the two had vanished without a trace. Consumed by fury, HIBO immediately pursued their direction towards the riverbank. There, it anxiously sniffed the air, but had completely lost the scent of the two. Frustrated, it paced restlessly along the riverbank, filled with anxiety and rage. With its keen nose, HIBO desperately inhaled every trace of scent around, hoping to uncover a clue. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, it could not capture the scent of the two again. After a while, HIBO seemed to grasp something significant. Its eyes widened as it gazed at the turbulent waters, a wave of despair washing over it. It realized that LFN and LN Sewer had likely escaped downstream. An enraged roar erupted from HIBO, echoing through the vast mountains and forests. However, due to the wounds inflicted by LFN's previous attacks, a copious amount of blood continued to seep from its injuries, leaving it increasingly weakened from blood loss. Its legs trembled, making it difficult to stand, and the ground beneath it was stained red with blood, a gruesome sight. Meanwhile, LFN and LN Sewer, adrift in the river, heard HIBO's distant and furious roar. They knew they had temporarily evaded the fierce predator, yet they were uncertain of where the river would lead them. Clinging tightly to a piece of driftwood, they let the water's relentless assault carry them along, their hearts filled with trepidation and unease about the unknown. Just as they were still reveling in their escape from HIBO's pursuit, LN Sewer suddenly spotted something dreadful and exclaimed, "LFN, look ahead. It's a cliff. Upon hearing her words, LFN's heart tightened, and he swiftly followed the direction of her pointing finger. Indeed, not far ahead loomed a sheer cliff, over which cascaded a thundering waterfall, sending sprays of water flying and producing a deafening roar. How could there be a cliff here? LFN exclaimed in astonishment. Sewer's complexion turned as pale as paper, her voice trembling as she said, "What are we going to do?" This was precisely why the river's current was so swift. Ahead lay a bottomless abyss. At that moment, the river surged forward with the ferocity of a wild stallion. Racing toward the waterfall, caught off guard, they attempted to resist, but the tumultuous waters mercilessly swept them away like a ferocious beast. Despite their desperate efforts to swim upstream, their attempts were in vain against such a powerful current. In an instant, a deluge of water engulfed them, hurtling them toward the precipice. In this life-threatening moment, Sewer, disregarding any reservations about LFN taking advantage of her, instinctively clung tightly to his neck, as if that was her only means of finding solace amidst the chaos. From a high vantage point, the cliff appeared unfathomably deep, shrouded above in a misty veil, akin to a natural curtain that obscured its true form. This explained why, when LFN and WNG first arrived on the deserted island, they had observed a foggy expanse at the island's center. It must have been this unfathomable cliff. When the pair regained consciousness, they found themselves upon a rocky bank beside a small stream, surrounded by dense foliage, with a damp atmosphere enveloping them. LFN slowly opened his eyes, feeling the throbbing pain from his wounds. He discovered himself and Sewer tightly entwined, their bodies soaked. Cautiously, he pushed Sewer away and pressed his hand against the gaping wound, where the blood had already dried and congealed. Steeling himself, he gradually rose to his feet and scanned the surroundings. Towering trees reached skyward, arranged with an enchanting irregularity, forming a lush, green sea. The grass beneath them flourished like a verdant carpet, exuding a fresh fragrance. They found themselves beside a clear, meandering stream, the gentle flow producing a melodious sound. The stones flanking the stream were cloaked in moss, imparting an ancient and tranquil ambience. The base of the cliff spanned approximately a square kilometer, and as LFN gazed skyward, he observed a mist of vapor rising from the waterfall's flow, intertwining with the foliage below, creating a veil of white fog. This ethereal mist enveloped the entire cliff base, imparting an aura of mystery and obscurity. Sunlight filtered through the fog, casting a myriad of dazzling beams upon the cliff's floor. These beams shimmered like a rainbow, vibrant and resplendent, transporting one to a realm of fairy tales. At that moment, Sewer stirred awake, rubbing her eyes. Upon witnessing the enchanting scene before her, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, how beautiful! Where are we?" LFN, enduring the pain from his injury, took a deep breath to steady himself, then carefully surveyed their surroundings before concluding, "Given the circumstances, it appears we have been swept here by the waterfall's current." Casting a glance at the towering cliffs surrounding them, a hint of worry crept into his heart as he said to Sewer, "Let us search the area and see if we can find an exit." In a different part of the cave, LY had been sitting peacefully on a rock at the entrance, savoring a moment of tranquility. However, when she saw WNG rushing back in a state of panic, an ominous premonition surged within her. LY quickly stood and approached her. Concern etched across her face. "What's wrong? Why are you alone? Where are LFN and Sewer?" At that moment, WNG's face was as pale as a ghost, her lips quivering, tears streaming down like a torrent from her eyes. Between sobs, she stammered, "LY, we were just picking wild fruit when we suddenly encountered a massive black panther. Lufan and Shui Air were blocked outside by the black panther, and I was utterly terrified at that moment. Fortunately, I was inside the thorny wall, which spared me from the panther's attack." Aunt Lee's complexion grew grave, as she was acutely aware of the panther's swift hunting speed and its inherently ferocious nature. The mere thought of Lufan and Shui Air possibly encountering peril weighed heavily on her heart, like a massive stone pressing down, making it hard for her to breathe. "What? A black panther? What shall we do?" Aunt Lee murmured anxiously, pondering how Lufan and Shui Air could possibly outrun such a swift creature. She wondered if they had managed to escape danger. Wang Xiaofang's sobs grew louder as she tearfully remarked, "Aunt Lee, I saw the black panther chase after them, but I've been waiting here for a long time, and they haven't returned." After a pause, she continued, If something unfortunate has happened to Lufan, what are we to do?" At this moment, tears welled up in Aunt Lee's eyes, yet she forced herself to remain composed and stated, "Let us not worry just yet. We must trust in Lufan's abilities. However, both Wang Xiufang, who was utterly powerless, and Aunt Li could only quietly await a miracle, for what else could they do? On the cliffside, Lu Fan, severely injured, staggered while being supported by Lin Shui as they proceeded along the creek, hoping to find a way back. As they reached the center of the cliff's base, a clearing suddenly opened up before them. Lin Shui pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Before them stood a dilapidated wooden cabin. The foundation of this cabin was composed of sturdy wooden piles, which supported the entire structure, elevating it about 2 meters above the ground. The cabin appeared remarkably worn, as if time had forgotten it, having been abandoned for a long while. With trepidation, Lu Fan and Lin Shui cautiously approached the cabin, each step filled with caution, fearful of encountering unknown dangers once more. At last, they arrived at the cabin door. Gently pushing open the weathered wooden door, the hinges creaked, as if narrating tales of the passage of time. Upon entering, they beheld a space divided into several rooms of varying sizes by wooden boards. Each room contained wooden beds fashioned from timber. Yet these beds were cloaked in a thick layer of dust, clearly indicating they had not been used for ages. The interior was a chaotic sight, adorned with cobwebs, suggesting it had become a haven for spiders. Scattered on the floor were remnants of various birds' droppings, raising concerns about the sanitary conditions. In a corner of the cabin, Lu Fan and Lin Shui discovered some household utensils, including pots, bowls, and a few simple farming tools. However, when their gaze fell upon a dusty blue and white porcelain bowl, a sense of unease gripped them. The bowl's antiquated design starkly contrasted with modern ceramics, leading them to ascertain that it was undoubtedly not a product of contemporary craftsmanship. Driven by an increasing curiosity, they ventured deeper into the cabin. Upon entering the innermost room, Lin Shui let out a terrified scream. Lu Fan hurriedly turned to see a set of ancient soldier armor hanging upon the wooden wall. In the dim light, the armor appeared somewhat ominous, and at first glance, one might easily mistake it for a person standing there, explaining Lin Shui's fright. Adjacent to the armor stood a rusted spear propped against the wall, and at the waist of the armor hung a curved dagger. As Lu Fan drew the dagger and brushed away the animal grease-laden dust, its blade gleamed ominously sharp despite the rust on the hilt. He was astonished that, after so many years, the blade still retained its edge. Although the hilt was quite rusty, its material was evidently exceptional. Lu Fan couldn't help but admire the extraordinary wisdom and craftsmanship of the ancients. He swung the dagger experimentally and found it remarkably comfortable, as if it had always belonged to him. Moreover, Lu Fan noticed a bundle tightly wrapped in animal fur beneath the bed. He crouched down and cautiously dragged the bundle from under the bed. Upon gently untying the fur, he uncovered an ancient firearm, upon which the words Shunji Ying were inscribed at the handle. The armor, Shunji Ying, the firearm, and the blue and white porcelain bowl, although seemingly unrelated, all evoked the Ming dynasty in Lu Fan's mind. Despite his limited education, Lin Shui leaned in with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with a desire to explore these artifacts. She softly inquired, "Are these formidable items?" Lu Fan smiled and replied, "Indeed, Sister Shui, this is a splendid find. It's called a firearm, akin to a modern rifle." Having grown up hauling a homemade hunting gun crafted by the villagers alongside his father, he was no stranger to firearms. The discovery of the firearm invigorated the once weak and injured Lu Fan, for he understood that with it in his possession, neither the Black Panther nor wild boars, nor even fiercer beasts, would pose a threat. Nonetheless, Lu Fan was acutely aware of his current frail condition. He knew he must first rest and recuperate to regain his strength, enabling him to better confront the challenges that lay ahead. Thus, he turned to Lin Shui and suggested, "Sister Shui, let us tidy this place up. We shall rest here for today. Once I regain my strength, we can devise a plan to leave." Lin Shui fetched a leafy branch, which she arranged into a makeshift broom and began sweeping the cabin. She started with the floor, clearing away the dust and debris. Next, she turned her attention to the beds, gently sweeping off the thick dust to reveal the underlying bedding. While tidying up the beds, an ancient book suddenly caught her eye. The pages were yellowed and tattered, riddled with holes from insects. Intrigued, Lin Shui picked up the book and examined its cover closely. However, the title had long since faded and was indecipherable. She handed the book to Lu Fan, saying, "Take a look at this. Perhaps it holds the key to our escape." Chapter 30. The identity of the cabin's owner. Lu Fan accepted the book as though it were a precious treasure, carefully flipping through its pages. However, upon reaching the first few pages, he frowned, for they were in tatters, the paper shredded and the text illegible. Yet he did not give up. He continued to turn the pages. The subsequent text was predominantly in traditional Chinese characters. Although somewhat unfamiliar to Lu Fan, he was not entirely lost. With his rudimentary understanding of traditional characters and other descriptions, he managed to grasp a portion of the content. As he delved deeper into the text, Lu Fan's furrowed brow began to relax. He discovered that the book appeared to be the diary or memoir of the cabin's owner, meticulously chronicling his experiences and the journey that led him to this deserted island. According to the entries, the cabin's owner was originally a lower-ranking officer among the crew during Zheng He's maritime expeditions. He was aboard a naval warship when they encountered an exceptionally fierce storm during a distant voyage. This tempest was so violent that the majority of the soldiers aboard perished at sea, leaving only a handful of fortunate survivors. The ship sustained severe damage, losing its power and contact with the main fleet. The remaining survivors could only drift helplessly across the vast ocean, ultimately arriving at this desolate island after several days adrift. On this barren isle, they gradually came to realize that hope of returning to land was slim. Yet, driven by an insatiable desire to survive, they relentlessly sought various methods to sustain themselves. A group embarked on a quest for fishing and hunting, weaving through the dense jungle in search of any edible prey. Meanwhile, another group harnessed their creativity, utilizing the dilapidated warship and sturdy tree stumps from the forest to construct a wooden shelter, providing a relatively secure refuge for all. Moreover, they exerted their ingenuity to cultivate the scant remaining food supplies, daringly attempting to plant at the cliff's base. Despite the harsh conditions, they persevered, steadfast in their belief that they could carve out a semblance of life in this barren land. As days turned into weeks, they continued to explore and experiment, enduring numerous failures. Remarkably, they eventually reaped the rewards of their agricultural efforts, which undoubtedly fortified their chances of survival. However, as time cruelly marched on, the inhabitants of the island could not escape the natural cycle of life and death. One by one, lives quietly slipped away on this lonely isle, until only a solitary officer remained. Confronted with solitude and desolation, this officer refused to be crushed. Instead, in his final moments, he began to document his experiences on the island, detailing the hardships of survival and his longing for his homeland. He hoped that one day, these writings would be discovered, allowing the world to understand all that they had endured on this forsaken island. Lu Fan found himself engrossed in this diary, increasingly captivated by its contents. He felt as if he could sense the officer's mindset at the time and recognized that this diary might serve as a valuable guide for his own survival on the island. Thus, Lu Fan meticulously compared the weapons and tools described within the diary, searching each corner of the room to find them. Although these tools had weathered the ravages of time, they remained functional, as if narrating their own stories. To his surprise, he discovered not only various weapons of different sizes, but also an old, yellowed nautical chart and a mysterious floating compass. Uncertain of their utility, Lu Fan carelessly set them aside, his interest piqued more by the weaponry, which could provide him with added security in times of danger. Following the directional cues in the diary, he made his way straight to the back of the wooden house. Upon arrival, he was met with a sight that echoed the descriptions in the book, a vast expanse of wheat fields. However, these fields had endured centuries without care. Over the relentless passage of time, as the seasons cycled through, mature seeds dropped to the ground, sprouting anew with tenacious vitality, only to mature and drop once more. This cyclical process rendered the wheat fields disorganized and overgrown. Moreover, a tangle of weeds thrived amidst the wheat, intertwining with it, creating an illusion of a wild, untamed landscape, making it difficult to associate this chaos with the promise of sustenance. Lin Schwerer followed closely behind Lu Fan, and upon witnessing the somewhat desolate, yet promising sight, she gasped in disbelief, her hands covering her mouth in astonishment. There really is a wheat field here. My goodness, it's almost unbelievable. Her voice brimmed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy. Indeed, with this food source, we need no longer fret about hunger, Lu Fan mused, his gaze filled with visions of a hopeful future. Furthermore, the ample water supply here makes it an excellent place to reside. It seems we must bring Sister Xiaofang and Aunt Li over soon, Lin Schwerer exclaimed, her mind already envisioning a life of harmony and prosperity on this land. Lu Fan nodded in agreement without hesitation. Absolutely. The conditions here are far superior to our cave. And given that there were people living here before, it is highly unlikely that wild beasts will return. As Lu Fan moved, the actions had inadvertently aggravated his injury, causing a sharp, tearing pain to shoot through him, as if countless needles were piercing his flesh. He inhaled sharply, instinctively rubbing the area around his wound in an attempt to alleviate the excruciating discomfort, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Observing Lu Fan's agony, Lin Schwerer, filled with concern, immediately urged, "Xiao Fan, you should return to the wooden house and rest for a while." Without waiting for a response, she draped his arm over her shoulder, her movements gentle yet insistent. Carefully, she assisted him step by step toward the shelter. Leaning against her, Lu Fan suddenly smirked. "By the way, Sister Schwer, aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you now?" He forced a smile despite the pain, but it appeared rather pale and weak. His lips were chapped and cracked, his complexion ashen, revealing the toll of blood loss from his earlier injury. Chapter 31. A kiss from Lin Schwer. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lin Schwer pouted, casting him a sidelong glance, feigning anger as she chided, "You. At a time like this, you still jest. You scoundrel, you're good in every way except for that mouth of yours." She playfully nudged him with her shoulder, her tone reproachful, yet laced with affection. "Ah, are you trying to harm your dear husband?" Lu Fan exclaimed dramatically in pain, resting his head on her shoulder. "I'm merely trying to distract myself with jokes, since my wound hurts so much. I need some form of mental solace." "Enough." Lin Schwer shot him a look, but unconsciously slowed her pace. "Once your injury heals, I will be the first to toss you out to chop wood since you brag about how strong you are." "Well, isn't it just to impress you, Sister Schwer?" Lu Fan retorted weakly, suddenly lowering his voice. "But honestly, if I could be supported by you every day, this little injury would be worth it." "Shut up." Lin Schwer's ears turned crimson, and she playfully threatened to pinch his side. She was determined not to let Lu Fan get into any more trouble. If she were the last one left at the bottom of this cliff, she feared she might not even have the will to live. "If you keep joking, I'll tell Sister Xiaofang that you're still thinking of taking advantage of me after getting hurt. That is unjust." Lu Fan feigned terror, widening his eyes. But upon meeting her concerned gaze, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "But truly, having you here makes it all worthwhile, no matter how much it hurts." "Smooth talker." Lin Schwer averted her gaze, quickening her pace, yet she could not suppress the smile that tugged at her lips. "Next time you try to act tough, I'll truly ignore you." Lu Fan merely chuckled in response, savoring the moment without contesting Lin Schwer's playful reprimand, radiating a sense of sheer enjoyment. As night descended, the entire canyon was enveloped in darkness, akin to being shrouded by a heavy black veil, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. In this tranquil canyon, the injured and weary Lu Fan was soon defeated by fatigue and slipped into slumber. Inside the dimly lit wooden cabin at the valley's base, Lin Schwer lay in one of the rooms, surrounded by an eerie stillness, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of the wind and the distant calls of small creatures. Unlike her previous stay in the cave above, accompanied by Aunt Li and Wang Xiaofang, she felt no fear then. Now, however, in this unfamiliar environment, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloped her. As Lin Schwer tossed and turned in bed, sleep eluded her. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in the silence, each thump a stark reminder of the surrounding darkness and her fears. Eventually, unable to withstand the terror any longer, she resolved to seek out Lu Fan. Cautiously, she rose from her bed, careful to make no sound. Guided by the faint glow of the fire outside, she made her way to the door of Lu Fan's room. Upon pushing the door open, she found Lu Fan lying quietly in bed, seemingly deep in dreams. Lin Schwer took a deep breath, summoning her courage to approach the sleeping figure. Her steps were light and slow, as she softly called out, "Lu Fan, are you asleep?" However, when Lu Fan awoke to her voice and opened his eyes, he was startled to see Lin Schwer standing at his bedside, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Schwer, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, a hint of fear in his voice, his heart racing from the unexpected fright. "It's the middle of the night. Do you want to scare me to death?" "I'm not. I'm just scared and couldn't bear to sleep alone," Lin Schwer replied, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance, looking at Lu Fan with a pitiable expression, much like a frightened little rabbit. Lu Fan, hearing her words, couldn't help but chuckle. He teased, "Did I hear you correctly? You actually want to sleep with me? What if I took advantage of the situation?" Lin Schwer's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, too shy to meet his eyes. Internally, she lamented, "If it weren't for my fear of sleeping alone, I wouldn't even bother with you." Yet now, she could not engage in their usual playful banter, for she was in need of his comfort. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and said, "Lu Fan, I know you're joking, but I truly am scared and cannot sleep alone." Seeing her helpless demeanor, Lu Fan felt a pang of compassion and decided against further teasing. He shifted his body slightly, creating space on the bed, and patted the edge, saying, "All right then. Come up." Feeling a bit awkward, Lin Schwer climbed onto the same bed as Lu Fan. Her body felt tense, and she dared not move, her heart racing like a startled rabbit. Though she found the situation embarrassing, the thought of having some semblance of safety brought her solace. Had it been any other time, Lu Fan might have been eager at the prospect of such a stunning beauty sharing a bed with him. However, now, with his injuries and exhaustion, such thoughts were far from his mind. Lu Fan closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and soon fell into a deep sleep once more. The following morning, when he awoke, the first sight that greeted him was Lin Shuer, still lost in dreams, her serene and beautiful visage bringing a smile to his face. He chastised himself. Lu Fan, you had such a stunning beauty sharing your bed last night, and you squandered it by sleeping soundly. That's truly wasteful. While he berated himself, he felt his strength gradually returning, and with it, his confidence grew. He gazed at Lin Shuer's slightly parted lips, and under the influence of hormones, an impulsive desire surged within him. Without a moment's thought, he leaned in and gently pressed his lips against hers. The kiss electrified his senses, causing him to shudder. He anxiously watched Lin Shuer for any signs of awakening, but she remained undisturbed, intensifying his desire. Encouraged by the hormones coursing through him, he gathered his courage for another attempt. However, just as his lips neared hers, Lin Shuer suddenly let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lu Fan's heart seemed to halt, leaving him speechless, his mind blank as he grappled with the unexpected turn of events. Lin Shuer was equally taken aback, her cheeks flushing bright red, her eyes wide with shock and embarrassment. What did you do?" she exclaimed, her voice a mix of indignation and shyness, as she bolted upright, hands covering her mouth. Lu Fan, flustered, stammered an explanation. "Shuer, it wasn't intentional. I just lost control for a moment." Chapter 32. Blood Orchid. Lin Shuer glared at him, ready to unleash her frustration, but upon catching sight of Lu Fan's injuries, her words caught in her throat. You went too far." She turned her head away, refusing to look at him, though her flushed ears betrayed her flustered state. "I'm sorry, Shuer, I realized my mistake." Lu Fan sincerely apologized, filled with regret. After a moment of silence, Lin Shuer took a deep breath and slowly said, "Forget it, let us pretend it never happened. Just don't let it happen again." Relieved, Lu Fan nodded vigorously. They sat in silence, the atmosphere awkward, until the growl of hunger from their stomachs broke the stillness. Lin Shuer instinctively covered her belly, her eyes darting away in embarrassment. Noticing this, Lu Fan scratched his head and chuckled. "Shuer, let us go find something to eat." Without waiting for her response, he got up from the bed, ready to venture outside. Hungry and eager, Lin Shuer followed him out. Upon exiting the wooden cabin, the fresh air of the canyon invigorated them, while sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the valley. Though Lu Fan still bore some injuries, he felt significantly stronger and took the lead in exploring the path ahead. Lin Shuer trailed behind, occasionally sneaking glances at him, her heart still in a slight turmoil. Suddenly, Lu Fan halted, pointing excitedly at a nearby patch of wild fruits. "Shuer, look, wild fruits." Lin Shuer's eyes sparkled, and she quickened her pace to join him. They entered the fruit grove and began to pick the wild berries. Lu Fan plucked one, wiped it clean, and offered it to Lin Shuer. "Try it should be sweet." Lin Shuer accepted the fruit, biting into it. The sweet juice burst forth, brightening her mood. They continued along the cliffside, chewing on the tangy sweet fruits while searching for a passage out of the canyon. As described in the ancient texts, the towering cliff, reaching nearly 100 meters high, stood like a natural barrier, isolating the valley from the outside world. Walking within the canyon, surrounded by the towering cliffs, felt akin to being in a small garden encircled by lofty buildings, though constrained in space. It was filled with enchanting sights and serenity. Still clutching the freshly picked fruits, they savored the flavors while meandering forward. Suddenly, Lu Fan paused, captivated by clusters of red flowers adorning the cliffside. "Sister Shuer, look over there. Is that a Shuel Lanhua?" Lu Fan's voice revealed an unmistakable excitement. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer hurriedly followed the direction of Lu Fan's finger. When her gaze landed on the vibrant crimson flower, her eyes widened in astonishment, eager to discern the details of these unfamiliar blossoms. There, on a cliff face a dozen meters above the ground, clusters of blood-red flowers bloomed like flames, contrasting sharply with the surrounding moss-covered green rock. The flowers bore an extraordinary resemblance to lilies, but their vivid crimson hue radiated a breathtaking beauty that was almost otherworldly. Although Lin Shuer was unaware of what Shuel Lanhua truly was, she could infer from Lu Fan's astonished expression that these flowers were indeed remarkable. In a state of exhilaration, Lu Fan turned to Lin Shuer and said, "I have only heard of the Shuel Lanhua's existence before, but I have never encountered its true form. However, judging by the shape and color of these flowers, they are indeed identical to the legendary Shuel Lanhua. The Shuel Lanhua is a rare red orchid that thrives deep within the primordial jungle, known for its ability to extend cellular lifespan. Its dormancy lasts 7 years, with a blooming period of merely 6 months. Now, by sheer chance, Lu Fan had stumbled upon the Shui Lan Hua during its flowering season, and he was determined not to let this rare opportunity slip away. It is worth noting how many high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals have racked their brains, exhausting all efforts to locate this plant, only to end up disappointed. This plant is exceedingly rare, a true treasure that one can only hope to encounter. If these Shui Lan Hua were to be auctioned, even a single bloom could ensure a lifetime of comfort and abundance. Not to mention the vast array of blood-red flowers before them, which could be likened to a mountain of gold. What is Shui Lan Hua? Is it really that precious? Lin Schwetter blinked her large, sparkling eyes, filled with curiosity as she inquired. Seeing her eagerness, Lu Fan assumed a serious demeanor and explained, "This is an extraordinarily valuable herb. Not only does it possess miraculous healing properties, but it is also said that women who consume it can maintain eternal youth and beauty." What? It can heal and extend life? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and pick some. Upon hearing the incredible benefits of the Shui Lan Hua, especially its healing capabilities, Lin Schwerer immediately thought of the injured Lu Fan, urging him anxiously to gather the flowers. However, Lu Fan hesitated, his speech faltering as he clearly harbored some concerns. What is the matter? Lin Schwerer furrowed her brow and pressed for an explanation. What you may not know is that it is said a great serpent guards the area around the Shui Lan Hua. At this revelation, Lin Schwetter gasped, her face turning pale as she instinctively recoiled. Yet, despite his apprehension, Lu Fan recognized the urgent need for the Shui Lan Hua to heal his wounds. Although he was unsure if the flower possessed the miraculous properties of legend, he understood he would never know unless he tried. He resolved to act decisively. Moreover, the cliff did not appear to harbor any serpents. Fortune favors the bold. Lu Fan silently repeated this adage in his mind, ready to take the plunge. Without delay, he donned his curved blade and secured a sharp dagger at his waist, fully equipped for the challenge ahead. The cliff, though only a dozen meters high, presented a daunting vertical ascent. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan surged forward, akin to a cannonball, swiftly grasping a small tree growing from the cliff face. Utilizing the force of his feet against the rock, he propelled himself upward. Once his feet found solid footing on the protruding tree, Lu Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. He cautiously straightened his body and extended his hands, attempting to grasp another small tree above him. However, upon reaching out, he realized he was still half a meter short. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He crouched down, intent on leveraging the flexibility of the tree and his own springing strength, leaping upward like a nimble leopard in pursuit of its prey. At that moment, Lu Fan's feet pressed closely against the tree, as if they shared a tacit understanding. With each push, the tree seemed to respond to his rhythm, swaying in harmony. Just as Lu Fan prepared to launch himself with all his might, disaster struck. With a sharp crack, the small tree beneath him snapped. Caught off guard, Lu Fan lost his footing and plummeted from the air like a kite severed from its string. Fortunately, due to the relatively low height, he sustained only minor injuries. Upon impact with the ground, he felt a numbing vibration in his backside, causing a wave of dizziness as he nearly expelled the wild fruits he had just consumed. Lin Schwerer, witnessing this, rushed over, her face filled with concern. "Lu Fan, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Lu Fan lamented inwardly, wishing she could experience the fall herself. "Oh dear, you try sitting down from that height. My poor backside feels like it's been shattered." Yet, putting on a brave front, he replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine. Such a height is nothing to me." As he feigned nonchalance and stood up, the sharp pain in his rear made him wince, involuntarily grimacing as he rubbed the sore spot. Lin Schwerer, perceptive to his facade, felt a pang of sympathy. Without hesitation, she approached him, gently massaging his injured area in hopes of alleviating his discomfort. Taken aback by her unexpected gesture, Lu Fan felt a flush creep onto his cheeks, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, his mischievous nature got the better of him as he cheekily remarked, "Sister Schwerer, it seems you're taking advantage of the situation, enjoying a little intimacy at my expense." Lin Schwerer, initially engrossed in her task, was caught off guard by his comment. Feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, her gentle touch turned into a playful pinch as she retorted, "You ungrateful rascal. You deserve this for your cheekiness." The pinch intensified the already agonizing pain in Lu Fan's backside, prompting him to leap up in surprise. "Sister Schwerer, what enmity lies between us? Your grip is far too fierce. This is not merely a pinch. It's akin to a plot against my very existence," he exclaimed, hopping away like a startled rabbit. Lin Schwerer could not help but laugh at his comical antics, tears of mirth nearly spilling from her eyes. After a brief distance, Lu Fan paused, scanning the area for suitable tools. Soon, he spotted a vine about the thickness of a finger and promptly set to work cutting it down. Continuing, he deftly severed a branch from his back with his curved blade, then skillfully shaped it into a hook with his dagger, securely fastening it to a vine. Will this work? Lin Schwerer observed Lu Fan's rudimentary tool with a skeptical expression. Just wait and see. Lu Fan replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence in his creation. Once prepared, he positioned himself approximately 3 meters away from the cliff face, gripping the vine with his left hand and the hooked end with his right. Beginning to swing it with fervor, his movements were both agile and powerful, each swing accompanied by a rush of air, reminiscent of a valiant horseman on the prairie. After completing a full rotation of 81 times, Lu Fan finally ceased his dizzying spins. He took a deep breath, abruptly raised his heels, and leaned forward into a poised diving stance. With all his strength, he hurled the hooked vine into the air. The vine soared like a falcon diving from the sky, slicing through the air at an astonishing speed towards a small tree perched atop the cliff. With a swift whoosh, the hook latched onto the root of a small tree above the blood orchid. Overjoyed, Lu Fan tugged on the vine a few times, discovering that the hook was firmly secured, which filled him with immense satisfaction. It worked, he exclaimed excitedly, his voice echoing through the valley. Gripping the vine tightly, he pushed against the cliff with his feet and began the arduous climb upwards. Lin Schwerer stood below, her heart racing as she watched his every move. Unconsciously clenching her fists, her palms drenched in sweat. Be careful, Lu Fan, she called out anxiously, her voice laced with concern and worry for him. Although the vine served as a supportive tool, scaling the sheer 10-meter cliff was no simple feat. He needed to counteract gravity's pull while maintaining his balance. A single misstep could send him plummeting down. Lu Fan was acutely aware of this, and he dared not relax for a moment. He exerted every ounce of his strength, using both hands and feet, inching his way up. For Lu Fan, whose injuries had yet to heal, every step was fraught with hardship and challenge. Just as he was nearing the blood orchid's location, the strain caused his muscles to tighten suddenly. In an instant, the wounds, which had begun to scab over, felt as though they were torn open anew, blood gushing forth and mingling with yellow pus, coursing down his body. This sight sent Lin Schwerer into a state of alarm. Her heart raced, and cold sweat broke out on her palms. Lu Fan, if it's too much, we can find another way, she urged, her eyes glued to him, silently praying for his safety. However, Lu Fan did not succumb to the pain. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agony and continued climbing. Each step was a struggle, yet he pressed on with indomitable will, ultimately reaching the blood orchid's location. He balanced on a protruding rock, gripping the vine tightly. Adjusting his stance, Lu Fan wasted no time and reached out to pluck the blood orchid. Overcome with excitement at the sight of the vibrant flower, he hastily stuffed it into his mouth, greedily consuming it as though fearing it might vanish. Blood from his wounded arm dripped onto the leaves of the blood orchid, merging with the flower's vivid hues, creating a bizarre and haunting tableau. After gathering an ample supply of blood orchids, he contentedly slid down the vine. As his feet touched the ground, Lin Schwerer hurried forward to receive the flowers he offered. Captivated by the stunning blossoms, she was momentarily entranced by their beauty and uniqueness. Chapter 34. Blood attracts the serpent. The crimson petals appeared to be soaked in blood, glistening and vivid, while the fiery red stamens resembled a flickering flame, delivering a striking visual impact. This breathtaking flower starkly contrasted with its surroundings, as if it had blossomed from the depths of hell. Just then, the foliage of the blood orchid formed a green curtain, obscuring a discreet opening below. Suddenly, a gleaming black serpent's head emerged from the hidden crevice, its inky scales reflecting a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. Once the serpent slithered out, it extended its body, measuring over 3 meters in length. Robust and powerful, akin to an adult's arm. Its eyes fixated on the blood pooling on the leaves beneath the blood orchid, the bright red liquid stark against the verdant foliage. The serpent slowly slithered closer to the blood, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, as it flicked its tongue, greedily lapping up the remnants of blood on the leaves. Each lick was imbued with an insatiable hunger, as if it were savoring the most delectable meal. However, Lu Fan and Lin Schwerer, standing below, remained oblivious to the unfolding scene above them. Their focus was solely on the blood orchids in their hands, especially Lin Schwerer, who, witnessing Lu Fan consume the flower without any immediate adverse reaction, grew increasingly doubtful. Unable to contain her concern, Lin Schwerer asked, "Can this blood orchid really heal and prolong life? What do you feel after consuming it?" Her voice reflected her apprehension. The flower seemed so bizarre that she found it hard to believe in its miraculous properties. I feel nothing. Could the legend be false? Lu Fan mused, questioning the tale surrounding the blood orchid. Meanwhile, the serpent, having licked the blood from the leaves, appeared unsatisfied. It writhed its body, weaving back and forth in search of more such delicacies. Yet, the minuscule droplets of blood had long since been consumed, leaving no excess for its indulgence. Nevertheless, the serpent was undeterred. Relying on its keen sense of smell, it began to slither towards the vine with residual blood. The serpent coiled around the vine, swiftly descending. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Lin Shuer remained engrossed in examining their blood orchids, entirely unaware of the impending danger. As the serpent neared the bottom, it was suddenly drawn to Lu Fan, who stood less than a meter from the vine. His wounds continued to seep blood, the faint scent of iron lingering in the air. The serpent sniffed the bloodied air, confirmed its target, flicked its tongue, bared its sharp fangs, and arched its body, preparing to strike. Lin Shuer and Lu Fan stood face to face, her gaze suddenly fixed on the ominous black snake poised to strike. The unexpected sight rendered her momentarily speechless. "Ah, a snake!" she instinctively screamed, her body retreating as if electrocuted. Hearing Lin Shuer's terrified cry, Lu Fan felt a pang of anxiety and swiftly turned to assess the situation. Upon spotting the large, pitch-black serpent, a surge of fear washed over him. The snake's body, dark as ink, shimmered menacingly, and its exposed fangs sent a chill down his spine, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Clearly, the black snake had targeted Lu Fan as its prey, its head tilting back slightly, as if gathering strength. Suddenly, the snake lunged forward with a fierce thrust, resembling a streak of black lightning, heading straight for Lu Fan. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped just in time, leaping aside with remarkable agility. The snake, propelled by its own momentum, crashed heavily to the ground. However, this setback did not deter the black serpent. It quickly turned around, baring its fangs once more to launch a second assault on Lu Fan. In that moment, Lu Fan had no time to draw the curved blade from his back. His heart raced, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In a moment of panic, he grabbed a branch from the ground. As the snake lunged at him, he swung the branch with all his might, striking the serpent's head. With a sharp crack, the branch broke upon impact, causing the snake to hiss in pain. Yet, the black snake's reaction was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it coiled and struck again, moving like lightning to attack from the side. In an instant, it ensnared Lu Fan's right leg tightly. Lu Fan felt an overwhelming force gripping him, causing him to lose balance and crash to the ground. The serpent constricted around his leg, tightening its grip. The pressure intensified, as if the snake aimed to snap his leg in two. In this dire moment, Lu Fan drew his curved blade without hesitation and began to slash at the black snake's body. Enraged by his frantic actions, the snake suddenly gathered its strength, opening its jaws to reveal its menacing fangs, aiming directly for Lu Fan's groin. Alarmed, Lu Fan shouted, "No way. Shuer, this snake must have learned from you." Targeting a man's weaknesses. Lin Shuer, hearing his words, felt utterly speechless. Her voice trembled with anxiety, laced with reproach. "What are you joking about at a time like this?" At that moment, Lu Fan displayed remarkable reflexes. He swiftly pushed the curved blade forward to block the snake's attack. The serpent, with its gaping maw and fierce countenance, lunged at him like a dark flash, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Yet, in this critical instant, Lu Fan reacted with agility. He bent his legs slightly, leaning forward, and positioned the blade precisely in front of the snake's wide-open mouth. With a resounding crack, the blade collided violently with the snake's jaws, producing a chilling sound that echoed in the air. The immense force caused the serpent's jaw to split, and Lu Fan could distinctly hear the crisp sound of its bones fracturing. The black snake, severely injured and writhing in agony, released its grip on Lu Fan's leg and recoiled as if shocked. However, it was clear that the snake was unwilling to concede defeat. It began thrashing its head violently, attempting to dislodge the blade lodged in its mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan rolled away, creating distance between himself and the snake. As the serpent thrashed about, the blade spun through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest, ultimately being flung several meters away, landing with a heavy thud. Chapter 35. Extracting the venom. The black snake soon regained its composure from the intense pain, its hostile eyes fixated on Lu Fan, hissing menacingly as if to challenge him. Yet, rather than attacking Lu Fan immediately, it unexpectedly shifted targets, lunging towards Lin Shuer, who was closer. Clearly, the black serpent had reached its peak of fury, intent on bringing down its prey. Lin Shuer was taken completely by surprise by the snake's sudden change of target, her face paling in shock, trembling uncontrollably. In her panic, she picked up a fist-sized rock from the ground and hurled it at the advancing serpent. The stone flew through the air, striking the snake with a resounding thud. Although the impact was not enough to seriously harm the creature, it momentarily slowed its movements. However, this brief hesitation only served to infuriate the snake further. With a roar, it opened its gaping maw, blood seeping from its injuries, and lunged at Lin Shuer with renewed speed. Lu Fan shouted desperately, "Run!" Yet, in her panic, Lin Shuer dashed forward like a startled rabbit, not knowing where to go. Just a few steps in, she stumbled and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. She was about to rise when the horrifying black snake darted toward her like a bolt of lightning. Lu Fan's heart raced with urgency. Without a moment's thought, he grabbed the curved blade from the ground and rushed toward her. However, despite his desperate sprint, he was ultimately a moment too late. The serpent opened its gaping jaws, revealing its sharp fangs, and bit down mercilessly on Lin Shuer's thigh. Her piercing scream echoed hauntingly in the air. Hearing her cry, Lu Fan felt his heart shatter, his eyes blazing with rage. In that instant, he transformed into a wild beast, swinging the curved blade with all his might at the black serpent. With a resounding crack, the snake's body was severed in two by Lu Fan's strike. The dismembered serpent writhed on the ground, thrashing in a futile death struggle. Consumed by fury, Lu Fan did not cease his onslaught. Instead, he continued to hack mercilessly at the now severed snake. Blood splattered around him with each strike, each blow fueled by his wrath and hatred, until the serpent lay in pieces, akin to chopped cucumbers, scattered across the ground. Only then did Lu Fan pause, his chest heaving, gasping for breath as sweat streamed down his forehead like raindrops. He discarded the blade and rushed to check on Lin Shuer's injuries. Lu Fan swiftly tore open her trousers, ripping a strip of fabric to bind her thigh. "What are you doing?" Lin Shuer exclaimed, startled by his sudden actions. Her voice tinged with fear and unease as she instinctively tried to stop him from tearing at her clothes. "Don't move. What are you thinking at a time like this?" His tone was filled with urgency and reproach, leaving Lin Shuer momentarily stunned, her apprehension silencing her further actions. As the pants were stretched wider, the wound was fully exposed. Two dark, hollow bite marks on Lin Shuer's outer thigh oozed black blood, and the surrounding skin had turned a sickly purple, emanating a repulsive, rancid odor. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, her lips trembling weakly, as if she were on the verge of fainting at any moment. Lu Fan, consumed by anxiety, was acutely aware of the venomous potency of the snake's bite. If the venom were not extracted promptly, Lin Shuer's life would be in grave danger. What could he do? Gazing at the two wounds seeping with foul-smelling black pus, Lu Fan found himself at a loss. If he refrained from sucking out the venom, Lin Shuer's survival was doubtful, yet if he used his mouth, he too could face peril. Watching Lin Shuer gradually slipping into unconsciousness, her face growing ever paler, her eyes tightly shut, and her body trembling slightly, Lu Fan felt an overwhelming urgency. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that saving her was paramount. Taking a deep breath, he braved the life-threatening situation, suppressing the nauseating stench, and bent down to begin drawing out the venom from her wound. The area around the wound had already turned black from the venom. Lu Fan sucked fervently on the black blood, each mouthful a desperate struggle against death for Lin Shuer's life. His face was etched with pain and determination, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet he showed no signs of stopping. With each pull, Lin Shuer's body trembled, letting out agonizing groans that pierced the stillness of the surroundings. The seductive sound stirred Lu Fan's emotions, causing him to flush with heat. If one merely listened without witnessing the scene, they might mistakenly assume they were engaged in some unspeakable act. At that moment, Lu Fan harbored but one thought: he must save her. With each mouthful of venom extracted, Lin Shuer's complexion began to regain a hint of color. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Fan beside her, diligently extracting the venom, her heart swelled with gratitude. She attempted to speak, her lips moving, but the weakness of her body rendered her voiceless. Just then, Lu Fan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, realizing he too might be affected by the snake's venom. Nevertheless, despite feeling exceedingly unwell, he gritted his teeth and continued to draw out the toxic black blood for Lin Shuer. Time slipped away, each pull akin to battling against death itself. Finally, as the blood he drew shifted from black to red, Lu Fan exhaled in relief, pausing his efforts upon witnessing the bright red blood flowing from the wound. At that moment, his lips had turned a ghastly shade of dark blue, and he began to feel intensely dizzy. Yet, he dared not relax. He understood the severity of the snake's venom and knew that a moment's carelessness could cost him his life. He took out some shui lan hua and placed it in his mouth, chewing it into a paste before applying it to the wound. Although he was uncertain of its efficacy in healing or detoxifying, in this life-and-death scenario, he had no choice but to gamble on its potential. Feeling increasingly lightheaded, Lu Fan sensed the symptoms worsening, as if the world around him were spinning. He knew he could not succumb. Thus he stuffed a handful of shui lan hua into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Lin Shuer, observing everything Lu Fan had done for her, especially noting his blackened lips, was filled with guilt and remorse. Lu Fan, have you also been poisoned? I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. Lu Fan forced a smile, attempting to reassure Lin Shuer, don't worry, I'm fine. This little bit of venom is nothing to me. However, his voice came out weak and lacking conviction. Lin Shuer's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Lu Fan, wishing to reach out and support him, only to find her own body devoid of strength. Utterly limp. Chapter 36. Wang Xiufang in the cave. Lu Fan shook his dizzy head, striving to stand up, supporting Lin Shuer as they slowly made their way back. His face was pale, and he spoke feebly, let us return to the wooden cabin first. Lin Shuer nodded in agreement. As they walked, Lu Fan's steps grew increasingly unsteady, prompting Lin Shuer to feel deep concern, tears welling in her eyes. Just a few dozen meters from the cabin, Lu Fan succumbed to dizziness. The world darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Lu Fan, what's wrong? Don't scare me, Lin Shuer cried, her voice thick with tears. However, Lu Fan remained unresponsive, lying still. Trembling with fear, Lin Shuer placed her hand near Lu Fan's nose, relieved to find he was still breathing. Gathering her strength, she bent down to drape Lu Fan's arms over her shoulders, preparing to carry him back. Yet, as a frail woman with an injured leg, how could she possibly lift the tall, robust Lu Fan? After several failed attempts, she resignedly began to drag him toward the wooden cabin. Ultimately, after immense effort, she managed to pull Lu Fan back to the cabin, but the ordeal left her, already weakened, utterly exhausted, and she too collapsed. After an indeterminate amount of time, when Lin Shuer awoke, she was astonished to discover that her leg wound had begun to heal, and the speed of recovery surpassed her expectations. Cautiously, she attempted to stand, and was surprised to find her movements as fluid as before her injury, completely unaffected. In her surprise, she remembered Lu Fan, still unconscious, and rushed to his side, anxiously calling his name, Lu Fan. Wake up, Lu Fan. Yet, no matter how she called, Lu Fan remained silent, lying there in stillness. Lin Shuer's unease intensified as she scrutinized Lu Fan's condition, her worry deepening as she noticed his face and body had taken on a strange blackish-purple hue. Sweat beading on his forehead, evaporating to release wisps of vapor. This sight filled Lin Shuer with terror, her heart racing wildly as she felt utterly lost. However, after a brief moment of panic, she quickly regained her composure and began to formulate a plan. She gazed at her own healing wound, and an idea struck her, shui lan hua. With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited within her. She realized it must be the shui lan hua at work. Otherwise, her wound could not have healed so rapidly. Moreover, despite Lu Fan being in a coma from the snake venom, he was still alive. Lin Shuer surmised that this might be connected to the considerable amount of shui lan hua he had consumed earlier. For a person bitten by a snake typically would not survive beyond half an hour without medical intervention. Aware of this, Lin Shuer wasted no time, crushing the remaining shui lan hua and squeezing the juice into Lu Fan's mouth. After completing this, she hurriedly fetched a basin of water, soaked a cloth, and gently wiped the sweat from Lu Fan's face. In this moment, the unconscious Lu Fan found himself in a tumultuous internal struggle as the blood orchid within him began to take effect. The potent medicinal qualities of the blood orchid intertwined with the venom of the snake, clashing against one another like a raging inferno within his body. This tumultuous battle resulted in bursts of heat causing Lu Fan to sweat profusely, followed by chilling spells that rendered his body a ghastly shade of blue. As time trickled by, Lin Shuer remained steadfast by his side, her gaze unwavering from Lu Fan, offering her a fragile sense of hope amidst the desolation of the desolate canyon. Meanwhile, in the cave, Wang Xiufang and Aunt Li were consumed by anxiety, their eyes fixed on the passage of time that revealed no sign of Lu Fan and Lin Shuer. Despite their silent dread that misfortune may have befallen them, both women chose to remain mute, unwilling to voice the grim reality. Particularly for Wang Xiufang, a flicker of hope still resided deep within her heart. Each day, she stood at the cave's entrance, gazing longingly at the distant beach, yearning to catch a glimpse of Lu Fan's silhouette. At times, she would recklessly venture into the jungle, calling out the names of Lu Fan and Lin Shuer, desperately searching for their whereabouts. Her voice echoed through the silent woods, laden with overwhelming anxiety and concern. It seemed she was resolute in her determination to find them, embodying an attitude of needing to see them alive or their remains. However, this perilous behavior eventually sparked Aunt Lee's worry. After persistent persuasion, Wang Xiufang finally came to realize the recklessness of her actions. She understood that relying solely on her own strength in this treacherous jungle would not only fail to lead her to Lu Fan and Lin Shuer, but could also endanger her own life. Aunt Lee, it has been several days now. Do you think they might have? Wang Xiufang's words lingered in her throat, ultimately succumbing to the dreadful speculation. Recalling how Lu Fan would tease her daily, she now found herself longing for his return, wishing even for him to stand by and watch her bathe. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks like a torrential flood. Witnessing Wang Xiufang's sorrowful countenance, Aunt Lee felt a pang of distress in her heart. With a heavy sigh, she offered a comforting sentiment. Let us hope they are still alive. Though brief, her words were imbued with profound prayers and longing for Lu Fan and Lin Shuer. Just as Wang Xiufang and Aunt Lee were engulfed in worry, a sudden flurry of barks erupted from the distant jungle. This unexpected sound sent a jolt of tension through both women. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting fear and unease. Wang Xiufang's voice trembled involuntarily as she stammered, "What is happening? Could Lu Fan and the others be there?" Aunt Lee's expression grew serious, and she took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. "Do not panic. Let us assess the situation first." Yet, despite her reassurance, doubt and anxiety filled their hearts. The sudden appearance of barking dogs on this desolate island was indeed peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Xiufang gritted her teeth, resolved to investigate. Thus, they proceeded toward the source of the sound. Upon reaching the trap set by Lu Fan, Wang Xiufang abruptly halted. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Aunt Lee and said, "Aunt Lee, you are older and less agile. Please wait for me here. This area is safe, but do not step beyond this protective circle." Aunt Lee surveyed Wang Xiufang and then the thorn-laden traps surrounding them, nodding in agreement while advising, "Very well. But do take care. If anything seems amiss, return swiftly." Wang Xiufang nodded, then cautiously made her way toward the direction of the sound. With each step, her heart raced as if drumming in her chest, the sound of her blood rushing through her veins palpable. As she drew closer, she could hear voices clearly. Yet she discerned they were not Lu Fan's. Concealing herself within a patch of grass, she observed the scene before her. A group of around 10 individuals, clad in bizarre attire and armed with various weapons, indicated they were no benign company. Wang Xiufang's heart sank as she surmised they were likely pirates. Suddenly, a familiar face caught her eye. It was Long Gu, the man who had nearly ruined her life. He hunched over, ingratiatingly addressing the apparent leader of the group, urgently proclaiming, "Big brother, I swear I am not deceiving you. There are indeed 2 women on this island, and they are as beautiful as celestial beings." The leader, a burly man with a brutish demeanor and eyes gleaming with malice and greed, scowled as he pointed threateningly at Long Gu, warning, "Remember your words. If you dare to lie to me, you shall meet your end." Hidden nearby in the underbrush, Wang Xiufang held her breath, praying they would leave without discovering her. Just then, a dog charged toward her, causing her heart to leap into her throat. In a moment of desperation, she seized a stone and hurled it in the opposite direction, diverting the dog's attention. However, the noise still caught the pirate's attention. What was that sound? The pirate leader bellowed, his voice resonating through the still forest with an air of authority and menace. Long Gu's eyes gleamed with cunning as he suggested, "Big brother, could it be that pesky boy who is always around those 2 women? He seems quite elusive and may possess some skills." The leader issued orders to Long Gu. "Take a few men and investigate." "Of course, big brother, you can count on me." Long Gu nodded eagerly before leading several pirates toward Wang Xiufang's direction like a pack of hunting dogs. Wang Xiufang was a bundle of nerves, her palms slick with sweat, her heart racing almost to a halt. She desperately sought refuge deeper in the thicket, her body trembling with fear. With each step of the pirates drawing nearer, her heart tightened painfully, repeating in her mind, "Please do not discover me. Please do not discover me." Realizing that remaining hidden would only delay the inevitable, she made a snap decision and bolted into the open, disregarding all caution. This sudden flight exposed her presence. Long Gu, grinning maliciously, pointed at Wang Xiufang's retreating form and exclaimed to the pirate leader, "Big brother, look. It's her, right on target." The pirate leader's gaze fell upon Wang Xiufang, captivated by her alluring figure as she fled. His eyes lit up with lustful intent as he commanded, "After her. Do not let this woman escape." Wang Xiufang sprinted ahead, her heart pounding fiercely, breaths coming in rapid gasps, her legs feeling as heavy as lead. Yet the instinct for survival propelled her forward, unyielding in her desperate flight. Long Gu and his companions pursued relentlessly, their jeers echoing behind her with sinister delight. However, Wang Xiufang could not possibly escape from these seasoned pirates who had long thrived in the wilderness, their agile forms surrounding her in no time. She was soon encircled by the band of pirates closing in from behind. Wang Xiufang gazed in terror at the fierce expressions of the pirates around her, her body trembling uncontrollably. The thought of falling into the hands of these ferocious marauders filled her with dread. Long Gu stepped forward with an air of triumph. A lewd grin plastered across his face as he remarked, "My beauty, do you still remember me?" Wang Xiufang glared at him, her eyes ablaze with fury and hatred, wishing she could inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. Yet, in that moment, she was utterly alone. Lu Fan's whereabouts were unknown, and she understood that she was trapped in a dire predicament. The pirate leader approached, extending a rough and filthy hand towards Wang Xiufang's face. She recoiled in disgust, glaring back at him, enraged. The pirate's face contorted with fury as he raised his hand and struck her sharply across the face, leaving it red and swollen, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. The leader glowered and demanded, "Where are the others on the island?" "I don't know," Wang Xiufang stammered, too frightened to lift her head, her voice trembling with a hint of sobbing. "Big brother, this girl is quite something. Can't we let the brothers have some fun with her first?" One of the lesser pirates asked eagerly, his gaze filled with lewd desire. The leader shot him a cold glare, his eyes sharp as a blade. The underling shrank back, like a frightened mouse, retreating without daring to harbor any further thoughts. The pirate leader pointed a gun at Wang Xiufang's head, menacingly saying, "Speak up, or I'll kill you right now." "I truly don't know. I'm looking for them too," Wang Xiufang cried, tears brimming in her eyes. Seeing that nothing useful could be extracted from her, the pirate leader gritted his teeth in frustration and ordered 2 of his men, "You two, take this woman back. The rest of you, keep searching. If you don't find anyone, don't even think about returning." At that moment, Wang Xiufang was engulfed in despair. She could not fathom how she had fallen into such a fate. Normally, she wouldn't even allow Lu Fan to touch her. Yet now she found herself at the mercy of these ruthless pirates. She resolutely vowed that even in death, she would not allow them to succeed. A determined expression forming on her face. Time passed silently with the rise and fall of the sun. Lu Fan's complexion gradually regained color, and his brow relaxed. When he awoke again, his first sight was Lin Shui, who was dozing at the edge of the bed. Looking at her weary, yet worried face filled Lu Fan with emotion. He gently sat up, stretching his body, and discovered he had fully recovered, even feeling a sense of unprecedented lightness. It seemed the blood orchid had worked wonders. Overcome with thirst, he rose to pour himself a glass of water. Lin Shui stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Upon seeing Lu Fan awake, she froze for a moment before joyfully throwing herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. "You're finally awake. I was so scared. Did you know you were unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights?" She sobbed, her voice thick with emotion. Lu Fan comforted her gently, patting her back. "It's all right now. See, I'm fine." Once they calmed down, Lin Shui recounted the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. Suddenly, Lu Fan recalled something and, with a worried expression, asked, "Sister Shui, how is your leg injury? Is it feeling any better?" Lin Shui smiled softly, reassuring him, "Don't worry, it's almost healed." As she spoke, she unabashedly rolled up her torn pants, revealing her previously injured thigh. Lu Fan looked closely, his eyes widening in shock. The once ghastly, gaping wound had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. In its place were merely 2 tiny black dots, hardly discernible unless one peered closely. "Ah, how is this possible?" Lu Fan exclaimed, astonished. "It's only been a few days. This is incredible." His face was a canvas of disbelief and astonishment. Chapter 38. The cliff crack. Seeing Lu Fan's astonished expression, Lin Shui also glanced down at her leg. Upon witnessing that her once battered thigh had returned to its former state, she too was rendered speechless. "When I checked yesterday, the wound hadn't fully healed, yet today there's not even a trace left. Could it be the blood orchid has taken effect? This is simply miraculous." Upon mentioning the blood orchid, Lu Fan suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly inquired, "Sister Shui, what happened to the remaining blood orchids?" Lin Shui replied with a hint of exasperation, "They're all gone." "What? Gone? How is that possible?" Lu Fan's voice escalated in pitch. "Wasn't there a lot left?" Calmly, Lin Shui explained, "I crushed them all for you. Otherwise, how could you have woken up so quickly?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but curse inwardly. This wasteful girl has no sense of restraint, treating the blood orchid as if it were mere broccoli. Nevertheless, the undeniable fact remained that the fabled blood orchid indeed possessed miraculous healing properties. However, what of the legendary giant serpent? The serpent they had encountered was evidently far from the fabled beast, merely a somewhat larger snake at most. In an instant, a cascade of questions surged through Lu Fan's mind. He began to contemplate various possibilities in an effort to unravel this mystery. The only plausible explanation seemed to be that the original giant serpent had long been dealt with by the previous owner of the wooden cabin, and the serpent they encountered was a newcomer that had appeared later. Noticing Lu Fan lost in thought, Lin Shui grew concerned, fearing he might be unwell again. With genuine concern, she asked, Lu Fan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? Lu Fan, roused by her voice, returned to reality and was touched by the worry reflected in her eyes. However, he chose not to share his thoughts with her. Shaking his head, he feigned nonchalance, replying, I'm fine, just a bit lost in thought. Oh, right, Sister Shui, I believe it's imperative we go retrieve Aunt Xiaofang and Aunt Li. The conditions here are far superior to those in the cave, making it safer for them to stay here. Lin Shui agreed with Lu Fan's reasoning, nodding in assent. Yes, I think so too. It's been several days already. They must be anxious. Thus, the two tidied up briefly before preparing to set off. Lu Fan handed Lin Shui a curved dagger for protection, while he strapped on a fire staff, tucked a dagger at his waist, and wielded a cleaver, fully armed. Together, they sought the passage mentioned in the ancient text that would lead them out of the gorge. As they traversed the misty, emerald canyon, it felt as if they had stepped into a realm of fantasy. The refreshing air invigorated their spirits, and the enchanting scenery provided a soothing balm for their previously tense hearts. In this tranquil atmosphere, Lu Fan's mischievous nature resurfaced as he playfully teased Lin Shui, his words laced with jest and banter. Sister Shui, I recall that when I was injured, you seemed rather hesitant to sleep alone, didn't you? How could that be? You are speaking nonsense. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lin Shui visibly blushed with shyness. Lu Fan wore a mischievous smile, maliciously continuing to pry. Then how did you manage when I was poisoned and unconscious? At this remark, Lin Shui seized the opportunity like a hawk, retorting with an air of superiority. I was utterly terrified and wouldn't dare leave your side for a moment, always watching over you, fearing that something might happen to you. You little rascal, how do you plan to repay me for that? Hearing Lin Shui's words, Lu Fan felt a surge of delight. Indeed, Lin Shui had fallen into his trap. Thus, with a wicked grin, he replied, Given your concern for me, I must offer myself in return. After saying this, Lu Fan leaned closer to Lin Shui, whispering, In that case, you need not fear when you sleep at night, for you could share your bed with me every night. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lin Shui's face flushed crimson, her previously gentle smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a scowl. The expression of a woman can change as rapidly as the weather in June. Lin Shui glared at Lu Fan with her beautiful eyes, as if she could breathe fire. Her once soft voice now sharp. You naughty boy, just as you recover, you start to entertain ideas about me. Are you itching for trouble? Before she finished speaking, Lin Shui swiftly grabbed Lu Fan's ear and twisted it forcefully. Lu Fan felt a sharp pain shoot through his ear, nearly crying out. Ah, it hurts. Lu Fan cried out, attempting to escape Lin Shui's grip. However, Lin Shui showed no intention of letting go, tightly holding onto his ear. Gritting her teeth. Just wait until I tear your mouth apart. I'll teach you to speak nonsense. With that, she pretended to reach for Lu Fan's mouth. Seeing this, Lu Fan was startled. He certainly did not want his mouth torn apart. Thus, he quickly turned and seized the opportunity to break free from Lin Shui's grasp. In their playful banter, they had unknowingly arrived at the precipice described in ancient texts. However, the sight before them was astonishing. Between two cliffs, a massive fissure loomed, as if the mountain itself had been rent asunder. This crack extended from the bottom of the cliff to its summit, a breathtaking height that evoked admiration for the artistry of nature. The fissure was exceedingly narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Yet, what was even more remarkable was the presence of a man-made staircase hewn from the narrow crack. Lu Fan instantly felt a deep respect for the predecessors who had once resided in the wooden cabin. The staircase, intricately constructed, clung to one side of the mountain, narrow enough for only one person to tread. The surface of the stone steps was uneven, evidently shaped by the ravages of time and human endeavor. After climbing a stretch, the staircase made a sharp turn between the steep cliffs, continuing its ascent on the opposite side of the mountain, resembling a great dragon coiling within the fissure. The steps were adorned with moss, yet faint traces of the irregular chisel marks remained, seemingly narrating the hardships endured by the ancient builders. The width of the stairs varied, with the narrowest parts requiring one to sidle cautiously, while the broadest could barely accommodate 2 feet. Even more astonishing, some steps formed clever angles with the cliff face, allowing climbers to leverage the wall for support. Witnessing such ingenious design, one could not help but admire the craftsmanship of the ancients. Chapter 39. Antly in the cave. This must be the passageway out, Lu Fan stated. Lin Shuer nodded, then urged, let us hurry up. Lu Fan cautiously stepped onto the first step, the moss beneath his feet producing a faint creaking sound. He turned back to remind Lin Shuer, Sister Shuer, be careful. These steps are quite slippery. Lin Shuer nodded and followed closely behind him. The two ascended the stone staircase with great caution. Halfway up, a sudden gust of mountain wind howled, causing them to sway. Lin Shuer gasped in fright, instinctively clutching Lu Fan's clothing. After regaining his balance, Lu Fan comforted her. Don't be afraid, hold on to me. Just then, several fist-sized stones tumbled down from above, hurtling toward them. Lu Fan reacted swiftly, pulling Lin Shuer behind him as the stones grazed his shoulder. Lin Shuer, shaken, clung tightly to Lu Fan's arm, her voice trembling. Lu Fan, will we be all right? Lu Fan patted her hand reassuringly, whispering, Sister Shuer, with me here, nothing will happen. They continued to ascend, the staircase growing increasingly steep, with Lu Fan feeling every step becoming exceptionally arduous. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he nearly fell. Fortunately, he managed to grasp a nearby crevice, stabilizing himself. Lin Shuer anxiously suggested, Lu Fan, why don't we take a break before continuing up? Lu Fan looked at her in astonishment. Are you crazy? It's unsafe here. We must hurry out. After climbing over 60 steps, they emerged through a layer of mist, looking down to see a vast expanse of fog below. Above them was a narrow cave layer, dim and suffocating, barely a meter in height. They bent down to enter the layer. Deep within the layer, there was a hole. Light filtered through the gaps in the stone slab above. Lu Fan concluded that must be the exit. Excitedly, he pointed to the hole and exclaimed, Sister Shuer, that must be the exit. Hurry. As they crouched through the layer, when they reached the entrance, Lu Fan raised his hands to push against the stone slab. But it had not been opened for years. It was covered in moss, and dense underbrush intertwined above it. After numerous attempts, he could only create a slight gap. Peering through the crevice, Lin Shuer saw a tangle of plant roots. These roots intertwined like a massive spider's web, firmly gripping the stone slab above. She frowned. Filled with concern, what are we to do? At that moment, Lu Fan, having exerted considerable effort, was drenched in sweat. He sat in the damp, stifling layer, resting briefly to catch his breath. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he swiftly drew the machete from his waist. What do you intend to do? Lin Shuer asked anxiously, her eyes wide. What else? Of course, I'm finding a way out. Lin Shuer's sudden panic momentarily puzzled Lu Fan. Why was she so jumpy? In a sudden burst, Lu Fan stood up, bracing his shoulder against the stone slab, summoning all his strength to force open a gap over a foot high. He then quickly took the machete and decisively began severing the roots that clung to the slab. With each crisp snap of the roots, the once tight bindings on the stone slab loosened significantly. Seeing this, Lu Fan took a deep breath and exerted his strength once more. At long last, he successfully pushed the stone slab aside, and the blinding sunlight poured in like a torrential flood, illuminating the dark, confined space. The two were momentarily taken aback by the sudden brightness, squinting their eyes until they gradually adjusted. Once their vision cleared, they exchanged smiles, joy radiating from their hearts. A profound sense of having escaped death enveloping them. Lin Shuer, unable to contain her excitement, tightly grasped Lu Fan's hand and exclaimed, we finally made it out. Let's go find Sister Xiaofang and Aunt Li. Yes, let us go, Lu Fan replied, wielding a machete as he led the way, while Lin Shuer followed obediently behind him like a dutiful wife. Aunt Li had been waiting anxiously since the previous day, growing increasingly uneasy at the absence of Wang Xiaofang's return. However, being in her 60s, she understood that recklessly searching the jungle would only serve as a feast for the wild beasts. Thus, she could only endure the agonizing wait in the cave, her heart filled with anxiety and apprehension. Just then, she heard voices coming from the jungle outside, and with a sense of caution, Aunt Li cautiously peered out. As the voices drew nearer, she recognized the familiar figures of Lu Fan and Lin Shuer, whom she had not seen for days. Lu Fan appeared shirtless, carrying a firearm. With a machete in hand, his trousers tattered as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Lin Shuer's appearance was no better. Her pants had a large tear, and her top was disheveled and dirty. Seeing them in such a disheveled state, Aunt Li's tears flowed freely as she rushed towards them. exclaiming, "Thank heavens, you're finally back." Aunt Li looked around anxiously, as if searching for something. "Where is Xiu Fang? Didn't she come back with you?" she asked urgently. Lu Fan and Lin Shuer exchanged startled glances, their faces reflecting shock. Lu Fan widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "Aunt Xiu Fang, didn't he return with us? Is she not here?" Lin Shuer, equally stunned, spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. "That's right. Aunt Li, you mean to say that when we were attacked by the Black Panther, Sister Xiu Fang, didn't he come back?" Her words trailed off as she covered her mouth with her hands, seemingly afraid to continue. Aunt Li, observing Lin Shuer's anxious demeanor, felt a pang of helplessness. She quickly countered, "What do you mean? She came back, but when she saw you hadn't returned, she grew worried. Yesterday, when she heard barking from below, she thought it was you, and insisted on going down to look for you. I couldn't stop her no matter how hard I tried." "What? Barking?" Lu Fan's brow furrowed deeply, his heart filled with concern. He pondered, how could there be barking in this jungle? Could there be wild dogs? Lin Shuer's expression turned grave as she questioned, "Aunt Li, are you sure you didn't miss here? In this desolate place, where would a dog come from?" Aunt Li shook her head, her tone resolute. It was definitely the sound of barking, and it seemed like more than one dog. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt a sense of dread wash over him. "This isn't good, Shuer. You and Aunt Li should head back to the cave. I will go find Aunt Xiu Fang." At that moment, regardless of whether there were wild dogs or beasts in the jungle, Lu Fan was determined to search for Wang Xiu Fang, who was not only his village beauty but also his heart's goddess. Chapter 40. Pirates. Lin Shuer, alarmed, quickly insisted, "I'll go with you. I can't let you take such risks alone." Her voice revealed a hint of urgency and worry. However, Lu Fan remained resolute, replying without hesitation, "No, Shuer, you should return to the cave with Aunt Li and wait for my news." Without allowing Lin Shuer to respond, he turned and dashed in the direction Aunt Li had indicated, without a moment's hesitation. Lu Fan treaded carefully through the jungle, his movements light and agile, striving to make no sound. His eyes, sharp like those of a hawk, vigilantly scanned his surroundings, wary of any sudden appearances of beasts. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears, and he immediately became alert. It was the voices of two men, although their conversation was quiet. It could barely be heard in the stillness of the jungle. Lu Fan's heart raced as he quickly concealed himself behind a large tree, peering through the dense foliage to observe the two men. The pair were dressed in camouflage trousers and eccentric tops, wielding heavy weaponry, resembling pirates. They were deep in discussion, and Lu Fan strained to catch their words. As they moved closer, he finally discerned their conversation. "What does the boss think? After all this effort to find a woman, he won't even let us touch her. He keeping her all to himself," one pirate complained. "Shoo, you fool, keep your voice down. If he hears you, you're finished," the other quickly admonished. "What are you afraid of? In this godforsaken place, who would hear us? Besides, why should he have all the good fortune?" The one called Baldy retorted, visibly displeased. Lu Fan's heart tightened. The woman they spoke of must be Wang Xiu Fang. As the pirates approached, he decided to take the initiative. Seizing the moment, he leaped from the tree, delivering a swift kick to the weapon held by the pirate closest to him. Following that, he landed a powerful punch on the other pirate's face, knocking him unconscious. Lu Fan swiftly seized the weapon from the fallen pirate. Baldy, still reeling from the shock, did not react quickly enough as Lu Fan swept his leg, sending him crashing to the ground. With his foot pressed against Baldy's chest, Lu Fan brandished his machete, demanding, "Describe the woman you captured. What does she look like, and where is she now?" At that moment, Lu Fan embodied the fury of an enraged lion. However, the pirate who had been knocked out regained consciousness, and, upon seeing Lu Fan standing over Baldy, charged at him in an attempt to tackle him. Seeing his companion awaken, Baldy grew emboldened. "You're looking for death. Let me go, or I swear I'll skin you alive." Lu Fan, having consumed a large quantity of blood orchids, was not only immensely powerful but also remarkably agile, running as if he were flying across the ground. In the instant the pirate lunged at him, Lu Fan deftly sidestepped, swiftly grasping the pirate's arm. With a forceful twist, he hurled the pirate against a nearby tree, causing him to spit blood and slump beside it. Realizing that he could not show mercy to these longtime murderers and thieves, Lu Fan drew his dagger and, with a swift motion, plunged it into the pirate's throat. The pirate coughed up blood before falling silent. With a fierce glare, Lu Fan stood over the imposing figure of Baldy, who had previously been so defiant. In an instant, he was struck by the imposing aura emanating from the man before him, causing his face to drain of color and extinguishing the arrogance he had just displayed. "Speak quickly. What does she look like?" Lu Fan demanded, brandishing a knife at the bald man. The bald man stammered in response. She looks fine. Though she's a bit older, around 40, of average height, but her figure is particularly good. Where is she now? Lu Fan's gaze turned frigid as he pressed down harder with his foot. Our boss has already sent someone back to the base with her, the bald man said, cold sweat pouring down his face. What? Lu Fan's heart sank. He had never expected that Wang Xiufang had already been moved off the deserted island by the pirates. He increased the pressure of his foot and shouted, "How many of you are still on this island? Speak." The bald pirate, racked with pain, cried out. There are 12 of us in total. 2 took the woman back, leaving 10 behind. Lu Fan felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. He could not bear to imagine what fate awaited Wang Xiufang at the pirate's base. He understood that he could not afford to delay any longer and must swiftly eliminate the remaining pirates on the island before devising a plan to rescue Wang Xiufang. Call everyone over to save you, otherwise. Lu Fan threatened, gesturing ominously with his machete near the pirate's face. Please, sir, spare me. I didn't capture the woman. The bald man pleaded desperately, fearing the wrath of the formidable figure before him. Enough with the nonsense. Call them now. I will not repeat myself. With that, he slashed the knife across the man's face, drawing a vivid line of blood that stained the pirate's cheek. Lu Fan then concealed the gun he found on the ground within the underbrush, leaving the bald pirate to cry out. As the pirate's cries echoed, 2 more pirates rushed over moments later. Upon seeing their trembling comrade, their faces registered shock, initially believing he had encountered a wild beast. One pirate questioned, "What happened, Baldy?" Before he could finish, a machete flew from the bushes, striking him in the chest and ending his life instantly. Lu Fan, like a wraith, darted from the underbrush, swiftly unsheathing his knife. Before the second pirate could even comprehend the situation, Lu Fan struck, and the pirate fell backward, clutching his throat. The bald pirate, witnessing Lu Fan's terrifying prowess, stood frozen, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Lu Fan quickly kicked the weapons of the 2 fallen pirates into the nearby grass. He refrained from using the firearms, fearing that it would alert the remaining pirates and prevent him from luring them all in. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance, and the sound suggested more than just 2 pirates. Maintaining his composure, Lu Fan found a concealed position, lying in wait for the approaching pirates. When the remaining 7 pirates hurriedly arrived, Lu Fan seized the opportunity, opening fire as bullets rained down upon them. The once arrogant pirates were caught completely off guard by this sudden and fierce assault, collapsing like wheat before the scythe. At that moment, Lu Fan emerged from the dense foliage like a ghost. His steps were steady and composed, as if everything was under his control. The pirate leader, once invincible, now found himself in a dire predicament, desperately clutching his wounded abdomen as blood seeped through his fingers. He struggled to lift his gun for one last counterattack. But Lu Fan would not grant him such an opportunity. With lightning speed, he appeared before the pirate leader, and with a swift, decisive motion, he brought down his weapon. In an instant, the pirate leader's head rolled away, akin to a severed watermelon, coming to rest at the feet of the bald pirate. The bald man, still dazed, was utterly paralyzed by the horror unfolding before him. His eyes widened in terror as he gasped, as if witnessing the apocalypse. Lu Fan's actions were so swift that there was no time for the bald pirate to react. His body felt as if all strength had been drained from it, collapsing weakly to the ground, unable to rise again. The ruthlessness and decisiveness of Lu Fan's methods left the bald pirate utterly intimidated. The arrogance he once held vanished without a trace, replaced by profound fear and reverence for Lu Fan. In the midst of the fallen pirates, Lu Fan spotted a familiar face, Long Gu. He approached the lifeless body of Long Gu, lying in a pool of blood, and suddenly comprehended why these pirates had come here. "I warned you, if I see you here again, it would be your end." Lu Fan's voice was cold and unyielding, his gaze filled with a chilling, murderous intent. He turned to the crumpled, bald pirate beside him. His next course of action was to devise a plan to reach the pirate camp and rescue Wang Xiufang. "Get up. Take me to your pirate camp," Lu Fan commanded coldly. The bald man trembled in fear, his legs giving way. "Please, don't kill me. I'll take you there right away," he pleaded, his voice quivering. "Move quickly, or you will die now." Lu Fan's eyes bore an unmistakable menace. The bald man shakily rose to his feet. Lu Fan swiftly donned the clothing he had stripped from the pirates, a wide-brimmed cowboy hat atop his head, and a black scarf obscuring his face, revealing only his eyes, rendering him both mysterious and imposing. At that moment, Lu Fan noticed the bald pirate rummaging through the pockets of the fallen pirates. It seemed this man was rather clever. Upon realizing that his fellow pirates lay motionless, he unhesitatingly extracted all the gold coins from their pockets. "What are these?" Lu Fan inquired, eyeing the pile of coins in the bald man's hands. The bald man, sensing an opportunity, flashed a sycophantic smile and promptly handed over all the collected gold coins, along with the 2 coins he had in his own pocket, saying, "Brother, these are for you." Lu Fan accepted the heavy pouch of coins, feeling their weight. He examined one coin closely, noting its brilliant shine under the sunlight. One side bore the image of an island, while the other depicted tumultuous waves. He determined the coin was quite substantial, weighing around 10 grams. After the bald man's explanation, Lu Fan learned that these pirates had long operated in these vast seas, using pure gold coins as their currency. These coins could be used to purchase various supplies and weapons at the pirate camp, and even to acquire the beautiful women captured by the pirates. The value of these coins was indeed not to be underestimated. Moreover, these coins are crafted from pure gold, undoubtedly augmenting their worth. Such coins, once they reach the shore from the sea, can be conveniently exchanged for the currencies of various nations, providing immense convenience for those who engage in trade across different countries. However, a minor pirate like Tuzi, despite toiling diligently each month, can only earn a meager 5 coins. This pales in comparison to the fortunes amassed by more illustrious pirates. Take, for instance, the young pirate leader, who casually produced dozens of such coins. Yet, at this moment, Lu Fan displayed his generosity. He not only returned Tuzi's original 5 coins intact, but also bestowed an additional 5 upon him. This act filled Tuzi with profound gratitude. Under Tuzi's guidance, Lu Fan boarded the speedboat used by the pirates and set off towards the island where the pirate camp was located. Throughout the journey, Tuzi appeared exceedingly anxious, trembling with fear that a moment of displeasure from Lu Fan might cost him his life. Observing Tuzi's submissive demeanor, Lu Fan felt somewhat speechless. He feared that this excessive tension might lead to unforeseen accidents. Thus, he resolved to calm him down and help him relax. "Steer your boat without fear. As long as you successfully assist me in rescuing that woman, I assure you, I will not harm you." Lu Fan's voice was calm, yet resolute. Upon hearing this, Tuzi finally felt a weight lifted from his heart, his anxiety gradually subsiding. The speedboat sped across the water like a missile, and after half a day's journey, they arrived at the pirate camp Tuzi had mentioned just before nightfall. The pirate flag fluttered in the breeze, and muffled sounds emanated from within the camp. Tuzi cautiously docked the boat at the shore and led Lu Fan towards the encampment. As they entered the camp, several pirates warily approached them. Tuzi quickly put on a smiling face and gestured towards Lu Fan, saying, "This is our newly recruited brother, here to make a fortune together." The pirates scrutinized Lu Fan, and seeing him dressed in pirate attire, they asked no further questions and allowed them entry. As Lu Fan followed Tuzi through the camp, he attentively observed his surroundings. Chapter 42. A scene unbearable to witness. Before them stood the pirates' headquarters, a luxurious cruise ship, rusted and stranded on the island, towering 7 or 8 stories high. Its massive hull appeared particularly incongruous against the small island. A colossal, corroded anchor was wedged into the sand, symbolizing its last connection to the land and suggesting its inability to return to the vast ocean. 3 skull flags were hoisted high on the ship's mast, their tattered cloth fluttering in the sea breeze, reminiscent of the storms they had endured. The bone patterns glowed ghastly white under the dim light, sending shivers down one's spine, as if these flags had drifted up from the depths of hell. According to Tuzi, the cells holding the hostages were located in the cargo hold at the bottom of the ship, where guards made entry quite difficult. Moreover, individuals like him, who were insignificant underlings, lacked the privilege to enter. Only pirate leaders or captains of each crew could select their desired women from there. Most of these captured women were auctioned off to chieftains seeking supplies or high-ranking officials from nearby small nations. They were treated like mere goods, stripped of their freedom and dignity. At that moment, a group of pirates emerged from the ship's cargo hold, escorting several terrified women. These women were in rags, their eyes filled with despair and fear. One young girl suddenly broke free from the pirates' grasp and sprinted towards the beach, calling for help, but in this den of pirates, who would come to her rescue? A pirate immediately chased after her, tackling her and bringing her back. Lu Fan, at the thought that his beloved village flower, Auntie Wang Xiaofang, might also be enduring such inhumane torment, felt a surge of rage, gripping his dagger tightly, wishing to rush in and tear the pirates apart. Observing Lu Fan's reaction, Tuzi was drenched in cold sweat and quickly grasped his hand, urging him, "Do not act impulsively. If you reveal yourself, you may never rescue the woman you seek." Tuzi understood that if the leader discovered he had brought Lu Fan, his own death would be imminent. Once he regained his composure, Lu Fan made his way towards the cargo hold where the women were imprisoned. Tuzi anxiously called out from behind, "Come back. We cannot enter there." As they approached the cargo hold's entrance, Two burly pirates blocked their path, demanding, "What do you want, you little brat?" Suppressing his fury, Lu Fan feigned subservience, saying, "Boss, I heard there are many beautiful women newly arrived in the cargo hold, and I wish to select one." As he spoke, Lu Fan produced several gleaming gold coins from his pocket and offered them to one of the guards. The pirate leader scrutinized him, eyeing the heavy coins in his hand, and arrogantly declared, "Normally, you are not allowed inside, but today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you have a look." He then permitted them to enter the cargo hold. Tuzi, witnessing Lu Fan's maneuver, was taken aback, realizing that indeed, money could move mountains. He followed Lu Fan into the cargo hold with eagerness. One side of the cargo hold was partitioned into cells, while the other was piled high with various goods. A pungent stench pervaded the air in the passageway, and under the dim lighting, the women in the cells huddled in corners, sobbing and shaking, their eyes filled with terror and despair. This heart-wrenching scene stirred deep unease in Lu Fan, heightening his concern for Wang Xiufang's safety. He hurriedly searched for any sign of his beloved aunt in front of each cell. However, after scanning the entire cargo hold, he found no trace of Wang Xiufang. Just then, Lu Fan heard faint footsteps approaching from behind. His heart raced, and he quickly turned around to see several burly pirates hastily making their way towards the cargo hold. Tuzi, clearly hearing the footsteps as well, changed color and swiftly grasped Lu Fan's arm, whispering urgently, "Quick, hide." In an instant, they darted behind a pile of goods like startled rabbits. As the footsteps drew nearer, Lu Fan and Tuzi held their breath, daring not to make a sound. Pressed tightly against the stack of goods, they feared any noise would attract the pirates' attention. The pirates conversed as they walked, their voices low but clear enough for Lu Fan to discern their words. "The quality of the women we captured this time is quite good. They should fetch a good price." One pirate exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, I heard that among them are a few daughters of noble families." Another pirate chimed in, "We've struck gold this time." Their words echoed in Lu Fan's ears, intensifying his anxiety. He silently prayed for the pirates to leave quickly so he could continue searching for the imprisoned women. After selecting a few attractive women from the cells, the pirates led them out of the cargo hold. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Lu Fan and Tuzi finally exhaled, slowly emerging from their hiding spot. "Didn't they say everyone was locked up in here? How could there be none?" Lu Fan furrowed his brow, his face etched with worry. The bald man scratched his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "Could it be that they have already been taken upstairs? Why don't we go check the upper level?" Lu Fan found some merit in his words, so the two of them promptly exited the cargo hold, following closely behind the group of pirates they had seen earlier. They carefully ascended the staircase. "Where are the other women being held?" Lu Fan asked urgently, fearing that if they delayed any longer, Wang Xiufang would fall victim to these merciless pirates. After a moment of contemplation, the bald man replied, "They are all kept here. If they are not here, it is highly likely they are being auctioned off on the upper deck." Lu Fan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Quickly, take me there." Under the bald man's guidance, the two hurried toward the deck. After climbing 4 flights of stairs, they passed through a corridor, the exit of which led to the deck, while the sides of the corridor were lined with hotel suites. As they walked past one room, Lu Fan heard a woman's heart-wrenching scream. He paused, noticing that the door was slightly ajar, explaining why he could hear the commotion inside. Gently pushing the door open, he caught a glimpse of 2 pirates assaulting a woman clad in tight yoga pants and cascading waves of hair. The woman, pinned to the bed, struggled desperately, but against the strength of the 2 brutal pirates, her efforts bore no fruit. One of the naked pirates, resembling a frenzied beast, rained blows upon her. Her cries echoed in the room, filled with despair and helplessness. "Ancestor, we must leave," the bald man said, his voice trembling, clearly intimidated by the pirates, fearing that Lu Fan might provoke them and bring unnecessary trouble upon himself. However, Lu Fan disregarded his advice, his gaze fixed on the battered woman. Having never witnessed such inhumane brutality, his sense of justice compelled him to act. "No, I must save her." Lu Fan's voice was resolute. "What? Are you mad?" The bald man widened his eyes, incredulous at Lu Fan's determination. "Do you know who they are?" He pointed at the naked pirate, continuing, "He is the leader of the fiercest pirates in the camp, with the most men at his disposal. And that bald one is his right-hand man. If we provoke them, we will surely face dire consequences." Lu Fan was undeterred, gritting his teeth as he replied, "They are committing even worse atrocities, and they deserve punishment." Just as the two were embroiled in their argument, the pirates inside the room were drawn to their voices. The bald pirate stormed toward the door, visibly displeased at the interruption of his enjoyment. The bald man, seeing this, quickly reached out to pull Lu Fan away to escape. However, Lu Fan swiftly drew a sharp obsidian dagger from his waist, gripping it tightly. As the bald pirate opened the door, Lu Fan struck like lightning, the dagger glinting in the air as it sliced through the bald pirate's throat. The pirate's body jolted, instinctively clutching at the gushing wound. His mouth agape as he tried to scream for help, but only a series of low, choking sounds emerged. He collapsed against the wall, eyes wide open, lifeless. Lu Fan immediately bent down to retrieve the pirate's handgun. Hearing the commotion, the small pirate leader turned around just in time to see Lu Fan charge at him, the dagger plunging deep into his chest. The wound tore open like a gaping maw, blood gushing forth. The pirate's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Fan, before he fell heavily to the ground. The woman on the bed watched in terror as this scene unfolded, her eyes filled with the relief of surviving a calamity. The woman's name was Su Muyun. She was originally a wealthy heiress from a city in Xia country. During her vacation, she and a few close friends had set out to sea, expecting a delightful journey, only to be ensnared by fate. Their yacht had, unbeknownst to them, been targeted by this band of pirates. Caught unawares, they had ultimately fallen into the hands of these villains after a fierce struggle. At that moment, Su Muyun was overwhelmed with fear and helplessness. "Miss, do not be afraid. I am here to find someone. I will not harm you. Have you seen a woman wearing a floral dress, slightly plump, around 40 years old?" Lu Fan asked sternly. Su Muyun struggled to recall, her mind racing through the faces of every woman she had seen in captivity. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "I think there was someone, but she was taken away before I was brought out. I truly do not know where she has been taken." Lu Fan furrowed his brows, contemplating before decisively stating, "There is no time to waste. Bald man, take me to the deck to rescue her." His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Although the bald man was reluctant, he felt powerless against Lu Fan's determination. Internally, he could only pray that this living calamity would leave the camp soon. Otherwise, he feared he would be implicated as well. As they prepared to exit the room, suddenly, Su Muyun sprang from the bed like a nimble rabbit, grasping Lu Fan's hand tightly, as if it were her last lifeline. Her voice trembled with fear and desperation. "Big brother, please, save me. If you can take me out of here, I am willing to serve you." The bald man, witnessing this, immediately adopted a pitiful expression, pleading with Lu Fan, "Please, I beg you, do not meddle in this. If I am discovered, my fate will be dire." Hearing the bald man's words only heightened Su Muyun's anxiety. Fearing that Lu Fan might abandon her out of concern that she would be a burden, she then fell to her knees before Lu Fan, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood. "Big brother, please, save me. My family is wealthy. I will pay you anything to get out." Yet to Lu Fan, stranded on a deserted island, money held no significance. He understood the bald man's concerns were not unfounded. Should something go awry in the rescue, not only would he be unable to save Wang Xiufang, but he might also find himself ensnared. However, upon seeing Su Muyun's pitiful state, her tear-streaked face and pleading eyes, Lu Fan's heart softened with compassion. "All right, we will go to rescue her now. You stay here in the room and do not move. I will take you with me when I leave," Lu Fan assured her. Hearing this, Su Muyun nodded eagerly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Lu Fan and the bald man cautiously exited the room, securing the door behind them as they made their way toward the deck. They did their utmost to avoid the gaze of other pirates. However, halfway through their journey, a fully armed pirate patrol happened to pass by. The bald man's face turned pale with fear, his body trembling as he worried they would recognize Lu Fan. Fortunately, clad in pirate attire with his face obscured by a cloth that revealed only his eyes, Lu Fan raised no suspicions, and they brushed past the patrol. Upon reaching the deck, Lu Fan was taken aback by the scene before him. At the forefront of the deck lies a desolate stage, beneath which sits a multitude of men adorned in various garbs and of diverse complexions. Upon the stage, a group of imprisoned women is being coerced into dancing. Among them the slightly plump Wang Xiufang, clad in a floral dress. Her eyes are filled with terror and despair, her body trembling, each movement appearing painfully rigid. Lu Fan grips his dagger tightly, poised to rush forward, but the bald man abruptly restrains him, whispering urgently, "My dear sir, please do not act rashly. It is impossible to confront so many." The bald man strokes his sparse beard and, in a moment of inspiration, suggests to Lu Fan, "These women will soon be auctioned off. You possess a fair amount of gold coins, do you not? You could bid for her and discreetly take her away." At that moment, a pirate beside the stage bellows for the women to dance with more fervor, lest he become displeased. Chapter 44, Pirate Leader Hulauda. Just then, a disheveled man exuding the aura of a pirate lord emerges slowly from behind the stage. He stands at a height slightly above average, with pronounced brows, slanted eyes, a hooked nose, and a catfish-like mouth, complemented by sparse, yellowing facial hair. His visage is unflattering, invoking an immediate wave of revulsion. The bald man, noticing Lu Fan's reaction, points at the long-haired man on stage and introduces him. He is our leader and the master of this camp, revered by all as Hu Laoda. Lu Fan regards Hu Laoda with skepticism, then turns to the bald man, questioning. He seems less appealing than you. Lu Fan continues. Why not eliminate him now and have you take his place as leader? As he speaks, Lu Fan unexpectedly places a pistol in the bald man's hand, gesturing for him to act. This move startles the bald man, draining the color from his face and causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Brother, please do not frighten me. Do you know how many subordinates he has? Even if each of them merely slapped us once, we would be killed. Lu Fan, contemplating the bald man's words, surveys the crowd below the stage. He notices several well-dressed magnates and inquires, how far is the nearest land? The bald man replies, I am unsure, but it would take about 10 days by cruise ship. Lu Fan, eager, asks, what if we use a yacht? Would that be quicker? The bald man chuckles. Do not jest. A yacht cannot travel that far and would have to traverse the deep sea. It would be tantamount to seeking death. Lu Fan had hoped to secure a yacht to return home with Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, but his hopes are dashed by the bald man's remarks. At that moment, Hu Laoda announces that the beautiful women recently arrived are up for bidding, inviting everyone to place their offers, with the highest bidder winning. The first to be presented is a slender, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, whose eyes are filled with terror as she is dragged forth by two burly men. The chieftains and magnates in the audience become intrigued, eagerly beginning to bid. 20 gold coins. A rotund chieftain exclaims. I bid 30, calls another chieftain, adorned with a turban and sunglasses. As the price escalates, it ultimately sells to a disheveled, dark-skinned chieftain for 60 gold coins. Upon taking the stage, he begins to manhandle the woman, who screams in terror, attempting to fend him off. In a fit of rage, the chieftain slaps her twice, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Hu Laoda then interjects, no need to rush, my good sir. She is now yours to do as you please. Ultimately, the blonde beauty is hoisted onto the dark chieftain's shoulder and carried away in despair. Lu Fan watches in anguish as yet another unfortunate woman is taken away. Feeling powerless alone, clenching his fists in anger, he suddenly sees Wang Xiufang being ushered onto the stage. His heart tightens at the sight. I bid 10 gold coins. A pirate underling calls out, drawing astonished and derisive glances from the crowd. Only 10 gold coins? What a paltry sum. Someone in the crowd scoffs. I bid 20. A magnate asserts. Though she may not be young and beautiful, she retains charm, especially with her ample figure, perfect for bearing children. A man styled like a gangster discusses with his companion before proclaiming, I bid 30. However, the magnates dismiss this amount, continuing to raise the stakes. 30 gold coins. I bid 40. Wang Xiufang, gazing at the grotesque and aging chieftains, trembles at the thought of enduring their torment, tears welling in her eyes. Just as the price approaches 50 gold coins, Lu Fan suddenly stands, proclaiming, I bid 100 gold coins. All eyes turn to him, astonished and incredulous. The bald man, pale with shock, clutches Lu Fan's sleeve, stammering, Brother, have you lost your mind? 100 gold coins for such a woman? How can you be so reckless? Hu Laoda, noticing this, smirks greedily, commenting, this brother is quite generous. However, 100 gold coins is no trivial sum. Do you truly possess such wealth? Unbeknownst to him, this sum was earned by Lu Fan through the demise of 2 of his leaders and a band of pirates. At this moment, someone nearby begins to mock. Who is this lad? Here to cause trouble? You think you can muster 100 gold coins? You are nothing but a pauper. Nevertheless, Lu Fan remains unfazed by the jeers and skepticism. With unwavering composure, he retrieves a heavy package from his pocket and confidently tosses it to Hu Laoda. Upon opening it, Hu Laoda's eyes gleam as he discovers it brimming with gleaming gold coins. His interest piqued, his smile broadens. Well done, brother. Here, with sufficient funds, I assure you, you can acquire anything your heart desires. He weighs the bag of coins in his hand, contemplating Lu Fan's confidence, thinking he does not seem to be deceiving. Very well. Considering your sincerity, this woman is yours. With a wave of his hand, he instructs his men to bring Wang Xiufang over. Lu Fan rushes forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. However, at that moment, Wang Xiufang, unaware of his identity, trembles in shock and begins to struggle, inadvertently kicking him in the groin. The unexpected blow causes Lu Fan to wince in pain, his face paling as he clutches himself, spinning in place. Chapter 45. From now on. I shall be your husband. This scene brought immense joy to the surrounding chiefs and dignitaries, who erupted in laughter as if they had witnessed an exceedingly ludicrous spectacle. Hu Laoda, witnessing the commotion, was beside himself with excitement, his mouth stretching into a grin as he laughed heartily, the sound echoing loudly. Ha ha ha, my dear brother. You are far too impatient. This lady is now yours. Feel free to handle her as you wish. There are guest rooms available at your convenience. Once he regained his composure, Lu Fan spotted Wang Xiufang attempting to escape. With a swift motion, he dashed forward, seizing her arm with the grip of an eagle snatching a chick, and yanked her back. Wang Xiufang was startled by Lu Fan's sudden action, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at the man before her, clad in a cap and obscured by a dark cloth. A wave of déjà vu washed over her, particularly when she caught a glimpse of his eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to Lu Fan's. Unbeknownst to Wang Xiufang, the enigmatic figure before her was indeed Lu Fan himself. She had never anticipated that he would come to her rescue. In fact, she had previously believed that both Lu Fan and Lin Shuer had fallen victim to the Black Panther. Just as she was about to discern the true face of this mysterious man, Lu Fan abruptly hoisted her onto his shoulder with a swift and powerful motion, catching her entirely off guard. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap to her backside, and then strode purposefully down the suite corridor, carrying her along. The bald man trailing behind, upon witnessing Lu Fan hastily carrying Wang Xiufang, quickly followed suit, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face. Boss, if you're in a rush, the suite is at your disposal. His face wore a lecherous smirk, as if eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Yet, Lu Fan remained unfazed by the bald man's words, not even sparing him a glance as he continued on his path until he reached the door of Su Muyun's suite. Upon entering the suite, Lu Fan unceremoniously tossed Wang Xiufang onto the bed as if she were a sack of potatoes and promptly closed the door behind him. Su Muyun, standing by the window, witnessed the entire scene unfold. Though her heart was heavy with confusion and unease, she dared not voice her questions. She stood silently, anxiously observing Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang, pondering what actions he might take next. Would he pounce upon her like a famished pirate, having witnessed too many similar occurrences in this very place? After being thrown onto the bed, Wang Xiufang was evidently frightened, curling up in the corner with wide, fearful eyes, as though Lu Fan were a terrifying demon. Noticing her distress, Lu Fan quickly removed the dark cloth from his face, revealing his true identity, and reassured her. Do not be afraid. It is I, Lu Fan. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Xiufang regained her composure and, upon realizing it was indeed Lu Fan before her, her fear was instantly replaced with joy. Tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, Lu Fan, it really is you. Woo-woo. In a childlike manner, she flung herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. As she cried, she choked out, do you know? If you hadn't come to save me, those beasts would have sold me to those old and ugly black men. Ah, woo-woo. Her voice was filled with terror and despair, as if she could already envision her grim future. After expressing her fears, Wang Xiufang's weeping intensified, her body trembling from the overwhelming tension. Lu Fan, moved by her anguish, decided to employ his charming wit in an attempt to alleviate her distress. With a smile, he said, haha, it's all right now, stop crying. I came to rescue you. Didn't I? Besides, didn't you always say I was just a little brat? Now look, I've directly found you a chief as a husband. You should be delighted, shouldn't you? However, Wang Xiufang was not amused by Lu Fan's jest. Instead, her face flushed with anger. She abruptly lifted her head, glaring at him, and delivered a sharp jab to his chest, scolding, you scoundrel! How can you joke at a time like this? If it weren't for searching for you, would I have been captured by them? The bald man, observing the exchange, appeared bewildered and remarked, so this is your sister-in-law. No wonder the boss was so anxious. Yes. From now on, she is my woman. I spent 100 gold coins to secure her. Lu Fan grinned wickedly at Wang Xiufang, adding, from now on, you must obey me. I shall be your husband. Haha. Stop joking. Wang Xiufang shot him an annoyed glance, clearly displeased with his words. The bald man, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, everyone. Now that she is safe, we should leave swiftly. If Hu Laoda discovers us, we shall be in grave peril. There will be no escape. He gestured toward the two pirates lying on the ground, seemingly reminding Lu Fan of their precarious situation. Lu Fan glanced at the two pirates and understood the urgency of their predicament. He promptly assisted Wang Xiufang, saying, Andy, I will take you back now. Wang Xiufang, still shaken from her ordeal, nodded softly in response. Just then, Su Muyun, witnessing Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang preparing to depart, feared being left behind. She fell to her knees, pleading, "Big brother, sister-in-law, please take me with you. Otherwise, I will be tormented to death by those beasts. I beg you, save me." Su Mu-yun's address of Wang Xiufang as sister-in-law brought a surge of joy to Lu Fan's heart. He had always held a fondness for this little girl, and now hearing her refer to Wang Xiufang in such a manner made him feel she was quite clever. Suppressing his inner delight, he feigned calmness as he looked at Wang Xiufang, contemplating, "This little girl is quite astute. She knows to call Wang Xiufang sister-in-law. This is most advantageous for me, as I have long coveted Wang Xiufang." Wang Xiufang, seeing Su Mu-yun in a similar plight, felt a wave of compassion. "Little Fan, shouldn't we let her come with us?" Lu Fan pretended to deliberate. "Very well, since you have spoken, we shall reluctantly allow her to accompany us." After saying this, he wrapped an arm around Wang Xiufang and began to exit, glancing back to give Su Mu-yun an approving gesture. Chapter 46. Returned to the deserted island, the group hurriedly made their way to the shore, their steps frantic and hurried. Their hearts raced like drums, threatening to burst from their chests. Under the bald man's guidance, they located a speedboat, and upon sighting it, Su Mu-yun clambered aboard as if it were a lifeline. Just as they were about to board the speedboat, two patrolling pirates appeared before them like phantoms. These pirates were robust, wielding weapons, and wore fierce expressions. "Halt! What are you doing? Do you not know that women are not permitted to leave the island?" One pirate bellowed, his voice grating and harsh. Originally, these two patrolling pirates mistakenly believed that Lu Fan and Tu Zi were taking women out to sea for a night of revelry, which prompted them to intervene. Upon noticing this, Tu Zi's heart sank, fearing that their plan might be exposed. He hurriedly stepped forward, a forced smile plastered on his face, and began to explain, "Brothers, it is like this." However, before he could finish his sentence, a piercing air raid siren suddenly erupted, resonating throughout the entire camp like a clap of thunder, deafening in its intensity. Upon hearing the alarm, Tu Zi's complexion turned ashen, and he anxiously stomped his feet, muttering, "This is bad, this is bad." Lu Fan, witnessing Tu Zi's panicked response, felt a tightening in his chest and swiftly inquired, "What is happening? What does this alarm mean?" Tu Zi quickly lowered his voice to explain. "Once the air raid siren sounds in this camp, no one is allowed to leave the island. It is the rule. Could it be that we have been discovered?" Meanwhile, the two patrolling pirates had already begun to approach Wang Xiufang and Su Mu-yun, their actions brutish and inconsiderate of the women's feelings. Lu Fan, seeing this, was consumed by rage and shouted, "Stop!" He lunged forward and swiftly disarmed the pirates. In a single fluid motion, a sharp obsidian dagger sliced through the throats of both men. Blood gushed forth as they widened their eyes and let out a final scream before collapsing to the ground. Yet, the commotion had drawn the attention of other pirates, and soon a horde of armed marauders came rushing towards them. Tu Zi's face turned pale with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Desperate, Lu Fan called out to Wang Xiufang and Su Mu-yun, signaling them to hurry onto the boat. "Quickly, get on the boat." His voice conveyed a sense of urgency. Upon hearing his call, Wang Xiufang and Su Mu-yun hastily boarded the speedboat. "Tu Zi, which direction should we head? Do we have a compass?" Lu Fan asked anxiously. Tu Zi, however, appeared dismissive, his expression one of scornful disbelief. "Brother, what do we need a compass for? What era is this?" He then skillfully hopped onto the speedboat and quickly set the navigation based on his memory of the route to the island, adjusting the GPS. Without hesitation, he jumped off the speedboat. "What about you? What do you plan to do next?" Lu Fan questioned, filled with confusion and doubt as he watched Tu Zi leap from the boat. Tu Zi's expression grew serious, worry etched on his face as he replied, "They should not have discovered me yet. Please, let us leave quickly." At this moment, Tu Zi was terrified that someone would realize Lu Fan had been brought to the camp by him. Lu Fan stared at Tu Zi, seemingly pondering something. Moments later, he suddenly struck, bringing the hilt of the dagger crashing down onto Tu Zi's head. With a dull thud, Tu Zi crumpled to the ground, blood oozing from his forehead. In Lu Fan's eyes, although Tu Zi was somewhat despicable, he had not entirely lost his conscience. Perhaps keeping him alive would prove useful in the future. Having completed this act without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan swiftly boarded the yacht, ignited the engine, and accelerated with all his might. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, they sped towards the boundless sea. As Su Mu-yun gazed at the receding pirate camp, her fear and anxiety began to dissipate slightly. However, upon realizing that she had finally escaped that dreadful den, a wave of profound grievance surged within her, and she could no longer contain her tears, bursting into loud sobs. Wang Xiufang, who had also narrowly escaped the clutches of danger, despite having gone through the harrowing ordeal, felt an inexplicable sense of security as long as Lu Fan was by her side. Seeing Su Mu-yun weep so sorrowfully, Wang Xiufang's nurturing instincts kicked in, and she stepped forward without hesitation, enveloping Su Mu-yun in a tight embrace and softly reassuring her, "Dear girl, do not cry. We are safe now." Through her sobs, Su Mu-yun managed to relay the situation of their group to Wang Xiufang. It turned out that they had been 5 in total, including 2 men and 3 of their close friends. Now, her 2 friends remained imprisoned in the cargo hold, their fates uncertain, while the 2 male companions were lost to her knowledge. The mere thought of this intensified Su Mu-yun's cries, as if all the grievances and fears she had bottled up over the past days were being released in that moment. Wang Xiufang could only continue to pat her back gently, soothing her in hopes of calming her turbulent emotions. Meanwhile, Lu Fan piloted the speedboat, glancing back occasionally. He too felt a knot of anxiety, worried that the ruthless pirates might pursue them. However, when he discovered that the waters behind them were devoid of any pursuers, the heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. The speedboat sped across the vast ocean, slicing through the once tranquil waters, leaving a long trail of white foam in its wake. Noticing that Su Mu-yun appeared to be of a similar age to him, Lu Fan smiled and remarked, "So, Su Mu-yun, shall we call you Xiao Yun from now on?" Su Mu-yun nodded in agreement with a smile. "By the way, Xiao Yun, earlier in the pirate camp suite, you referred to her as sister-in-law, correct?" Su Mu-yun looked at Lu Fan with confusion, unsure of his intentions. "Did I call it wrong? Lu De-gu?" "Indeed, you did not err. It is perfectly acceptable to call Mita Goan her sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She shot a reproachful glare at Lu Fan, yet internally, her heart raced with excitement. Turning to Su Mu-yun, she said, "Xiao Yun, you need not heed his nonsense. Just call me Xiufang Jie from now on." At that moment, Lu Fan feigned an expression of grievance and exclaimed, "This is not fair. You are the wife I acquired for 100 gold coins. You cannot deny it." "Ah, you rascal, Lu Fan. Just as we escape danger, you begin plotting against me." Wang Xiufang threatened, playfully kicking at Lu Fan's backside. Yet, she stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Lu Fan, quick to react, caught her in his arms. Wang Xiufang's cheeks flushed deeper, and though she struggled to break free, she found herself unable to escape his grasp. With newfound audacity, Lu Fan leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek, then teasingly suggested, "How about we consummate our union tonight, Wang Xiufang felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, lifting her leg to deliver a decisive blow to Lu Fan, but he deftly evaded her attempt. "I am merely curious. Did you and Lin Shuer share the same master? Why is it that both of you seem to target my weaknesses?" Lu Fan's playful banter lightened the atmosphere considerably. Su Mu-yun glanced between Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang, suddenly bursting into laughter. "So, Lu De-gu, you have a crush on Xiufang Jie. How lovely. I always thought you two were a perfect match. Xiao Yun, why are you joining in on the teasing?" Wang Xiufang shot a shy glance at Su Mu-yun. Just then, the speedboat jolted violently, as if colliding with something. Lu Fan quickly steadied himself and peered over the side, only to see a massive shark circling the boat, its fin slicing through the water and creating ripples. "This is bad. We've encountered a shark," Lu Fan shouted, swiftly maneuvering the speedboat to evade the predator. Yet, the shark refused to relent, closely tailing their vessel with its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp teeth, as if poised to leap onto the boat and devour them whole. Su Mu-yun let out a terrified scream, while Wang Xiufang's face turned pale as she clutched Lu Fan's arm tightly. Lu Fan remained composed, accelerating the speedboat to distance themselves from the shark. However, the shark was incredibly swift, relentlessly pursuing them. Just as the shark was about to lunge at the speedboat, Lu Fan suddenly noticed a cluster of rocks nearby. Without hesitation, he steered the speedboat towards the rocks. The shark seemed to sense the impending danger and attempted to turn back, but it was too late. It crashed headfirst into the rocks, and blood instantly stained the surrounding waters. The shark struggled in agony for a few moments before sinking to the ocean floor. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their tension finally dissipating. "That was close. I almost ended up as fish bait," Su Mu-yun said, still shaken. "It's all right now. Let us continue our journey," Lu Fan said, redirecting the speedboat to resume their course across the sea. After a long journey spanning most of the day, they finally caught sight of the familiar island that was their sanctuary. "Look, there's our little island," Wang Xiufang exclaimed, excitedly pulling Su Mu-yun's hand and enthusiastically sharing details about the island, mentioning 2 other residents, Aunt Li and Lin Shuer. "Once we arrive home, I'll introduce you to them." The speedboat gradually approached the island, and Lu Fan carefully docked it ashore. He allowed Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun to disembark first before maneuvering the speedboat to a concealed spot on the island. Meanwhile, in a cave on the island, Aunt Li and Lin Shui anxiously awaited Lu Fan and Wang Xiufang's return. Shui, why haven't Xiao Fan and the others come back yet? Aunt Li said, her face filled with worry as she paced back and forth, uncertain if he had found Xiufang. Lin Shui also appeared concerned and reassured her, Aunt, please don't fret. Lu Fan will surely find Sister Xiufang and bring her back. Perhaps they encountered some delays along the way. The trio had been chatting merrily, blissfully unaware of the worry that consumed Lin Shui and Aunt Li in the cave. As soon as Lin Shui spotted Lu Fan returning, she rushed to greet him, her words brimming with concern. Hearing such intimate remarks, Wang Xiufang felt a pang of jealousy, an indescribable feeling stirring within her. She began to speculate whether something had transpired between the two during their days apart. Aunt Li, noticing an unfamiliar face, was taken aback. Who is this young lady? Xiufang. Wang Xiufang hurriedly explained the situation, and both Aunt Li and Lin Shui expressed sympathy for Su Muyun, approaching her to offer comfort. That night, everyone gathered around the campfire, feasting on grilled fish and recounting the events that had unfolded at the pirate camp. When Lin Shui and Aunt Li learned that Lu Fan had killed so many men to save Wang Xiufang, they were astounded, their perceptions of him shifting dramatically. They also felt a wave of dread for Wang Xiufang's ordeal. So, are you saying Sister Xiufang was bought? Lin Shui said with disdain. What else could it be? Should she marry those old black men? I pity her. With this 100 gold coins, I could have purchased several beautiful maidens. Lu Fan paused, observing Wang Xiufang's reaction, fearing a sudden backlash. I don't care. After dinner, you all go out first. I intend to share a room with her tonight, he said, deliberately pointing at Wang Xiufang. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang raised her fist, ready to retaliate. So, Lu Fan, you saved me just so I could be your wife? Do you truly see me as a mere commodity? Realizing the precarious situation, Lu Fan quickly jumped back, chuckling nervously. I was just joking. How could I dare? Saving you was my heartfelt choice. After all, you are the village flower in my heart. Laughter erupted among the group. Su Muyun listened to their banter, filled with envy, never anticipating that the ruthless Lu Fan would showcase such a playful side on the island. You all are wonderful. Like a family, she remarked. Aunt Li affectionately patted her head, saying, from now on, you are one of us. This island is our shared home. Grateful for the kindness surrounding her, Su Muyun silently vowed to foster a strong bond with them and begin anew on this island. As they gathered around the fire, enjoying their meal and conversation, Lu Fan suddenly appeared pensive, contemplating their future plans. He knew that if the pirate leader, Hu Laoda, discovered the slain pirate, they might be in grave danger, necessitating proactive preparations. At that moment, Wang Xiufang, noticing Lu Fan's troubled expression, inquired with concern, Lu Fan, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied. She assumed it was his rejection that weighed heavily on him. Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly and responded, oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking we can no longer stay here. Tomorrow, we must relocate to beneath the cliff. Chapter 48. Do you still want to play both sides? Wang Xiufang, puzzled, pressed on why? Isn't it safe here? Lu Fan explained, for now, it may seem safe, but the pirates are aware of our whereabouts. Living in such a conspicuous place, it's only a matter of time before they discover us. A few days ago, Lin Shui and I stumbled upon a much better location, one with ready-made cabins and even wheat. What? Wheat? How is that possible? Aunt Li exclaimed, astonished, her jaw nearly dropping. This is an island. How could there be wheat? Lin Shui, noticing Aunt Li's shock, chimed in, there truly is wheat, along with wild fruit trees. The scenery there is magnificent. Once you see it, you'll understand. As night deepened, the campfire dwindled and filled with satisfaction and anticipation. Everyone drifted into slumber. The following day, at the break of dawn, Lu Fan rose, weapon in hand, and hurried towards the site of the previous pirate attack. He distinctly remembered that the pirates had carried a substantial cache of weapons and ammunition, crucial for their survival on the island. However, upon his arrival, he was astonished to find that one of the 9 pirate corpses was missing. This sudden twist left Lu Fan in shock as he pondered. Could it be that one pirate was not entirely dead and managed to escape while I was gone? He carefully surveyed the surroundings, noticing distinct drag marks and scattered footprints. The evidence suggested that the missing body had likely been taken by some large beast. Fortunately, the weapons belonging to the pirate remained untouched. Lying quietly as if awaiting Lu Fan's return. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan steeled himself against the nauseating stench of decay. cautiously stepping into the area thick with the scent of death. The acrid odor was akin to months-old refuse, mingled with a strong metallic tang and the stench of decay, surging into his nostrils and causing his stomach to churn violently. Nevertheless, Lu Fan gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort as he collected all usable items one by one. These items not only include the weapons and ammunition left behind by the pirates, but also some scarce commodities such as cigarette lighters and chewing gum, which are indeed in high demand on this desolate island. At that moment, Lu Fan lit a cigarette for himself, inhaling the smoke with a sense of calm. After completing this task, he stood still, gazing at the lifeless bodies of the once fearsome pirates. Initially, he had contemplated digging a grave for them, granting them eternal rest. However, confronted by the suffocating stench and the gruesome sight before him, he ultimately changed his mind. Let the beasts of the jungle deal with them, he thought. This would be their just deserts. Thus, he shouldered the collected weapons and items, racing towards the cave, eager to escape this place filled with death and foul odors. Upon returning to the cave, Wang Xiufang and the others had already gathered the necessary items. As she took one last look at the cave that had once sheltered them from the elements, Wang Xiufang felt a twinge of reluctance. Eventually, at Lu Fan's urging, she followed him, heading towards the cliff base where he claimed a wooden cabin awaited. After a grueling 2-hour trek, they finally reached the base of the cliff. For Wang Xiufang and the others, it was their first visit, and they were utterly awestruck by the enchanting scenery within the gorge. She had never witnessed sunlight streaming down to the earth like beams of light. Moreover, she was astonished by the sight of the wheat fields visible behind the wooden cabin. Subsequently, Lu Fan instructed them to tidy up the room while he took a machete and ventured into the jungle, intending to gather some tree stumps to repair the damaged areas of the cabin. Since Lu Fan had consumed a considerable amount of blood orchid, his body had undergone remarkable changes, endowing him with immense strength. Furthermore, wielding a sharp machete only enhanced his capabilities. Before long, Lu Fan resembled an indefatigable machine, hauling back dozens of robust tree stumps. While it might take an ordinary person considerable time and effort to move such stumps, for Lu Fan, it was a remarkably effortless task. With the assistance of Lin Schwerer and the others, he finally replaced the decayed sections of the cabin's walls with the newly acquired stumps. Next, he fetched some dry grass from nearby and wove it together with slender twigs, covering the roof to shield against the elements. After completing the roof repairs, Lu Fan did not pause. He continued his industrious endeavors. He then collected stones from a nearby stream and constructed a simple earthen stove. Though it appeared rudimentary, it proved to be exceedingly practical. After considerable effort, the interior of the wooden cabin was finally transformed into a clean and tidy environment. Standing before the cabin, Lu Fan murmured to himself that this would be their home, proclaiming himself as the head of the household, with Lin Schwerer and Aunt Xiufang as his women, laughing heartily. Suddenly, Lin Schwerer, busy with her tasks, was taken aback by Lu Fan's shameless remarks, her expression turning dark as anger surged within her. With wide eyes and tightly clenched hands gripping her kitchen utensils, she hurled them to the ground with a resounding crash. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Fan, she unleashed a torrent of scathing words. Lu Fan, do you have no shame? You little brat, you dare to play both sides." Her voice was sharp and grating, causing Lu Fan to flinch. Chastised by Lin Schwerer, Lu Fan immediately wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant, standing there with his head bowed, scarcely daring to breathe, let alone retaliate. After a while, when Lin Schwerer finally exhausted her tirade, panting with rage, Lu Fan seized the opportunity, revealing a mischievous grin as he softly remarked, "Then I shall be content to only tread your boat. How does that sound?" The moment Lin Schwerer heard this, she nearly fainted from indignation. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she shouted, "Get lost!" bending down to retrieve her utensils and hurling them at Lu Fan without hesitation. In the midst of this commotion, Aunt Li and Wang Xiufang had long grown accustomed to Lu Fan's flippant tongue, finding it no surprise. However, the newcomer Su Muyun felt somewhat bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Observing the ongoing quarrel, she grew anxious and prepared to step in to mediate. Quick as a flash, Wang Xiufang seized Su Muyun's arm, sternly admonishing, "Enough, Lu Fan. Will you ever stop?" Hearing Wang Xiufang's rebuke, Lu Fan realized he had overstepped, promptly falling silent. Lin Schwerer, too, ceased her outburst at Wang Xiufang's intervention, and thus their verbal sparring finally came to a temporary halt. Yet, a new dilemma arose. With 5 of them but only 4 rooms, how would they allocate sleeping arrangements? Facing this challenge, Lu Fan stepped forward without hesitation, proposing, "No need for discussion. Aunt Xiufang and I will share a room, and each of you will have your own. However, Wang Xiufang abruptly interrupted, pointing at Lu Fan with an angry expression. This is not over, is it? You keep talking. Sensing Wang Xiufang's irritation, Lu Fan stammered. But you are indeed, yet his words were cut short as Wang Xiufang refused to grant him the opportunity, warning him again, speak further, and I shall truly be angry. At that moment, Aunt Li displayed a knowing smile, her gaze settling on Lu Fan. She then extended her hand, pointing at him. I don't even know how to address you properly. After a pause, seemingly in contemplation, she continued. Let us do this. Since Xiaoyun is new here and may not be fully accustomed, let her share a room with me. And the rest of you can each have your own. Lu Fan understood Aunt Li's kind intentions. He recognized that she required ample rest due to her age. He promptly replied, No need, Aunt Li, I was merely joking. In truth, having each person in a separate room is quite fine. I am rather tough-skinned. Sleeping in the common area poses no issue for me. Besides, it would be selfish to have two of you accommodate just one of me. Aunt Li was acutely aware that everything they had, including this comfortable dwelling, was a result of Lu Fan's hard work. She could not bear to see him relegated to the common area, and after a moment's hesitation, she spoke again, but yet, Lu Fan seemed to have anticipated Aunt Li's concern, interrupting her. It's settled then, Aunt Li. Let us leave it at that. His tone was firm and decisive, leaving no room for argument. Once the decision was made, everyone began to arrange their respective rooms. For Lu Fan, it was relatively simple. As the wooden cabin lacked beds, he gathered a large bundle of dry grass and spread it in a corner, thus completing his makeshift sleeping area. The room closest to him was Lin Shui's. After finishing everything, Lu Fan handed the ancient book he had discovered to the knowledgeable Aunt Li, asking her to decipher the unfamiliar characters and record their meanings. Aunt Li accepted the book and began to examine it meticulously. Occasionally, she furrowed her brow in contemplation, while at other times, she nodded gently in understanding. After a considerable time, Aunt Li lifted her head, her eyes brimming with excitement. Xiao Fan, this is a treasure, she exclaimed. It contains numerous survival techniques for this deserted island, along with information on various wild herbs and their applications. Hearing Aunt Li's words, Lu Fan's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Really? Aunt Li, does that mean we have stumbled upon a manual for surviving on a deserted island? This is truly wonderful. Aunt Li smiled at Lu Fan's enthusiasm and nodded in agreement. Indeed, one could consider it a manual. Just then, Su Mu Yun and Lin Shui, who had been standing nearby, could no longer contain their curiosity and joined the conversation, their eyes wide with interest. Lin Shui eagerly inquired, Aunt Li, could you check if there are any mentions of the great snake and blood orchid in there? Her voice betrayed a sense of urgency, as though she was anticipating a connection between the two. Aunt Li smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, with such a thick book, it will indeed take some time to read through it all. I will do my best to find the time. However, at that moment, Lu Fan realized that everyone had been busy all day and had yet to eat a meal. He decided to first search for some food to satisfy their hunger. Lu Fan turned and stepped outside the wooden cabin, only to find Lin Shui closely following him. He felt a pang of anxiety and immediately adopted a defensive stance, questioning suspiciously, "What are you following me for?" Lu Fan silently worried that she might be seeking retribution for what had just transpired. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he tensed up. Lin Shui noticed his reaction, a smirk appearing on her lips as she teased, "What are you afraid of? I'm not a tiger. I won't eat you." Her tone was lighthearted, seemingly dismissing Lu Fan's apprehension. Then, Lin Shui took a step forward, standing beside Lu Fan, and confidently declared, "Let us go. I'll accompany you. It's faster to search with two than with one." Lu Fan strolled leisurely, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips as he suddenly quipped, "Aren't you afraid that when we reach an isolated spot, I might just eat you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shui abruptly halted, turning to Lu Fan with a bewildered expression. "What? Eat me? I am hardly a delicacy. What is there to feast upon?" As she spoke, she puffed out her chest, as if to demonstrate that she was nothing extraordinary. Yet Lu Fan merely chuckled, revealing a row of neat teeth. "What to eat? Of course. It's you I'm after, haha." Before he finished speaking, he dashed away, quickly putting distance between himself and Lin Shui, for he certainly did not wish to be kicked again. Lin Shui's cheeks flushed crimson with a mixture of embarrassment and anger as she pointed at Lu Fan's retreating figure, playfully scolding, "You stop right there? Just wait until I tear your mouth apart." With that, she disregarded her demure image and hurriedly lifted her skirt, chasing after Lu Fan. Chapter 50. Passionate flames. Thus, the two engaged in a playful chase, filled with laughter and joy, until they unwittingly arrived at the edge of a small stream. Lu Fan leaped into the water, rummaging between the rocks. After a considerable search, he managed to catch a medium-sized crab, which he presented to Lin Shui-er with a hint of exasperation. Shui-er-jia. Look, there aren't many crabs here. Why don't we follow the stream further to see if there are more? Lin Shui-er glanced at the crab and nodded in agreement. All right, let us explore a bit more. As Lu Fan waded through the stream, searching while walking, he did find some crabs and small fish. However, these were far from sufficient to meet the dietary needs of their group of 5. As they continued, they reached the upper reaches of the stream, where the water was deeper and the variety of fish more abundant. Ahead lay the waterfall where they had been swept away by the river, and at its base, a deep pool had formed due to the constant erosion. Water from the pool flowed into the stream, nourishing the flora at the cliff's base. Observing the numerous fish in the pool, Lu Fan swiftly removed his shirt and dove in. Lin Shui-er called from the shore, a hint of concern in her voice. Lu Fan, be careful. Lu Fan swam agilely, soon catching several plump fish. He tossed them onto the bank, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, Shui-er-jia, with these fish. Our meal is secured for today. Lin Shui-er smiled as she collected the fish, placing them in a basket. You're truly impressive. After catching enough fish, Lu Fan leisurely swam in the pool, washing off the grime from his body. As he admired Lin Shui-er standing on the shore in her flowing dress, the fabric swirling with the breeze, a playful thought crossed his mind. He swam to the edge and splashed water at her, drenching her unexpectedly. Lin Shui-er gasped, her body jolting before she turned to glare at Lu Fan, pointing at him. Are you asking for a beating? Her dress became wet, clinging to her legs and accentuating her graceful curves. Lu Fan, captivated by Lin Shui-er's figure, smiled broadly, momentarily entranced. Suddenly, Lin Shui-er bent down and scooped up a handful of water, splashing it back at Lu Fan with force. He was caught off guard, the water splattering across his face. Wiping his face dry, he pretended to be angry and lunged at Lin Shui-er. She squealed, turning to flee, but slipped and tumbled into the water. Quick as lightning, Lu Fan caught her, their bodies pressed closely together. For a moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, their heartbeats echoing loudly. Lu Fan sensed Lin Shui-er's panic and softly reassured her, Shui-er-jia, it's all right. I'm here. Lin Shui-er clung tightly to Lu Fan's shoulders, still shaken, and it took her a moment to regain her composure. With their bodies still closely entwined, Lu Fan felt the gentle warmth emanating from Lin Shui-er, instinctively moving against her. Realizing Lu Fan's unusual behavior, Lin Shui-er's face flushed to her ears, and she shyly attempted to push him away. However, Lu Fan, still holding her in the water, teased, Shui-er-jia, this is you throwing yourself into my arms. It's not my fault. Lin Shui-er glared at him in mock anger, though her previous fierceness had dissipated. At that moment, Lu Fan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to Lin Shui-er's luscious lips, which were slightly parted as if inviting him. Unable to suppress his impulse any longer, Lu Fan leaned in, intending to kiss those tempting lips. However, just as he was about to succeed, Lin Shui-er suddenly raised her hand to block his mouth. What do you think you're doing? She exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation. Lu Fan found himself in a rather awkward predicament due to the abrupt interruption. With a resigned smile, he attempted to lighten the mood by exclaiming, Shui-er-jia, your hands are truly beautiful. After a brief moment of tension in the water, Lu Fan ultimately resolved to assist Lin Shui-er to the shore first. He cautiously cradled her in one arm, while using the other to paddle toward the bank. Once they reached the shore, he positioned Lin Shui-er on her stomach and, with both hands, lifted her gently. In that fleeting moment as she emerged from the water, Lu Fan could not resist giving her a playful squeeze. Lin Shui-er, now on dry land, felt a surge of anger at Lu Fan's actions, yet was at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Her hair, disheveled from their aquatic struggle, clung to her cheeks. As she attempted to tidy her locks, she feigned composure and said, It's all your fault. You made me fall into the water. Seeing her flustered state, Lu Fan scratched his head and chuckled. Yes, you're absolutely right. It was my fault, but this pond is quite refreshing. Consider it a bath, Shui-er-jia, it feels rather pleasant. At the sight of Lu Fan's charming demeanor, Lin Shui-er's initial irritation dissipated, replaced by a fit of laughter. At that moment, Lu Fan was entirely captivated by Lin Shui-er. Her cheeks blushed like a radiant sunset, and her cherry-like lips glistened invitingly, as if beckoning him to savor them. A fervent flame ignited within him, and unable to restrain his desires any longer, he swept Lin Shui-er into his embrace. The suddenness of his action startled Lin Shui-er, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. Before she could react, Lu Fan's kiss descended upon her like a tempest, seizing her lips with such intensity that she found herself unable to speak. This unexpected kiss left Lin Shuer wide-eyed with shock and embarrassment. She pushed against Lu Fan's chest, attempting to break free, but his grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering her efforts futile. Overwhelmed by the sweetness of the moment, Lu Fan lost all sense of reason, consumed by an overwhelming desire for Lin Shuer. His lips voraciously explored hers, while his hands began to wander boldly across her form. Lin Shuer felt a swirl of panic mixed with an inexplicable anticipation. After all, she harbored feelings for Lu Fan, yet was hindered by the presence of Wang Xiufang and Aunt Li, preventing her from progressing beyond mere friendship. Lu Fan, let go of me. We cannot do this, she protested, though her body gradually softened under his fervent touch, succumbing to the warmth of his embrace. As the atmosphere between them grew increasingly heated, a distant voice suddenly broke through. Lu Dage. Shuerjia, where are you? It was Su Muyun's voice, and it fell upon them like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flames of desire within Lu Fan. He snapped back to reality, realizing his indiscretion. Quick, let go of Lin Shuer, he urged, fearing Su Muyun might catch them in a compromising position. As he released her, Lin Shuer forcefully pushed him away, hastily adjusting her disheveled attire, her face ablaze with shame and confusion. We're over here, Lu Fan called out, his voice trembling slightly. Su Muyun soon appeared, and upon witnessing their damp and disheveled appearance, inquired, what happened to you two? Lu Fan scratched his head awkwardly, replying, we accidentally fell into the water. Lin Shuer, averting her gaze, feared that Su Muyun might perceive the underlying tension. However, Su Muyun was astute. She sensed something amiss in their anxious demeanor. To alleviate the awkwardness, she refrained from probing further and said, all right, let's hurry back. Xiufang Jie is waiting anxiously. Okay, let's go. Although Lu Fan did not voice his thoughts, internally, he cursed Su Muyun for her untimely arrival, believing that had she not shown up, Lin Shuer would have been his. He resolved to tease her, adopting a serious tone as he addressed Su Muyun. Xiaoyun, what did you just call me? Su Muyun, puzzled, turned to face him. Noticing his stern expression, she felt a twinge of unease but bravely replied, I called you Lu Dage. Is there something wrong? Lu Fan smirked slightly, continuing, then what do you call Lin Shuer? With wide eyes, Su Muyun appeared perplexed by the question. After a moment's hesitation, she responded, of course, I call her Shuerjia. What else would it be? Xiaoyun, do you not understand? You should call her sister-in-law if you call me brother, for Shuerjia is my girlfriend. Do you comprehend? Lu Fan's voice rose, taking on a note of seriousness. Su Muyun was taken aback by his declaration, her expression shifting from confusion to astonishment. Lu Dage, didn't you just tell me to call Xiufang Jie sister-in-law? How can it change now? You're so fickle. Lu Fan, alarmed by Su Muyun's growing excitement, hastily stepped forward to cover her mouth, whispering urgently, Xiaoyun, stop talking. Yet, despite Lu Fan's swift actions, Lin Shuer overheard their conversation in its entirety. Anger flared within her as she glared at Lu Fan, exclaiming, I knew you were trying to play both sides. At that moment, Su Muyun forcefully pried Lu Fan's hand away, lowering her voice as she said, Lu Dage, you really ought to be careful. If Xiufang Jie finds out, she'll be heartbroken. With a resigned expression, Lu Fan replied, but tell me, how do I usually refer to Xiufang Jie? Su Muyun blinked, racking her memory, and after a brief pause, confidently answered, of course, I call her aunt. Nodding vigorously, Lu Fan affirmed, exactly. When I asked you to call her sister-in-law, I was merely joking. In truth, this lady here is your genuine sister-in-law. As he spoke, he pointed towards the still irate Lin Shuer standing nearby. Su Muyun seemed to grasp part of the situation, though confusion lingered on her face as she nodded slowly, saying, oh, I see now. However, Lin Shuer interjected, Xiaoyun, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a childish brat. I would never be his girlfriend. Taken aback, Lu Fan pointed at himself, exclaiming, what? A childish brat? I'm already 25 years old. How can a 25-year-old be a childish brat? As soon as Lu Fan finished speaking, before Lin Shuer could respond, Su Muyun suddenly interjected, what? You are only 25? I've been calling you brother Lu all this time, and I'm already 28. Lu Fan was completely taken aback by this unexpected revelation, left speechless and astonished. Regaining his composure, he sheepishly scratched his head and offered a somewhat awkward smile, saying, I didn't realize you were older than me. That's truly surprising. If that's the case, please refrain from calling me brother Lu from now on. I shall call you Xiaoyun Jie instead. Does that sound agreeable? Hearing Lu Fan's words, Su Muyun felt a surge of joy and nodded in satisfaction, softly replying, that sounds good. Standing nearby, Lin Shuer scoffed dismissively. seemingly unimpressed by Lu Fan's earlier remark. She bluntly retorted, "Humph, so what if you're 25? Now you finally understand, don't you? In our presence, you're just an absolute child, a rookie." Naturally, Lu Fan felt a surge of indignation at Lin Shuer's words and immediately countered, "At my age, how can I be considered a child? I'm merely a tender shoot. Don't you, as an old cow, wish to savor the flavor of this tender grass?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer's face flushed crimson with anger as she shot Lu Fan a fierce glare, shouting, "Get lost! Who would want to taste your tender grass?" Watching the two banter back and forth, Su Muyun found it amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. She quickly waved her hands and said, all right. You two stop arguing. Let us hurry back. I'm nearly starving." With that, Su Muyun took the lead and walked ahead. Seeing this, Lin Shuer ceased her quarrel with Lu Fan and discreetly glanced back at him. She found Lu Fan grinning mischievously at her, and her lips involuntarily curled upwards, her mood seemingly less tense than before. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Wang Xiaofang hurried over. Upon seeing the two drenched, an expression of displeasure crossed her face. In a tone laced with skepticism, she asked, "Lu Fan, what on earth have you two been doing? How did you end up like this?" Lu Fan pondered internally, unwilling to disclose the truth to Wang Xiaofang for fear of being scolded. Thus, he mustered the courage to repeat the fabricated explanation he had given Su Muyun. After hearing it, Wang Xiaofang wore a skeptical look, scrutinizing Lu Fan as if trying to discern any inconsistencies from his expression. However, the cunning Lu Fan managed to maintain his ruse, and Wang Xiaofang did not detect anything amiss. She merely noted the peculiar atmosphere between him and Lin Shuer. Although still harboring doubts, Wang Xiaofang refrained from further inquiry and urged Lu Fan and Lin Shuer to change into dry clothes to avoid catching a chill. Lu Fan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and seized the opportunity to escape, while Wang Xiaofang took the fish basket to prepare a grilled fish feast. During dinner, Lu Fan remained distracted, frequently glancing at Lin Shuer. Although she feigned calmness, the slight flush on her ears betrayed her inner shyness. The meal concluded in an atmosphere of awkwardness. Afterward, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Lying on the dry hay on the floor, Lu Fan's mind replayed the intimate moments he had shared with Lin Shuer like a film. Those images burned in his mind like flames, intensifying his feelings of restlessness. Just as he was tossing and turning, struggling to fall asleep, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching and promptly closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. It was Lin Shuer, rising to get some water. Dressed in loose-fitting sleepwear, she moved quietly, the moonlight casting a serene glow upon her, resembling a tranquil painting. Unaware of Lu Fan's pretense, she walked past him towards the kitchen. A waft of her unique fragrance enveloped him, prompting Lu Fan to discreetly open his eyes and watch her silhouette, his heart racing involuntarily. After pouring her water, Lin Shuer turned to return, inadvertently meeting Lu Fan's gaze. She paused momentarily, their eyes locking in the dimness, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. Lin Shuer's face flushed deeper, her hands trembling slightly as she held the bowl of water. Lu Fan, equally flustered, decided to sit up. "Aren't you asleep yet?" Lin Shuer broke the silence first, her voice soft with a hint of shyness. Lu Fan scratched his head, standing up and slowly approaching her. "I can't sleep," he replied, his voice low and resonant. As they drew closer, they could hear each other's rapid breathing. Lin Shuer lowered her gaze, her fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing. Lu Fan, captivated by her bashful demeanor, felt the fire within him intensifying. Finally, he could no longer resist. He gently lifted Lin Shuer's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. With her eyes tightly shut and her long eyelashes quivering like a startled fawn, Lin Shuer appeared utterly enchanting. As Lu Fan leaned in, their lips were almost touching when a soft cough unexpectedly emanated from Wang Xiaofang's room. Though subtle, the sound felt jarringly loud in the stillness of the night. The moment they heard the cough, Lin Shuer and Lu Fan jerked apart as if struck by lightning, their bodies recoiling like startled rabbits. Lin Shuer's cheeks turned a vivid shade of crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she lowered her head, daring not to glance at Lu Fan. She hurriedly dashed back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Lu Fan stood there, watching her retreating figure with a sense of reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to take a chance. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and dashed into Lin Shuer's room, quickly shutting the door behind him. Lin Shuer was clearly taken aback by Lu Fan's audacity, her body trembling involuntarily. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. Don't let them see you." Her voice was tinged with panic and embarrassment. However, Lu Fan had lost all sense of reason, his face flushed with fervor, his eyes glinting with desire. oblivious to her concerns. He stepped forward and embraced Lin Shuer tightly, as though fearing she might vanish. Leaning close, he whispered in her ear, "Shuerjia, I can no longer suppress my feelings. I like you, and I want you to be mine." Lu Fan's voice trembled with emotion. Unable to contain his impulse any longer, he lowered his head and pressed his lips against Lin Shuer's delicate cheek. Lin Shuer was utterly unprepared for such boldness from Lu Fan in the wooden cabin. Her eyes widened in shock, and the blush on her face deepened, making her appear even more alluring. She attempted to push Lu Fan away, but his grip was as unyielding as iron, leaving her powerless to resist. "Lu Fan, this is too sudden. I am not ready." Lin Shuer's voice quivered, betraying her inner turmoil, but more so, a sense of bewilderment. The intimacy they had shared earlier had awakened Lu Fan's primal instincts, making him bolder as he swept Lin Shuer into his arms and fell onto the bed. Lin Shuer, although verbally expressing her reluctance, found herself deeply stirred by Lu Fan's presence, her resistance waning in the face of their shared youth and vitality. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the two of them. Lu Fan awakened languidly, gazing at the slumbering Lin Shuer beside him, his heart brimming with warmth and contentment. However, in the next moment, his expression turned ashen upon hearing the familiar call of Wang Xiufang from outside, announcing that Shuer was awake and ready for breakfast. Panic surged through Lu Fan as he hastily scrambled out of bed, fumbling to put on his trousers. Lin Shuer, startled awake by the commotion, blushed profusely at the sight before her, quickly searching for her clothes and whispering to Lu Fan to escape through the window. Just then, the door creaked open slightly, and Wang Xiufang's voice echoed, inquiring about the lack of activity, stating her intention to enter. Realizing that climbing out the window was no longer an option, Lu Fan swiftly devised a plan and dove under the bed. Wang Xiufang entered the room, and upon seeing the flustered Lin Shuer, suspicion arose in her heart. "Shuer, what is the matter? Why are you so flustered this early?" she questioned, moving towards the bed. Lin Shuer's face deepened in color, her gaze evasive as she stammered. "And nothing. I just woke up and am a bit disoriented." Wang Xiufang scrutinized her, inadvertently noticing the vest that Lu Fan had hastily left behind. "Why is Lu Fan's vest in your room?" Wang Xiufang asked, holding it up with a puzzled expression directed at Lin Shuer. A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Shuer, cold sweat breaking out as she struggled to find a response. Just as the tension reached its peak, Lu Fan accidentally kicked the bed leg from beneath, producing a sharp sound. Wang Xiufang's expression shifted as she bent down to investigate, her gaze locking onto Lu Fan's. "Lu Fan, you little rascal," she exclaimed. Realizing he could not hide any longer, Lu Fan reluctantly crawled out from under the bed with a grimace. Wang Xiufang, initially taken aback by his sudden appearance, quickly became furious. "You dare to peek at Shuer? Just wait until I deal with you. Aunt, would you believe me if I said I was here to catch a mouse?" Lu Fan replied cheekily. Wang Xiufang placed her hands on her hips and scoffed. "Don't try to fool me. Who sneaks into a girl's room to catch mice at this hour? Do you think you're a tabby cat? I see you as nothing but a lecher." Lin Shuer, wanting to defend Lu Fan, found herself at a loss for words and ultimately chose silence. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Lu Fan stealthily edged towards the door, disregarding his clothes, and bolted outside. Wang Xiufang immediately pursued him, yelling, "You little rascal. Stop right there." At that moment, Su Muyun, hearing the commotion, entered with a puzzled expression, quietly asking Lin Shuer what had transpired. Blushing, Lin Shuer whispered a few words. Su Muyun, upon hearing her, widened her eyes in shock before a smile crept across her face. In the midst of their chase, Lu Fan reached a small creek and finally halted. Wang Xiufang, panting, caught up with him, pointing an accusatory finger. "You little brat. You think you can just run away after what you've done?" Lu Fan quickly smiled apologetically. "Aunt, I merely glanced and did nothing inappropriate. Besides, didn't I once sneak a peek at you while you were bathing? You weren't this angry then. Why the sudden change?" Lu Fan abruptly realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth, ceasing further commentary. Wang Xiufang, infuriated, pointed at him. "How dare you say that?" She reached to twist his ear, but Lu Fan, quick-witted, decided to catch her off guard. He sidestepped and embraced Wang Xiufang, kissing her without a moment's hesitation. The kiss struck her like a bolt from the blue, rendering her momentarily speechless. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her body stiffened, her mind going blank. In that instant, Lu Fan, already ignited by desire, let his hands roam boldly over her. Wang Xiufang snapped back to reality, instinctively wanting to push him away. Yet, no matter how hard she struggled, Lu Fan remained as immovable as a mountain. "Let go of me," she exclaimed. a mix of anger and embarrassment causing her voice to tremble, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her eyes brimming with disbelief and fury. However, Lu Fan paid no heed to her struggles, his touch growing bolder. In a moment of electric sensation, Wang Xiufang felt a shiver run through her, her heart racing with fear and uncertainty. "Xiao Fan, you can't do this. I'm your aunt," she pleaded, her voice breaking as she fought against his grip. Yet, Lu Fan remained undeterred, planting a firm kiss on her lips before teasingly stating, "Aunt Xiufang, since you won tea, let me pursue Lin Shuer. I suppose I must turn my attention to you. After all, I am a man with needs." He continued kissing her, seemingly indifferent to her protests. Wang Xiufang was stunned by his audacity, unable to formulate a rebuttal as she succumbed to his advances. Just as Lu Fan prepared to overpower her completely, Wang Xiufang seized the moment, breaking free from his grasp. However, as she turned to flee, Lu Fan swiftly reached out, catching her arm with lightning speed. Wang Xiufang was yanked back, terror and helplessness flooding her mind. "Lu Fan, are you out of your mind? Let go of me. What do you want?" Her voice revealed her growing anxiety. Lu Fan smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Don't be afraid, Aunt Xiufang, I won tea bite. But if you want me to release you, that can be arranged, unless..." He deliberately prolonged the last word, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "Unless you agree to be my girlfriend." Wang Xiufang's face flushed an even deeper shade of red, as if blood might spill forth. She stared at Lu Fan in disbelief, unable to comprehend his audacious proposition. "No, absolutely not. I am your aunt," she firmly rejected. Lu Fan, undeterred, maintained his smile, which only grew more triumphant. He pulled her back into his embrace, holding her tightly. "But I know you're a woman too. If you're unwilling, what can I do? Just don't regret it." Wang Xiufang found herself ensnared in his embrace, unable to move, her heart racing with anxiety and dread at the thought of what Lu Fan might do next. Realizing she could not escape his grasp, she finally relented. "Fine. I'll agree, just let me go." Wang Xiufang, resigned, thought to herself that it was better to placate him for the moment. Upon hearing her response, Lu Fan's heart surged with joy. He immediately released his grip, yet did not completely let go of Wang Xiufang. Instead, he gently wrapped one arm around her waist while raising her chin with the other, positioning her face to meet his gaze. "Since you are already my girlfriend, may I steal a kiss?" Lu Fan's voice carried a hint of teasing and anticipation. Wang Xiufang's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly covered her face with her hands, attempting to evade Lu Fan's kiss. However, Lu Fan offered Wang Xiufang no time to react. In a swift motion, he lowered his head and unabashedly captured her soft lips with his own. The sudden kiss sent a jolt through Wang Xiufang's body, akin to an electric shock. She had never anticipated Lu Fan's audacity, leaving her mind momentarily blank, as if her ability to think had vanished. She had thought that shielding her cheeks would spare her from this fate, completely overlooking her delicate, alluring lips. Lu Fan's kiss was as fierce and commanding as a storm, and he was wholly immersed in the sweetness of the moment, relishing the exquisite sensation. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Fan gradually released Wang Xiufang. His gaze fell upon her flushed face, now radiant with shyness, and a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Not bad at all," Lu Fan murmured softly, as if still enchanted by that intoxicating kiss. Wang Xiufang's face was now as red as a ripe apple. She hastily wiped her lips where Lu Fan had kissed her, her expression one of disdain as she exclaimed, "Is that enough? Let go of me." Yet, Lu Fan seemed unwilling to relinquish her so easily. He inhaled deeply the enchanting fragrance that emanated from Wang Xiufang before finally loosening his hold. However, his eyes remained fixed upon her. "I must tell you, you cannot divulge this to anyone, especially not in front of the others, or I will not spare you." Wang Xiufang's voice trembled slightly, tinged with a hint of panic. Observing the flustered woman before him, Lu Fan felt an unexpected surge of compassion. He stepped closer, gently patting her shoulder in a comforting gesture. "Xiufang, you are being overly sensitive." However, Lu Fan's attempt at reassurance did little to placate Wang Xiufang. She continued to avert her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Noticing her discomfort, Lu Fan felt a stirring in his heart and suddenly declared, "Xiufang, I have always held feelings for you. I desire not only for you to be my girlfriend, but to become my woman." With that, he leaned in again, seeking to draw her into his embrace. Yet, shy Wang Xiufang evaded him like a startled rabbit, swiftly retreating from his grasp. "Xiao Fan, do not overstep your bounds. After all, I am your aunt." Wang Xiufang's voice quivered, her head bowed, unwilling to meet Lu Fan's gaze. Hearing her words, Lu Fan found himself at a loss for words. pondering the absurdity of discussing such societal norms at this moment. Thus, he opted to address her directly. Xiaofeng, what do you have to worry about on this deserted island? Do you not belong to me, now and forever? As the words escaped his lips, Lu Fan realized he had perhaps overstepped. He quickly corrected himself. I meant to say that you will eventually be mine, right? Wang Xiaofeng lifted her gaze to meet his, speaking calmly. You need not disguise your intentions. I am aware that you entered Lin Shuer's room last night, correct? Her statement caught Lu Fan off guard. He had not anticipated that Wang Xiaofeng was already privy to his affair with Lin Shuer. This implied that his previous lies had not gone unnoticed by her, which was undoubtedly the source of her anger. I, Lu Fan, am at a loss for words, he stammered. After a brief moment, he finally asked, so, you were jealous? Which is why you were so upset? Wang Xiaofeng's face reddened further as she turned away, scoffing softly. Who is jealous? I merely disapprove of your flirtatious behavior. Yet, her slightly trembling voice betrayed her true feelings. Lu Fan chuckled, stepping closer to grasp her hand. Xiaofeng, I genuinely like you, and I will take responsibility for Lin Shuer. On this island, where we cannot return, wouldn't it be better to support one another? Deep inside, Wang Xiaofeng felt a stir of uncertainty. She harbored feelings for Lu Fan, but the moral quandaries weighed heavily upon her. What would others think if this got out? She murmured. Lu Fan embraced her tightly. This island is isolated from the world. There are no rules here. Please do not reject me any longer. I promise to protect you. Leaning against Lu Fan, she felt his warmth and strength, her defenses slowly crumbling. She nodded softly, whispering, all right, but you must not pursue other women. Lu Fan's lips curved into a smile as he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, assuring her, rest easy. Having you all is more than sufficient. At that moment, a voice called from behind. What are you two doing? Dinner is getting cold. Su Muyun approached curiously, her eyes scrutinizing the pair. Wang Xiaofeng, startled as if her tail had been stepped on, broke free from Lu Fan's embrace, her face now even redder as she frantically adjusted her attire. And nothing, she stammered, her voice barely audible. Lu Fan remained composed, smiling as he replied to Su Muyun. Xiaofeng almost tripped, and I caught her. Su Muyun looked at them with suspicion, but chose not to press further. Oh, I see. Let us hurry back to eat, she urged with a smile. Then turned to Lu Fan, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Upon hearing Su Muyun's words, Wang Xiaofeng felt as if a weight had been lifted, like a rabbit freed from a snare. She quickly turned and hurried toward the wooden house. Lu Fan watched her retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Su Muyun, noticing this, became increasingly curious and approached Lu Fan with wide eyes, asking, Lu Fan, you didn't really manage to win over Xiaofeng, did you? You are truly amazing. As she spoke, she gave him a thumbs up. Lu Fan regarded Su Muyun with a playful expression, taking in her form clad in tight yoga pants that accentuated her curvaceous figure, particularly her long legs, which were undeniably captivating. He did not hide his gaze, unabashedly surveying her from head to toe before grinning lewdly. Hee, I see you are no less charming than the others. Shall we give it a try? Su Muyun was taken aback by Lu Fan's gaze and words, her face flushing a deep red, resembling a ripe apple. Frightened, she waved her hands, stammering, and no, I can't. I should head back to eat. With that, she scampered off like a startled deer, leaving Lu Fan behind, grinning with an increasingly mischievous expression. Lu Fan chuckled as he watched Su Muyun flee in panic, unable to contain his amusement. He strolled leisurely toward the wooden house, and upon entering, he immediately spotted Wang Xiaofeng, who was engrossed in devouring her meal with her head bowed. Wang Xiaofeng seemed to sense Lu Fan's arrival. Her body trembled slightly before she quickly lowered her head, continuing to eat without daring to glance at him. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer, sitting nearby, exhibited a faint blush on her cheeks, resembling a ripe apple. Her gaze was evasive, seemingly intent on avoiding Lu Fan's line of sight. At that moment, Aunt Li warmly called out to Lu Fan, urging him to join the meal, lest the grilled fish grow cold and lose its flavor. Lu Fan responded with a smile and promptly took a seat at the dining table, indulging in the meal with fervor. After the meal, Lu Fan suddenly proposed, I believe we could harvest the disheveled wheat behind the wooden house and turn it into flour, allowing everyone to enjoy steamed buns and noodles. Really? That would be wonderful. Su Muyun exclaimed excitedly, but then her brow furrowed in doubt. However, we don't have sickles. How can we harvest the wheat? The others turned their attention to Lu Fan, clearly finding this question rather challenging. Observing their expressions, Lu Fan's lips curled into a confident smile. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a curved knife from his small arsenal, brandishing it as he said, what is so difficult about that? This will do just fine. Upon seeing the curved knife in Lu Fan's hand, Wang Xiufang and the others were instantly intrigued. Although the knife appeared somewhat worn, its blade was remarkably sharp, clearly an underutilization for harvesting wheat. Witnessing Lu Fan's unwavering confidence dispelled any doubts in Wang Xiufang and the others, replacing them with a newfound assurance. As they stood beside the golden waves of wheat, a sense of harvest joy welled up within them. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the wheat to sway, as if nature itself were serenading them with a harvest song. At that moment, an idea struck Lu Fan. He deliberately positioned himself between Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer. Then, with a grand gesture akin to that of an emperor, he pointed at the vast expanse of wheat and exclaimed, "Look, behold." He swiftly spread his arms, embracing the two women around the waist with a sense of pride, declaring, "Ladies, this is the kingdom I have built for you." Afterward, Lu Fan turned to Lin Shuer, a mischievous grin on his face, leaning in for a kiss, but his attempt was thwarted. However, after exchanging glances, both Lin Shuer and Wang Xiufang, with perfect synchronicity, raised their hands and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Fan. Caught off guard, Lu Fan felt stars burst before his eyes, his face ablaze with pain. He could not help but mutter, "Really? Not this again." You two seem quite well coordinated in this regard. While speaking, he cradled his reddened cheeks, rubbing them in an attempt to alleviate the sting. Aunt Li, witnessing this scene, widened her eyes in concern. With a reproachful tone, she chided, "Xiufang, Shuer, what on earth are you doing? Lu Fan was merely joking with you. How could you strike him so harshly?" As she continued, she pointed at Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, her voice tinged with irritation. "What if you truly hurt him? What will you do then? Don't come to me crying later." Unexpectedly, both Xiufang and Shuer responded in unison. "What else can we do? If we break him, I'll just support him." The moment those words left their lips, everyone present, including Lu Fan, fell silent in astonishment. Initially, he had been focused on the sting of his slap, but upon hearing that statement, he promptly discarded the pain and began clapping excitedly, exclaiming, "Excellent. I can get behind that. I absolutely adore being pampered." Lu Fan's reaction left everyone momentarily stunned before erupting into hearty laughter. Su Muyun, in particular, laughed until she nearly doubled over, tears threatening to spill. She had never anticipated that the bold Lu Fan would possess such a comical side, leading to a fresh perspective on him. Aunt Li, observing Lu Fan's carefree demeanor, could only shake her head in exasperation, sighing, "Oh, you little rascal. Can't you strive for something more?" Once the laughter subsided, they all began harvesting the wheat. Lu Fan wielded the curved knife with finesse, swiftly cutting down large swathes. Meanwhile, Wang Xiufang and the others busied themselves by placing the harvested wheat into bags made from old clothes. They then laid the bags on the ground, vigorously beating them with sticks to separate the grains. Moments later, Aunt Li picked up a handful of threshed wheat, cradling it in her palms. Gazing at the mature grains glimmering with a golden hue, tears of excitement sparkled in her eyes. She had never imagined they would find such unexpected bounty on this isolated island, undoubtedly providing them with greater security for their future. However, as Aunt Li reveled in the joy of the harvest, a new concern crossed her mind. Although they had acquired wheat, how would they grind it into flour? Lost in thought, she surveyed the surroundings but found no millstones or similar tools near the wooden house. She pondered how the previous owner of the ancient cabin had ground the grains into flour, or whether this wheat had appeared later. With a furrowed brow, Aunt Li turned to Lu Fan and inquired, "Lu Fan, now that we have the wheat, how can we grind it into flour?" Upon hearing Aunt Li's question, Lu Fan realized he had focused solely on harvesting the wheat, neglecting this crucial step. Rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, he admitted, "That is indeed a dilemma. However, I am not daunted by this challenge." With unwavering confidence, he reassured Aunt Li, "Do not worry, Aunt Li. I have a solution. After all, I grew up in the countryside and am quite familiar with agricultural practices." Without hesitation, Lu Fan cast aside his machete and dashed towards the creek like a gust of wind, intent on finding a suitable stone for grinding the grains. Before long, he arrived at the creek, scanning the area until his gaze landed on a rather unique stone. It possessed a hollow resembling the bottom of an iron pot, appearing almost the size of a boulder, with its exterior taking on an irregular square form. Judging by its size, the stone weighed at least 600 to 700 pounds, and Lu Fan felt a wave of apprehension wash over him at the thought of moving such a hefty object. Standing beside the stone, Lu Fan lightly kicked it with his foot, causing it to wobble slightly. Assessing its weight and his own strength, he believed he could manage it. Thus, he decided to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, he bent his knees and adjusted his stance. Grasping the top of the stone with one hand while gripping the bottom with the other, he concentrated on his breathing, readying himself to exert force. Suddenly, he heaved with all his might, and to his astonishment, the stone was successfully hoisted onto his shoulder. However, the weight of the stone left Lu Fan lamenting, "Goodness, this stone is far too heavy." At this moment, Lu Fan was overwhelmed by the weight of the stone, his face flushed crimson, and the veins on his neck bulged due to excessive exertion. He was straining so hard that even tears of effort welled up in his eyes. The combined weight of the stone and Lu Fan himself pressed down heavily on his feet, which sank deeply into the ground, leaving imprints that were over half a foot deep. Nevertheless, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and moved step by step towards the wooden cabin. Each step demanded immense effort, leaving a deep footprint in his wake. When Wang Xiufang and the others in the distance saw Lu Fan slowly approaching with the enormous stone, their eyes widened in astonishment, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. "Lu Fan, are you trying to kill yourself? You'll wear yourself out," Lin Shuer exclaimed, her voice filled with concern. As a doctor, Aunt Li understood all too well that such excessive exertion could easily lead to increased intracranial pressure, risking rupture of capillaries in the cranial cavity, which could be perilous. She immediately waved her hand, urging Lu Fan to set the stone down. "Xiao Fan, quickly put it down, it's dangerous." When Lu Fan finally managed to reach the side of the wooden cabin and dropped the heavy stone, he felt as though a tremendous burden had been lifted from his shoulders, leaving them sore and aching. Aunt Li hurried forward, anxious to assess his condition. Upon seeing the large bruise on Lu Fan's shoulder, she gasped in shock. "You foolish child, this reckless behavior is unacceptable," Aunt Li scolded, her heart aching. "How could you possibly lift such a heavy stone on your own? Overexertion is extremely dangerous." Wang Xiufang, standing nearby, could not help but chime in. "Exactly, Xiao Fan. You mustn't be so impulsive in the future. If there's something to be done, we can all figure it out together. What if you injure yourself by trying to show off?" Listening to Aunt Li and Wang Xiufang's scolding, Lu Fan felt a sense of happiness. Aunt Li, puzzled by the large stone before her, asked, "Xiao Fan, is this stone really capable of grinding flour?" Taking a deep breath to steady his breathing, Lu Fan explained, "Look, there's a groove in the middle of the stone. If we find a smaller round stone to use as a pestle, we can grind the grain into flour." The others listened, appearing to understand somewhat, though not entirely. They exchanged glances, revealing a mixture of comprehension and confusion. After resting for a moment, Lu Fan felt his strength returning and stood up, heading towards a nearby stream. Seeing Lu Fan hurriedly approaching the stream, Lin Shuer felt a pang of concern, fearing he might again overexert himself. She quickly followed him. "Lu Fan, what are you going to do by the stream?" she called out anxiously as she jogged to catch up. Hearing her voice, Lu Fan paused, turned to her with a puzzled expression, and replied, "I want to see if I can find a suitable round stone to use as a pestle." "Why did you come along?" Breathing heavily, Lin Shuer reached him and pouted playfully. "I was just worried about you, so I came to see if I could help." Lu Fan, taken by her adorable demeanor, felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. "You're the best. Here, let me reward you with a kiss." He opened his arms, pretending to lean in for a kiss. However, Lin Shuer, startled like a frightened rabbit, quickly took a step back, pushing him away with her hands and scolding, "Oh, you silly Lu Fan. Can't you be serious for once? Stop acting so foolishly. Hurry up and find the stone." Lu Fan's expression fell slightly, yet he obediently replied, "All right then. Let's find a suitable round stone together." With that, they made their way to the stream, walking along its banks and carefully observing each stone that peeked above the water, hoping to find one of appropriate size. Suddenly, Lin Shuer's eyes lit up as she pointed to a smooth, round stone the size of a soccer ball across the stream. "Lu Fan, what about that one?" Crossing the stream to examine the stone, Lu Fan found its weight and shape satisfactory and nodded in approval. "Perfect, that's the one." He bent down to lift it. "Wait." Lin Shuer's sudden exclamation puzzled him. "What is wrong now? Didn't Aunt Li say not to use brute strength? Were you not listening, or did you have something stuck in your ears?" Lin Shuer reprimanded without hesitation. Lu Fan felt exasperated by her words and scratched his head. "This stone probably only weighs a couple of 100 pounds. Is that really a big deal?" However, upon seeing the fierce determination in Lin Shuer's eyes, he lost his resolve. All right, what do you suggest we do?" With her hands on her hips, Lin Shuer pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about we lift it together? That way, you won't tire yourself out too much." Lu Fan, unable to bring himself to discourage her earnestness, reluctantly nodded. "Fine, let's lift it together." As they positioned themselves to lift the stone, Lu Fan noticed Lin Shuer bending down before him, her loose clothing swaying, revealing glimpses of her delicate form. He froze, recalling the events of the previous night, and his gaze became fixated on her. Thoughts raced through his mind, leaving him momentarily distracted from the task at hand. Lin Shuer, noticing his lack of movement, straightened up only to find Lu Fan staring intently at her. She quickly covered her chest with her hands, irritatedly scolding, "Lu Fan, you really have no shame. When will you change this bad habit?" Lu Fan hastily averted his gaze, stammering, "And no, that's not it. Let's just get started." Yet, his mind was still preoccupied with the previous moment. The two of them lifted the stone, but as soon as they exerted force, Lin Shuer cried out, "Ouch." The stone was far heavier than she had anticipated, causing her to stumble almost to the ground. Lu Fan quickly reached out to support her, preventing her from falling. "You shouldn't push yourself. This stone isn't that heavy. I can handle it alone. You're just getting in the way," he said, his concern evident as he lightly patted her back in a comforting manner. Lin Shuer bit her lip, feeling a mix of frustration and embarrassment. She realized her strength was insufficient and braced herself for Lu Fan's teasing. However, just as she was feeling displeased, she noticed Lu Fan taking advantage of the situation, igniting her anger. "Have you had enough? If you're done, hurry up and move it yourself. I have no interest in standing here wasting time." Seeing her reaction, Lu Fan withdrew his hand, feeling awkward as he explained, "I was just trying to prevent you from falling." Yet, Lin Shuer clearly wasn't convinced by his explanation. Glaring at him with indignation, "Fine, go ahead and touch as much as you want. Having had my fill of your antics, I shall consider this as my encouragement for you. Soon enough, you shall bear the burden of that stone yourself, should you tire. It would be no one's fault but your own. But really, is it necessary? Furthermore, we just celebrated our wedding night last evening. If I were to exhaust myself, would you not become a widow?" Lu Fan jested with a playful grin. Lin Shuer, her face aflame with fury, pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Fan, as though she were intent on piercing him with it, and spat with venom. "You, be quiet." Lu Fan, recognizing the genuine anger in Lin Shuer's demeanor, prudently chose to refrain from further provoking her. He hefted the large stone onto his shoulder and strode purposefully towards the wooden cabin. Before long, they returned with the round stone in tow. Lu Fan carefully positioned the stone atop the hollow in the larger rock, scrutinizing it closely. He observed that the round stone was slightly smaller than the hollow, thus creating a considerable space around it. At that moment, Aunt Lee and the others, noticing their return, gathered around with interest. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan scooped a handful of wheat and placed it in the hollow. He then grasped both ends of the round stone and began to push it back and forth, attempting to grind the wheat grains. With each roll of the stone, the grains in the hollow began to transform. The once hard wheat gradually succumbed to the stone's pressure, morphing into powder. The onlookers were filled with astonishment. "Wow, it's truly turning into flour," Wang Xiufang exclaimed with excitement. "Lu Fan, you are simply remarkable," others echoed, their eyes brimming with admiration for him. Seeing the joy on their faces, Lu Fan could not help but wear a proud smile. "Do not rush. This is merely a preliminary product." After a moment of contemplation, he rose and made his way to Lin Shuer's room to retrieve the vest he had inadvertently left behind the previous night. He found a branch to prop the vest up, transforming it into a sieve, and then placed the ground wheat atop it. With both hands grasping the sides, he began to shake it vigorously. Moments later, the fine white flour began to cascade down. The crowd marveled at the sight of the pristine flour. Lin Shuer could not resist drawing closer, her anger dissipating as she gazed at the miraculous result. "I didn't expect you to be so resourceful," she whispered. Lu Fan's lips curled into a radiant smile as he replied softly, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of you?" His gaze lingered on Lin Shuer, revealing a glimmer of anticipation, before he cheekily suggested, "How about a small reward for my efforts?" He pointed to his cheek, hinting at a kiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer could not suppress a slight smile. She raised her hand and playfully tapped Lu Fan's shoulder, chiding, "Always smooth-talking. You think too highly of yourself. I want to fall for your charms." Nearby, Wang Xiufang, witnessing their intimate exchange, felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though she maintained a calm smile on her face. At this juncture, Lu Fan turned to Aunt Lee, explaining the method for sifting flour in detail. "Aunt Lee, simply follow this method to sift the flour, and soon we shall be able to create even more delectable dishes." He then took a pinch of flour, savoring it thoughtfully, before expressing his satisfaction with a smacking of his lips. "You see, this method produces flour that is perfect for making steamed buns, noodles, or bread. They will all be exquisite." Upon hearing this, excitement surged within the group. After all, they had subsisted on roasted fish and wild vegetables for several days, and their palates were weary of such fare. The prospect of savoring fragrant steamed buns invigorated everyone's spirits. Lu Fan then seized a machete and strode purposefully towards the wheat field, expertly harvesting the grains, while Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui'er followed closely behind, threshing the harvested wheat. Meanwhile, Su Min diligently pushed the round stone, grinding the grains into a fine powder. Finally, Aunt Li took charge of sifting the flour, removing the bran and impurities, leaving only the purest portion. Each person diligently fulfilled their role. Though it was arduous work, everyone was filled with enthusiasm, and the atmosphere was lively. After a long day of toil, Aunt Li triumphantly sifted a full wooden basin of flour. Meanwhile, Lin Shui'er and Wang Xiufang had also been busy, carefully storing the surplus wheat in the wooden cabin for future use, ensuring they would have steamed buns to enjoy daily. Aunt Li, drenched in sweat and exhilaration, exclaimed, "Xiaoyan, let us quickly try making steamed buns." Her voice brimmed with anticipation and excitement. Su Muyun nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and eagerness. Thus, the two began their preparations, first pouring water, then adding flour to the basin, mixing it together with their hands to form a smooth dough. Next came the waiting for the dough to rise, as they sat nearby, hoping it would expand like magic. However, as time ticked by, the dough showed no signs of rising. When Aunt Li was about to knead the buns, she was astonished to find that the dough had not fermented at all. Smacking her forehead in realization, she suddenly remembered she had forgotten one crucial ingredient: yeast. She lamented, "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten to add the yeast? But there is none to be found here. What shall we do?" Su Muyun, equally frantic, blinked rapidly, deep in thought. Having grown up in affluence, she had never set foot in a kitchen, leaving her at a loss. Just as the two were at a standstill, Wang Xiufang happened by. Suddenly, Su Muyun had a flash of inspiration and proposed, "What if we make pancakes instead? Would that work, Aunt Li?" Aunt Li hesitated slightly at Su Muyun's suggestion, her reluctance stemming from an unwillingness to settle. It could work, but, she began to say, after all, making pancakes required the addition of salt to enhance the flavor, ensuring a delightful taste. Wang Xiufang, having overheard their conversation, smiled confidently and said, "Oh, that is no problem at all. Trust me, I have a solution for this." However, Aunt Li and Su Muyun regarded her with skeptical eyes, doubtful of her words. After all, it seemed utterly far-fetched to concoct yeast on this desolate island. Wang Xiufang, noticing their doubtful expressions, quickly reassured them, "Don't you worry. Back in the countryside, we didn't have ready-made yeast either. We always fermented it ourselves. Just wait and see." With that, Wang Xiufang set about her task. She scooped a handful of flour from the wooden basin and carefully placed it into a clean, dry bowl. Next, she gently added a suitable amount of warm water, mixing the flour and water until they formed a dough that was neither too soft nor too hard. Once the dough was ready, she took a smaller bowl, inverted it over the larger one to ensure a tight seal, and placed it in a warm spot to allow it to ferment naturally. "Xiufang, will this really work? I did the same when preparing the dough earlier. Is there something different?" Aunt Li gazed at the small bowl of flour, her face filled with skepticism as she asked, "Isn't this too little? Even if it's feasible, it won't be enough for all of us." Wang Xiufang smiled gently and patiently explained, "You must use warm water and seal it properly. Besides, Aunt Li, you might be slightly mistaken. Once it ferments, it needs to be added during the kneading process to act as yeast, not directly kneaded into the buns." Aunt Li still appeared somewhat unconvinced and continued to inquire, "How long will it take before we can use it?" Wang Xiufang lifted her head, thoughtfully arranging her hair at the temples, and after a moment of contemplation, responded, "The fermentation time primarily depends on the temperature. Generally speaking, when the dough visibly expands and small air pockets appear on the surface, and upon inspection, the inside reveals a honeycomb structure, it signifies successful fermentation." "Oh, I see," Aunt Li exclaimed, enlightened. "All right, let's check back later." Turning to Xiaoyan, she instructed, "Xiaoyan, come. Let's sift some more flour for later use." Su Muyun softly replied, following Aunt Li to sift flour together. After a while, having sifted additional flour, Su Muyun and Aunt Li hurried back to check on the dough's fermentation. Indeed, as Wang Xiufang had mentioned, the dough in the large bowl had significantly expanded, even lifting the bowl that covered it. Upon removing the bowl, they discovered numerous air pockets on the surface. Su Muyun eagerly dug into the dough and found, as Wang Xiufang had indicated, that it exhibited a honeycomb structure. She excitedly exclaimed to Aunt Li, "It's done." Both Aunt Li and Su Muyun displayed expressions of delight, their admiration for Wang Xiufang growing even deeper. Subsequently, Aunt Li incorporated the fermented dough into the previous mixture, added an appropriate amount of warm water, and kneaded it into a smooth, large dough, awaiting the second fermentation. During the waiting period, they kept themselves busy. Su Muyun went to gather some fresh wild vegetables to prepare as a side dish for the buns, while Aunt Li stayed by the dough, washing the wild boar bacon they had made in the cave, occasionally pressing the dough gently to check its fermentation progress. As time passed, the dough finally completed its fermentation. Aunt Li looked at the large bowl filled with risen dough, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. She skillfully divided the dough into small portions, gently rolling them on a clean stone slab until they formed smooth buns. Meanwhile, Su Muyun diligently washed the gathered wild vegetables, chopping them finely in preparation for stir-frying as an accompaniment to the buns. Just as Aunt Li finished shaping the buns and prepared to steam them, a new problem arose. She had forgotten to bring a steamer. How could they steam the buns now? Was she supposed to just boil them in the pot? Aunt Li slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I'm getting old. I keep forgetting things." Su Muyun, watching Aunt Li's anxious demeanor, felt equally helpless and inwardly lamented, wondering why it was so troublesome to enjoy a bun here. After a moment of contemplation, Aunt Li's eyes suddenly brightened as if struck by an idea. She turned to Su Muyun and said, "Xiaoyun, quick, go call Lu Fan from behind the house and ask him to weave a steamer out of branches. That will solve the problem." Upon hearing this, Su Muyun dashed off to fetch Lu Fan. When Lu Fan understood the situation, he responded with an air of ease. "I thought it was a big deal. No problem, just watch me." He quickly gathered some suitable branches and began weaving skillfully. His fingers danced nimbly among the branches, as if performing a graceful ballet. In no time, a simple yet sturdy round steamer was complete. Aunt Li took the steamer, placing it atop the large iron pot. And when she saw how perfectly it fit, a look of satisfaction beamed across her face. She hurriedly arranged the buns neatly in the steamer, each one placed with meticulous care. However, at that moment, Lu Fan unexpectedly made a surprising move. Without warning, he picked up a kneaded bun and tossed it into the wooden basin filled with flour without hesitation. Aunt Li and Su Muyun were taken aback, their eyes wide with confusion, as they regarded Lu Fan as if he had committed an absurd act. "Xiao Fan, what are you doing?" Aunt Li's voice carried a mix of surprise and reproach. "Do you realize how much effort we put into fermenting this dough? How could you just throw it away?" Lu Fan, observing their astonished expressions, felt no embarrassment. Instead, he burst into laughter. "Aunt Li, please don't worry. There's a reason for my actions," he explained with a smile. "This little piece of dough is actually reserved for next time. When we prepare dough again, we simply knead it into the new mixture. It's quite valuable. It's called Lao Jiao too." Aunt Li, after hearing Lu Fan's explanation, nodded in a somewhat understanding manner but still questioned, "Oh, I wasn't aware of this method." Lu Fan patiently elaborated, "This is a traditional fermentation technique. Lao Jiao Tu is akin to modern yeast, enhancing the fluffiness and flavor of the steamed buns." Upon hearing this, Aunt Li finally grasped the concept and chuckled, "Oh, I see. I thought you were causing trouble." Lu Fan then took the initiative to gather firewood, while Aunt Li, with Su Muyun's assistance, began stir-frying the cured bacon and wild vegetables. As wisps of white smoke rose from the pot, the enticing aroma of the buns wafted through the air after half an hour. The three gathered around the pot, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the buns. When the buns were finally ready, Aunt Li cautiously lifted the lid, revealing a collection of plump, steaming white buns emitting a sweet, alluring fragrance. By now, the famished Lu Fan could no longer contain himself and reached for a bun, taking a hearty bite. "Careful, it's hot." Aunt Li had yet to finish her warning when Lu Fan, caught off guard by the heat, winced and quickly dropped the bun as if it were a scalding potato. Aunt Li continued, "Knowing it's hot, can't you wait a moment before eating? All right, go call Xiaofang and Shuer to come for dinner." "Got it, I'm on it." Lu Fan replied casually, then strolled leisurely toward the wheat field behind the wooden house. As he approached the wheat field, he spotted Wang Xiaofang and Lin Shuer laboriously harvesting wheat, their bodies glistening with sweat. Their clothes were soaked through, accentuating their delicate and curvaceous figures, which captivated Lu Fan's attention. The rays of the setting sun cast a soft golden glow upon them, as if draping them in a shimmering veil. However, Lu Fan did not rush to call them for dinner. Instead, he quietly crouched behind them, chin resting on his hand, leering at their figures with a roguish demeanor. His gaze roamed over Wang Xiaofang and Lin Shuer's graceful forms, savoring this delightful scene. Lu Fan couldn't help but muse to himself how wonderful and blissful this life of shared labor between men and women truly was. If only I could completely win over the two of them, I would no longer have to act furtively. That would be ideal. Just as Lu Fan was immersed in his fantasies, Wang Xiaofang suddenly noticed his mischievous grin. She halted her actions, straightened up, and said irritably, "You little rascal. While we are working hard to thresh the wheat here, you seem completely unconcerned and even dare to spy on us." Startled by Wang Xiufang's voice, Lu Fan quickly regained his composure and explained, "No, Xiufang auntie, you misunderstand. The steamed buns are ready, and Aunt Li sent me to call you for dinner." Lin Shuer, who had been glaring at Lu Fan in anger, perked up at the mention of the buns. "The buns are really ready? That's wonderful. I'm almost starving." Wang Xiufang, knowing Lu Fan's smooth-talking nature, didn't he engage in a lengthy argument and simply inquired about the quality of the steaming. "It's quite good," Lu Fan replied. Noticing that Wang Xiufang's attitude had softened significantly, he became animated. "The buns are white and plump, almost like you." He gestured toward Wang Xiufang's ample bosom as he spoke. "They even give off a fragrant aroma of wheat. They are absolutely delicious." I took a bite, and I still find myself salivating at the thought. Upon realizing what he meant, Wang Xiufang angrily pointed at Lu Fan, saying, "You may say what you want, but what are you pointing at? Are you getting a little too cheeky?" Lin Shuer burst into laughter and after a moment, pulled Wang Xiufang's hand, saying, "Sister Xiufang, don't take him seriously. You know him well enough. Come on, let us hurry and eat the buns." Wang Xiufang nodded, ignoring Lu Fan, and when they returned to the house, Su Muyun and Aunt Li had already set the table with food. The sight of a table full of dishes made everyone's mouths water. The aroma of stir-fried cured meat mixed with the fragrance of the buns heightened their appetites. Aunt Li had even taken the time to prepare a pot of delicious fish soup while steaming the buns. As they sat together, they began to feast heartily. Lin Shuer took a bite of the bun, her eyes lighting up. "This is so good. It's the best bun I've ever had in my life." The others laughed in agreement, knowing how hard it was to enjoy a hot meal on this little island, which made them feel the warmth of home. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to desires. After satisfying their hunger, Lu Fan lay comfortably on his makeshift bed of straw, pondering a visit to the jungle above the cliff tomorrow to hunt for some fresh game. Just as he indulged in his hunting fantasies, he saw Wang Xiufang carrying a basin of water as she passed by him. Lu Fan's heart raced. Surely, she was going to take a bath. This thought ignited his adventurous spirit, and he stealthily followed her. Wang Xiufang entered the bathing area and, with a loud bang, shut the wooden door tightly behind her. This so-called bathing area was merely a rudimentary hut made from a few wooden stakes and some straw, hastily constructed next to the wooden house. Lu Fan tiptoed cautiously towards the small hut, although he could hear the sound of water splashing inside. The dim light made it impossible to see anything through the narrow gaps. Just as he was anxiously searching for a better angle to observe, he suddenly slipped and fell to the ground with a loud thud. The noise startled Wang Xiufang, who immediately called out, "Who's out there?" Realizing the precarious situation, Lu Fan scrambled to his feet and hurried back into the wooden house, pretending to be asleep. Wang Xiufang, hearing the silence outside, was well aware that it was Lu Fan attempting to sneak a peek at her bathing. Meanwhile, Lu Fan lay in bed, his heart racing, staring at the ceiling, feeling both frustrated and fearful of the impending confrontation with the village beauty. After quite some time, Wang Xiufang finally finished her bath. She returned lightly carrying the empty basin, but paused as she walked past Lu Fan's bed, her gaze suspiciously landing on him. At that moment, Lu Fan had his eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in a deep slumber, but Wang Xiufang sensed something was amiss. She felt a twinge of suspicion and lightly kicked him, saying, "Stop pretending. I know it's you. Who else would do such a thing here? You're such a coward, daring to act, but not wanting to face the consequences." Upon hearing her words, Lu Fan's anger flared. He thought to himself, "Have I been too kind to her, allowing her to ridicule me so audaciously?" The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Suddenly, he sat up in bed, his eyes wide open, fixated on Wang Xiufang's graceful figure, his fury gradually replaced by a bold idea. Lu Fan muttered to himself, "What the heck? Today, I must seize the opportunity." Without hesitation, as Wang Xiufang entered her room and was about to close the door, Lu Fan dashed in like a bolt of lightning, surprising her with his speed. Before she could react, he swept her up in his arms. "What are you doing? Put me down," Wang Xiufang exclaimed in a terrified whisper, fearing being overheard by the others in the hut. "My dear aunt, didn't you promise to be my girlfriend? Are you trying to back out?" Before Wang Xiufang could respond, Lu Fan had already thrown her onto the bed and began fervently kissing her cheeks. Wang Xiufang struggled against Lu Fan's grip, but his strength was overwhelming, and she found it impossible to break free. He continued to roam his hands over her delicate body, sending chills down her spine. "Lu Fan, stop!" Wang Xiufang's voice trembled, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, Lu Fan seemed to be completely oblivious to her pleas, boldly reaching under her clothing. Wang Xiufang's eyes widened in shock, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Lu Fan, no, we can't do this." Her voice rose an octave, her heart racing. Yet Lu Fan responded confidently, why not? You already agreed to be my girlfriend. Isn't this normal? Conflicted and struggling internally, Wang Xiufang found herself at a loss for how to handle Lu Fan's reckless behavior. She didn't want to betray her principles, yet feared provoking him into more extreme actions. Lu Fan, please get off me, she said, her tone softening slightly, though her heart remained tense. But Lu Fan showed no signs of stopping. He continued his inappropriate advances and even began to remove her clothing. Wang Xiufang felt tears welling up, realizing that if this continued, the consequences could be dire. Resolutely, she decided to take a step back, hoping to stabilize Lu Fan first. All right, I promise you. As long as you don't do anything too extreme, we can be affectionate. Isn't that acceptable? Just get off me, or I'll call for help. Her voice reflected a mix of resignation and compromise. Upon hearing Wang Xiufang's words, Lu Fan finally jumped off her, ceasing his inappropriate actions. He also realized that Wang Xiufang was, after all, his aunt from the same village, and he could not press her too hard. Moreover, he did not wish for Lin Shuer and Aunt Li to discover his sordid behavior. Upon seeing Lu Fan release her, Wang Xiufang hurriedly got off the bed and adjusted her flimsy attire. Lu Fan, what on earth is wrong with you today? Have you gone mad? This is simply too much. Lu Fan scratched his head and grinned mischievously. Aunt Xiufang, it's simply that I like you too much and couldn't help myself. Besides, you already agreed to be my girlfriend. Wasn't this inevitable? He attempted to step forward to embrace Wang Xiufang again. Wang Xiufang pushed Lu Fan away, her face flushed with anger, pointing at him and scolding. You little rascal, how can you behave this way? You must not act so recklessly in the future. But it was you who said I could be affectionate. Have you forgotten? Lu Fan retorted, his displeasure evident as his gaze remained fixed on Wang Xiufang, seemingly awaiting her response. However, Wang Xiufang shot him a fierce glare. Don't push your luck. Let's pretend today never happened, and from now on, behave yourself. Isn't that unfair? How can your words not count? Upon hearing Lu Fan's protest, Wang Xiufang felt both amused and exasperated, retorting, aren't you also guilty of not keeping your word? Just then, footsteps echoed in the hall, startling both of them. They exchanged worried glances, and Wang Xiufang quickly said, let's go, we must avoid being seen. Though Lu Fan was reluctant, he had no choice but to suppress his inner turmoil and resigned himself to leave. Before departing, he seized the moment to ask for a kiss. Before I leave, can't you give me a quick peck? Observing Wang Xiufang's stillness, Lu Fan impulsively adopted a rogue demeanor. If you refuse, then I shall not leave and will stay in your room tonight, holding you as I sleep, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Faced with his audacity, Wang Xiufang reluctantly compromised, tiptoeing to quickly plant a kiss on Lu Fan's cheek. Yet the cunning Lu Fan would not let such an opportunity slip by. As Wang Xiufang leaned in, he swiftly turned his head to meet her luscious lips with his. Supporting her neck with his hands, he fervently pressed his lips against hers twice before finally releasing the flustered Wang Xiufang. Now, is that settled? Let us hurry, Wang Xiufang urged, her cheeks crimson with embarrassment. Lu Fan extended his tongue to savor the lingering taste on his lips, his face brimming with pride as he left her room. Watching Lu Fan's retreating figure, Wang Xiufang felt a mix of shame and anger, lightly smacking her forehead, cursing herself for being so easily manipulated by this boy. However, being human, she could not deny her physiological needs. Despite her verbal reluctance, her mind was flooded with memories of the intimate moments shared with Lu Fan. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself and dismiss such thoughts. In the cool night of the canyon, a gentle breeze brought a refreshing chill. Lu Fan lay curled up on the straw-covered floor, as if this position could afford him a semblance of warmth. He was merely draped in a thin coat, which was hardly sufficient against the cold of the night. In truth, not just Lu Fan, but everyone here faced the same predicament, without blankets. Thus, at night, they could only use their clothes to cover their bodies against the chill. Lu Fan was initially pondering tomorrow's hunting expedition in the forest when suddenly, a bolder idea struck him. Chapter 61, Re-entering the pirate camp. It dawned on Lu Fan. He possessed a speedboat. He could stealthily infiltrate the pirate camp and pilfer some bedding. After all, the accommodations in the pirate camp boasted star-rated bedding. The more he considered this notion, the more feasible it seemed. He reasoned, everything these pirates owned was acquired through plunder. Taking a few blankets should hardly be deemed excessive, right? Without further ado, at dawn, Lu Fan rose to prepare for his expedition. Just then, Lin Shuer, who was nearby, heard the commotion and stepped out to investigate. Upon opening the door, she spotted Lu Fan readying his weaponry, a dagger strapped to his waist, a machete in hand, and a handgun tucked at his back. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Lin Shuer inquired, Lu Fan, where are you off to this early? I'm going hunting, Lu Fan replied, taking a step forward before halting to ask, Sister Schwer, if I were to bring back bedding and transform your room into a bridal chamber, could I stay with you every night? With a mischievous smile. He winked at her playfully. Lin Schwer, taken aback, felt a rush of embarrassment and anger. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind this early? She retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shot him a reproachful glare. However, Lin Schwer was oblivious to the implications behind Lu Fan's mention of bedding, mistakenly believing he was merely trying to take advantage of her. Thus, she scolded him, stop being inappropriate. All you think about is that nonsense. I know you're going hunting. Hurry along. Just remember to return soon. After pondering for a moment, Lu Fan deliberated whether to share his plan of heading to the pirate camp with Lin Schwer. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it to avoid causing her unnecessary concern. Sister Schwer, I might return a bit late. Please let Aunt Xiaofang and the others know not to worry about me, Lu Fan said with a smile, trying to keep his tone light. Lin Schwer looked at him, a hint of worry crossing her face, and nodded gently. You must stay safe. We will await your return. Seeing her concern, Lu Fan's lips curled into a sly smile as he cheerfully replied, Sister Schwer, rest assured, when I return, I will bring you many wonderful things. Then we can enjoy another bridal night together. What do you think? However, upon hearing this, Lin Schwer's expression darkened, her previous worry quickly replaced by anger. She glared at Lu Fan, exclaiming, You always have ulterior motives. Are you feeling frisky again? Realizing Lin Schwer was about to explode with anger, Lu Fan sensed the impending doom and quickly made a hasty retreat. He certainly did not want to be caught by her and suffer her wrath. Thus, like a startled rabbit, he swiftly turned and fled, fearing that even a second's delay would lead to his capture. Watching Lu Fan's hasty retreat, Lin Schwer couldn't help but smile knowingly. Upon reaching the seaside, Lu Fan inhaled the fresh sea breeze, savoring the essence of the ocean. He quickly made his way to the hidden speedboat, expertly untied the ropes, and hopped aboard. As he turned the key to start the engine, it roared to life with a deep growl, reminiscent of a giant beast awakening. Lu Fan pressed the throttle, and the speedboat surged forward like an arrow, slicing through the waves and sending up sprays of white foam. The waves crashed against the boat, creating a rhythmic sound, as if cheering on Lu Fan for his adventurous journey. Before him, the vast expanse of the ocean unfolded, and the speedboat appeared diminutive in this blue world, akin to an insignificant ant. However, Lu Fan felt no fear in his heart. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze resolutely directed towards the pirate camp. After a lengthy journey lasting most of the day, he finally beheld the island where a massive cruise ship was docked. The ship stood out brilliantly under the sunlight, its contours sharply defined. Lu Fan's heart raced uncontrollably as he realized he was drawing closer to his objective. As the speedboat approached the island, Lu Fan did not head straight for the sandy shore, but cautiously reduced his speed, maneuvering the boat to conceal it on the opposite side of the island. He leaped from the boat, crouching low as he peered quietly towards the shore. There, several pirates were gathered around a bonfire, roasting meat and drinking, their laughter and chatter echoing in the air, completely oblivious to Lu Fan's presence. To avoid alarming them, he decided to alter his course, circumventing the shoreline and plunging into the dense jungle. The jungle was dark and damp, the ground strewn with fallen leaves and branches, compelling Lu Fan to tread lightly. Fearful of making any noise that might attract the pirates' attention, he painstakingly navigated through the underbrush, gradually drawing nearer to the cruise ship. Just as he approached the vessel, a sense of dread washed over him. The entrance was guarded by pirates clad in identical uniforms, each wielding an AK. It appeared that entering would pose a significant challenge, and an attempt to ambush them could result in dire consequences. Frustration welled within him as he grappled with his helplessness in the situation. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise reached Lu Fan's ears, jolting him into alertness. He quickly concealed himself behind a large tree, peering through the gaps in the foliage. To his astonishment, he spotted a group of menacing pirates escorting several abducted women towards the cruise ship. The women appeared terrified, some weeping while others wore expressions of despair. Yet their beauty and figures were striking. An idea flickered in Lu Fan's mind. Perhaps these women could serve as a means for him to infiltrate the cruise ship. He stealthily maneuvered to the back of the line, patiently waiting for the pirates to distance themselves before quietly following in their wake. Upon reaching a corner, he sensed the moment had arrived. Taking a deep breath, he lunged forward, swiftly incapacitating the last pirate in the group. He promptly stripped the pirate of his clothing, donned the disguise, and dragged the unconscious man into the jungle before seamlessly merging into the group, keeping his head lowered to avoid drawing attention from the other pirates. Lu Fan's heartbeat quickened, This was a perilous endeavor, and if discovered, he would be swiftly overwhelmed by the armed men. Chapter 62. Captain Mao of the long-haired pirates Lu Fan took a moment to calm himself internally. Yet, gazing at the trembling women, his heart ached. He longed to rescue them immediately but understood that, given his current vulnerability, successfully liberating them was nearly impossible. Upon entering the cruise ship, he noticed the pirates escorting the women towards the cargo hold. He contemplated how to rid himself of the pirates before seeking supplies. As he rounded a corner, Lu Fan seized an opportunity and swiftly concealed himself. Once the group had moved on, he stealthily approached the stairway like a nimble cat. Just then, a long-haired man resembling a pirate captain approached, scrutinizing Lu Fan with a puzzled expression. "Which squad are you from, and what are you doing here?" he inquired. Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat, but he feigned composure. Seizing a moment of inspiration, he adopted a contrite demeanor and replied, "I'm new here and not quite familiar with the place. I was supposed to go to the storeroom for blankets, but I don't know where it is." The long-haired pirate furrowed his brow, suspicion evident in his gaze as he appraised Lu Fan. "New here? I wasn't aware we had newcomers. Who sent you?" Lu Fan's heart raced, and a thin sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, but he maintained his calm facade, promptly exclaiming, "Baldy, Baldy?" Upon hearing the name, the long-haired pirate appeared perplexed, absent-mindedly rubbing his forehead, seemingly unfamiliar with the name. However, his brow furrowed slightly, indicating he had heard it before but couldn't quite recall who Baldy was. Lu Fan seized the moment and continued, "Yes, Baldy introduced me. He's my cousin. Today is my first day, and I haven't had a chance to get acquainted with you yet." As he spoke, he swiftly produced a pack of cigarettes and several gold coins from his pocket, cautiously handing them to the long-haired pirate, all the while fawning over him. "I hope you can look out for me in the future." This tactic proved effective. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. The long-haired pirate's expression transformed as he regarded the cigarettes and coins, his previously tense demeanor instantly relaxing into a greedy smile. He patted Lu Fan on the shoulder, his tone becoming amicable. "All right, since you're Baldy's relative, I'll let this slide. You took a wrong turn. The storeroom is in the cargo area." Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the mention of the storeroom, realizing his spontaneous fabrication had inadvertently revealed a genuine location. The long-haired pirate, mistaking Lu Fan's surprise for ignorance, continued, "You know where the holding cells are, right?" Lu Fan nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, I know. I've been there. But there are guards at the entrance, so I can't get in." The long-haired pirate burst into laughter, reveling in his perceived superiority. "With your status, of course, you can't get in. However, since you're so perceptive, I'll be generous today and lend you a hand. When we get there, just mention my name and say Captain Mouse sent you for new blankets. No one will dare stop you." Lu Fan felt a surge of elation. He knew his plan had succeeded halfway. He continued to flatter the long-haired pirate, extolling his prowess. The praise flowed abundantly, inflating the pirate's ego. "Captain Mao, you are truly formidable. With someone as imposing as you backing me, I can navigate this camp with ease. I am incredibly fortunate." Lu Fan exclaimed, "By the way, Captain Mao, it gets quite cold on this island at night. May I take a few extra blankets? You know, if I'm not properly covered, my frail body won't be able to withstand the chill." Captain Mao pondered Lu Fan's request, contemplating how many blankets he could take. "It's just a few extra blankets. It's no big deal for me." He waved his hand generously. "Go ahead. Take as many as you want. This is a trivial matter." Lu Fan's heart soared. He had not anticipated such smooth sailing. Captain Mao was surprisingly easy to manipulate. He quickly expressed his gratitude and hurriedly made his way towards the cargo hold, feeling as though he had wings. El Fan had just arrived at the entrance of the warehouse when he was halted by the guards. "What are you doing here? This is no place for a lowly minion like you. Leave at once." At that moment, El Fan thought to himself, he must not show any signs of weakness, or else these disdainful pirates would take advantage of him. With an air of arrogance, he boldly declared, "I am here on the orders of Captain Mao to collect betting. Since you refuse me entry, I shall not take any. Perhaps Captain Mao will come himself to collect it later." However, he worried about how to explain himself should Captain Mao become enraged. After saying this, El Fan feigned an intention to leave. Upon hearing that he was a subordinate of Captain Mao, the guards immediately changed their demeanor. One of them said, "He is one of Captain Mao's men. It is better for us to avoid trouble. Let him pass. If Captain Mao truly arrives, we could face dire consequences." Another guard, after contemplating for a moment, agreed, saying, "Since you are with Captain Mao, you may enter." It was well known that Captain Mao commanded the largest group of pirates in the entire camp. He often flaunted his power, belittling everyone around him, and even their leader, Hulauda, would show him some respect. let alone these small guards. Eventually, under the guidance of one guard, Elfan stepped into the familiar warehouse. One side of the warehouse was partitioned into cells, while the other side was piled high with various goods. The air in the passageway was still permeated by a rancid odor, and the women in the cells huddled in the corners, sobbing and trembling, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene weighed heavily on Elfan's heart. They traversed the long corridor to its end, where the guard stopped in front of a heavy iron door, expressionless as he regarded Elfan before slowly opening the door. "This is the warehouse," the guard said coldly. "Find what you need yourself. And remember to close the door behind you when you leave." With that, he did not spare Elfan another glance and turned to leave. As Elfan gazed at the slowly opening iron door, excitement surged within him. He eagerly stepped into the warehouse, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. Chapter 63. A full load of 2 large bags of supplies. The warehouse, the size of a basketball court, was filled to the brim with supplies, seemingly endless. There were bags of snacks, canned goods, and a complete array of medicines. In addition, various daily necessities such as clothing, bedding, and tools were stacked high, resembling a miniature department store with an abundance of items. Elfan could not help but exclaim, "How many cargo ships did these rascals plunder to amass such a haul?" He felt as if he had entered a paradise of supplies, a stark contrast to the dire conditions of the deserted island he inhabited. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, muttering to himself, "Today, I shall take as much as I can, otherwise it would be a disservice to those robbed ships." Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to gather as many items as possible, rationalizing that since these goods were originally stolen, taking more would not be considered excessive. He first rummaged through the warehouse to find a larger black bag, then began stuffing it with bedding. However, after only a few pieces, the bag was already bursting at the seams and too heavy to carry. What to do? Elfan pondered, acutely aware that this was his only chance. He had to maximize his haul or risk losing the opportunity to return. After some contemplation, he decided to search the warehouse for tools that might assist him. Eventually, he discovered a rope and 2 large burlap sacks tucked away in a corner. Grabbing the rope, he tightly bound the bedding he had already packed into the bag, then placed them into the burlap sack, thus saving space for additional supplies. Yet Elfan was not satisfied with this. He continued to scour the warehouse for more useful items. Ultimately, he found clothes, shoes, and other necessities, all of which he stuffed into another large bag. Looking at the 2 bulging burlap sacks filled to the brim, Elfan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, when he attempted to lift the bags, he was taken aback by their weight. He had not anticipated that these 2 sacks would be so heavy, likely weighing several hundred pounds. To Elfan, the amount he had collected felt insufficient. He wondered, how could they be so heavy when I hardly packed much? Just as he fretted over how to transport the 2 hefty sacks, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Alarmed, he thought, could I have been discovered? Instantly on high alert, he hurriedly concealed the 2 bags behind a large crate, then stealthily approached the door, cautiously peering outside. To his astonishment, he saw the newly captured women being dragged out by a group of pirates, their faces twisted with malice. These pirates cursed and shouted, "You ungrateful wretches! I'm trying to find you a good home, and you refuse to appreciate it. Keep stalling, and I'll beat you senseless." One pirate brandished a whip, striking the women mercilessly. The crack of the whip echoed as it landed on their delicate skin, leaving horrific marks of blood. The women cried out in agony, collapsing to their knees, pleading, "Please, let us go. We beg you." Witnessing this horrifying scene ignited a furious blaze within Elfan. He trembled with rage, wishing to charge forward and tear these heartless beasts apart. Yet, after a moment of impulsive anger, he regained his composure. He understood that, alone, he could not rescue these unfortunate women from the clutches of such ruthless pirates. Helplessly, he could only watch this abhorrent spectacle unfold before him. Once they had departed, Elfan returned to the spot where he had hidden the bags, feeling troubled by their immense weight. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and resolved to make one last effort. He grasped one sack and hoisted it up, using his knee to assist in the lift. With a shout of determination, he managed to balance the sack on his shoulder. He then used the same method to lift the second sack onto his other shoulder, securing them tightly in place, with his head wedged between the 2. However, the weight of the bags made each step feel excruciatingly difficult, sweat soaking through his clothes. As Elfan passed by the cell where the women were held, his peripheral vision caught sight of one of the women inside. Merely a fleeting glance caused his heart to race, for the visage of that woman was strikingly familiar. Lufan's footsteps seemed as if they had been frozen in time, abruptly halting in place. He widened his eyes, fixating on her, trying to ascertain whether he had mistaken her identity. Indeed, it was she. the alluring woman who had once served as a tour guide aboard the cruise ship, leaving an indelible impression on Lu Fan. He vividly recalled how he had rejected her suggestion of a gambling game, only to be ridiculed as a pauper. How the tides had turned. Now, the tour guide appeared dazed, her hair in disarray, her face marred with tears, and her lips cracked from dehydration. Her tattered clothing clung to her as she huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. It was astonishing to witness such a transformation of the once glamorous and captivating tour guide into this pitiful state, evoking a profound sense of melancholy within Lu Fan. However, the tour guide seemed oblivious to Lu Fan's gaze. Her eyes wandered aimlessly, failing to recognize Lu Fan standing outside the cell. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him, leaving him uncertain whether to feel relief or sorrow. The other women in the cell noticed Lu Fan's stare, mistakenly believing him to be one of the dreaded pirates. The thought of being targeted by him sent shivers down their spines, compelling them to avert their gazes in fear. The weight of the sacks on Lu Fan's shoulders reminded him that he could not linger any longer in this place. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he turned and hastily made his way toward the cargo hold's exit. Each step was imbued with urgency, as if he sought to escape the suffocating atmosphere that surrounded him. As he approached the cargo exit, a pirate guard suddenly materialized before him, blocking his path like a specter. The guard was tall and menacing, and upon seeing him, Lu Fan's heart sank, realizing the precariousness of his situation. The guard scrutinized Lu Fan with a perplexed expression, his voice gruff as he inquired, "Aren't you here for blankets? Why are you carrying so much stuff out? What do you plan to do?" At that moment, Lu Fan's heart raced uncontrollably, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow as he feared being unmasked. He struggled to maintain his composure, hesitating for a full 3 seconds before inhaling deeply, feigning nonchalance. He retorted disdainfully, "These items are for Captain Mao. He requested that I deliver them to his quarters. You wouldn't dare prevent him from using these, would you? Or does Captain Mao need to seek your permission for everything he uses?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, a flicker of doubt crossed the guard's face. Clearly, he was not entirely convinced, yet the thought of incurring Captain Mao's wrath ultimately swayed him to avoid the risk. After all, these supplies were not his own. Reluctantly, he stepped aside, allowing Lu Fan to pass. A sense of triumph welled up within Lu Fan as he swiftly carried the 2 large sacks out of the cargo hold. He dared not linger, as though a horde of malevolent spirits pursued him, and he hurriedly made his way toward the cruise ship's exit. However, upon reaching the exit, Lu Fan was confronted by several more pirates stationed there, blocking his way. His heart raced to an alarming tempo, his mind blank as he grappled with how to navigate this unexpected predicament. Anxiety coursed through him. He thought, "I am on the verge of escaping the cruise ship. Yet I cannot claim I am delivering supplies to Captain Mao, or my ruse will be exposed. What to do now?" Just as panic threatened to engulf him, a commanding voice erupted from behind. "Let him pass. These are items for Captain Mao." It was the pirate guard from the cargo hold, who had been intimidated by Lu Fan, now rushing to inform the guards at the exit. Upon hearing that the items were for Captain Mao, the guards, though skeptical, dared not impede Lu Fan's passage. After all, it was not uncommon for various squad leaders to send their subordinates to covertly exchange supplies for gold, leading the guards to adopt a stance of reluctant acquiescence. Once they recognized Lu Fan as Captain Mao's associate, they begrudgingly cleared the way. "Hey, brother," called the guard as he jogged to Lu Fan, his demeanor now friendly. "I didn't mean to stop you earlier. Please don't let Captain Mao find out. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me directly." He even slipped a pack of cigarettes into Lu Fan's pocket. It was well known that these pirates were ruthless, and those who ascended to leadership, like Captain Mao, were often merciless. The guard, fearing retribution from Captain Mao, hurried to placate Lu Fan, hoping he would keep quiet. Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you for the cigarettes. Rest assured, I understand." Once granted passage, Lu Fan wasted no time, hastily carrying the sacks as he exited the cruise ship, as if every second counted. The night had fallen, and upon escaping the vessel, Lu Fan noted the absence of anyone around. Seizing the cover of darkness, he swiftly slipped back into the jungle, making his way toward the concealed location of the speedboat. As he carefully placed the sacks onto the boat, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, the burden of the heavy sacks lifting from his shoulders. After a brief respite, Lu Fan contemplated departing immediately, yet thoughts of the women taken earlier and the captivating tour guide stirred conflict within him. He was acutely aware that he lacked the means to rescue them at present, but he reasoned that since he had come this far, he ought to gather more information about the pirate camp and ascertain the situation concerning the bald man, thus steeling himself for another risk. Lu Fan resolved to return to the cruise ship. This time, The pirates at the entrance offered no resistance, scarcely acknowledging his presence, as though he were a specter passing through. Upon re-entering the ship, Lu Fan had no intention of rescuing anyone from the cargo hold. Instead, he ascended the stairs, heading for the deck. After all, he could scarcely save so many women. Having rescued Su Mu Yun last time had forced him to sleep on the floor. If he were to rescue another, he would surely find himself sleeping by the creek. Moreover, he had sufficient company in Wang Xiufang and Lin Shui'er, and if worse came to worst, there was still Su Mu Yun. As Lu Fan neared the suite corridor, a faint sound of a woman weeping reached his ears. Delicate and almost imperceptible, as if wafting from a hidden corner. Instinctively alert, Lu Fan paused, straining to capture the surrounding sounds. After careful listening, he pinpointed the source of the noise. He cautiously approached the room from which the sound emanated, his footsteps light as a cat's, fearful of causing any disturbance. Upon reaching the door, he peered through the crack and was taken aback by the sight within. A young woman sat curled up in the corner, her body trembling incessantly, arms wrapped tightly around her legs, her head buried deep within her embrace. Though the woman's sobs were deliberately suppressed, they resonated clearly in the air. Lu Fan speculated in his heart that this woman had likely been brought to this room by pirates and subjected to unspeakable indignities, which was the source of her profound sorrow. Upon this realization, his anger ignited, fueling a deep-seated rage against the pirates' malevolence. However, just as Lu Fan was poised to take action, a drunken pirate staggered towards him. Alarm bells rang in Lu Fan's mind, for it was too late to flee. His brain raced, and suddenly struck by inspiration, he swiftly darted into the room and concealed himself in the suite's bathroom. The bathroom door was not fully closed, allowing Lu Fan to anxiously observe the unfolding situation through the crack. The pirate entered the room, muttering vile words. "You filthy wench, I'm about to enjoy myself." He advanced menacingly towards the woman. Upon hearing his voice, she trembled violently, as if gripped by sheer terror, slowly raising her head. Her wide eyes glistened with fear and tear-streaked cheeks. "Please, spare me." Her voice quivered with desperation, as if this plea represented her final glimmer of hope. Simultaneously, she recoiled into the corner of the room, striving to distance herself from the horrifying pirate. However, the limited space soon pressed her back against the cold wall. Her eyes brimmed with terror, a fear of the unknown and despair that evoked deep sympathy. Yet, the pirate displayed no compassion whatsoever. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he seized her hair, yanking it forcefully. "Ah, help!" Her anguished screams echoed through the room, chilling the very marrow of one's bones. Lu Fan, concealed in the bathroom, felt his fury ignite at her cries. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. He understood all too well that revealing himself could expose his disguise, yet witnessing the woman's plight left him no choice but to intervene. "Scream, shout loudly. Perhaps someone will come to your aid. Let me tell you, being chosen by me is your fortune, don't be ungrateful." With that, the pirate tore the woman's clothing and, gripping her hair, pushed her onto the suite's bed. Just as he prepared to violate her, Lu Fan could no longer bear to remain passive. Like a furious lion, he burst forth from the bathroom. His speed was akin to lightning, and he swiftly confronted the pirate. With a powerful kick, he struck the pirate's side with tremendous force. The inebriated pirate was taken completely by surprise, unprepared for such an onslaught. He stumbled, losing his balance and crashing to the ground like a sack of flour. Without hesitation, Lu Fan charged forward, delivering several decisive blows while the pirate lay unconscious, ensuring he would not awaken. Finally, he turned to the woman, speaking gently, "Do not fear. I am here to rescue you." Initially filled with terror, her countenance shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing his words. Yet, her body trembled uncontrollably, and her voice quivered as she stammered, "Thank you. Who are you? Why have you come to save me?" Lu Fan refrained from answering her questions, instead calmly instructing, "Do not speak. First, put on your clothes." He then hastily dragged the unconscious pirate into the bathroom. After emerging, Lu Fan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the woman's chest, where he noticed a trickle of blood. Alarmed, he pointed to her injury and asked, "You are hurt? What happened?" Hearing his inquiry, the woman's sobs intensified, tears streaming down her face like a flood. Through her sobs, she replied in a trembling voice, "It was that beast who bit me." Once she spoke, she appeared embarrassed, hastily lowering her gaze, unable to meet Lu Fan's eyes. Lu Fan was taken aback by the pirate's despicable actions, and his anger flared anew. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he stormed into the bathroom like an enraged lion. Inside, he found the pirate still unconscious on the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward and swiftly slashed the pirate's throat with the dagger. Blood gushed from the wound, and the pirate, still in a stupor, uttered not a sound before succumbing to his fate. Lu Fan regarded the lifeless pirate sprawled in a pool of blood, and in a calm tone, remarked, "Remember to be a good person in your next life." He then retrieved all the cash from the pirate's body and exited the bathroom. Facing the still weeping woman, he soothed her gently. "It is over. He will no longer harm you." Gradually, her sobs subsided, and she looked up at Lu Fan, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "I cannot thank you enough. My name is Lin Yu. Once I escape, I promise to repay your kindness." Her voice still trembled. Lu Fan nodded slightly. "Stay here. Do not wander off. I will find someone and return shortly." Lin Yu, upon hearing his words, hesitated, casting a timid glance towards the bathroom, seemingly fearful that the pirate might awaken and torment her anew. Observing her trepidation, Lu Fan reassured her, "Rest easy. I have killed him. He will pose no threat to you again." At this revelation, Lin Yu's face drained of color, her body shaking violently as she covered her mouth with trembling hands, her eyes wide with horror. "What? You killed him?" Her voice was nearly incoherent. Lu Fan, feeling a tinge of helplessness at her reaction, gently comforted her. "He got what he deserved. You need not be afraid." Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. "But what if we are discovered?" she asked anxiously. Lu Fan pondered for a moment before responding, "Not at present. Remember, stay here and do not roam." With that, he cautiously opened the door to survey the outside. Confirming it was safe, he slipped out, quietly shutting the door behind him. Lin Yu curled up on the edge of the bed, her arms wrapped around her legs. Her eyes filled with anxiety and fear, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly. Meanwhile, Lu Fan swiftly made his way to the deck where the pirates were reveling. The deck was already filled with numerous wealthy patrons who had come to the pirate camp to procure goods and women. Among them were several familiar faces from Lu Fan's previous visit. As Lu Fan approached the edge of the deck, he heard the raucous voice of Boss Who calling out from the stage, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's grand finale features several newly arrived exquisite beauties, still warm from the journey." With that, he beckoned the terrified women standing on stage to dance. These unfortunate souls were left with no choice but to awkwardly sway their bodies for the depraved amusement and selection of the audience below. At this moment, a cacophony of chatter and whistles erupted from the crowd below. Lu Fan scanned the area as if searching for something, ultimately spotting the familiar figure of Tuzi nestled inconspicuously at the back of the throng. He had previously worried that after his escape with Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun, Boss Who would not spare him if he discovered that Lu Fan had brought him to the camp. However, Tuzi appeared unchanged, still intact, alleviating Lu Fan's concerns. Navigating through the crowd, Lu Fan circled behind Tuzi, who remained blissfully unaware of his approach, engrossed in watching the beautiful dancers on stage. A slight smirk crept upon Lu Fan's lips as he mused that Tuzi was still quite the lecher. He gave Tuzi a playful pat on the shoulder, causing Tuzi to turn, startled at the sight of Lu Fan. "Lu de Gu, what are you doing here?" he stammered. Chapter 66. Reunion with Tuzi. Lu Fan smiled lightly. "I've been rather idle lately, so I thought I'd come see you. What is the matter? Am I not welcome?" Upon realizing Lu Fan's audacity to appear openly on deck, Tuzi's demeanor shifted to one of panic. He quickly pulled Lu Fan aside and whispered, "Lu de Gu, I'm so relieved nothing went awry last time. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble." Noticing Lu Fan's lack of response, he paused before continuing. "But why are you here again? I beg you, spare me this time, will you?" Lu Fan reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. What do you think of those beauties on stage?" He gestured with a nod for Tuzi to glance at the dancers. Tuzi followed Lu Fan's gaze, his eyes instantly sparkling with desire. "They're stunning. Do you want them? Come on, Lu Good, don't tease me. I only earn a few gold coins a month. Those women on stage must cost at least 10 gold coins. I only have 3 left." Lu Fan's smile widened. "Rest assured, I just encountered a beauty even more enchanting than them. I'll arrange for you to meet her shortly. By the way, go to the western side of the island and fill up the fuel for that speedboat." Tuzi's face contorted with hesitation. "Lu de Gu, isn't that a bit risky? The camp is cracking down on things lately. I might." Lu Fan shot him a fierce glare. "If I tell you to go, you go. Why are you whining? You know you can manage this trivial task." Seeing Tuzi's reluctance, Lu Fan added with a smile, "After you fill up the fuel, head to room 108. I have a beautiful lady waiting for you." The mention of a beauty lit up Tuzi's face, and he quickly nodded, disregarding the complications. "Really? All right, Lu de Gu. I'll go right away." And with that, he dashed off. Watching Tuzi's retreating figure, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it seemed that beauty held sway over men. Observing the smoke-filled, raucous scene before him, Lu Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. his stomach growled, reminding him that he had gone a day without food. He turned to the second floor in search of a restaurant, hoping to find a hearty meal. Upon reaching the second floor, he was met with a chorus of clamor. Following the noise, he stumbled upon a spacious dining area where several pirates were drinking and boasting. Dressed in a pirate-esque attire, Lu Fan faced no obstacles as he entered the restaurant. Upon stepping inside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The dining hall was laden with an array of delectable dishes and fine wines, a veritable feast that dazzled the senses, even surpassing the dining experience on the cruise ship he had previously traveled on. However, the service staff appeared markedly different from the lavish spread before them, though neatly attired. Their expressions and demeanor betrayed a lack of vitality, their eyes reflecting timidity and fear. As they served the drunken pirates, their movements were cautious, as if they feared inciting wrath that might lead to a beating. Lu Fan scrutinized the servers, surmising that they were likely captured by the pirates. Similar to the women in the cargo hold, the pirates abused the beautiful women, trading them for gold, while the ordinary-looking women remained behind, akin to servants catering to the pirates' every need. After days of subsisting on mere bread, Lu Fan could not resist the abundance of food before him. He devoured the offerings with fervor, relishing each mouthful of meat and sip of wine. After satisfying his hunger, he leaned back, content, and prepared to leave the restaurant. Just as he stepped outside, he heard a woman's voice call out from behind him. It was crisp and resonant, penetrating the corridor and reaching Lu Fan's ears. "Hey, you there. Come here." Pausing, Lu Fan turned, puzzled, and locked eyes with the woman. She appeared to be around 40, with an attractive visage that belied her age, the passage of time having added rather than detracted from her allure. Her shoulder-length hair was artfully layered, giving her an air of sharp competence. She was clearly no ordinary woman. Dressed in a black dress with strategic slits that revealed her fair, shapely thighs, she captivated attention effortlessly. Her black high heels accentuated her graceful arches, showcasing her porcelain skin with a delicate blush. Over her attire, she wore a semi-transparent black floral shawl that hinted at her voluptuous figure, enhancing her sensuality. Lu Fan found himself momentarily entranced by this striking woman, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. He mused to himself, "What is this? Am I to have a stroke of fortune today?" With a subtle smile playing on his lips, he approached her without hesitation, eager for whatever might unfold next. Yet, with a disdainful gaze sweeping over him, the woman scrutinized him from head to toe, her eyes revealing unmasked contempt. Her lips curled into a slight smirk as she pointed at the dining cart brimming with food and wine, imperiously commanding, "Why are you dawdling like an old lady? Hurry and take this cart to my room." Without waiting for a response, she turned and strode away, leaving Lu Fan momentarily stunned. A wave of irritation surged within him. He felt unjustly belittled by her arrogance. However, a thought flashed through his mind. Such a haughty demeanor suggested an extraordinary status. Resolving to set aside his annoyance, Lu Fan decided to pursue this enigmatic woman. Yet, as he prepared to follow, he was astonished to find that she had already vanished from sight. He stood there, bewildered, uncertain of what to do next. At that moment, two pirates outside the restaurant noticed Lu Fan's unusual demeanor. They exchanged a glance, then approached him with a kind reminder. "Hey, why are you just standing here? Madam who doesn't have the patience to wait for you. If you anger her, you will certainly regret it." "Madam who?" Lu Fan looked at the two pirates with a face full of skepticism, clearly unfamiliar with the title. One of the pirates, seeing his confusion, displayed an incredulous expression and retorted, "You don't know she's the wife of Boss Who?" Realization dawned on Lu Fan, and he pondered to himself, "So that's it. No wonder this woman is so arrogant. She is the consort of Boss Who. Quite intriguing." Chapter 67. The Consort of the Stronghold. "Madam Who," feigning difficulty, Lu Fan said, "I know she is Madam Who, but I don't know where her room is." The two pirates exchanged glances and chuckled. One of them impatiently pointed in a direction and said, "Just follow this corridor straight ahead. The first room on the left. Room 201, is it? Hurry up and deliver it. Don't dawdle." With a resigned shrug, Lu Fan pushed the cart towards Madam Who's room. Along the way, he contemplated that since this woman was Boss Who's, she likely wasn't a pleasant character, and he would seize the opportunity to toy with her. Upon arriving at the door, Lu Fan took a deep breath and gently knocked. "Come in," came Madam Who's haughty voice from within. Lu Fan pushed the door open and wheeled the cart inside. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Madam Who called out to him, "You, stay and pour me a drink." Initially taken aback, Lu Fan suppressed his dissatisfaction and approached to pour her wine. Madam Who raised her glass and took a sip, her gaze scrutinizing Lu Fan. Suddenly, she scoffed. "You little rascal, you have a bit of charm, but it's a pity you're just a lowly lackey." Lu Fan forced a smile, his body slowly edging toward the door. Noticing his intention to leave, Madame Hu abruptly smashed her glass, exclaiming, "Did I permit you to leave? Come over and massage my shoulders." Internally cursing, Lu Fan thought, "This arrogant woman truly overestimates herself," but he still gritted his teeth and stepped forward to knead her shoulders. Madame Hu lounged in her chair, reveling in the attention. Her perfect curves on full display before Lu Fan. Already captivated by her beauty, Lu Fan found himself increasingly restless, his throat dry and parched. His hands instinctively pressed harder, causing Madame Hu to cry out in pain. "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me?" Witnessing Madame Hu's domineering attitude, the young and impetuous Lu Fan could no longer tolerate the insult. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "You really think too highly of yourself. I'm done serving you." Madame Hu was taken aback by Lu Fan's outburst, her expression swiftly darkening as she screamed, "You insolent wretch! How dare you insult me?" With that, she stood up, ready to call for help. In a moment of quick thinking, Lu Fan rushed forward and swiftly locked the door. He then seized her wrist with a grip like a vice, his face dark and furious, resembling an enraged lion. His eyes glinted with menace as he hissed, "If you dare call for help, I will strangle you right now." Completely unprepared for the sudden aggression from this inconspicuous lackey, Madame Hu was instantly intimidated, her body trembling uncontrollably. Since becoming Boss Hu's consort, no one had ever dared to express anger in her presence, let alone shout at her in such a manner. She was left speechless, too afraid to make a sound or move. During his time on the deserted island, Lu Fan had often harbored desires for Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, frequently sending them flirtatious glances. However, bound by moral constraints, he had refrained from crossing any lines. Yet, after that previous encounter with Lin Shuer, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened, and his desires had intensified. Now, faced with the voluptuous and alluring Madame Hu so close, his cravings ignited like a powder keg, exploding forth. He thought to himself, "Isn't Boss Hu fond of taking other men's women? Today, I shall take his woman and see how he reacts." His heart raced, feeling as though 1,000 deer were stampeding within him, nearly robbing him of his sanity. Driven by overwhelming desire, Lu Fan unhesitatingly pulled Madame Hu into an embrace, as if he wished to melt her into himself. His lips, as if enchanted, fervently pressed against her heavily made-up face, disregarding her feelings. Madame Hu, stunned by Lu Fan's audacity, was left in shock, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before her. She never expected that this seemingly insignificant man would dare to lay hands on her, the consort of the stronghold, even attempting to violate her. Suddenly regaining her senses, panic and fury surged within Madame Hu. She began to struggle violently, her hands pushing against Lu Fan as if aflame, while she shouted curses, "You little beast! Let go of me. If Boss Hu finds out, you will be dead." However, lost in a tempest of desire, Lu Fan was utterly unfazed by her threats and curses. His eyes burned with fervor as he spat, "Stop your nonsense. You're no saint either. Even if Boss Hu himself comes, it won't matter." Under the weight of his overpowering lust, Lu Fan's hands gripped Madame Hu tightly, rendering her unable to escape. Not only that, his hands began to roam with increasing boldness across her body. Madame Hu felt as though she had been electrocuted, her fear escalating. She attempted to voice her thoughts, hoping to bring Lu Fan back to reason. However, just as she opened her mouth, Lu Fan's powerful lips descended upon hers like a hungry predator, forcefully silencing her words. His kiss was fervent, as if he intended to consume her entirely. Madame Hu's lips were sealed by his, rendering her unable to make a sound, left to futilely struggle in his embrace. As their desires intensified, Lu Fan's kisses grew increasingly wild. Ultimately, in a fervor of passion, Lu Fan lifted the still struggling Madame Hu and threw her onto the bed, beginning to recklessly tear at her garments. Simultaneously, his tongue slithered like a serpent within her mouth, exploring every corner. Madame Hu jolted, her body gradually succumbing, her earlier struggles waning. Just as Lu Fan was about to tear away her clothing, she suddenly seemed to realize something. Thus, she began to struggle desperately, driven by madness. Chapter 68, Capturing Hu Foreign. She was acutely aware that if Hu Laoda discovered her affair with another man, her days of comfort would come to an abrupt end, leaving her to face the cruel fate of abandonment. However, under Lu Fan's powerful restraint, her feeble strength proved utterly futile. As her last ounce of energy dissipated, she found herself helplessly at his mercy, turning her head away as tears of regret streamed from her eyes. Silently, she prayed for an end to this terrifying ordeal. Meanwhile, the robust Lu Fan could hardly let such a rare beauty slip away easily. After nearly 2 hours, he finally leapt down, satisfied. Hu Foreign lay limp on the bed, her heart heavy with regret and helplessness, staring vacantly at the ceiling as she whispered that this matter must remain a secret from anyone else, lest they face dire consequences. Lu Fan, having donned his clothes, observed her appearance and felt a twinge of guilt. Just then, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside. "Sister-in-law, open the door." She widened her eyes in terror, glancing at Lu Fan. "Quick, hide. He is a Bao, an important aide to Hu Laoda and his personal bodyguard. If he discovers our affair, we will be doomed." Hearing this, Lu Fan felt a surge of panic, but he quickly regained his composure. He swiftly tidied the scene and, like a slippery fish, darted beneath the bed. Seeing Lu Fan hide, Hu Foreign suppressed her discomfort and straightened her clothes to answer the door. A Bao eyed her suspiciously, asking, "Sister-in-law, what were you doing? Why did it take so long to open the door?" Hu Foreign, trembling with anxiety, replied, "I was just taking a nap." A Bao scrutinized the surroundings and, finding nothing amiss aside from the disheveled sheets, turned to Hu Foreign and said, "Oh, sister-in-law, I'm here to inform you that the boss wants you to come to the dining hall for a gathering shortly." "All right, I understand. You go ahead. I'll tidy up and join you soon." Once Hu Foreign saw that a Bao had not noticed anything unusual, she finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, however, Lu Fan accidentally made a sound from beneath the bed. A Bao's expression changed as he approached the bed. Hu Foreign, seeing this, turned pale with fright. She knew a Bao was fiercely loyal to Hu Laoda and was highly trusted due to his formidable skills. If Lu Fan fell into his hands, he would undoubtedly meet a tragic fate, and she would be implicated as well. A Bao reached the bedside in a few strides, and just as Hu Foreign attempted to intervene, it was too late. He lifted the bedsheet, and upon seeing Lu Fan, his eyes widened like brass bells as he roared, Well, you dare to do this behind the boss's back." With that, he reached out to seize Lu Fan. Lu Fan reacted swiftly, darting out from under the bed, sidestepping a Bao's grasp, and immediately kicked him in the abdomen. A Bao grunted, slightly staggering but quickly regaining his balance to counterattack. Hu Foreign, witnessing this, screamed in terror. Enraged and humiliated, a Bao lunged forward, throwing a punch at Lu Fan. Lu Fan nimbly dodged and seized a Bao's arm, forcefully tossing him aside, causing a Bao to stumble. Once steadied, a Bao sneered, "You're quite bold to steal from the boss. It seems you can hold your own. Today, you're in for a rude awakening for daring to touch Hu Laoda's woman." Lu Fan smirked disdainfully, retorting, "Is that so? Enough talk. Come and try me." Hu Foreign, anxious and frightened, was at a loss for what to do. Just as a Bao lunged again, Lu Fan seized the moment to kick his knee, causing a Bao to kneel in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan delivered an elbow strike to a Bao's back, causing him to stumble forward. Seeing the situation ease slightly, Hu Foreign quickly urged, "A Bao, please pretend you didn't see this today. I will make it worth your while." A Bao gritted his teeth, glaring at Lu Fan. "Sister-in-law, I am fiercely loyal to the boss. I cannot let this slide. As for you, just wait for the boss to handle this." A Bao charged again, and the two engaged in fierce combat once more. Although Lu Fan was skilled, a Bao, being Hu Laoda's personal bodyguard, was formidable as well. After several exchanges, Lu Fan began to feel the strain. Amid their struggle, a Bao suddenly drew a dagger from his waist and slashed it across Lu Fan's chest, leaving a deep gash. Blood instantly soaked his clothing. As Lu Fan lowered his gaze to inspect the wound, a Bao seized the opportunity to slash him again. Pain surged through Lu Fan, igniting his fighting spirit. He recognized a Bao's intent to kill him and retaliated mercilessly, targeting a Bao's vital points. Thus, Lu Fan resolved to no longer hold back. Just as a Bao prepared to strike again, Lu Fan seized his wrist, twisting it painfully, causing the dagger to clatter to the floor. Lu Fan swiftly kicked the dagger away and followed up with a powerful punch to a Bao's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Hu Foreign, watching, was paralyzed with fear, anxiously observing the confrontation. Regaining his senses, a Bao charged once more, and the two resumed their struggle. Lu Fan knew he could not afford to remain in a stalemate. Otherwise, discovery would spell his doom. He spotted a Bao's weakness, sidestepped, and slammed his shoulder into a Bao's abdomen, pushing him back. As a Bao regained his footing and charged again, Lu Fan sidestepped and grabbed his shoulder, executing a shoulder throw that slammed him onto the ground. A Bao struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with fury. Just as he attempted to advance again, Lu Fan crouched low, channeling all his strength to thrust the dagger towards a Bao's throat. The dagger pierced a Bao's throat, his eyes widening in shock as he clutched his throat, making choking sounds as blood gushed between his fingers. His body swayed before collapsing, lifeless in an instant. Hu Foreign, terrified, covered her mouth, stifling any sound. She had never imagined that a Bao, the most skilled fighter in the pirate camp, could be so easily dispatched by Lu Fan. Her wide eyes reflected disbelief at the scene before her. Lu Fan, panting, gazed at the lifeless body, a hint of trepidation stirring within him. Yet, this was not the time for fear. He needed to quickly dispose of the corpse. He turned to Hu Foreign, instructing her to open the window and throw him out, as it was imperative to act before anyone noticed. Otherwise, if discovered in her room, she would struggle to provide any explanation. Chapter 69. Bridging the gap between Tuzi and Lin Yu. Hu Foreign, paralyzed with fear, mechanically nodded at Lu Fan's words and hurried to open the window. Together, they hoisted a Bao's body to the window's edge. Lu Fan gritted his teeth and pushed with all his might, sending the corpse tumbling out. Subsequently, Hu Foreign grabbed a towel and swiftly cleaned the room, erasing any traces left by the struggle, striving to eliminate all potential clues that could expose them. In her heart, Hu Foreign was in a state of utter turmoil, her face etched with anxiety as she asked, "What do we do next? A Bao's disappearance will surely arouse Hu Laoda's suspicions." Lu Fan, observing her distressed demeanor, felt a sense of relief. She thought to herself that she had finally become a grasshopper on the same boat as him. Thus, she calmly said, "You go to the restaurant for the gathering first. Remember, you must act as if nothing has happened. Besides, no one will suspect you. As for me, I will find an opportunity to leave this place. If that is the case, as long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, there will be no third person who knows." Madame Hu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. She understood that this was the only solution at present and left the room with great concern. Taking advantage of Madame Hu's absence, Lu Fan cleaned the bloodstains from his wound and then stealthily slipped out of the room, swaggering toward room 108 downstairs as if nothing had occurred. However, just as Lu Fan reached the door, he heard Lin Yu's voice from within, "Get out. I don't know you." Immediately followed by the voice of the bald man, "Miss Lin, I am not a bad person. Lu Fan sent me." At that moment, Lu Fan pushed the door open and entered, just in time to see the bald man attempting to take advantage of Lin Yu. He shouted, "Stop!" This roar echoed through the room like thunder, causing the bald man to tremble. Startled by Lu Fan's yell, the bald man abruptly released Lin Yu, his face revealing a look of panic. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a sycophantic smile, said to Lu Fan, "Brother Lu, the beauty you mentioned is her, right? Wow, she is truly stunning." Seeing that Lu Fan's expression was dark, he feared that Lu Fan might be angered and continued, "Oh, right, Brother Lu. I have completed what you instructed me to do, rest assured." Lu Fan looked at the bald man's demeanor, feeling both amused and irritated. He silently cursed. This fool is too eager. On a first meeting, one should at least leave a good impression on the lady. But instead, he directly laid his hands on her. What a rogue. Nevertheless, Lu Fan did not explode with anger. He knew that the most important thing now was to soothe Lin Yu's emotions. Thus, he quickly approached her and whispered, "Miss Lin, do not be afraid. He is here to protect you, albeit inappropriately." Lin Yu, astonished, looked at him with eyes full of disbelief and exclaimed, "He is just a rogue. I do not want his protection." The bald man scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and said, "Brother Lu, I apologize. I was too hasty and lost control." Lu Fan shot him a glare and then turned to Lin Yu, saying, "Although he is a pirate here and seems unreliable, as long as you follow him, he can at least guarantee that you won't be bullied by other pirates. With him around, your safety is assured." Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, and after some contemplation, she finally nodded, though her eyes remained vigilant. Seeing her agreement, Lu Fan smiled contentedly and said, "Miss Lin, I can only assist you to this extent." Noticing that Lin Yu still bore a worried expression, he added, "But rest assured, if he dares to bully you in the future, I will not let him off easily." At that moment, the bald man wore a troubled expression. He had initially thought this would be a simple, enjoyable experience. He did not anticipate that Lu Fan intended to give Lin Yu to him as a wife. This realization left him feeling quite conflicted. In the pirate camp, all pirates could choose their preferred women, but the prerequisite was to pay at least 10 gold coins. However, he currently had only 3 gold coins, far from enough to secure a long-term companion. Upon learning of the situation, Lu Fan did not become angry. Instead, he took out 15 gold coins, which he had obtained from a drunken pirate, and handed them to the bald man, saying, "Here are 15 gold coins. Consider the extra 5 as my contribution." The bald man's eyes widened at the sight of the gold coins, and he hurriedly accepted them, bowing and thanking Lu Fan. "Brother Lu, you are truly generous. Rest assured, I will treat her well and ensure she suffers no grievances." Lin Yu watched this scene unfold, and although she felt a sense of reluctance, She understood that this might be the best arrangement for the time being. Just then, Lu Fan suddenly recalled Madame Hu and casually asked the bald man, "Do you know this Madame Hu? What is her situation?" The bald man's face revealed surprise, and he looked at Lu Fan, seemingly perplexed by his sudden interest in Madame Hu. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Why are you suddenly interested in Madame Hu? I must warn you, do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her. She is the original wife of Hu Laoda." Lu Fan was taken aback by the bald man's words, his face showing a look of confusion. "What? The original wife? I always thought she was the captive wife taken by Hu Laoda," he muttered, a wave of disappointment washing over him. The bald man, seeing his reaction, chuckled and explained, "Although they are married, everyone knows that Madame Hu lives a life of nominal status. The reason? Well, you know we never lack beautiful women in this camp. So Hu Laoda naturally has little interest in Madame Hu." He then continued, "So, what is Madame Hu's status in the camp? How do people regard her?" The bald man stroked his chin and said, "Madame Hu holds a significant position. Although she and Hu Laoda have long had a nominal relationship, all of Hu Laoda's wealth globally is laundered through her. In other words, all of Hu Laoda's money is under her name. How would you assess her status based on that?" However, as a common worker, Lu Fan had no understanding of what laundering meant and asked, puzzled, "If Hu Laoda does not care for her, why not store the money under his own name?" The bald man was left speechless, wearing an expression of despair. "Brother, you must be mistaken. Hu Laoda is a pirate leader, a person wanted globally. He cannot even set foot on land. Do you understand?" Lu Fan nodded, somewhat understanding, and said, "I think I grasp a bit of it." After hearing the bald man's explanation, Lu Fan's heart tightened. He had initially thought that if Madame Hu were merely a captive wife, he might still have a chance to bring her out of the camp and have her by his side. However, it now seemed that everything was merely his wishful thinking. The relationship between Madame Hu and Hu Laoda was far more complicated than he had imagined. With this realization, Lu Fan sighed helplessly, and his hope was instantly dashed. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside, as if something significant had occurred. The bald man, fearing that others might discover Lu Fan, hurriedly ran out to check the situation. When he returned, his face had changed dramatically, and he shouted, "This is bad. We are in trouble now." Chapter 70. Water-drenched electrical box. Lu Fan remained calm and unhurried, asking, "What happened? Why are you so flustered?" The bald man, panting and terrified, replied, "Hu Laoda's top enforcer, a Bao, has been killed by someone, and his body was just discovered by the patrolling guards under the cruise ship. Hu Laoda is now furious and demands a thorough investigation to find the culprit." Upon hearing this news, Lu Fan's heart sank. He had not expected a Bao to be discovered so quickly. He contemplated the impending trouble. Once exposed, escaping this camp would be exceedingly difficult. As Lu Fan was lost in thought, the bald man suddenly noticed something amiss with him. His eyes widened, mouth agape, and with a look of shock. He pointed at Lu Fan and stammered, "Brother, a Bao wouldn't he have been taken out by you, would he?" As he spoke, the bald man made a gesture across his neck, mimicking the act of slitting a throat. Faced with his inquiry, Lu Fan displayed little sign of panic. Instead, he sat calmly at the edge of the bed, fixing his gaze on the bald man, and slowly nodded, admitting that he was indeed the one who had killed a Bao. "Ah, ancestor, it truly is you," the bald man exclaimed, his voice laden with shock. "Brother, this is utterly unacceptable. Do you have any idea how significant a Bao was to Hu Laoda? He was Hu Laoda's right-hand man." At that moment, Lin Yu's expression grew frantic, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "Lu Fan, what about the drunken pirate in the bathroom? If they come to check this room, won't we be discovered?" Upon hearing her words, the bald man felt a jolt of anxiety. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What? There's another one?" Without missing a beat, he dashed into the bathroom like an arrow released from its bow. Upon entering the bathroom, a heavy stench of blood assaulted him. He focused intently and rushed forward, calling out, Captain Lu, wake up." However, the drunken pirate lay sprawled on the floor, his body cold and devoid of life. It turned out that this pirate was none other than the captain of the bald man's current team. "No way, brother, how could this happen?" The bald man was clearly stunned, his speech faltering as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. Lu Fan, witnessing his shock, retorted, "You have no conscience. Just moments ago, Lin Yu was nearly assaulted by this brute. Had I not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. Moreover, the gold coins meant for your bride were all taken from him." The bald man stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his intended rebuttal caught in his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Lu Fan, as if beholding a stranger. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Yet, the fear and anxiety within him burgeoned like wild grass, causing his voice to tremble uncontrollably. We must hurry. Before they search this floor, let us retreat to my room. Otherwise, we'll be in serious trouble if they discover us. With that, the bald man turned and left, while Lu Fan and Lin Yu exchanged a glance before hastily following. The bald man's room was located on the 4th floor of the cruise ship. Though it was a hotel suite, it paled in comparison to the opulent suites on the 1st and 2nd floors. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a dilapidated large bed and a solitary coat rack, with no other furnishings in sight. The room reeked of foot odor and smoke, prompting Lu Fan and Lin Yu to instinctively cover their noses and mouths. This is my room. It's a bit messy, the bald man admitted sheepishly. Lu Fan and Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings, a wave of distaste swelling within them. However, considering the bald man was merely a minor pirate, having a single room of his own was quite a feat. Unable to endure the odor any longer, Lu Fan suddenly declared, "All right, you two stay here. I must be on my way." As soon as he spoke, the bald man and Lin Yu stared at him in astonishment. "Lu Gu, are you out of your mind? Going out now is like walking into a trap." The bald man's voice shifted in tone, unable to fathom why Lu Fan would choose to leave at such a critical moment. With an air of calmness, Lu Fan replied, "Fear not. I have my methods. Also, tidy up your bed. Can anyone even sleep in this mess?" The bald man was unperturbed by Lu Fan's disdain. Instead, he was filled with concern, worried that Lu Fan's exposure could lead to trouble for himself as well. However, as he pondered the situation, he realized that with Lu Fan's skills, even if the pirates discovered him, capturing him would not be an easy task. The bald man had witnessed Lu Fan's decisive prowess firsthand. He was ruthless when dealing with these morally bankrupt pirates, which instilled confidence in Lu Fan's abilities. With this thought, the bald man's anxiety gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Lu Fan searched the room for an empty bottle, then proceeded directly to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet and filled the bottle with water. Then, without hesitation, he turned and left the room, not even glancing back at the bald man and Lin Yu. Their confusion was palpable. They could not comprehend Lu Fan's intention to fetch water, especially when there was certainly water available in the room. The bald man, who had been worried about Lu Fan's potential exposure, suddenly shifted his focus to the enchanting Lin Yu, casting aside thoughts of Lu Fan entirely as he approached her with a sycophantic demeanor. After exiting the room, Lu Fan quickly made his way to the staircase at the end of the corridor, coming to a halt. Below, he could hear the cacophony of the pirates, and based on the direction and intensity of the noise, he deduced that they were likely conducting a search on the 3rd floor. Lu Fan surveyed his surroundings before his gaze fell upon the electrical room adjacent to the staircase. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached and opened the door to the electrical room. Stepping back about 3 meters, he took a deep breath, then swung his arm with all his might, hurling the filled water bottle toward the circuit breaker. With a resounding crash, the bottle struck the circuit breaker with precision. Instantly, sparks flew, plunging the entire cruise ship into darkness. The clamor below intensified as the pirates shouted in panic, their voices rising in a chaotic chorus. Chapter 71, Hu Laoda's Complete Breakdown. At that moment, Hu Laoda, on the 3rd floor, pulled out a lighter from his pocket, illuminating the dim surroundings. Yet the feeble flame barely penetrated the pitch-black corridor. By the light of the lighter, Hu Laoda observed his disarrayed subordinates and was instantly consumed by rage. What the hell is this chaos? Stand at attention. He pointed at one of the scrawny subordinates, exasperated, and demanded, "You. Yes, you. Quickly, go and see what is happening." Amidst the turmoil, Lu Fan, like a specter, seized the cover of darkness and swiftly darted down the stairs toward the cruise ship's exit. Meanwhile, Hu Laoda, enveloped in shadows, bellowed in frustration, his voice cutting through the chaos like a knife. "You useless bunch. Restore the power immediately." Just as Lu Fan was about to reach the exit, 2 pirate guards stationed at the entrance suddenly sensed something amiss. Their gazes scanned the darkness, catching sight of a vague figure approaching. One guard instinctively reached out, attempting to intercept the mysterious silhouette. However, in that fleeting moment, Lu Fan, akin to a whirlwind, drew a sharp dagger from his waist as he ran. With a swift motion, he hurled the dagger, which gleamed like lightning, directly toward the guard's forehead. In an instant, the guard's body convulsed violently before collapsing, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. The remaining guard was utterly stunned by the sudden scene before him, his eyes wide open as if witnessing the most horrifying event imaginable. Paralyzed by fear, he stood frozen, his body stiff and devoid of any reaction. Meanwhile, Lu Fan showed no signs of hesitation. He moved with the ferocity of a fierce leopard, sprinting towards the exit at an astonishing speed. As he passed the fallen guard, he swiftly bent down to retrieve the dagger embedded in his own brow. The dagger flashed once more, akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly slicing through the throat of another guard. The guard could not even utter a sound before his life was extinguished in an instant. His hands instinctively went to cover his neck, attempting to stem the torrent of blood. Yet, blood gushed forth like a fountain from between his fingers, pooling on the ground in a ghastly stain. The guard's body wobbled a few times before toppling backwards like a statue pushed from its pedestal, emitting a dull thud upon impact. Lu Fan dared not linger, and upon escaping the cruise ship, he dashed into the surrounding jungle like a frightened rabbit, each step laden with anxiety and trepidation, as if a dreadful beast were pursuing him. When he finally plunged into the thicket, he exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing he was temporarily safe. However, his spirit remained taut, wary of letting his guard down. Just as Lu Fan began to relax, a buzzing sound erupted from the cruise ship behind him. Instantly, the previously dark vessel was ablaze with light. The brilliance illuminated the entire island, casting a flicker of brightness into the dark jungle where Lu Fan found himself. In his haste, the wound on his chest, inflicted during his struggle with a bow, had reopened, and blood seeped continuously from the gash, staining his garments. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, yet he dared not stop, clutching the wound tightly with his hand as he pressed onward through the underbrush. Meanwhile, Hulao searched the cruise ship for what felt like an eternity, uncovering not a single clue. His frustration over a bow's demise had escalated into a burning rage. He glared at his gang of lackeys and bellowed, "You useless fools! Find him! If we don't catch the murderer today, none of you will have it easy." Just then, a panicked pirate patrolling the first floor rushed in, breathlessly announcing, "Boss, something terrible has happened. Captain Lu has been killed in the bathroom of room 108. Upon hearing this, Hu Laoda's eyes widened in shock, resembling copper bells, and his face trembled with fury. "What?" he roared, kicking a nearby chair across the room. "Whoever you are, I will scatter your remains to the winds." With that, he stormed off towards room 108, flanked by his crew. In the meantime, Lu Fan, still fleeing through the jungle, felt the weight of his injury dragging him down. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he quickened his pace, knowing that if the pirates caught up to him, his demise was inevitable. When Hulao laid eyes on Captain Lu's lifeless body sprawled across the cold bathroom floor, an overwhelming tide of rage and despair engulfed him. The deaths of both Captain Lu and Abao had cost him two of his most capable hands in a matter of moments, a crushing blow to his power. In that room, Hulao's emotions finally shattered, erupting into a heart-wrenching scream that resonated through the entire cruise ship. "Quick, damn it! Tell the guards at the exit that no one is to leave the ship from this moment on." His voice brimmed with anger and anxiety, leaving his lackeys stunned by his loss of control. Just as one calamity subsided, another arose, while Hulao was still reeling from grief and chaos. The patrolling pirates outside discovered two guards lying in pools of blood at the ship's exit. This shocking revelation left the patrol in disbelief. They realized that the murderer had likely escaped the ship. Without a moment to waste, they hurried to report this urgent development to Hulao. At that moment, Hulao was still absorbed in the news of Captain Lu's death and was entirely oblivious to the guard's demise at the exit. When he received this sudden news, he was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. However, being a seasoned pirate leader, he quickly regained his composure and immediately commanded everyone to rush towards the exit, his sole thought being that the murderer must not escape. Upon reaching the exit and crouching down to examine the guard's wounds, his shock deepened. To his astonishment, he discovered that the wounds on these two guards were identical to those of Abao and Captain Lu, clearly inflicted by the same hand. Furrowing his brow tightly, he scrutinized the gruesome injuries, his mind racing through various possibilities. Moments later, he muttered to himself, "It appears that the same person is responsible for all of this." Rising to his feet, he gazed out at the tranquil sea, pondering for a moment before addressing his gang. The murderer hasn't fled yet. He must still be hiding in the nearby jungle. Split up and search for him. I will ensure that he has no way out. Chapter 72. Successfully returning to the deserted island. When Lu Fan finally arrived at the location where the hidden speedboat awaited him, he heard the sound of numerous pirates snapping branches in the jungle behind him. Realizing that the pirates were likely heading his way and would soon discover his presence, he wasted no time. He leaped onto the speedboat and started the engine. In an instant, the boat shot forth like an arrow released from its bow into the depths of the dark sea. The roar of the engine echoed across the sky, prompting Hulao to quickly grasp the gravity of the situation. Enraged, he stomped his feet and shouted, "You bunch of idiots, what are you waiting for? Go after him. Don't let that brat get away." A swarm of pirates burst from the jungle like a disturbed hive, their movements chaotic and frantic. However, when they finally reached the shore, they found that Lu Fan's speedboat had already vanished like a ghost into the dark waters, leaving only a void and the sound of waves lapping against the shore. Hulaudo arrived at the shoreline shortly thereafter, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the calm sea, filled with rage and frustration. His face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it! How could he have escaped?" Though he knew it was too late to pursue, the fire of anger within him could not be quelled. He furiously swung his fist, striking the yacht docked at the shore with a resounding thud. This blow seemed to exhaust all his strength, causing the yacht to sway slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was speeding across the dark sea, his heart pounding like a drum, breath quickening, and the pain from his wound causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. However, he dared not let his guard down in the slightest, for he feared that Hulaudo and his cohorts would not relent. Should they catch up, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Lu Fan gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain emanating from his wounds, and once again increased the power of the speedboat. The engine emitted a deep, resonant growl, as if responding to the roaring waves. As the speed escalated, the speedboat surged across the sea like a swift arrow released from a bow, leaving behind only a long trail of white foam, the sole mark of its passage. The following morning, before the sun had fully risen, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Wang Xiaofang awoke suddenly from her slumber, her unease preventing her from returning to sleep. She hastily donned her clothes and hurried out of her room, making her way directly to the hall. Upon arriving at Lu Fan's bed, she discovered it still empty, devoid of his presence. This sight sent her heart racing, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the vacant straw mattress, as if the entire world had frozen at that moment. Since yesterday, Wang Xiaofang had been plagued with worry for Lu Fan's safety. Now, that anxiety intensified, heavy as the ominous clouds before a storm, pressing down upon her heart. She could not help but let her thoughts spiral, conjuring various dreadful scenarios regarding Lu Fan's predicament. In an instant, she was rendered motionless, tears streaming from her eyes like a flood, her sobs echoing through the silent hall. Hearing her cries, Lin Shuer and the others were startled awake, emerging from their respective rooms. Upon seeing Lu Fan's empty bed, they immediately understood the reason behind Wang Xiaofang's tears. Worry etched on each face. Lin Shuer, frantic, addressed the group. "What should we do? Lu Fan hasn't returned yet. Should we go search for him?" Her voice betrayed her evident anxiety. Wang Xiaofang nodded vigorously, agreeing with Lin Shuer's suggestion. However, at that moment, Aunt Li intervened sternly, stating, "No. Lu Fan has instructed us that without his company, none of us should venture into the jungle alone." In an instant, Aunt Li's words doused the flickering hope in their hearts like a bucket of cold water. She glanced at the tear-streaked face of Wang Xiaofang and calmly added, "Xiaofang, have you forgotten how you were captured by pirates last time?" At the mention of pirates, Su Muyun, who had remained silent until now, displayed a look of fear. Haunted by the memory of pirates, she stepped forward and said, "Yes. Xiaofang, Shuer, you really shouldn't go. There are not only wild beasts up there, but also pirates. It's far too dangerous. But we can't just sit idly by." Lin Shuer replied, somewhat displeased, seeing that the two were unmoved by her caution. Aunt Li's expression hardened as she admonished, "We must trust Lu Fan's abilities. Moreover, if he truly encounters a beast beyond his capacity to handle, your presence won't be of help. It will only complicate matters. Do you understand?" Although Lin Shuer and Wang Xiaofang felt discontent, they recognized the validity of her words and reluctantly acquiesced. As the group fell into a state of despair, Lin Shuer suddenly had a bright idea, proposing, "Why don't we check the climbing ladder by the cliff? If Lu Fan returns, we'll be the first to see him." Wang Xiaofang, enlightened by this suggestion, eagerly agreed, "Excellent idea. Let us hurry over there." However, as the two prepared to leave for the climbing ladder, Aunt Li did not stop them this time. With a worried expression, she cautioned, "Wait. If you're truly only going to the climbing ladder, I won't stop you. But you must remember, absolutely do not go up there. It's very dangerous." After exchanging knowing glances, Wang Xiaofang and Lin Shuer responded in unison, "Yes, don't worry. We won't wander off. We're just going to take a look." Even so, Aunt Li still felt a pang of unease. After the two turned to leave, she pondered for a moment before addressing Su Miyun, "Xiaoyun, I'm still not at ease. Why don't you accompany them? Keep a close eye on them. They must not go up there. The dangers in the jungle above are no trifling matter." Understanding Aunt Li's concerns were well-founded, Su Miyun nodded without hesitation. "Okay. Aunt Li, you can rest assured. I will keep a watchful eye on them." Meanwhile, Lu Fan, after a prolonged and perilous journey, finally reached the deserted island unscathed. However, his condition was quite severe. Due to the high-speed travel, he was drenched in seawater. Worse still, the highly saline water had made contact with his wounds, exacerbating the pain to an unbearable degree, causing him to gasp sharply. At that moment, Lu Fan furrowed his brow, his lips pale as parchment, devoid of color. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, as if every drop of moisture in his body had been extracted. After concealing the speedboat, he dragged his weary body, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to carry 2 enormous burlap sacks step by painstaking step towards the cliff. Each heavy footfall felt as if he were treading on cotton, lacking the strength to press forward. Yet, he gritted his teeth, mustering all his energy to bear the weight of the 2 massive sacks. To Lu Fan, these sacks felt like 2 immense mountains, suffocating him with their weight. Slowly, he made his way towards the cliff, each step a battle against death itself. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, heavy and unyielding, requiring immense effort to lift. Finally, he reached the entrance of the stone steps, the sole path leading to the cliff's base. However, a new challenge arose. The 2 sacks were too large and cumbersome to navigate the narrow, steep stone steps simultaneously. Standing at the stone steps threshold, Lu Fan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. At that moment, he was on the brink of exhaustion, his body having reached its limits. Yet he still needed to traverse the steep staircase multiple times. With no better options available, Lu Fan took a deep breath, steadied himself, and placed both sacks in the crevice at the top of the stairs. He then exerted every ounce of strength to carefully cover the hidden stone slab above, ensuring that the sacks would not be taken by beasts. With everything prepared, Lu Fan resolutely hoisted the heavier sack and began his descent down the stone steps. Each step was fraught with danger. Any misstep could send him tumbling over the cliff. After enduring tremendous hardship, he finally managed to bring the first sack to the cliff's base, completely drained of energy. He collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for breath as the world spun around him. After resting for a moment, Lu Fan lay exhausted atop the sack, gazing up at the towering cliff face, feeling a profound sense of powerlessness. Originally, he had contemplated giving up, for the cliff was insurmountably high, and he was utterly fatigued. After resting well, it would not be too late to return tomorrow to carry these items. However, when the joyful expressions of Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer appeared in his mind at the thought of seeing those brand new bedding and various daily necessities, a powerful impulse surged within Lu Fan. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming strength coursing through his body. He licked his cracked and pale lips, gritted his teeth, and continued to charge up the towering stone steps. Clenching his jaw tightly, Lu Fan used both his hands and feet, climbing laboriously up the steps like a determined gecko. With each upward step, his body protested, muscles ached, and his breath quickened, yet the radiant smiles of Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer continuously played in his mind, serving as his sole motivation. Finally, after much effort, Lu Fan reached the top of the stone steps once again. Without pausing to rest, he hoisted the sack filled with bedding over his shoulder and turned to descend the mountain. At this moment, he felt as if his legs had completely lost sensation, as though they no longer belonged to him. Each step was accompanied by uncontrollable tremors in his legs, threatening to collapse under the weight of his body. The sack, brimming with quilts, was particularly cumbersome, necessitating constant adjustments to navigate the narrow corners of the stone steps. Lu Fan struggled to bear the weight of the sack, each descent requiring immense effort. His body was already exhausted, yet he persevered. However, when he was about 10 meters from the cliff's edge, his strength finally reached its limit. His legs felt as heavy as lead, each step becoming increasingly arduous. Ultimately, he could no longer support his own weight. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. As his body lost support, he slipped, losing his balance and rolling down the cliff like a kite with its string cut, plummeting toward the rocky depths below. At that very moment, Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, who were hastening to the scene, witnessed this heart-stopping spectacle. "Ah, Lu Fan!" Wang Xiufang's voice, filled with terror and despair, shattered the silence, echoing throughout the canyon. In that moment, it felt as if her entire world had collapsed. Lin Shuer, pale with fear, covered her mouth with trembling hands, unable to believe what was unfolding before her. Her eyes widened in horror and helplessness. As Lu Fan fell, an invisible force seemed to propel Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer forward, and they ran frantically toward him. Their focus was solely on Lu Fan. They found him unconscious, eyes tightly shut, his complexion a dreadful ashen hue, devoid of any color. Blood trickled from his previously pale lips, forming a ghastly crimson trail. "Lu Fan, please don't scare me." Wang Xiufang's voice was laced with fear and desperation as she called out his name, attempting to rouse him, But Lu Fan remained unresponsive, as if he had completely lost his vitality. Lin Schwetter stood by, her heart filled with anxiety and trepidation. Her eyes widened, brows furrowed in worry, her face reflecting sheer panic. Sister Xiaofang, do you think Lu Fan, having fallen from such a height, might? Lin Schwetter's voice trembled, yet she dared not utter the dreadful word. Upon hearing Lin Schwetter's words, Wang Xiaofang's expression turned grave. Schwer, do not say such things. Yet even she felt uncertain, hastily checking for Lu Fan's pulse, her fingers trembling slightly, fearful of not feeling any signs of life. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Wang Xiaofang let out a sigh of relief, stating, "There is a pulse. We must quickly carry him back for Aunt Li to treat him." While her voice revealed a hint of relief, it was predominantly filled with urgency. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Su Muyun, breathless, rushed over, and upon seeing the unconscious Lu Fan, her face turned pale, anxiously inquiring, "What happened to Lu Fan? Is he all right?" Wang Xiaofang, frantic, replied, "He just fell from the cliff. Come help us carry him back." Her tone conveyed an undeniable sense of urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Muyun stepped forward to assist. They disregarded the two large sacks lying nearby and quickly worked together to lift Lu Fan, hurrying toward the small wooden cabin. Aunt Li, upon seeing Lu Fan, bloodied and battered, felt a pang of pain in her heart, tears welling in her eyes. However, she knew this was not the time for sorrow. She immediately fetched the first aid kit, meticulously examining Lu Fan's injuries, sparing no detail. Wang Xiaofang and the others anxiously observed, too tense to even breathe. Their eyes were fixed on Aunt Li, who wore a grave expression as she treated Lu Fan. He is severely injured. Not only is the wound on his chest infected, but there is also internal bleeding. I will first stop the bleeding. We are short on medical supplies. Whether he can pull through depends on his own resilience. Aunt Li stated, her voice low and serious, sending a chill through everyone present. Her words hit like a heavy hammer, resonating in the hearts of those listening. Panic spread among them as they realized the gravity of the situation, fearing that without medication, it would be nearly impossible for him to survive such severe injuries. Just as despair loomed, Lin Schwer suddenly had a revelation and dashed out of the cabin. Frantically, she rushed to the cliff's base, searching for something. She recalled the miraculous blood orchid they had encountered during the attack by the venomous snake. She desperately remembered the scene, retracing her steps to the place where they had previously harvested the blood orchids. From a distance, she spotted the vine Lu Fan had used to climb, still hanging from a small tree on the cliff, as if waiting for her return. Seeing this familiar sight stirred a complex mix of emotions within Lin Schwer. The perilous moment replayed in her mind like a film, causing her heart to race with residual fear, especially recalling the moment the snake lunged at her, its menacing face and sharp fangs still haunting her. Yet, with Lu Fan's condition in mind, her fear was swiftly replaced by concern. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and without hesitation, grasped the vine, using both hands and feet to begin her arduous ascent. Compared to Lu Fan, Lin Schwer was clearly less agile and strong. The limited footholds on the cliff made her climb exceptionally challenging, bordering on clumsy. The 10-meter-high cliff felt insurmountable to her, requiring immense effort and bravery with each meter she climbed. As she navigated her perilous ascent, she nearly lost her grip several times, but fortunately, she clutched the vines tightly, averting disaster. Despite the treacherous journey, Lin Schwer remained undeterred. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, inching closer to the coveted Shui Lanhua. After a strenuous effort lasting several minutes, she finally reached the spot suitable for harvesting the flowers. Although the experience was fraught with tension, she emerged unscathed. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her face as she marveled at her own capabilities, pondering whether her previous encounter with the Shui Lanhua had anything to do with her newfound strength. However, upon glancing down from her lofty perch, a wave of intense fear washed over her as she beheld the dizzying height below. Her heart raced, her legs quaked, and it felt as though the world was spinning around her. Realizing she could not linger in such a precarious position, she swiftly reached out to pluck the nearby flowers within her grasp. After gathering several blossoms, Lin Schwer examined her attire, searching for a pocket to carry the precious Shui Lanhua. She wore a yellow t-shirt paired with form-fitting yoga pants, a combination devoid of any storage space. Disappointment clouded her features as she grappled with the pressing dilemma. What was she to do? Should she discard the flowers? Yet, as she gazed down at the ground far beneath her, she realized that tossing them would surely result in their shattering upon impact. Suddenly, inspiration struck her, and she deftly stuffed the freshly harvested flowers into the chest area of her shirt, executing the movement with the fluidity of someone who had meticulously planned it. This method seemed most prudent, and she felt a swell of pride in her cleverness. Thus, she continued her task, carefully stashing each shui lan hua into her clothing until it bulged precariously, nearly to the point of bursting. Observing her stuffed attire, she mused that it should suffice. She resolved to return with the flowers, as Lu Fan awaited them for his salvation. However, the descent proved to be more formidable than the ascent. Faced with the daunting height, she found herself in a predicament. The exertion of her recent climb, coupled with the prolonged effort of gathering, had left her utterly fatigued, as if her strength had been completely drained. Her legs ached painfully, and even her grip on the vines began to tremble. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that Lu Fan's life hung in the balance, and these flowers were crucial to his survival. Thus, she steeled herself, gritted her teeth, and summoned every ounce of her strength to cling tightly to the vines and slide downwards. The rough texture of the vines chafed against her delicate hands, causing sharp discomfort. Soon, her palms were raw and bleeding, with crimson droplets trickling from her fingertips. Yet, Lin Shuer endured the agony, resolutely continuing her descent. As pain contorted her features and beads of sweat cascaded from her brow, her determination remained unwavering. Driven by a singular thought, she must return with the shui lan hua to save Lu Fan. Ultimately, she landed safely, and despite the pain, she did not linger. Gritting her teeth against her discomfort, she staggered towards the cabin. Upon her breathless return, Aunt Li and the others turned in alarm, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and concern at Lin Shuer's disheveled state. "Shuer, what happened to you?" Wang Xiufang inquired anxiously, fearing the worst. In that moment, Lin Shuer appeared disheveled, her yoga pants torn by the vines, resembling a tattered skirt. Her complexion was pale, exuding an air of fragility. The others were drawn to her bulging clothing, curiosity piqued. "Shuer, what is wrong with your hands?" Aunt Li's gaze fell on Lin Shuer's bloodied palms. Her voice laced with urgency. "Why is there so much blood? Let me tend to your wounds." Chapter 75. A unique method of administering medicine. As Aunt Li rushed forward to inspect Lin Shuer's injuries, Lin Shuer interjected, "Aunt Li, the shui lan hua can save lives. When Lu Fan and I were attacked by the venomous snake, it was this flower that healed us swiftly." Her voice trembled. Her eyes locked onto Aunt Li with palpable urgency. Aunt Li accepted the shui lan hua, scrutinizing the vibrant red petals that gleamed like blood under the sunlight. Though she had heard tales of the flower's legendary properties, she had never witnessed such a mysterious plant firsthand, casting a shadow of doubt over its efficacy. Nonetheless, with no better alternatives at hand, she cautiously accepted the flower. Contemplating her options, she resolved to apply the crushed herbs onto Lu Fan's wounds. Remarkably, the herbal remedy seemed to take effect almost instantly, halting the flow of blood that had previously oozed from the injuries. This discovery astonished everyone present, prompting Lin Shuer to exclaim, "Previously, I fed Lu Fan numerous shui lan hua, and he recovered swiftly. We should give him all the remaining flowers. That way, he will surely awaken soon." Aunt Li nodded in agreement, conceding, "Very well, we have no other viable options at this moment." However, just as hope began to blossom, a new challenge emerged. Lu Fan lay unresponsive, his eyes tightly shut, incapable of chewing or swallowing the remedy. Lin Shuer recalled the last time she had expended considerable effort extracting just a few drops of the flower's juice, a laborious process that had taken much time. Now, it was evident that the quantity she had gathered was woefully insufficient. The group fell into a state of despair, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. At that moment, Lin Shuer lamented, "Lu Fan once said that the shui lan hua must be consumed in its entirety to achieve the desired effect. But what are we to do now?" She gestured helplessly towards the motionless Lu Fan. Just then, in an unexpected turn of events, Wang Xiufang stepped forward decisively, snatching the remaining shui lan hua from Lin Shuer's hands without a second thought. Without hesitation, she placed the flowers in her mouth and began to chew vigorously. The taste was overwhelmingly bitter, yet her resolve to save Lu Fan propelled her forward, and she grimaced as she forced herself to swallow the unpleasant flavor. Undeterred by the challenge, the suddenness of her action left Lin Shuer and the others in stunned silence. The onlookers, seemingly frozen as if under a spell, fixated their gaze on Wang Xiufang, utterly oblivious to her intentions. In that critical moment, Su Muyun, standing beside Wang Xiufang, felt a sudden jolt of alarm and hurriedly attempted to intervene. Yet, her efforts were thwarted by Aunt Li, who swiftly obstructed her. It appeared that Aunt Li had discerned Wang Xiufang's thoughts, as if she anticipated her next move. Without hesitation, Wang Xiufang chewed the blood orchid in her mouth thoroughly before swiftly approaching Lu Fan. She bent down, gently pinched his lips with both hands. and cautiously pried his mouth open. What followed was a jaw-dropping spectacle. Wang Xiufang unabashedly expelled the chewed blood orchid, along with its juice and saliva, into Lu Fan's mouth, as if feeding a child. This scene evoked memories of the 1980s, a time when elders often fed young children in such a manner. However, in the present context, this act was decidedly unsettling. Yet, the events did not cease there. After depositing the entirety of the chewed blood orchid into Lu Fan's mouth, Wang Xiufang did not halt her actions. Schwerer came to assist in propping him up. With Lin Schwerer's help, they cautiously lifted Lu Fan, who had been lying flat, allowing him to lean against Lin Schwerer's embrace in a sitting position. Subsequently, Wang Xiufang swiftly adjusted Lu Fan's head, tilting it back while supporting his chin to keep his mouth ajar. After completing this series of actions, Wang Xiufang took a deep breath and pressed her lips tightly against Lu Fan's, forcefully blowing air into his mouth. After an arduous 10 seconds of blowing, feeling as though her brain was nearing oxygen deprivation, she finally observed that the blood orchid had successfully been delivered down Lu Fan's throat. Only then did she release a sigh of relief, pausing her efforts, and gazed anxiously at the still unconscious Lu Fan. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, while everyone remained anxiously focused on Lu Fan, a miracle occurred. His previously pallid complexion began to regain some color, and his breathing steadied. The collective anxiety that had gripped their hearts finally subsided, and they cast grateful glances at Lin Schwer, admiring Wang Xiufang's actions. With a collective exhale, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. However, in that fleeting moment of tranquility, Wang Xiufang suddenly seemed to realize something significant. Her brow furrowed slightly as she spoke thoughtfully to the group. "Oh, I nearly forgot. When we carried Lu Fan back, he appeared to be clutching a burlap sack tightly. I had to exert considerable effort to pry it loose. I wonder what it contained." Her words captured the attention of Lin Schwer and Su Muyun, who exchanged contemplative looks as they recalled the scene. At that moment, Su Muyun chimed in. "Yes, I remember there were 2 burlap sacks, and they were quite large." Aunt Li, looking puzzled, queried, "Didn't Ti Xiao Fan say he went hunting? Surely what's inside those sacks must be some game he caught." Her conjecture seemed plausible. Yet Wang Xiufang shook her head, countering, "That can't be right. Where would he have gotten 2 burlap sacks? Moreover, they appeared to be quite bulging, not resembling any game. Besides, what kind of game could possibly be that large? Are we to believe he hunted a tiger? And 2 of them at that?" Wang Xiufang's words plunged the group into contemplation, prompting them to speculate about the contents of the sacks, causing the previously relaxed atmosphere to grow tense once more. After a moment of reflection, Wang Xiufang turned to Aunt Li, who was tending to Lin Schwer's injured hand, and suggested, "How about this? Aunt Li, you and Xue to stay here to look after Lu Fan, while Xiao Yun and I go retrieve those 2 burlap sacks. Once we bring them back, we can open them and find out what's inside." Aunt Li nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, just be careful." Without further ado, Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun immediately sprang into action, hastily exiting and heading towards the mountain path. In no time, they reached their destination. However, upon encountering the scene before them, their hearts raced. 2 enormous burlap sacks loomed ominously, sending a wave of panic through them. In Chapter 76, The Desire for Delicious Food, both women were struck by the uncertainty of what lay within the sacks. Wang Xiufang pondered anxiously, what if they contained a wild beast or some small animal? The thought alone sent chills down her spine. Gaining her composure, she took a deep breath and courageously nudged the burlap sack that Lu Fan had clutched tightly when he fell. It felt soft and squishy beneath her foot, suggesting it was not a game. Behind her, Su Muyun held a twig, crouched defensively, and watched for any movement from the sacks. Seeing no unusual reaction from the burlap, Wang Xiufang's confidence grew slightly, and she pressed her foot down again. To her astonishment, she exclaimed, "Hey, this sack is surprisingly soft and has some give to it. Almost like a pillow." Encouraged by this, Su Muyun also grew bolder, reaching out to press against the sack, which felt like pressing on cotton. Indeed, it appeared to be a pillow. Thus, their initial fear gradually dissipated, replaced by overwhelming curiosity. They eagerly tore open the burlap sack, anxious to uncover its secrets. As the sack opened, a fresh aroma wafted out. Inside, they discovered an array of pristine quilts, each exuding a clean scent, as if freshly purchased from a store. Their excitement was palpable, yet they were not content to stop there. They swiftly turned to the second burlap sack. This one appeared uneven and somewhat heavy, contrasting sharply with the plump, quilt-filled sack. They carefully propped it upright and hastily began to untie the top. Upon fully opening the sack, they were greeted by 2 more pristine quilts and several women's garments. However, as their gaze fell to the bottom of the sack, they noticed an assortment of variously sized boxes. This discovery intensified their curiosity, prompting them to act without hesitation. They gently set aside the quilts and clothing, revealing a substantial quantity of food and medicine. The assortment included bread, cookies, canned goods, and even a whole box of instant noodles at the very bottom. This revelation left them utterly speechless, as they had never anticipated such a treasure trove hidden within the burlap. Wang Xiaofang, her expression filled with skepticism, questioned, "Didn't Lu Fan say he was going hunting? Where on earth did all these come from?" In her mind, a myriad of potential explanations flashed by. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not fathom how Lu Fan had acquired such an abundance of supplies. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving the same bewilderment and astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. At that moment, Su Muyun teasingly remarked that there were no supermarkets on this deserted island. Had there been, she would certainly believe that Lu Fan had robbed one, for where else could all this food possibly come from? However, for the two of them, who had long been deprived of modern cuisine, the sight of such delectable delicacies instantly ignited a fierce hunger within them. They could no longer restrain themselves, and in silent accord, they seized the snacks from the bags and began to indulge heartily. Wang Xiaofang tore open a packet of compressed biscuits and promptly stuffed them into her mouth. With a single bite, the sweet flavor of the biscuit enveloped her senses, and this long-lost treat enveloped her in a profound sense of satisfaction. Su Muyun, not to be outdone, opened a can of fruit and disregarded any notions of ladylike decorum, pouring it into her mouth with wild abandon, as if she had never tasted anything before. The refreshing juice and succulent fruit instantly tantalized her taste buds, and she squinted with delight, savoring this long-awaited sweetness. The two feasted ravenously, completely oblivious to Aunt Li and Lin Shui air in the wooden cabin. However, being women with smaller appetites, it was not long before their stomachs swelled. Only then did they contentedly set down their food, recalling the oblivious Aunt Li and Lin Shui air still in the cabin. Wang Xiaofang slapped her forehead, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, I was so preoccupied with eating that I completely forgot about them." Su Muyun chuckled awkwardly. They hastily repacked the blankets and clothes, intending to return and share with them. However, as they prepared to lift the sack brimming with food, they were astonished to find it exceedingly heavy, as if an immense weight bore down upon it, making it quite laborious to lift. Su Muyun furrowed her brows. Her face contorted in worry as she lamented, "Why is this sack so heavy? How can the two of us possibly lift it? What shall we do?" Wang Xiaofang, eyeing the burdensome sack, also felt quite troubled. After pondering for a moment, she suggested to the frowning Su Muyun, "How about this? Let us first carry the lighter sack filled with blankets back, then return with sticks and ropes to help us carry this heavy sack. What do you think?" Su Muyun shrugged her shoulders in exasperation, seemingly dissatisfied with the proposal. Yet, with no better alternatives surfacing, she reluctantly agreed, "I suppose we have no other choice." Thus, they resolved to carry the lighter sack back first. Each grasping an end, they united their strength to lift it and trudged towards the wooden cabin. Along the way, they stopped frequently, for the weight of the sack was quite daunting, and their hands soon began to ache. To alleviate the discomfort, they had to frequently switch positions, allowing their hands brief respites. After much effort, they finally returned to the wooden cabin, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Aunt Li hurried over to wipe their brows and fetch them water, her eyes filled with concern. Upon seeing the sack they had brought back, her heart brimmed with curiosity and surprise. "Xiaofang, what on earth is in there? You two look utterly exhausted." Wang Xiaofang wiped her brow and exclaimed excitedly, "Aunt Li, it's filled with blankets and clothes, all brand new." Saying this, she reached to open the sack. Lin Shui air, upon catching sight of the pristine bedding, was immediately drawn over, her face a picture of astonishment as she exclaimed, "Where did Lu Fan find such new blankets? This is wonderful. We no longer have to cover ourselves with that flimsy clothing." Chapter 77. The stick has two ends. How can three people carry it? In an instant, Lin Shui air danced about joyfully, much like a child. Aunt Li was equally delighted, never having imagined that one day she would have blankets to use on this deserted island. Amidst their joy, Lin Shui air glanced around, searching for the second sack. But after some time, she could not find it. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Wasn't there another sack? Where is it?" Wang Xiaofang, wiping her sweat, replied helplessly, "The other sack is simply too heavy. The two of us couldn't lift it. We plan to bring this one back first, and then return with sticks and ropes to carry the other." After pondering this, Aunt Li said, "I'll go with you. 3 of us are better than just the 2. Lin Shui air eagerly volunteered, her face alight with anticipation. "I'll go too. Many hands make light work." Su Muyun, looking at Lin Shuai's hands, which were bandaged and appeared as if wrapped like Zongzi, quickly interjected, "Perhaps it's best you stay behind. With your hands in that condition, how could you assist us? You should stay and look after Lu Fan." Lin Shuai nodded, somewhat disappointed. "All right then, just be careful." After a brief rest, Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun took Aunt Li and equipped themselves with sticks and ropes, making their way back toward the mountain path. Upon reaching the sack, Wang Xiufang first combined the ropes into 2 strands and laid them beside the sack on the grass. The 3 of them then worked together to lift the heavy sack and carefully placed it atop the ropes. Once the sack was securely positioned, Wang Xiufang quickly tied a sturdy cross knot. At that moment, Su Muyun deftly threaded a thick stick through the middle of the ropes. With everything in place, Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's intentions without words. They simultaneously bent down, gripping the stick tightly, and with a powerful thrust, they attempted to lift. A resounding grunt echoed as the heavy sack was hoisted up. However, they had clearly underestimated its weight. At that moment, it felt as though 2 mountains pressed upon their shoulders, rendering them nearly immobile. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, pain etched on their faces as they gritted their teeth in agony. Seeing this, Aunt Li rushed over to assist. Yet, given her age, her strength was insufficient. Moreover, the stick required 2 people to lift, leaving no room for her to help. Observing the struggle of the 2, Aunt Li felt a pang of helplessness. Without hesitation, she bent down, grasped the sack with both hands, and exerted all her strength to lift it, hoping to alleviate some of their burden. However, the sack's weight was overwhelming. Despite Aunt Li's best efforts, Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun still felt tremendous pressure. Their legs felt as heavy as lead, requiring immense effort to take each step. The ache in their shoulders grew more intense, as if their bones might shatter under the strain. Not far along, the pampered Su Muyun could no longer endure the burden. Her breath became rapid, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on her forehead. Gasping for air, she exclaimed, "I can't take it anymore. This sack is simply too heavy. My shoulders are almost killing me. Sister Xiufang, shall we take a break before continuing?" Wang Xiufang, equally exhausted, immediately responded without hesitation, "All right, let's rest for a moment. We can switch shoulders to carry it. That might make it a bit easier." Aunt Li, witnessing the 2 drenched in sweat, felt a surge of guilt and self-reproach. She lamented her age and ineffectiveness, unable to assist even a little. In this situation, Aunt Li felt utterly helpless, silently shaking her head as she looked at Wang Xiufang and Su Muyun. Meanwhile, Lin Shuai, who remained in the wooden house to look after Lu Fan, was not finding it any easier. Having exerted herself significantly while picking the blood orchid, she not only depleted her energy, but also injured her hand. Nevertheless, she persevered through fatigue and pain, steadfastly guarding Lu Fan's side. When she saw that Lu Fan was still unconscious, and confirmed that he showed no signs of distress, she finally sighed in slight relief. However, Lin Shuai could no longer hold on. Her hands lost their strength and flopped weakly over the edge of the bed. Resting her head on her arm, she soon drifted into slumber. Not long after Lin Shuai fell asleep, Lu Fan, who had been in a coma, seemed to exhibit a slight reaction. His eyelashes fluttered as if he were trying hard to open his eyes. Following this, his hands also moved gently, as though attempting to grasp something. After a while, Lu Fan's eyes slowly opened a crack. His gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if he had not fully awakened. He struggled to swallow the dryness in his throat. Then, as if expending all his energy, he closed his eyes again and fell back into a deep slumber. Remarkably, Lin Shuai, resting by the bed, remained entirely unaware of this occurrence. On the other side, while resting, Wang Xiufang expressed her confusion. How did Lu Fan manage to carry back these heavy sacks? We are utterly exhausted after just this distance. The sack filled with blankets is somewhat manageable, but this one, with clothes and so many other items, must weigh at least over 200 pounds. Su Muyun replied with a sense of despair. At that moment, Aunt Li, who had been silent, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. She abruptly stood up and approached the 2, exclaiming, "What? You mentioned there are blankets and clothes here. If we take those out, I can carry them, and you 2 can just handle the remaining items in the sack. Wouldn't that be much easier?" "Ah, yes," Wang Xiufang exclaimed, realizing the practicality of this solution. Although Aunt Li was older, carrying a couple of blankets and a few pieces of clothing shouldn't be too much trouble. Thus, the 3 quickly set to work, emptying the sacks of blankets and clothes, leaving only food and medicine inside. While Aunt Li found it somewhat strenuous to carry the fluffy and soft blankets and clothes, it was significantly lighter compared to the burden on Su Muyun and Wang Xiufang. The latter 2 took a deep breath, grasped their wooden sticks, and lifted the sacks once more. This time, they indeed felt a noticeable relief. Gritting their teeth, they steadily made their way back to the wooden house. Moments later, they finally returned the sacks to the wooden house. Hearing the commotion, Lin Shui-er awoke and hurried over to investigate what was inside. Upon opening the sack, she was astounded by the sight before her, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Pointing at the contents, she stammered, "What is this? Sister Xiaofang, I can't be seeing this wrong, can I?" Chapter 78. Just woke up, and already restless Wang Xiaofang smiled gently, her lips curving upwards, and replied softly, "You are not mistaken. Not only is there an abundance of food, but also quite a few medicinal supplies. I wonder where Lu Fan managed to find all these items." Upon hearing this, Lin Shui-er felt a rush of excitement and eagerly reached into the sack to rummage through its contents. Her eyes sparkled with joy upon discovering an entire box of instant noodles, canned goods, and common medications, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. She turned to gaze at the still unconscious Lu Fan, her eyes filled with admiration. At that moment, Aunt Li, upon hearing about the medicines, approached quickly, her expression one of astonishment. She spoke urgently, "Since we have so many items, we should organize them right away, separating the food from the medicines. This will make them easier to store and access." Aunt Li understood too well the significance of medicines on this deserted island, prompting immediate action as everyone rallied to her suggestion, swiftly getting to work. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Soon, the previously chaotic items were neatly arranged and organized. Aunt Li looked at the sorted supplies and remarked, "With these medicines, our health on this deserted island is assured." For Aunt Li, the efficacy of the blood orchid remained uncertain, as Lu Fan had yet to awaken. However, she was confident in the reliability of the medicines. Wang Xiaofang nodded in agreement, smiling as she said, "Indeed, we owe a great deal to Lu Fan. Who would have thought he was so resourceful?" Just then, Lu Fan stirred once more. The sound of his snoring, previously continuous, now erupted like thunder in the ears of the others. They all stared in shock at the still sleeping Lu Fan. Lin Shui-er was the first to react, covering her mouth in astonishment. This person, even in a coma, snores? Aunt Li shook her head, bemused, and explained to Lin Shui-er, "Silly girl, how could he snore while in a coma? Lu Fan must be recovering. He's simply entered a deeper sleep, which is why he's snoring." Upon hearing Aunt Li's explanation, everyone understood and felt a weight lift from their hearts. At that moment, Wang Xiaofang smiled in relief, saying, "This boy, he can't even sleep peacefully. Since he is all right now, let us not dawdle. Let's quickly spread out the blankets he brought onto the beds in our respective rooms. That way, we can all enjoy a good night's sleep tonight." Everyone nodded in agreement, their faces lighting up with joy, even beginning to look forward to the soft blankets. Just as they were bustling about, suddenly, Lu Fan's previously continuous snoring abruptly ceased. As if someone had pressed the pause button, everyone froze, instinctively turning to look at Lu Fan. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and he gazed at them in a dazed manner, momentarily at a loss. Lin Shui-er dashed forward, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Lu Fan, you're finally awake. You scared us to death." Hearing Lin Shui-er's call, the others halted their actions and gathered around Lu Fan, as if he were the center of the universe. Wang Xiaofang, with a face full of relief, remarked, "You've finally woken up. We were all so worried about you. Who would have thought you brought back so many good things?" Lu Fan shook his still somewhat dazed head, seemingly not yet fully awakened from his stupor. Aunt Li, noticing this, hurriedly approached with a face full of concern, inquiring, "Xiaofan, how are you feeling now? Is there anywhere that still discomforts you?" Lu Fan steadied himself, attempted to move his arms, and replied, "Well, I believe I am fine now. After a good sleep, I feel much better." At that moment, Aunt Li murmured to herself, "It seems the Shui Lan Hua really works wonders." Her voice carried a hint of surprise and astonishment. However, just then, Lin Shui-er, glancing at her hands wrapped like zongzi, spoke with a touch of envy. "This is all thanks to Sister Xiaofang, who chewed the medicine into a paste and fed it to Lu Fan mouth to mouth. Otherwise, it might not have had such a good effect." Her words were laced with a teasing tone. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofang's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. At that moment, her heart raced, and she hurriedly retorted, "Shui, don't say such nonsense. That is not true." Her voice trembled, clearly embarrassed by Lin Shui's comment. Lu Fan, upon hearing Lin Shui's words, felt his own cheeks warm. He scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. His mind involuntarily recalled the scene of Wang Xiaofang feeding him the medicine mouth to mouth, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Just as the atmosphere became slightly awkward, Aunt Li suddenly interjected, "All right, you two, let Lu Fan rest properly. We should continue making the beds." Aunt Li's tone was calm, yet resolute, seemingly intending to alleviate the unusual tension. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaofang felt as if a great burden had been lifted and quickly dashed into her room, as if it were her safe haven. At that moment, Su Muyun approached Lu Fan and quietly whispered in his ear, "Sister Shuer hurt her hands while picking the Shuel Lan Hua to save you. Look for yourself." Upon hearing Su Muyun's words, Lu Fan's heart jolted as if struck by lightning. He turned to look at Lin Shuer's bandaged hands, which were once delicate and smooth but now swathed in thick gauze, revealing only a few fingers. A surge of guilt washed over him as he understood that her hands had been marred solely for his sake. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he sat up and called out to Lin Shuer, who was about to return to her room, "Sister Shuer, wait a moment." Hearing Lu Fan's call, Lin Shuer paused and turned to face him. At that moment, Lu Fan's eyes brimmed with sincerity and gratitude as he softly said, "Sister Shuer, thank you for everything you have done for me." As Lin Shuer gazed into Lu Fan's deeply affectionate eyes, any lingering jealousy dissipated. She smiled gently and waved her bandaged hand, saying, "It's nothing. I'm just glad I could save you." Chapter 79. I knew you weren't keeping it together. Although Lin Shuer's tone was calm, her heart was anything but. Lu Fan's heartfelt call of Sister Shuer sent ripples through her emotions. She stole a glance at Lu Fan, only to find him gazing back at her. Her heartbeat quickened, and she quickly averted her gaze, feeling Lu Fan's eyes linger on her. Perhaps it was because Lu Fan usually looked at her with a teasing grin, but at that moment, his gaze of gratitude seemed oddly intense to Lin Shuer. She felt as if Lu Fan were a ravenous wolf, greedily fixated on her, which made her feel quite uneasy. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she promptly turned away, darting off like a startled rabbit. Lu Fan's gaze followed her, observing her swaying hips and the movement of her waist, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he chuckled mischievously. Just as Lin Shuer reached the door to her room, his teasing laughter erupted behind her like a bolt of lightning. Her body jolted, startled like a frightened rabbit, and she abruptly halted. A wave of indignation surged within Lin Shuer as she silently cursed, "That scoundrel Lu Fan, truly an unabashed lecher. He.s. already revealing his true nature right after waking up." With that, Lin Shuer swiftly turned around, glaring at Lu Fan with fiery eyes, as if she were about to breathe fire, demanding, "What are you laughing at?" Lu Fan was taken aback by her sudden inquiry and quickly wiped the grin from his face. Adopting a serious demeanor, he hurriedly explained, "I was just laughing at how fast you ran. You looked just like a little rabbit. It was simply adorable." Upon hearing his words, Lin Shuer's blush deepened. She stamped her foot and scolded, "Who cares if you think I'm adorable? Stop with the sweet talk. Do you believe I can make you faint again right now?" As she spoke, she raised her fist, wrapped in gauze. Lu Fan, sensing her intensity, felt a chill run down his spine. Knowing there was nothing Lin Shuer wouldn't dare do, he quickly lowered his head, avoiding her gaze, and muttered, all right, you truly are a formidable lady. I admit my fault." His voice was filled with resignation and submission. Just then, Aunt Li emerged from her room. Observing the scene before her, she shook her head, pointed at Lu Fan, and sighed, You know very well that Shuer has a temper, yet you persist in teasing her. I truly don't know what to say to you." Lu Fan, hearing Aunt Li's words, wore an awkward smile, somewhat bashfully explaining, "I merely intended to joke with her. I didn't expect her to become so upset. She's quite the sensitive one." "You dare say that?" Lin Shuer shot back at Lu Fan, her tone haughty. Aunt Li understood Lu Fan's usual character and recognized that he did not intentionally provoke Lin Shuer, so she refrained from saying more. She turned and headed toward the makeshift kitchen built outside the wooden house, soon returning with a steaming bowl of instant noodles. Lu Fan took the noodles, but before he could express his thanks, his stomach let out a loud growl in agreement. His face turned a deep shade of red, and he sheepishly scratched his head. Observing his demeanor, Lin Shuer's earlier anger subsided considerably, yet she still retorted, "You should take a look at yourself. Instead of focusing on recovery, you're just running your mouth, thinking of ways to tease us." Noticing that Aunt Li was still standing nearby, Lu Fan did not respond to Lin Shuer, but began devouring the noodles as if he had not eaten in days. He slurped noisily, as if fearing someone might snatch them away. Aunt Li watched Lu Fan's voracious appetite with a smile of satisfaction, advising him, "Eat slowly, don't choke. No one is competing with you." With his mouth full, Lu Fan mumbled indistinctly, Aunt Li, your cooking is superb. Even the instant noodles taste so delicious." In no time, Lu Fan had devoured the entire bowl of noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind. He let out a contented burp, then gently patted his round belly, feeling invigorated and in much better spirits than before. Lu Fan stood up, stretched his arms in a grand yawn, and remarked with satisfaction, "Wow, I feel so much better." As night descended, the sky gradually darkened. The mere thought of sleeping on a soft bed with a warm blanket filled Lin Shuer and her companions with anticipation. Just as they were about to return to their respective rooms, Lu Fan suddenly called out to them, "Hey, wait. Are you really planning to leave just like that? That's rather inconsiderate." Lin Shuer and Wang Xiaofang exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Lu Fan meant. Wang Xiaofang pointed at him and asked, "What exactly do you want to say, Lu Fan?" Lu Fan pretended to be serious and said, "I've just recovered from a serious illness, and my body is still weak. Do you truly have the heart to leave me alone to sleep on this cold floor?" His voice carried a hint of grievance and helplessness. Wang Xiaofang understood immediately that Lu Fan was up to no good. With a cold huff, she turned and picked up a wooden basin that had been set aside, walking out without a backward glance. Lu Fan, seeing this, couldn't help but reveal a sly grin. He slowly approached Lin Shuer and whispered, "Sister Shuer, look at me. I'm so pitiful. How about you take me in for the night? I promise I'll be very well behaved." Upon hearing his words, Lin Shuer was instantly covered in goosebumps. She glared at Lu Fan with wide eyes and scolded, "Get lost. You little rascal. So you were waiting for me here." Then, startled as if by something, she quickly dashed into her room, slamming the door shut with a loud thud. The sudden noise made Lu Fan shiver, leaving him awkwardly standing in place. He gazed at the closed door with a hint of disappointment. At that moment, he noticed Su Muyun still standing nearby, watching him with keen interest. A faint smile played on her lips, her eyes glinting with mischief. As if she were waiting for the spectacle to unfold, Lu Fan then turned his attention to her, thinking that Su Muyun was quite charming as well. A natural beauty, she was certainly no less than Wang Xiaofang or Lin Shuer. She wore snug yoga pants that perfectly accentuated her long legs. Her upper body was clad in a fitted purple t-shirt that not only highlighted her slender waist, but also showcased her alluring curves. Starved for affection, Lu Fan couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the enchanting Su Muyun, inching closer to her with careful steps. However, just as he was about to speak, Su Muyun interrupted him, saying, "Oh right, I just remembered, my bed hasn't been made yet." She feigned surprise, tapping her forehead, before swiftly returning to her room, leaving Lu Fan standing alone in the empty hall with a forlorn expression. Ultimately, resigned to his fate, Lu Fan found himself sleeping on the floor in the hall. He knew they would never allow him to share a bed with them. He was merely seeking to tease them out of boredom. Yet, there was a notable difference this time. The straw that had originally lined the floor was now topped with a thick layer of bedding, courtesy of Wang Xiaofang, along with a neatly folded, brand new blanket. As Lu Fan looked at the clean and tidy bedding, a wave of warmth washed over him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Aunt Xiaofang is truly wonderful. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also so considerate and caring. It's just a pity that she isn't entirely mine yet." As he spoke, he slowly lay down on the soft bedding. The gentle touch enveloped him in comfort, as if all his fatigue had been washed away in an instant. With a contented sigh, Lu Fan murmured to himself, "When I have the time, I must make myself a proper bed. It would undoubtedly be more comfortable." Suddenly, he recalled, "Oh wait, I can't make a bed. Besides, I can't always sleep alone, can I? They will all be mine eventually." At that moment, the sound of rushing water from the bathing shed outside the wooden house caught Lu Fan's attention, invigorating him. His mind filled with images of beautiful women bathing. He could not help but swallow hard, wondering, could it be that a beauty is taking a shower? Then it struck him, oh right, it must be Wang Xiaofang. She had taken the basin outside earlier. The thought of her bathing sent his heart racing, as if someone had suddenly pressed the accelerator. Feeling as if he were ignited, his blood began to boil with a strong impulse. Lu Fan's fascination with Wang Xiaofang was not a new phenomenon. He had often stolen glances at her in the past. This ingrained sense of temptation made it impossible for him to suppress his curiosity, despite having just recovered from illness. He stealthily rose and, like a cat, crept toward the bathing shed, his steps light and cautious, fearful of making any noise that might alert Wang Xiaofang. With each step, he felt his heartbeat echoing in his ears, as if the world around him had faded away, leaving only the sound of his racing heart. He was so anxious that he dared not even breathe, afraid that the sound of his breathing would betray his presence. Finally, Lu Fan reached the bathing shed. His heart raced even more fiercely, as if it were about to leap from his throat. He carefully extended his hand, intending to peek through a crack to catch a glimpse of Wang Xiaofang's bathing beauty. However, just as he was about to succeed, Wang Xiaofang's impatient voice suddenly rang out from within. "Ah? Why has it taken so long to wash? My hair is still so oily." If only I had a bottle of shampoo. This unexpected voice struck Lu Fan like a bolt from the blue, causing him to tremble all over. His heart raced to its peak, fearing that Wang Xiufang would discover his lewd behavior. Panicking, Lu Fan turned and dashed back to the wooden house like a startled rabbit. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed sharply in the quiet night. When Wang Xiufang heard the noise, she immediately halted her hair washing and shouted, "Who is there? Who is outside?" After calling several times without receiving a response, she wondered if she had misheard and continued with her routine. Lu Fan rushed back into the wooden house, his heart still pounding. He quickly lay back down on the bedding, closed his eyes, and tried to calm himself. Yet, even with his eyes shut, images of the thrilling moment replayed in his mind, making him think how close he had been to getting caught. As time ticked away, the bathing shed finally fell silent, and Lu Fan estimated that Wang Xiufang must have finished washing up. He dared not delay any longer, promptly shutting his eyes tightly and pretending to be fast asleep. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps gradually approached, causing Lu Fan's heart to leap into his throat. He bent his waist and cautiously raised his head to gaze towards the doorway. In walked Wang Xiufang, draped in a loose garment, her damp hair cascading casually over her shoulders, resembling one who had just emerged from the water. As her figure entered the wooden cabin, she suddenly halted, seemingly sensing something, and turned her head to fix her gaze upon Lu Fan. This unexpected action startled him, making his body tremble. He hastily pulled the blanket over his head, fearful of being discovered by Wang Xiufang while still awake. In the darkness, Wang Xiufang seemed to notice the stirring of the blanket, her lips curving into a barely perceptible smile. A wave of anxiety washed over Lu Fan, and after waiting for what felt like an eternity to ensure Wang Xiufang had left, he finally lifted the blanket, staring at the ceiling while the enchanting image of her, akin to a water lily, lingered in his mind. As Lu Fan immersed himself in these memories, he suddenly recalled Wang Xiufang's earlier complaint about the lack of shampoo during her bath. He slapped his forehead, berating himself for forgetting to bring back some shampoo and cosmetics for women. His mind raced, pondering that there seemed to be none of those items in the pirate's warehouse. It appeared he would need to make another trip there. The thought of the pirate camp conjured the image of Madame Hu, her alluring figure and captivating demeanor flashing through his mind. The memories of their intimate moments ignited a restless itch within him. Lu Fan contemplated that a return to the pirate camp might just allow him to win over Madame Hu. If successful, he could avoid the daily entanglements with the fierce Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer, as it seemed winning over Madame Hu would be a more straightforward endeavor. Lost in these thoughts, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Lu Fan's face as he lingered in a sweet dream. In a hazy state, he sensed numerous eyes fixated upon him, an unsettling feeling of being observed. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to be startled by the scene before him, causing him to shiver and awaken instantly. Chapter 81, Awoken from a Dream. It turned out that Wang Xiufang and the others were standing at the foot of his bed, their expressions filled with suspicion as they exchanged whispers, seemingly discussing something of importance. Memories of the previous night flashed through Lu Fan's mind, and he suddenly realized that perhaps his act of peeking at Wang Xiufang during her bath had been discovered. His heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. To mask his nervousness, Lu Fan quickly propped himself up on his hands. Lin Shuer regarded him with a calm expression and softly remarked, "You have finally awakened." Lu Fan feigned composure, attempting to appear nonchalant as he inquired, "What are you all doing awake so early, staring at me?" With that, he lifted the blanket, preparing to rise. However, in that moment, he completely forgot that he was wearing only a flimsy pair of underpants. This startling sight unfolded before the wide eyes of Wang Xiufang and the others, leaving them momentarily stunned, their eyes widening and faces flushing with embarrassment. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to discover that Lu Fan's underpants were a pair of red lace women's underwear. Lin Shuer, taken aback, exclaimed, "Lu Fan, do you have some peculiar fetish to dare steal our underwear? Speak up, whose did you take?" Lu Fan glanced down and felt a rush of heat to his face. Entirely forgetting about the situation, he hurriedly pulled the blanket over himself, his mind in a frenzy. "And no, it's not what you think," he stammered in explanation. When Wang Xiufang recognized that the underpants were her own that had gone missing a few days prior, she was instantly furious, stating, "Well, you are becoming increasingly audacious. I wondered where my underpants had gone. Turns out it was you, you little rascal." Lu Fan's face flushed crimson as he quickly covered himself with the blanket, his heart racing wildly. Once he had shielded himself, he brazenly declared, "I only have that one pair of underpants. If I don't wear yours, then who should I wear? Yours wouldn't fit me anyway." Then, shamelessly, He added, I must say, this pair is quite advantageous. It fits me perfectly now that you've stretched it out. Thank you, my dear aunt. Wang Xiufang trembled with rage at his words, raising her hand as if to strike him. You audacious little brat. How dare you be so brazen? I'll make you regret this. Just as her hand was about to descend, Lu Fan swiftly grasped her wrist. Xiufang, don't be angry. I can take them off and return them to you later. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer and Su Muyun, who had been waiting to witness the spectacle, burst into laughter upon hearing Lu Fan's intent to return the underpants to Wang Xiufang. Wang Xiufang, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, forcefully broke free from Lu Fan's grip, stamping her foot in frustration. Who wants them back? How disgusting. After regaining her composure, Lu Fan seemed to realize something, a sly smile appearing on his face. He then calmly retorted, Wait a minute. Why should I be the one to be disturbed while sleeping soundly? Clearly, it was you who were peeping at me, yet you come to accuse me? Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? As he spoke, he fumbled around under the blanket, seemingly prolonging the moment. He muttered, Besides, when I didn't have a blanket, I was cold and had to sleep in my clothes. Now that I have a blanket, who would still wear clothes? I don't even want to wear underpants. Lin Shuer, unable to contain herself any longer, turned to him with a fierce glare and retorted, What? We were peeping at you. Stop patting yourself on the back. However, as she spoke, Lu Fan's half-clothed figure caught her eye once more. He was bare-chested, clad only in the red shorts, showcasing his toned chest and abs. You, hurry and put on some clothes. Lin Shuer's face turned a deep shade of crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she shyly turned away, unable to bear looking at Lu Fan any longer. Lu Fan, unfazed, continued to dress, deliberately raising his voice. Oh. So early in the morning, everyone is staring at me. Are you all shy now? No need to feel embarrassed. I hereby declare that if any of you wish to see more, just let me know, and I'll be happy to accommodate. Wang Xiufang was left speechless by his shamelessness, replying, Who would want to see you? We were merely curious about where you got that blanket. Which is why we came to ask you. Lu Fan silently rejoiced that they weren't here about his peeping incident. He pretended to be at ease and said, Oh, I thought it was something serious. You gave me quite the scare. He had intended to tease Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer further. But when his gaze landed on Aunt Li standing not far away, his heart sank. Aunt Li was quietly observing him, her expression unreadable, leaving Lu Fan internally lamenting his predicament. Aunt Li is, after all, an elder, and it would be inappropriate to utter overly explicit remarks in her presence. Therefore, he swiftly adjusted his demeanor, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, Haha, it's really nothing much. I merely made a clandestine visit to the pirate camp and brought these items back. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, Lu Fan sensed that something was amiss, as if he had misspoken. He quickly corrected himself, saying, No, to be precise, I should say I retrieved them, considering their possessions were not acquired through legitimate means. Upon hearing Lu Fan's clarification, the others finally understood. No wonder there was so much food and medicine in addition to the bedding. Wang Xiufang, observing Lu Fan's smug expression, couldn't help but roll her eyes and admonish. Next time, be less reckless. It's far too dangerous. At that moment, Su Muyun, who had remained silent, spoke up. Her voice was soft and melodious, yet it seemed to carry a hint of concern. Lu Fan, the pirate camp must be heavily guarded. Your reckless venture is truly perilous. Aunt Li echoed this sentiment, expressing her worry. This child is indeed bold, but he cannot be so rash in the future. What if something were to happen? With that, she turned and led Su Muyun into the kitchen. Watching their departing figures, Lu Fan let out a sigh of relief. He steadied himself and lowered his voice, leaning closer to Wang Xiufang, and mysteriously said, Aunt Xiufang, can you guess who I saw over there? This statement was akin to casting a stone into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a torrent of curiosity. Wang Xiufang's interest was piqued as she widened her eyes and eagerly inquired, Who? Do I know them? Chapter 82. Hunting in the forest. Lu Fan's gaze swept across Wang Xiufang and the equally curious Lin Shuer, a slight smile playing on his lips as he teased, Hee. You should know them. Wang Xiufang, unable to contain herself, urged, Oh, stop teasing, just tell me. Satisfied with their eagerness, Lu Fan finally revealed, It's the tour guide I met on the cruise. Do you remember? She kept trying to persuade me to gamble. I didn't fall for her tricks and decisively refused. He then observed Wang Xiufang and Lin Shuer's reactions, but both shook their heads in unison, indicating they had no recollection of this tour guide. There were many tour guides on the cruise, and we weren't in the same group, so it's natural we wouldn't have the same guide. Just tell us what's going on. Lin Shuer said bluntly. Caught off guard by her straightforwardness, Lu Fan momentarily faltered, scratching his head awkwardly before continuing. She was captured by pirates and is imprisoned in the camp. Alas, those pirates have mistreated her terribly. Wang Xiufang furrowed her brow, recalling the dismal conditions of the pirate prison she had visited. Indeed, that girl was quite unfortunate. Isn't that so? I remember that tour guide on the cruise. All decked out, with quite the figure. Especially her backside. It was practically larger than yours. As he spoke, Lu Fan playfully slapped Lin Xue's backside. Taken aback by this sudden gesture, Lin Xue's face turned crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger as she glared at Lu Fan. What's with you? Why are you acting like a rogue? Wang Xiufang also widened her eyes, reproaching, Lu Fan, how can you lack propriety? Surprised by Lin Xue's reaction, Lu Fan quickly stepped back, grinning mischievously. I was just joking, don't be so uptight. Lin Xue, unwilling to let it go, chased after him, turning the room into a playful chaos. After a moment, Wang Xiufang, with a serious expression, looked at Lu Fan and asked earnestly, considering you know her, didn't you ever think of rescuing her? You could have brought her with you. Lin Xue nodded in agreement, supporting Wang Xiufang's view. Lu Fan, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. He reached out to touch Wang Xiufang and Lin Xue's foreheads, as if to check for fever. However, the instant his hand brushed against Lin Xue's forehead, she brusquely swatted it away. What is wrong with you two? Have you lost your minds? Do you have any idea how many women are held captive there? If we were to rescue them all, how would we survive? Our own food supply is already scarce. I was planning to hunt some game in the forest later. Lu Fan lamented helplessly. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Wang Xiufang and Lin Xue were rendered speechless, exchanging glances, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Lu Fan suddenly shifted the conversation, a sly smile appearing on his face as he remarked maliciously, even if we rescued those women, what difference would it make? With you two around, I wouldn't dare touch them, not even a hand. Oh, the trials of being a man. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiufang's expression darkened, and she raised her foot, poised to kick Lu Fan. Noticing this, Lu Fan swiftly leapt away, agile as a rabbit, landing at the doorway. He turned back, a mischievous grin plastered on his face. All right, I won't tease you any longer. I'm off to hunt. Who wants to join me? At that moment, Lin Xue raised her injured hand, a bright smile illuminating her face as she exclaimed excitedly. I want to go. I'm suffocating from being cooped up in this canyon all day. I need some fresh air. However, upon seeing her hand still bandaged, Lu Fan frowned, concern etched on his face as he replied, you should sit this one out. I'm going hunting, not shopping. With your hands in that condition, how can you possibly join? Lin Xue, feeling somewhat offended by Lu Fan's words, puffed out her chest defiantly, retorting, don't underestimate me. Even though my hands are injured, I still have my feet. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but scoff, laughing. So you think you can escape with just your feet? Haha. Lin Xue, enraged by his teasing, was about to explode when Wang Xiufang intervened, gently advising, Xue, let it go. Your hand is injured. You should rest. Hunting isn't an easy task. Don't push yourself. I will go with him instead. Though Lin Xue was reluctant, she glanced at her bandaged hands and could only nod in agreement. Subsequently, Lu Fan handed a pistol to Wang Xiufang, saying, hold on to this. It can serve as protection if needed. Wang Xiufang accepted the pistol, surprised, as a complex mix of emotions surged within her. Lu Fan then turned and led Wang Xiufang toward the forest on the cliff, his steps firm and purposeful, as if he were quite familiar with the terrain. Wang Xiufang followed closely behind, gripping the pistol tightly, her heart filled with unease. Throughout their journey, she remained somewhat silent. Lu Fan, keenly aware of her unusual demeanor, inquired with concern, Aunt Xiufang, what's wrong? Are you still upset about what I said earlier? Wang Xiufang, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes dismissively, responding lightly. Who's upset? I'm just feeling a bit homesick. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt a stir within his heart. He could empathize with Wang Xiufang's sentiments. For being stranded on a deserted island inevitably stirs a longing for home. He hastily offered a nonchalant consolation, saying, what are you worried about? Do not be disheartened. Let us first go hunting, and later I shall take you out on the speedboat for a delightful ride on the sea. I assure you it will lift your spirits. Lu Fan's words exuded a hint of confidence and optimism, which slightly improved Wang Xiufang's mood. Although Lu Fan himself harbored thoughts of home, the presence of the village beauty beside him, along with the stunning Lin Xue, made it seem foolish to yearn for home. The two continued onward, delving into the dense jungle. Lu Fan wielded a machete, adeptly clearing the path ahead by severing the branches and undergrowth that obstructed their way, allowing Wang Xiufang to traverse more easily behind him. Wang Xiaofang was acutely aware of the myriad dangers lurking within this jungle. Thus, she prudently followed closely in Lu Fan's wake, cautious and alert. After a short while, a wild hare suddenly darted from the underbrush, its speed akin to a flash of gray lightning.